and it shows that number I did that. So, Kazi, but small, you get a call. I think I have a guy shot, very interesting. So definitely me. And I would say expect very high frequency back. Uh, but yeah, 4 is good for my range. Like so, like I have some 3-5 ES now. I have like ace deuce ace 4, queen 4 suited, 4-5 suited, 4-3 suited. So queen 5 versus, as I expect, we're facing a back. And I get a call. I have amazing hand to call with, right? So I have second pair and guy shot, and when we see the river. So on that river, I will never call queen 5 on the river, but like I would call many ace x. I think he's just like almost every ace calling. Queen 5 is very bad. Versus over, but probably not all ace x, so we call. Especially when it went so fast. Uh, 7 is fine. Yeah, we could do like 6.8. Alright, we have kings there and kings here. Which kings will win? Alright. He jams like 55 bigs. What the heck? It's like 4 bad jam. Twice. 50 bigs. Hello, where's hello? You just jammed, right? You didn't miss? No. 6.8, like 46. Wow. What is that? Stars. Stars, bro. Alright, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Now I know that the top one player in Vietnam is TBB King Bluff. Thank you very much. $2,500. This is just a start. Probably we play Queen 6 here. Ten eight six. Hmm. this turn changed a lot, right? So there is a plenty of strays. He should late, I think, with decent frequency, because it's about like different types of strays. So yeah. I'm not raising. I'm just calling. This one is a blank. Not much we can beat there, right? Yeah, still like it could be interesting bluff, but this hand is very bad. Bluff cards, like I mean, blocking some bluffs through hard. I would say there is zero bluffs there. I don't think that sizing makes sense. Cause like it's just like um, theoretically this sizing has bluffs, right? Theoretically, but in reality, no one would. What is that? Why so big, bro? I'm calling, but just curious. He has like 40 bakes, 40 something, and he's just like, and we had like last changes here. I'm gonna call. I'm just Hollywooding. Blah 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 blah. What's up? Wow. Hmm. First time seeing you play. Welcome. I like the way you explain your thoughts. Thank you and good luck from UK. Cheers, mate. Why are you doing it? Because I love it. Interesting question. Ah, that's a bad situation to right there. Привіт, вибачай за запізнення. Так, неси журнал. Це заліковку. Гарного стріму. Безмежна салса. Дякую, друже. King Jack. Yeah, let's raise that. Have you heard about the situation with Romeo Pro? Yes. What is your opinion? What kind of opinion? That's sad. That's sad. What else? What any person could say? Like, what kind of opinion you could have? I think only one opinion. That's sad. I got three by the 9-7 there. sizing could be a bit bigger. Okay. Okay, let's do 8.2 versus businessman. One for bad. Now maybe for bad.
To New Orleans, to New Orleans, for
See,
sure.
that hurts me. One for
Up
bad,
to the
another for bad.
Sixers.
But do you remember how that guy fought by Jam 5? So maybe he had the reason. Yeah, next time I 3-bet Kings. Okay? No one does that with fights. Yeah, that's true. Maybe he's very good in GTO. But I'm 3-betting, my 3-betting frequency is much lower than GTO in all positions. But the feature that the main thing that no one, I mean, not no one, but like 99% of the people would not have enough 3-bets. Well, 4-way here. What is that, Mr. Bulldigan? 4-way, lean king for 3. Lead king for 3, 4-way. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can lead, no problem. But like, 4-way, that's just a terrible spot. Doesn't matter what you have. Like, this structure is. I don't know what he's doing. No one knows except him. Like, definitely that's imbalance. That's like. Alright, we have an interesting spot here because that guy is hyperactive, and here we have like, yeah, again a 3-bet. So as you can see, he's picked like 52. He's chip leader, and there is a 37 people in the cam and 24 in the money. King, you see, he folded ace. Wow, that's cool. But I expect to see like super wide range there. As you can see, he folded. Even ace, that's good. Last session, I won like, so see, 10,000 maybe. Yeah, I finished second in 8, 8, 8, second in 7, 7, 7, and fourth in 5, 25. He should lead. Not this position. Okay, he leads. Oh. I don't think that he has check raise in general. I mean, theoretically. I don't think that it is a winning strategy to check raise a lot. Because, like, there is a big blind involved, and yeah, I mean, I could check that, but I said like I already played it, but like there was a big moment because that's why it is out. All right, there are more people. Check here, check here, check there. All right. So what do you block? Jack 10, Jack 9, Queen 9. King 9 is good. I don't know was to bite turn, but I think this line is better. Without days, I would prefer to bite turn. So which I check and bite twice. What is the name? Name. My name. My name is Dennis. Dennis. I will share last session with you. Just give me a moment. His hand blades out, so no worries. There is a screenshots in chat about last session. No, never. It is a different decision. I think call is better than 40 key charms, but like also 3, not a great card. Maybe versus him we could call. I was thinking about it, but like I think in general you just call them. Approaching to the bubble, and I'm not sure like what would be better. Like we have 8 people. Mm, maybe 3 but not jump could be good. What do you think about that? No, I mean like that guy. He's a bully guy. Remember, he's capable to click and do about this shit. I was hoping for a click. Bloody calls. That's a bad outcome, actually. But I use that sizing like to give him an opportunity to click that. Yeah, he got me. I can do nothing. Of course, I just range by them there because like I would not have like ace king with. I didn't see him probably I would have 100%, but in general, I would just ace king in this situation. So we range checking here. Even like king queen, I have to check that. Because like I have aces mostly, aces, kings, ace queen, yeah, I could have that. I'm not bluffing. No way. I'm defending my range now. It could be like, he jams everywhere 100% of the time. I'm in the whole range. Except like random showdown. Yeah, you avoided well. Interesting. Like, of course, if I jam, I think you would fall. I mean, if I jam. But yeah, what else I could do? Yeah, jump pre-flop is fine. He could fold pre-flop, but if he calling, I think that's no point. The reason why you can fold that because of this range is too strong. But call, I think, not a big problem. It depends what you think about that range. Because my range could be like too strong. Let's say like, I don't know, jacks plus. Sounds like no ace king, for example. Because I was thinking about that maybe a jam or not. Should I check raise here? This is full way. I check as a raiser. A small lead, nothing we can do, just call. The weakest X I gonna check. Yeah, it looks like nothing will play you, but like that's how you're supposed to play that end. If you check on the turn. welcome. Thank you, bro. Let's enjoy together. Dennis Long, good luck today. Thank you very much. Where does solace come from? From my chat. Please remind me you explained last night, but I forgot. Uh, Salad is a combination of hummus and the salad. Salad is Ukrainian national meal. So it was invented by my chat. It's like war cry. Ukrainian hummus, if you want to. The guy with your nickname, the guy with your name looks like you. He's my brother. Good evening and greetings from Germany. Hello, Germany. Thank you guys for your support. I will, I will stand tall about a bit later. Um, what we got here? We have Queen Jack. Good luck today, legend. Let's go. Thank you, bro. There is a queen on the river, Mama Mia. Thank you for water. Thank you, Eric. Get a bad dick. My measuring frequency would be low, and sizing would be high. That's not that term. We could have so many good terms, right? Like nine, jack, king, hearts. Is there any chance that he's holding like after my big butt and shark on the turn? Like, I mean, like, is there a? It could be like no fault situation. I'm not remembering. But that was not that situation. Don't be afraid. Let's fly. What side are you playing? GG Poker. I am improving my poker a lot after watching you play. Thanks. Thank you for your feedback. And I'm happy to help. Queen 4. I'm not a huge fan of that hand in this situation, honestly. I think it is just like useless call. In that depth, I think you just like it's impossible to play plus again. I mean, like Hypothetically, theoretically, maybe some super solvers could find a way how you can play out of position the dead in 60 bits. Nah, but I don't know. But I don't play. I play in the shallow stacks, yes, but I'm not 16. I better pre-buy that. Oh, this is what it is! Фалас, привіт, друзі! Як там Russian Cash? Як удать? My teacher, Tron Tuan, 2, will defeat you. Okay, no problem. Given your so many years of experience, do you think you're already making each decision like a pattern, which you already been through? No, bro, I haven't played tournaments just for a year. I played some tournaments in my life, but I don't have much experience, as you said. I have experience in absolutely different games. And for me, like every single hand, as you can hear, as you can watch how I play, and you can hear how I think about that, I'm trying to find the answer during the hand always. I don't have any default solutions or default decisions. I think it is actually a mistake to have some defaults. You have to understand the range of your opponent, and that's all. That's just the key in any types of poker. Like, doesn't matter. I said so. Ace King, I'm gonna raise. Low jacks versus Ace Queen here. And we have 18 cards still. Ace King 463 3-way. I think that's fine too. I believe that he should have like some leads here on the flop as a big blind because of this structure. Okay, he checks. I prefer to check. Wow, king check. Alright, like 8 bigs in the middle. We have chance. So what is going on here? Knight. After that I fold. Ah man, hello. You are truly inspiration when it comes to positive mindset and adjusting the game when the variance is killing you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for your feedback, bro, and your support. Доброго вечора, шановні. Вітаю, Андрій. Дякую, друже. Blocky block. Yeah. Alright. I just gonna fold this. Oh. This is the weakest ace. You could play that. Yeah, you could fold it. I mean, three bet or call or fold. Just like, even with have ace 7, I would play. If I would have ace 5, I would play. I'm gonna say I have to check the exit. EV of that decision. Dla Cuba, дякую. Six, seven. Better to have 7, 8, yeah, of course. Queen 9. Versus this big one, I think we always open that. Check. So we still in the bubble, but I have lost stack, so I'm lost in chips and 2 people to go, so I have to call. We need ace or 9. Oh, it could be 9. It is 9. Sauce. Let's go. From scratches. I wonder if I would just win jacks versus his own, but I mean, I have certain breaks. Have you ever lose all your money? Why I would do that? And how it's possible? If you lose all your money, how you can play? So answer is no. Interesting situation here. This is direct bubble. We have 2 people, not direct bubble. We have 2 people to go. And you remember, I built my stack from scratches, but I think his range is super wide here, and it could be very profitable resale. So yeah, on the bubble, like you can go crazy versus chip leaders because they gonna go crazy. And now I have 17 picks. So if you imagine his range, like how wild it is, yeah, you're gonna jump for sure. Alright, I decided to buy. I could check, but I think bad is better. But that guy check raise. That's not good. But we have equity. We're gonna call. King bluff. What are you gonna do? Alright. So Sun Yu jumps. I don't think that I call him. Not like equity. He could have like like flash draw, and that would be just awful. Ah, ha, 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 ha. It is what it is. We are thinking about equity, not about results, right? Ace King suited, I will three bet always. Very interesting here. They went all in 5 deuce deuce, 93 bigs. Raise 3 bet call. That's fine. Bet raise champ call. Oh, that's not fine. I think with fours. I think that's a mistake. I don't know why he's did that. Like against that guy, especially like top water. Like I said, man. And I want to understand equity there. Because like maybe I'm wrong. I will raise that. I don't think that this range is strong. So I'm I'm I would say like he would never jump. That's my assumption. So maybe I'm wrong and he jumps and yeah. But like I think that works. Oh, that was pretty well, but what do we do now? Like there is a 40 bigs and somehow we have to put all those ships in the middle. Like but let's start to understand what gonna pay. I'm representing pocket fives. It's maybe that guy has pocket fives. All right. Definitely, I just rip it. If it would not be about it, maybe we would play it in a different way. But like, we have to go for bounty now. I believe so. I believe so. Mm-hmm. Ace five, bro. 26 bags. 55. Versus 3 bag, what do we do? We have both options on this thing. Let's say squeeze. But squeeze what? Yeah, squeeze what? That's a good question. Oh, he squeezed. It's just like he can be a jam. Like, alright, let's rip it. But like I mean it, oh thank you for follow. I mean I'm not sure that Jack Johnson would have enough balls there. Alright. I don't like let's rip it, but then I mean I don't expect from his side enough balls there. Maybe I'm wrong. Because this is like a decision. You can, find answer like in any book or any source or something. You just have to. Actually, that's not a three, but I think that's always a jam. I mean, theoretically. So, like, see, even like when he's like three back, and even like he has ice king all of that, which I believe not optimal. And like, I'm gonna say that. And I decided to jam, but then I started like thinking I played against Jack Johnson almost every time. I know him, like, and he has not enough bluffs. And as you can see, he has even ace king off, like, which I did not expect to see in that sizing that. So even with, especially with ace king off, like he has not enough bluffs, so we should not bluff anything. So we should play straightforward against him. That's my assumption. One more time. So, because poker is a game of assumptions, and you have to adjust versus everyone. Like, you have to think, okay, if that guy would tell you about that, I would jam all my bluffs, all my suited tens, because, like, you just imagine that, okay, what range he has. But against another guy, you have to just release, you have to fold. Good luck, man, Brazilian here. Welcome, Brazil, thank you. So, I got a call here, and like, uh, here's some arguments for this race, and especially versus that guy. I don't want to tell you, but I want to raise that. So, like in general, like you don't want to raise like suited hands, right? But if you know that your opponent would not have limber in the situation with decent frequency, you want to raise. In this hand, you want to raise because they can fold, let's say, queen 3 or jack 5 offsuited. So, after that speech, like 15 minutes speech, you probably understand that how I play, right? I play just like every single hand, like a new hand, and exactly against exact opponent in exact situation with exact stack size in exact stage. Like so, like because in poker it's not like oh bro, GTO says blah blah blah. What does it mean GTO says? Like GTO says at that range, which that real person had or has like and your GTO would say absolutely another thing. So here, I can link call, of course. I could raise there before, but I decided to link, which is why. Because I have only 4 tables, I can wait. And that's a bit annoying to my opponents, right? Why are you thinking so long? Well, then it's what's up? What's up? Alright. I have no blocker, so I gotta buy. So if you want to try Jack here, you better to have a blocker. Because like when you have no blockers, the chance that he has a hand which would pay you, it is higher chance. And also when you have blocker and he has 2 pairs, you block some full houses on the river if board splits. ACDC, I will just flag that. Because like I don't want to 3-bet fold. Because this bound looks sweet. Alright, so we're gonna win this bountiful. Yeah, absolutely no way I fault to sit there. Never easy. So we expect the range, but right, what kind of range we expect? Pretty wide. I would say many overcuts, like even king queen could be there. So we're gonna call and we will see the turn. Not my favorite card, but okay. I can handle. King 9, I raise with almost 12 picks there. Top 21 up to 15. King 9 suited. This time my King 9 is better. Egyptian decides to play. I don't like timing, probably he jams. Who wants to spend one time bank card and fold, right? So let's focus on the second type. We have 10-8 suited, and if he raise, I'm gonna three bet 100% of the time. And will. So what kind of sizing you prefer? Hmm. 9 is fine. Alright, well, ace 7-5. I have a very good spot here. Yeah, like I have like 10 high, but I have runners and my range is decent. I'm gonna go for half of the pot. And John, oh my turns, like it could be diamond, it could be 6, it could be 9. Uh, that's it.
I mean, that's just the reality.
It's a good little detour to knock you off.
Because I had, you know, like Connor doing the, hey, can I buy your house? That's a good way to, you know, kind of, I need an answer. So like, oh, you're working out. What are you working out for? Still playing, or is this just going to be who you are as a person? He then quickly had to be like, I guess I'm telling the truth here. I'm working out for fun.
Yeah.
And, bro, I'm fucking, you know, and I respect that so much. That might have been my favorite moment from all Aaron Rodgers' appearances.
Yeah.
Is that he said a lot. He was an hour and a half in there, talked a lot, complimented a lot of people, complimented everybody, loved it, and then the only takeaway immediately afterwards was like a picture of him. Love the way graphics departments are working now. Better me.
Yeah.
You know, like picture of Aaron Wood.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
Sexually active.
yeah. I was like, yeah, that's good journalism. I mean, you were wondering why the guy looks better than ever. It's not because he wants to continue to spin the pill. You gotta know that.
Right. Spinning his pill.
Boom. He's spitting pills out. All right,
Huh?
you tell us. Is that what you're thinking?
I said he was throwing ropes, is what I said.
Yeah. So.
Shooting ropes.
There it is. Okay.
My bad.
No, and also throwing. We don't know actually. We don't.
He can do both.
Yeah, didn't they bend the bullet one time?
Yeah.
Who?
Angelina Jolie.
Has she been acting in the last 10 years?
I don't think she has to, but I do know.
Have to. She's probably been in a thing or two, but yeah, you know. I mean, she's got like 40 kids.
Acting's a good time. Acting's a good mental test. That's what I have realized. It's a good fun mental test. Can you remember the words?
And can you be good too? You got to be able to be good. We see people that are terrible on camera.
Can you be the worst?
I have yet to see myself do anything, which is kind of interesting. Okay. I've seen a little bit of me.
Good clip. Yeah.
I've seen a little, tiny bit of me.
Brief clip.
But it's interesting. I'm getting a chance to do things because, you know, there is hey, you should try to learn about this particular industry, you know, especially with who we know, and opportunities that are taking place, especially with Ari. I mean, Ari Emanuel just thought, okay, you're going to be an actor. Like, I don't think that's the case. No. You want to be a principal in a Super Bowl commercial? Yeah. This weekend. Where? No, I can't do that. Oh, not thank you. doing a Super Bowl commercial. That's how this whole thing started with Ari. Okay? That's literally how this whole thing started. And then I go do the principal commercial. So much fun. Peter Berg's working that thing. So much fun. I mean, it was I never done anything like that before. I got cast as a tree in a high school play.
Nice.
Okay, I got cast as a tree. I think it was Christmas. Lorman got Santa Claus.
Nice.
Love that. He got Santa
I
Claus.
know we did.
Yeah, it was Miss Something. She was a reading teacher. She was not a big fan. She purposely put me as a tree. I stand there for an hour and a half, and during practice, hour and a half, stand as a tree. I had one word, I think it was like, hello. You know, so that was like the most I did in acting as a whole. Never done it before. So that whole principal thing was awesome. I had a lot of fun. And then all of a sudden, it's like, hey, would you be a drill instructor? And it's like, what's that? That's like the baddest fucking guy on earth? I don't think so. They're like, we would like to see if you could do this, please. So I go down to Paris Island, learn how to be a drill instructor, watch them do a thing. And it's like, hey, you're in the greatest generation, and also you're a drill instructor, which is complete opposite of kind of my personality. Okay, I was a fat principal that was in. And then all of a sudden, I'm a fucking drill instructor in World War II from the greatest generation. World War I vet being a drill instructor for the Marines at Paris Island. It's like, that seems like a big responsibility. They're like, well, yeah, don't fuck it up then. It's like, okay, so I give that a full go. Fly to Australia to do that. So that's my second time acting. I'm in Australia filming a movie around people that are like Shakespearean trained fucking.
Doing a whole lot. Yeah, but doing that a whole lot.
Yeah, so like it was like a really cool feeling before things were about to start. I don't know how many millions worth of everything that's in the trucks and things everywhere. And then you got these actors who are phenomenal here. And it's like, hey, we're wasting all this time right now because of you. And it's like the feeling I got before that was like sick. Like that was like a cool feeling right there. And then doing it, it's like, wow, okay. It's fun to like take on the personality of somebody that I'm not. Fat principal, then drum instructor, and then I guess they watch like the dailies is what it's called. I kind of learned about this business. They watch like the dailies, which is every single shot basically is being sent to executives at places to kind of watch it. I didn't know that obviously at the time. I don't know how many people know that, but they're watching daily, so they're like, hey, Tulsa King's filming right now. They need somebody that's kind of similar to your age and build. Could you be a potential? I don't know if we're giving away what I am in that particular, but that's completely different. None of these things have been like any character that is me, you know. So I've actually had to like portray things that are vastly different than who I am, and I've been loving learning about it. I've been loving the process. They put a report out that I'm trying to be the next Stallone or something. It's like, thank you for trying to fucking make everybody hate me, thinking that I'm gonna be. There's never gonna be another Sylvester Stallone, but I am certainly watching and learning and getting an incredible opportunity to work alongside of him. And it's like there will never be another Sylvester Stallone ever. I'm watching this guy rewrite things by hand and then like doing it all. So it's like I'm trying to learn as much as I can, and we have an interest certainly in the Thunderdome and getting into that world. And I've just been very grateful that I've gotten a chance to see it at a very high end, kind of thrown into the deep end. And I know I don't deserve these shots. And there's going to be other actors that are going to be upset about me getting these opportunities. And I agree. This is the first time that we've ever had somebody actually like, you know, kind of speed up everything. I think that would be a good way to do it.
Yeah.
We've never had an Ari manual.
No, right. No. But you have to earn a match for the first one. Like the first one you probably get because of who you are, but then if people see your dailies, then they suck. Like you're not. Someone is not going to put their reputation on the line and a movie on the line for. Hey, yeah, you know, let's give it's Pat McAfee. Let's give him like you actually have to prove like, oh no, this guy can do this. He can do this. So yeah.
I just wanted to let people know that I am not under the guise that I think I'm going to be a fucking movie star. Okay, we are just learning about the process right now, and I didn't call Ari and be like, hey, make me a fucking.
I'm a fucking
movie
movie
star.
star.
That is not kind of how it's being. But like, I was very thankful that people were talking about it. It was very cool, and Ari, like, the only people he reps at this point because he just fucking. He might be one of the greatest American dream business stories of all time whenever it's all said and done with what he's been able to do and accomplish and everything like that. But it's like they wrote an article about me being the next Stallone from some, what was it, Variety?
I think so, yeah.
Variety or something like that. And they were like, Ari reps, and they listed off who he reps or whatever. And it's just like so ridiculous that my name was next to any of those people. And I'm very thankful for the opportunities that Ari has presented because this guy's a fucking weapon. He's everything he was in Entourage, okay, as Ari Gold. But yeah, I'm trying to enjoy it all, man. I really am. And I'm trying to learn as much as possible about it while I'm doing it, and also respect the craft as much as possible. Reading books about it, watching YouTube videos about it, things to think about the other actors on set. Goody from Tulsa King, Cash Flow, who plays Bigfoot on Tulsa King. These people have a lot more experience than I do. Like them being so welcoming and like teaching and coaching. It's like
The Jones Factor cast for with us. Very good.
sick. Yeah, they're all like incredible actors. All of them.
Oh yeah.
And they had to spend an entire day getting yelled at by me.
That's a boom.
Entire day. Entire day. Oh, look at that fucking nice. Look at you, you fee-fi-bo-bomb big fuck. This guy's from a family of things. And you got me just in his fucking grill, you know, like this. And yeah, it's been cool. It's been fun. But there is no illusion where I think I am going to be Sylvester Stallone. Nobody will be the next Sylvester Stallone. And I don't think I covered that enough because of how much of a run we've been on. So I just wanted to make sure before we get into the weekend, everybody knows that I do not fucking think I am a movie star. I am just trying to learn about said business because of how awesome it has been to us as a society. And yeah, it's been really fucking cool. Scott Stone down there at Tulsa King. Scott, OG legend, been around Plaster, doing his thing out there. A lot of good people, man, have been trying to give me opportunities. And they have had to tell me what you told me to. Because I'm like, as soon as I get them, thank you so much for the opportunity. Like, hey,
If you sucked, you wouldn't be here.
we're not fucking doing favors.
Yeah, right.
At this whole thing. Hey. I mean, we'll see. I haven't seen anything good, but I saw one picture, a live picture. Somebody sent me a live picture of the edit. So I fucking held it.
Oh, so you see that second half.
So I can see, yeah, I got half a second of me acting.
Got a little bit of dialogue in there.
A little bit because I've never seen myself.
Yep.
So people are like, "How are you?" I'm like, I have no idea. And then I show up at like a scene, and I don't have like the fundamentals to fall back on, you know, because I'm like, I have no idea if what I was doing was right. So just, all right, I'm just gonna fucking just see how it goes. So we really won't know until all this shit comes out how it is. That's an interesting.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's an interesting mental.
That'll be fun.
Hey, is this going? I have no fucking idea. Special delivery. Fucking me just going right into a scene with freaking people who are multi-millionaires from acting. It's like, it's been fun. It's been fun. On that note, let's have a great weekend.
Hell yeah.
Good work this week, boys.
You too.
Good work this week.
You too, brother.
Toxic Tank, great work this week.
You too, brother.
Boys in the back, good work this week.
Good work, boys.
Graphic sign boys, good work this week.
Good work, boys.
Tim and Zena, good work this week.
Good work, boys.
Shecky, Straits, Orlovsky, good work this week.
Good work, boys.
AJ, it's been great to see you. Nice haircut. See you next week on Monday. You're going to show up ready to fucking go. I can't wait for that. And baseball
Can't wait.
still going to
That's what I was just gonna say. U.S.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you shouldn't guarantee a win, but you can pretty much guarantee.
You can guarantee. You can guarantee.
You're right. I'm going to go ahead and put 5,000 down on him right now. Dumpy, enough with your...
Minus 900.
Yeah, minus 100. It's not as big of a favorite, obviously, against Italy or minus 11, which is why
Yeah.
I call it.
A little bit more return on your investment.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
huge. Actually, really good.
Yeah. And now they're sending me responsible gaming videos.
Again, the
Yeah.
darts got you again.
Yeah, and so I haven't had this happen to me ever. After losing the $5,000 bet on a minus 1100 favorite and getting mocked and ridiculed across the entire internet world, DraftKings just launches a responsible gaming thing as soon as I log in there, going, "Hey, you want to fucking shut this down for a minute?
Double check it.
You're allowed to breathe. You don't have to chase this thing. You want to? You can exclude yourself actually for up to 5 years if you would like to ban yourself from the platform." It's like, oh, okay. So I understand it was a bad bet. Please, can you hear me out?
Yeah.
I was just trying to get
The
away
boys are gonna win.
You got to put your case on there.
through the
For
AI.
America.
That's not bad. But, okay, let me. I'm gonna put this bet in while we're live, just so it can be real.
Still a lot. Does he know what time the game is? I think D-Rose locked in. Just double checking.
Boys, I want to let you know I'm now winning $555. Let's go, boys. And on Monday, baseball still exists. We'll see you then. Have an incredible weekend. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. We're in this thing together. Team on me, team on three. Thank you all for allowing us to do this for a living. We are eternally grateful and the luckiest dudes on earth. We understand that. We're going to try to respect that forever. And we hope you will continue to love sports alongside all of us. Team on me, team on three. 1, 2, 3, team. Good night.
Okay. I just lost that with ace queen versus king jack. He would have king jack, I would hit, right? It is a queen, bro! Good. Так, бачу. Я вже задовбався тайм-аути кидати. Вау. Check. What are you checking, bro? King queen 7. Could you imagine any check there? No. I can't. What is that? What is going on? That was a set of kings or something like that. Raise call, I jam ace 9, he calls ace 5. Mamma mia, that's so hard, like. Alright, this is 2500 and I have king 10 and I raise. The most calls. Gonna butt. Any sizings actually? Дякую, Артемасе. Я дуже тобі вдячний. От зараз твоя допомога буде актуальна. Alright, big sizing. Big sizing call. But I have like the key card, right? Like, I have 10. That's the my end. So what do we do? Like, I think check also it is a but no, bro. We're gonna back ball. That's what we're gonna do. think like there is no sense of checking because he has not enough blast in the check here. But like I still have a lot of value on the turn, and like versus let's say King 9, Queen 10, Jack 10. But on the river, we just check and win against all those hands. Alright, that was a King 10. But it would be the same with guys King 10 or King 9 or Queen 10 or Jack 10. By the way, somehow we still here in this tournament. I lost 2 Owens against that guy, 1 Owen against that guy. And you remember I had like 2 breaks at the bubble, in the red bubble. This is 1K 600. So let's go to the second one. This is 888. I have 25 picks. I think 3 bet it is a thing also. Like let's try. I mean jam it is totally fine, but taking a bad call here. See, 3 bet. 3 bet is better. He bites 6. And is what happens when there is only 1 player left and let registration is still open. System would wait for I think 10 or 20 minutes, and if no one would register, that person would win all money from prize pool, but not guarantee prize pool. Few days ago, we had the same situation in 525, and I won $2,000. King 4. Check. My favorite line. Check out. I have ace X, some of them. I have decent amount of over, like under pairs, mid pairs. How's it going, Dennis? Wish you good luck, man. Cheers. I'm good, thank you. Enjoying and just playing. Every single hand, it is just a new journey, amazing journey.
Fuck.
happen? What's happened, bro? Raise, re-rise, call. Huge buy. Ah, I see. That's what happened. Shit happened. That shit happens. Hey, yes. Okay, three butter jam. I don't like how it all. And then that's what resource you would recommend to non short. I don't know any. Oh, you got it. Only ace five, yes, yes, some king X, some pocket pairs, like between this, sixes, sevens. That's very interesting turn. I mean, like, should I bat or check? I think bat is better. And let's go here. It is a jack and 27 bigs. It is just a jam. The problem of that bat, if he jams, what we do? That's also a very interesting question because if he jams, that could be a tricky one. So if you think deeper about the situation, there is a few draws here which could have like diamond, but like originally I didn't have enough equity versus his jamming range here. So I bought for value and fold versus jam. Better just to call like diamond or something like that, but like, and maybe it could be only one problem. Only one problem. If he jams pocket sixes, that's possible. Or like ace three, like. But also, I believe that Bull Digging would not jam. I think he would just call. He's that guy. But if he jams ace three, it works. Yeah. So, like, the question, what's happened? Like, if he check jam like ace three, ace four, pocket sixes, I should always check. But if I believe that he's always calling with that shit and never jam, and like he's calling sevens and sixes and ace four, ace three, so I always bet for value and check the rule. And we don't know the answer, right? Like we just like do assumptions. How we always do, right? Like it is a poker, bro. Alternative was to jump pre-flop, or alternative was to check on turn. No, I don't prefer check at all. There, not against that guy. Spammers, you have no else here. Thank you, Artenas. Дякую, друже, дякую. You helped me a lot. You saved the stream. Alright, we have boogie dates everywhere, bro. This is just like snowmans. Snowmans there everywhere. Alright, Mr. Thomas Jal, probably Mr. Jal Thomas. Oh, it is a top side. I think that's a cool spot to check it back. I'm not sure about exact like opponent. Maybe he would not be Boolean now, like, but that's definitely a good spot to check your top set. Our like stack size is not so deep, so we could put all chips in the middle if we want to, and in general, people would attack you when you check in these structures, you know. Also, very interesting question: when you prefer to raise or just to call. So if I raise and he re-raise, that could be a problem. But still, I think raise it is smart because like when he buys so small, what he represents, he represents something weaker, like let's say 10-7, let's say 4, or let's say random 10x. Yeah, but he was not moving like enough because like if it would be Lasowski, he would just like bite over bad there, like or something like that. I'm gonna say that. But for sure, what I know over 100% that I should raise, I should not call. Because like he represents like weak range there, no straights. But good luck. Thank you. 15 streams. Thank you, Gandalf. This is re-entry spot. Oh no. This is a good spot. This is like double up spot. So yeah, I think that guy is more conservative than that guy. So, but he's a good player, absolutely. That's actually even a good skill, not bad. I think to be more conservative in poker. Queens. Oh. And top 14 here or 250. Top 14 AHI. Queens versus Mr. Wasowski. Maybe we can leave. Oh yeah. I slow play that. Maximum what I can. In general, I would raise people. Or if I limp, I would buy those streets. See, he has like very good instinct. Or very bad hand. Very bad hand. Let's give him a credit. Guys, I'm not interested to the, and you should not say that someone is streaming without delay because it could be a problem. And like when you saying that in my chat, some of my opponents could go and watch his stream, and that would be bad for him. So that's not cool. But yeah, streaming without delay, that's a very bad idea for sure. Ти навіть ти знаєш, які відсоток теми вважається? Ну, ні. Я не думаю, що ця інформація взагалі має якийсь сенс, окрім якщо ти типу фонд, якісь школа там, і хтось, хто купує час. Так. Я не думаю, що всі інші варіанти Усі в інших варіантах це взагалі фігня. Коротше, ця інформація вся фігня. Вона жодного, на що вона так треба? Що вона так дасть? So, top 14, and I jam 9-8 forward. Alright. Nice hand. GG. 6-5-6. First money of the die. I just see that we're gonna 3-bet call that. Interesting flop, huh? This is second time I 3-bet him in a row and he calls. This structure probably. Okay, that's type I think we'll go for small. I was thinking about bigger sizing, but like why I would do it, we have like very few chips there. Okay, that was second 3-bet versus him. Last time I had 8s, remember? 3-4. 33 bigs. How I can 3-bet that? I think I don't have enough chips to 3-bet that, so I'm gonna call. Very interesting flop. That's always hard, you know, like you have like baby pair there and you understand that he's gonna range bad, but and you want to protect it, but you can't. Yeah, that's that situation, like when you just check call and pray. So second barrel, we have to call that and pray. So we fold like some queen highs, some jack highs, like with runners. Oh, he checks. So now we check and pray. What do you think? Yeah, probably. Yeah, there is a lot of king acts which would check back, but I don't think that many of them would buy it. So there is no even sense in block bets there. So this line like back check back could be tough. My 4-3 it is very bad bluff catcher. So like you have to say like even think about my range, right? Like this hand like this is pretty high hand in my range, but if you think about bluff catching this hand, I would prefer to call like any like queen high with a spider or like something like 7x. Of course, I would be happy, but like I don't think that that hand could call there. Just like because it is very bad catcher. Because like keep blocking his bluffs, like I mean 4x blocks. I don't think that it works. Alright, let's limp one more time. And then we will start raise. We will start our raise journey against him. See, he has very good instincts, right? I mean, I limp with queens and he track and now he raised. Probably he has a hand. I mean, queen 10 anywhere we can link home. Interesting flow. That definitely will be not easy, right? So I would say this structure is good for us, but also he has king queen in his range, and probably I would not have many of them. Maybe even zero, maybe some. I could limp, I'm not sure about that. No, we will buy that for sure. And let's see how he's gonna react on that. So, alright. I'm gonna send it hand. This is 3Y, he raised, I call small blind, big blind calls, and we check the flop, and now he buys the turn, so I'm gonna check call. Very interesting card, like, we don't have many straights, right? So if we would be on the big blind, we would have many of them, right? Like 5-3, whatever, 3-4-3. But here, we don't have much. So, on the river, if he buys, I call any jack, but I'm not calling this. It's very difficult to see you lose to Owen. Alright. Close your eyes when I'm going over. Yeah, it's jack. I cannot rebut this time. And ace 9, I will raise. Do you train analyze your hands or just play and stream? Yeah, sometimes I do. I mean, I analyze my hands, but yeah, I'm a streamer, bro. Okay. What a aggression, guys. I'm gonna cry. What the heck? What the so bully? Alright. Hey days. Still, I will have outs. No way, no fucking way. I jumped 20 bigs from small blind, big blind snap calls with 10-9 because, like, keepers is better than ace queen. If you didn't know. Alright, you got me. Probably we play this family pot. This spot we could jam or call. I think call is better option. Hey, good luck from Germany. Hello, Germany, thank you. What? And now what you gonna do? Yeah, that's having. King 5. We can raise or fold. I think that's fine to fold versus those guys. Check and pray, yeah. That's my strategy. This this is 2500s, and I have pocket queens. My opponent limps, and I raise. He calls. What comes ace is 6. I can arrange that, and let's see how it goes. How many ace he has in his hand? We could buy for value or check. I think queens we should buy. We have a lot of value there. So you still bluff catching there a lot, and of course you could have like a6 or like flush, and I don't care about that. I care about another part of his range. Oh, I can beat flush. I got a jam. Yeah, now everything changed. So my plan was to check the river, but now we can jump for weather. Because like he has quad, okay. Like I mean, I'm losing versus quads, but he's raising a lot of ace-x, or he's Libra raising other part of ace-x. Of course, he has some ace-x in his range, like, but my hand has a lot of equity against his range right now. So I'm gonna go for weather. Yeah, that's very hard spot where like I'm representing quads here, but I have another head. That's always tricky when you want to biting with something. And like, okay, that's a good fall. I mean, but my range is totally polarized, and that's very easy to have more than enough blocks there. And of course, I have all quads because I raise a lot of eyesights. But also, I would have like a lot of blind hands. I mean, a lot of garbage hands. Dennis, are you going to play some live even this year? Probably, but maybe in Las Vegas this summer. Live poker, that's not by stress for me. I love online. I can play from my home, like I can sleep in my bed, I can eat normal food. I don't have to. I don't have to live in a hotel without my family. I don't have to eat in restaurants. I have my life, and I can play online, and I can stream, and I can speak with you guys. That's much better for me. I play some live events time to time. Like for example, last year I played on the Bahamas, and I was in the final table 26K there. And like I played the Bahamas like 3 times in a row, and I played Vegas like many times in a row. Like I don't know, like I played like maybe 5 times, so not in a row, but like I played WSOP. But I'm too old for those travel shit, you know, like that's very hard.
talk about this and so much more is the great Alex Jones.
I was thinking about Joe Rogan's vagina right now.
That's a weird way to introduce yourself, Alex.
Well, Joe's like, I love Joe, but like, oh my God, we better have an event. The terrorists might get us. We just give up and go away. I think Joe's afraid of the Iranian ding-dong. Let's all just hide in Joe Rogan's vagina. And then we'll all be safe.
Good to have you, Alex. We can already tell.
Joe Rogan vagina.
Luke is
And
sitting
we
next
all
to him.
just fly up into it. We're all safe. I'm safe in Joe Rogan's big-ass vagina.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
Luke's here. There's that. Yes. I don't know how you got that.
Tonight.
Good to be here with some old
I
friends.
declare war on Joe Rogan. God has ordered me. Nah, I love Joe. It's Joe.
All right, so Alex Jones was just on Tim Pool's show, and this was one of the most awkward things I've seen in a while. Alex was on another level. I think he showed up drunk, and then halfway through, I seriously think he might have had a stroke or something. Like, he did not sound good, and he started coughing like crazy, and he could barely talk. And afterwards, everyone there sounded really concerned about him. They're like, man, I hope he gets some medical attention because he did not look or sound good. So it was a wild episode. Also, as you heard, he was obsessing over Joe Rogan's vagina. He just kept saying that the whole time. And everyone there would try to change the topic because it was just really awkward. But Alex was really annoyed at Joe because Joe's scared of going to the White House for that UFC event. He's afraid there could be a terrorist attack. He mentioned this during his most recent episode. He's asked if he's excited about it, and he didn't sound very enthusiastic. Also, I think he realizes the optics of it are going to be really bad because odds are the war is still going to be going on. The economy's probably going to be terrible. Trump's approval rating will probably be the lowest it's ever been, and he just got done trying to cover up the Epstein files. But now all the elites are getting together at the White House to watch some people fight each other. So I think Rogan realizes how bad this is going to look. I mean, even current UFC fighters are comparing it to the Hunger Games. And Rogan already gets a ton of shit for endorsing Trump. So this is just going to make things so much worse for him. And I think he knows that. I mean, he says he's excited about it, but I think he's probably hoping it gets canceled because he's also really paranoid that a terrorist attack could happen.
Are you excited for the White House card? That looks really good.
Yes. I'm excited. It sounds crazy. I know it's going to be very high security and high stress and weird to have a fight at the White House in the middle of a fucking war. But the war will be sorted out by June. But quite honestly, I'm not confident that that's going to be the case.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So that would be weird.
Yeah.
Having this very high profile event where everybody's in one place at one time, right there.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not excited to be
Well,
there?
that seems like
Yeah.
seems like you're asking for.
Holy shit. I hadn't
Yeah.
thought of that at all.
How could you not think of that?
Well, because I'm not going to be there. You're the one that's thinking of it.
So this clip got a lot of attention, and Tim Pool decided to start the show by covering it, which was probably a mistake because Alex was fired up about it, and he kept calling Rogan a pussy and making fun of him. Then to prove how tough and fearless he is, he started flipping out about how he could take on everyone in the room and started challenging them all to a fight. And then he started ranting about Joe Rogan's vagina again, and he started getting really graphic.
Good to be here with some old
I
friends.
declare war on Joe Rogan. God has ordered me. Nah, I love Joe. It's Joe.
He's going to show up at your house.
Okay. I guess Luke's here. Yeah. Hi guys. You just
I don't understand you all on right now. You guys are fucking tough. You're pretty tough. How about we just fucking fight right now? You're fucking real men. All of you. Come on, let's go. Every one of you, let's go. Let's prove how fucking badass you are. Slug, let's go. You think you can fucking take me? Let's see what happens.
I don't think I can take you.
No, you can. Why don't you do it right now? Every fucking man in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 8. Let's go.
Robbie will fight you.
I'm ready.
Robbie.
I'm ready. That's a big motherfucker over there. I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm ready.
Well, in light of all of the fallout resulting from the Bam Adebayo classless and disgusting stat catapalooza that resulted in the fall of one of the league's most hallowed records, that being the modern era scoring record of 81 points in a legitimate game during a much more difficult era by, of course, Kobe B. Bryant. It is important, though, to fully understand why so many people are rightfully disparaging Bam, the Miami Heat, and this pathetic record, or just outright dismissing it altogether. Sure, it was a pathetic move to go for this record in a game that his team was leading by 20 plus points in for the majority of the second half against a 16 and 48 Wizards team with the worst net rating in the league, who are intentionally trying to lose as many games as possible. Yes, the optics could not have looked worse, intentionally fouling that 16-win team up by 25 in the final 3 minutes of the game to get Bam to the record mark. It is for that reason many, and no, not just old heads or Kobe stands, but mostly everyone speaking on the record about this performance from within the NBA are belittling Bam Adebayo for this pathetic accomplishment. From current head coaches like Ime Udoka.
Yeah, I mean, first thing you think is how, because of, not because of him, but because of the way he plays, and I saw only made 6 threes, but 40 free throws or something like that. Tells the story right there. And the Washington Wizards.
To arguably the best player in the league, who is only 22 years of age, in Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, so I think we're playing a league where there's plenty of inspiration to look up to. But yeah, so.
In fact, no one really is impressed with this trash can accomplishment aside from Bam Adebayo himself and the classless Heat team that helped get him there. But it isn't. Just the fact this game spits in the face of legitimate competition, and it isn't just the fact that a guy who has played in the NBA for 9 seasons and had a previous career high of 41 points passed a Mount Rushmore scorer in Kobe Bryant. It is also just because stats, and in particular points scored, have been so incredibly devalued and depreciated in today's NBA circa 2026. This NBA might not be as easy as ever to score in and accrue points, but we have entered the ballpark of the turbocharged 1960s. No other time in league history is even remotely close to where we are today, and for the entire decade, for that matter now, of the 2020s. See, not only are there all of the surface problems with Bam's 83 points that have been discussed ad nauseum, but the real elephant in the room really hasn't even been broached. We are sitting right now in 2026 at 115.3 points per game, which is the highest in NBA history since 1970. So basically, in the modern era, this is the highest scoring season ever. Whereas in the 2005-2006 season,
sitting with Jared and sitting with Josh and finding out other pieces of information, I was like, wow, these guys might have really been holding Trump back and being very much a handler.
So here's what's trending right now on Twitter. In 2022 interview with Tucker Carlson, Kanye West, now called Ye, dismissed Jared Kushner's Abraham Accords as money-driven. That's the accord between making friends with Saudi Arabia and Israel. He said it was money-driven and suggested Kushner and his brother held Trump back like handlers. The clips resurfaced this week after Trump credited Kushner and others for advising the February 28, 2026 strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, which he called preemptive. So Trump said he did that on the advice of Kushner and Witkoff. Some now see Kanye West's views as spot on, while others question his take on Middle East affairs, spotlighting debates over family roles in Trump's foreign policy. So let's watch this. Let's watch that video that's everybody's talking about. Let's watch this. Okay, here we go.
Sitting with Jared and sitting with Josh and finding out other other pieces of information. I was like, wow, these guys might have really been holding Trump back and being very much a handler right then. They love to just look at me or look at Trump like we're so crazy and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things that Jared, somehow doesn't get enough credit for with his work, and what is it? His work in Israel or his work in what is this? You know where he made these peace treaties? Where was that? Do you know the facts on this right here? So I'm like,
I think that was between Israel and some of the Arab nations.
I just think it was to make money. I don't know. Is that too heavy-handed to put in this platform?
No, that's your opinion. We're not in a censorship business.
Okay, thank you. And a couple days later, I found out that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims, which is a line that I had developed.
Here is an example of how the Jewish people have their hand on every single business that controls the world. And everybody knows that faux fact. Like, you ever seen the movie Lego Movie, where the guy realizes everything is the same company? That's what's happening. By the way, we can't be mad at them, and you can't call me anti-Semitic for calling it out.
So let's see if this is a little different.
Somehow doesn't get enough credit for with his work. And what is it? His work in Israel or his work in what is this? You know where he made these peace treaties? Where was that? Do you know the facts on this right here? So I'm like,
I think that was between Israel and some of the Arab nations.
I just think it was to make money. I don't know. Is that too heavy-handed to put in this platform?
No, that's your opinion. We're not in a censorship business.
Okay, thank you. And I just think that that's what they're about, is making money. I don't think that they have the ability to make anything on their own. I think they're born into money. And for me, as a maverick and a talent and a person that's been a little crazy and that they're the businessmen.
So, yeah, I mean, so I don't know what the Kanye West claims Jared Kushner is a handler for Trump paid by Israel. I don't hear him saying that. Do you hear him?
The Montreal Canadiens truly are must-watch TV. Everybody's talking about him. Everybody shows up to see him. It doesn't even matter if they go on the road anymore. And last night, it wasn't any different because the Canadian Tire Center is starting to feel more and more like the Habs shed instead of the Sens barn. Doing the wave in there. And if you want to do the wave, if you want to join in on some of the fun, you're going to love the sponsor of today's video, SeatGeek. You see, with over 28 million there. Anytime in the future. Alright, so here we go. Habs versus the Sens. The puck is dropped, and just a couple of shifts in, we get our very first penalty of the game when rookie goaltender Jacob Fowler takes this little bump right here from Dylan Cousins. The ref says it's goaltender interference. Travis Green says it's a joke. I got some bad news for you, Travis. If you're not happy now, you're definitely not going to be happy in the future, because on that following power play, look what happens next. Damn it! Timmy goes for a swim. Ivan Demidov is all alone now. He's going to set up Uri Slavkovsky for a tap-in. It's the easiest goal of his life, and just like that, we got ourselves a one-goal game. It's a good start. But somewhere around the midway mark, the Sens begin to ramp up the physicality, and the Canadians, they just don't seem to have an answer for it. They're not good with that type of stuff. It eventually leads to a couple of penalties out of pure frustration, which leads to the tying goal, with Drake Batherson pretty much just out-muscling Alexander Carey. He's going to squeak this one in. Ironically, he didn't even know it was in until he looked at the replay. That was a bit of a buzzkill, and I was really starting to get a little annoyed with Alexander Carey at this point, because as soon as the game gets physical, it's like he's a ghost all of a sudden. He can't seem to handle the pressure. A couple of shifts later, this becomes more and more evident when he finds himself under pressure once again and coughs up the puck. Drake Batherson is loving it. Carrier is
much feeding his family at this point. He tucks away his second goal of the game, and it's 2-1 for the Ottawa Senators after 20 minutes of play. But now we're going to move on to the second period, where the Montreal Canadiens are desperately trying to claw themselves back into this one. Demidov gets a good look. Suzuki gets a good look. Man, that was point blank. But the Habs do continue to get bullied, and this is actually one of my favorite clips from the game right here. That big sloth of a captain, Brady Tkachuk. And even though a lot of you don't like him, you must admit it is pretty funny how he just puts Matheson right on his ass. It's like trying to move a fridge, for God's sake. But you see, unfortunately for the Saints, no matter how much they hit him, no matter how much they smack him around, these mighty little Habs, they keep swarming the crease like a bunch of mosquitoes. Eventually, they're going to get rewarded for it with Twinkle Toes Texier potting his 8th goal of the season on a wraparounder, which must have been a really good feeling for him, because if it wasn't for Caulfield and his MSD, his mad shit disease, he wouldn't have even been in the lineup last night. So shout out to him. That's a big one. He definitely didn't look how to play us out there. But now we're going to move on to the third period, where it's starting to feel more and more like the Knicks' goal is probably going to win. 2 big points are on the line, and you just know 2 of these teams want them. It's a real playoff vibe out there. We're talking lots of hits, lots of scrums after the whistle, but all we're looking for now is a hero to emerge. And with just over 7 minutes remaining in the period, we're finally going to get one on this play right here from the second line of the Montreal Canadiens. Alex Newhook fires a shot. This one kind of handcuffs Allmark. It's a bad rebound. It drops to the ice, and Ivan Demidov is the first man on the scene, and he's going to put this one into the back of the net for goal number 14 on the season. Holy shit, that was huge. That's his second point of the game, which puts him right back at the top of that rookie scoring race, which is beautiful. And the rookies, they're gone wild on this Montreal Canadiens team right now. Jacob Fowler, who's also a rookie, he's going to try and shut this one down. And I mean, the Sens, they're firing everything at him towards the end of this game. Trust me when I say they cannot afford to lose this one. It's a big one. But Jacob Fowler was a problem. He makes a combined total of 32 saves. None of them was bigger than this one right here. Ladies and gentlemen, with butt cheeks clenched, your final score of this hockey game is 3-2 for the Montreal Canadiens. They scraped this one out. They caught up this kid just yesterday because they clearly don't have confidence in Samuel Montemore right now. And I don't care what anyone says. It definitely turned out to be the right move, because I honestly don't think Montreal wins this game last night with any other goaltender between the pipes. And yes, I'm even talking about Dolby. And that's not a knock against him, but it almost felt like it was just destiny for Fowler to play this one. After that game last night, he's now played a grand total of 11 NHL games this season. He's already got the best save percentage on the team, the best goals against average. He's only 21 years old. He's a rook. And the more I see him play, the more and more confident I get that he truly will be the goaltender of the future. There's just something about him. He's got that swagger to him. I hate comparables, and you probably never see me use them out here, but his calmness does remind me of Carey Price a little bit. He's very calm. He's not all over the place. And he's very determined to be the number 1 goaltender. So let's go ahead and take a look at the updated standings there. There was only a couple of games last night. The Canadiens are now tied with the Tampa Bay Lightning for second place in the Atlantic Division. They gained a little bit of ground on the Bruins and a little bit of ground on the Red Wings, but still, it does not mean they can get comfortable, because it seems like every team in this division just keeps winning. They're all wagons. They're wagons. Coming up next, the boys are going to be right back in action again this weekend. They got 2 games coming up. 1 game on Saturday against the Sharks. I'm expecting Dolby to probably start that one, which means Fowler is likely going to get back in action against the Ducks on Sunday. And I don't know about you, but I'm really hoping they can get a little payback on these 2 teams and really start to pull ahead of the race. But that's going to do it for today's video. You can let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. Let me know how you feel about the rookies, because, man, are they ever leading the way right now? Demidov, Kapanen, and now Fowler. Every single one of them got
outside yet, but apparently here in Pennsylvania there is a winter storm warning.
It's that heavy snow. We also are going to start getting that wind gust to increase as well here. So winds will begin to pick up, especially after midnight.
So I am hoping that there's no snow on the roads, at least not yet. Oh, I have the biggest backpack in the world. This thing weighs like 40 or 50 pounds, and I am not exaggerating. So we don't have snow yet. We do have rain. I'd personally rather drive in rain than snow. Living in Utah, I drive in snow quite frequently. Not this year. It's actually been quite a dry year in Utah. But sometimes snow can be scary to drive in if you don't have a vehicle that has all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. And I'm pretty sure this Kia K4 doesn't have all-wheel drive. Well, we don't have to worry about that just yet. I think we'll be fine. Today, we're in Westchester, Pennsylvania, heading to America's Pies to take on their American Voyager Sandwich Challenge. However, there is a bit of a twist. I'll technically be the first person attempting the newer version of the challenge with a very unique and short time limit. And look who we have here. Bob, you're going to be my audience for today.
I'm 100% of all the getting paid with customers.
Oh, I appreciate you being here. And is this normal weather in Pennsylvania?
No, everyone is scared right now to go out, so that's why this place is empty.
You're afraid of the storm coming up, yeah?
Yes.
All right. So apparently the challenge has changed. It used to be 4 sandwiches. They have now upped it to 5 to make it more difficult. And since they consider me a pro eater, I don't think I'm a pro eater, but since they do, I have to do the bigger, newer version. I don't think anybody's done
No one's done it.
5, right?
No one's done 5, and I'm gonna be right up front with you. I think it was my fault for him being a pro eater. Because they said, is he going to do it? Well, Nate was just throwing B-roll out front. They asked me, was he going to do it? Yeah, he's going to do it, no problem. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had the gift card with me, so I'll cover it.
Okay, you're all good. It's 3:43?
44 minutes.
Okay, they're actually closing early in about just a little short of 20 minutes. However, I only have 1,492 seconds to complete this. And as you know, there is one extra sandwich, so this is going to be the definition of the shut up and eats. Right now, it is actually snowing outside, so I don't want to stall too long. Is there a t-shirt? A gift card? And a t-shirt. You think I can do this, Bob?
No one's ever done it.
3, 2, 1. Time has started. So I let Bob pick out my sandwiches for me, and I hope he did a good job on it. I don't even know which ones I have here. Is this meatball? Wow. This is fabulous. Oh my gosh, this is so good. I was worried about the bread, but the moisture of all the ingredients really makes this one enjoyable to eat. I am so glad I let Bob pick out my sandwiches. I knew he'd come through, and he did not disappoint. Now, the challenge comes standard with 4 sandwiches, each with its own unique name. The Columbus, which is a chicken parm, the Nina, a meatball parm, the Pinta, an eggplant parm, and the Isabella, a breaded portobello parm. The extra sandwich Bob chose for me was another meatball parm, and I'm not complaining. And I know they all kind of look similar, but I promise you, they're not. Now, the tough part here is I only have 1,492 seconds, or about 24 minutes, to finish everything. And by now, I'm pretty sure you understand the theme here. The time limit comes from the year 1492, when Christopher Columbus arrived in the Americas and colonized the land. We won't dive too deep into that history lesson, but if I can finish everything within the time limit, I'll get the $50 mail free, a $50 gift card, and most importantly, a t-shirt. That first one was fantastic. Wow, that is a really great sandwich. It's been a while since I had a meatball. Is this a sub or a sandwich? Sandwich? And I'm pretty sure this one is the chicken parm, which I'm so excited for. 3 minutes in. I don't know about you, but chicken parm is one of my all-time favorite Italian dishes. Now, put that on a hoagie roll and turn it into a sandwich. I'm not sure there's much that can beat that. This one is still piping hot. You can see the steam coming off the top. This one is also just as good as the first one. I didn't wait too long before digging into the sandwiches, so they were still steaming hot. And there was no way I was going to disassemble them just to let them cool down. That would be awful. Now, I did schedule my visit earlier in the day, but with the storm coming in, America's Pie decided to close at 4 p.m., and I started the challenge at 3:43. And for the record, the early closing time changed as they were preparing the food. So I was in a bit of a rush to start and not keep the staff here for too long. In the end, the sandwiches being hot actually worked in my favor since the bread stayed soft and easier to get down.
The reason why I struggled on that one is because it was burning my mouth. I don't know which one this one is. Oh, it is meatball.
Yep, another meatball. By the end of this, I'll probably have my meatball fix since I have 3 in total for the rest of the year. And I'm totally okay with that. When you get a 5-star sandwich of this caliber, you just sit back, appreciate it, and soak in all the flavors. You might think I'm joking, but if you live in or around the area, I challenge you to pick up one of these bad boys. You definitely won't regret it.
I think I got pizza sauce all over the seat. And I got some on my sweater, unfortunately. Last of the meatball sub. I keep calling it a sub. Last of the meatball sandwich.
Technically, these would probably be considered subs. The bread is in the shape of a submarine, but I don't really know where the line is drawn between a sub and a sandwich. Either way, if Bob says it's a sandwich, then it's a sandwich.
We're going to go with the bigger one, the meatball. I've had 2 of these already. This one's going to be the eggplants. I can't remember the last time I've had eggplants. Did you do this one?
Yeah.
How'd you like it? Yeah. 12 minutes and 18 seconds in. We got plenty of time. Oh yeah, that's eggplant. It reminds me of my grandmother's eggplant meatloaf. Yeah, she used to make a good one. There's like a trapped oven inside of this. This thing is still steaming. Whew, I nearly burnt the roof of my mouth.
I think this might be the first time I've tried an eggplant parmesan sandwich, and while it's definitely tasty, it's my least favorite out of the bunch. Not that it's bad at all, but when the competition is against a meatball parm and a chicken parm, those two are pretty tough to beat. That being said, everything so far has been outstanding, a 10 out of 10.
This one is definitely the most difficult one out of all of them. The eggplant is actually, it's really thick and it's pretty difficult to get down. And the last of the eggplant parm, I gotta say my favorite out of all of them definitely goes to the meatballs. The meatballs just go down so easy, followed by the chicken parm. Now, technically, if I was an average Joe, that would have been challenge completed. But since we're doing the new and improved version that no one has beaten yet, right, Bob? This is the undefeated pro version. Let's finish off.
And with more than 5 minutes left on the clock, I think we got this one in the bag. Unless something catastrophic happens. Huge thank you to America's Pie for having me. Not only do they serve incredible sandwiches with awesome staff, but the place is packed with a huge collection of Star Wars figures and Funko Pops. So I'm guessing the owner is a pretty massive fan. Also, we can't forget to thank Bob for being my emotional support eater for the day. It's much appreciated and always good to see him. In the next and final episode here in Pennsylvania, we'll be heading to Bar John in Philadelphia to take on 2 of their challenges at the same time, both with a very short time limit. It should be fun.
And for our last bites. "23 minutes and 22 seconds. Oh, thank you guys so much. We did finish in time. cutting it close with 38 seconds to spare. I'm happy about that. This was definitely very enjoyable. And they are officially closed 9 minutes ago. So I have to give a big thank you to American Pie for allowing me to come and take on the brand new pro version of the Voyager Challenge. Thank you. The food was amazing. Drive safe home. Thank you for coming out and supporting me.
Of course.
Here's a $50 gift card.
They had to pay me off. I would have said the same thing on camera. It really is undefeated. Not just because I'm taking a payment.
Could have been more useful to you. But it's good seeing you once again. Seeing you. Give me a big old hug. All right, Mr. Bob.
Good seeing you, Nate. Safe trip home. Good luck tomorrow in your challenge. Another delicious one in the area. I think you're going to enjoy it. Just don't get too much seasoning on it, because that's brutal.
All right, well, bye. Mr. Humble Bob.
No problem, Vikings fan. It's a pretty surreal moment for me and my family. I can't wait to get to work.
Now Max Crosby gets taken out of the equation. Romeo Dobbs is going to Connor's Patriots.
I think that Dixon, my ass, is definitely sworn into a 2-year, $88 million extension.
And Trey Hendrickson reaches an agreement on a 4-year deal with the Ravens.
Welcome to the real winners and losers of NFL free agency. A wild year where 25 of the top 30 players available agreed to new terms in less than 24 hours. 28 of the top 30 gone before free agency officially started. Max Crosby was traded, then untraded. Geno Smith was traded back to the Jets. Just insane news that was completely overshadowed by the Ravens and Crosby snafu. I'm going to deliver as many NFL winners and losers as I can in one episode, starting with a man losing his mind, maybe Skip Bayless. 2 years ago, Skip gave us this all in my ass tweet, and in late August, he got pissed on.
He just pissed on us. Right and left, there's pee everywhere. Just stinks in Dallas.
This year, he blew smoke, then blew it, then busted. Unnecessary, uncalled for, and unwarranted sexual innuendo? That's my job. Have you forgotten, Skip? I'm the king of jazz. Is there even room for me in the world of sports debauchery anymore? Not at the rate I'm adding subs. You're watching That's Good Sports.
Exploded in my ass. What happens when you think somebody loves you?
Today's episode is brought to you by Prize Picks and my code TGS. If you want to sign up and play daily fantasy where you can build player lineups, just use my code TGS when you do sign up. Every 200 signups this channel generates, we get a big bonus here at That's Good Sports. Link in the description. And somehow I'm better at building NBA lineups than I am NFL lineups. I'm 2 for 3 on my NBA picks. Code TGS Prize Picks. Link below.
Former Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is signing a 1-year deal with the Vikings.
Let's just hope this Cardinals fan doesn't follow Kyler there.
Yo, Kyler, I love you.
Love you,
love me, bro?
Love you, bro.
You love me?
I love you.
Can I kiss you?
The Vikings got their guy, and he's a real Vikings fan.
Genuine fandom. Ran deep. Vikings gear through and through. A lot of purple in my household.
A change of scenery should be very good for Kyler Murray, especially for his favorite team. He's also a massive upgrade at the position compared to the Vikings quarterback output last year. How much better will this make Minnesota? Well, that's going to depend on Kevin O'Connell and Kyler's trust in each other. If Kyler's consistency can match his talent, the Vikings are the most improved team in the NFC North. Kyler discussed how he felt watching the Vikings growing up as a kid.
I cried real tears
whenever Brett threw that interception, I cried real tears that day.
Don't worry, Kyler. Brett is still making people cry all across the country. Well, this really is a risk-free deal for the Vikings. I've agreed to Amazon's terms and services updates that are riskier than this. The Cardinals are still paying Kyler close to $37 million in 2026, so the Vikings get the former number 1 overall draft pick for the vet minimum, roughly 1.3 mil. His last full season in the NFL came in 2024 when he threw 21 touchdowns and 11 picks for the 8-9 Cards. The Vikings quarterbacks combined for 21 picks and 18 touchdowns last year. Now he joins a team with one of the best offensive-minded coaches, a top 3 wide receiver, and near confirmation as the day 1 starter. It doesn't sound like there's going to be much of a QB competition.
Me and Kay will go back to the Elite 11 days. I remember, during the combine, I did, I had an interview with the Redskins at the time.
You can't say it. You can't say that.
Commanders, and he was with them, and he pulled me aside after my meeting with them, and ever since then, our relationship, he's always made sure to check in on me, whether it was after a game, things like that. So I always respected that. I always appreciated his opinion of me, and the support that he's given me.
And I'm starting to think that Kevin O'Connell befriends every quarterback at every combine, just in case. I'm on to you, Kevin. I'm on to you. Maybe Murray takes the job and runs with it in Minnesota, or he goes through the quarterback car wash like Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones and comes out better for another team and signs a bigger deal 1 year from now. Losers, J.J. McCarthy and Anthony Richardson, because Kyler's going to be getting all of Kevin O'Connell's attention, and their careers, in my opinion, are currently on pause. Losers, the Cardinals, who now have 2 top picks from their 2019 draft class, Kyler Murray and Byron Murphy, playing for the Vikings now. Winning liar, Minka Fitzpatrick, saying he's happy to be a Jet while looking like this. Scariest pairing? No, not wine and fentanyl. Mike McDaniel and former Ravens running back Keaton Mitchell. Mike McDaniel, Keaton Mitchell. Mike McDaniel, Keaton Mitchell. Michael Keaton?
Oof, that's funny. That's really funny.
Sorry, Keaton. Your new nickname is Beetlejuice. Before Mitchell got injured, he was averaging 8.4 yards per carry in Baltimore a couple years ago. If Mitchell can get the touches, he's a really explosive back. And he was already getting back to form last year with the Ravens at 5.8 yards per carry. Fastest signing, I think the 49ers signed back linebacker Dre Greenlaw while Dre was still at the Broncos facility. When the NFL is gushing about Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw having career comeback years, I'm going to be sick to my stomach. The Texans were quiet, but landed a really talented safety to add to their already lethal secondary when they inked former Eagle Reed Blankenship. I don't think I can forgive them, though, for breaking up the exciting whites in Philly. If I know anything about the state of Texas, they pride themselves on keeping whites together. Houston snagged a rival and former Colts tackle Braden Smith. Indy was fine letting Smith go because they drafted Jalen Travis, and he played well, filling in for Smith when he was injured. Smith hasn't played a full season since 2022, which makes me think C.J. Stroud is still going to get sacked a lot. But if he's healthy, this is a great signing. Losing liar, Texans reporter Aaron Wilson, when asked if Dixon my ass would be a good fit for Houston.
I think that Dixon my ass is definitely sworn if he would fit in. Blake Fisher swing tackle.
Dixon my ass? It better be a good fit. It's okay to just say you don't know who that player is. It's okay. Now, Mike Evans changing teams early in the week made headlines, but another 49ers receiver is a big loser in free agency. Man of my name, Brandon Ayuk.
I'd like to add on that they're not planning to release him anytime soon.
Ayuk was supposed to be released after he burned every bridge in San Francisco. And there's a lot of bridges there. But according to Adam Schefter, the 49ers are going to stash him until they've exercised all their options, including trades.
Essentially have no guaranteed money left in his contract. So they can hold on to him for the time being. They can hold on to him in the draft and see if they could flip him for a pick at that point in time. They can hold on to him until June.
The single biggest loser in NFL free agency may have been Geno Smith.
I'd be remiss if I didn't bring back this West Side Story clip. When you're a jet all the way. When you're a jet all the way. Even when you think you got no way.
Geno Smith and a 2026 7th-round pick to the New York Jets in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick.
Look, Geno had a bad season in Las Vegas on a bad team, coached by a nursing home escapee and his caretaker, Chip Kelly.
You could trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
I realize things did not go as planned for Geno after Seattle traded him to Vegas, but I can't imagine any fate worse than trading Geno Smith, who helped get the Raiders the first overall draft pick, to the Jets. Now, the Raiders will still pay a sizable chunk of his contract, so the Jets get an upgrade over Justin Fields for a fraction of the cost. Nice move for them. The craziest part is Geno Smith seems to be happy to return.
Super excited. You know, I mean, how about that? A full circle moment.
Geno is a man who has been divorced 5 NFL times and is now pretending to be excited to marry his first wife again because she lost a lot of weight. She's still ugly, Geno.
You know, when I heard I had an opportunity, you know, to be back in Florham Park, just started thinking about all the memories, man.
I feel like Geno survived a plane crash. He was stranded on a desert island, and the rescue plane that finally found him is currently nosediving straight back into the fucking ocean. I hope it works out for him. I do. If he makes the Jets good, it will be the greatest quarterbacking feat in NFL history, and I don't think it's close. Geno opened the door for Sam Darnold in Seattle, Fernando Mendoza in Vegas, so in 2027, if it goes according to plan, it will be Arch Manning to save the Jets, who will then bust and win the Seahawks a Super Bowl in 10 years. The Jets are my winning. You added a lot of guys, team. They added a lot of guys. Geno Smith and 8 defenders. Losers, the Chicago Bears for letting Nashawn Wright leave for 1 year at $5.5 million to the Jets. I am fully aware that Wright's 2025 season may be an outlier. He was on the verge of not having a job in the league, and I can understand the Bears not wanting to dish out some big contract for him, but after watching him notch 5 picks, force 2 fumbles, recover 3, and defend 11 passes, why on earth would you not keep him for $6 million in 2026, or even a 2-year, $11 million deal? Wright's picks increased the Bears' win probability last year by 64.3%. Regardless, nice addition for the Jets secondary. Overall, it feels like the Bears broke even. They lost Wright, but add a more well-rounded player to their secondary and former Seahawks safety Kobe Bryant. I love that addition. Bryant gets 3 years, $40 million in Chicago. Between him and Sauce Gardner, that 2021 Cincinnati Bearcats secondary produced some studs. Losing post-nut clarity, the Packers, who also released cornerback Nate Hobbs just 1 year after signing him to a 4-year, $48 million deal. Hobbs struggled to stay on the field, only appearing in 11 games. Green Bay also signed former Vikings defensive tackle Javon Hargrave, who wasn't great last year against the run, but might have some gas left in the tank. I loved Hargrave's son's reaction to learning about where his dad was going to play next.
Atlanta Falcons? No. What is it? Cheesehead. A Green Bay Packers? Yes. Let's go!
Aw, I'm a dad, and that melts my heart. Fuck, I take back what I said. Hargrave isn't at the end of his career. He's great against the run. He's the best guy forever.
Yes! I believe this.
Hargrave reunites with new DC Jonathan Gannon, who he had his best years with in Philly, so he also gets my Good For You, Bud award.
Good for you, bud.
Winner, Zaire Franklin for guy most ready for his new team. I respect the level of enthusiasm, Zaire. Now, Minnesota retained running back Aaron Jones on a revised contract, and the Lions signed running back Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh, let's fucking go! I'm ready to go! Put me in!
He's going to get you 3 yards every time he touches the ball, no matter how many yards you need.
What number are you going? Are you going with 10? Fuck you right! Let's go! We're gonna bite a kneecap off.
They said I run like I bite people.
Losing their edge, the Lions, they currently have Aiden Hutchinson and no other edges. Tyler Lacey's under contract, but 2 free agents in now, Quaden Muhammad and Marcus Davenport. Please, Detroit, bring in someone to play opposite Hutch. My Denver Broncos were fucking losers.
They didn't do shit.
Now, I'm not sure they are actually aware that free agency started, so it could be a technical glitch. They re-signed all of their own players and also released Dre Greenlaw. Sean Payton noted weeks ago areas of need for them were linebacker, tight end, and running back.
You have to take the free agents out of the equation, and so running back would have to be one. Linebacker, there's two of them. You look at the roster differently. You look at tight end differently. You look at those are positions certainly that would stand out.
Question: how do you fix those positions by releasing the most talented linebacker on your roster and doing nothing else? This didn't really sit well with Broncos country. I honestly have mixed feelings about it all, and I'll share that in a video later this week. Conversely, the Chargers addressed the interior of their line with Tyler Biadasz and Cole Strange. They added a very good blocking tight end, Charlie Kolar, fullback Alec Ingold, and running back Keaton Mitchell. Nothing too sexy there, but savvy and actual upgrades. John and Jim Harbaugh combined to sign 5 or 6 former Ravens. The Joanna Gaines Award for the most remodeled offensive line, the Cleveland Browns, who had a ton of turnover on their offensive line. Cam Robinson, Joel Bitonio, Ethan Pochik, Wyatt Teller, and Jack Conklin were all set to be free agents, so essentially they needed a brand new line outside of Tevin Jenkins, who they brought back. Now, they ended up trading for Titus Howard from the Texans before free agency began, then added Zion Johnson from the Chargers and Elton Jenkins from Green Bay. You can argue that you should never poach an offensive lineman from the Chargers, lest they carry the curse with them. But Johnson, he's a good prospect that might improve with a better unit around him. And I don't believe he's got a better unit around him. Cleveland still has a massive hole at left tackle, and maybe that's something they fix with the 6th overall pick. Losing the wall, the AFC North. Cincy added Boye Mafe for $60 million and safety Brian Cook. The Steelers traded for Michael Pittman. Then nicely added Jamel Dean, a great corner, and swapped Kenny Gainwell for Rico Dowdle. Initially, the AFC North underwhelmed me. But Pittsburgh then added Bears safety Jaquan Brisker, nice, and Bucks corner Jamel Dean, nice, to their secondary. It actually has me a little excited for the Steelers' defense. Brisker and Dean joining Joey Porter, Asante Samuel, and Jalen Ramsey. That should be the best group in the AFC North. And I think the real winner here is TJ Watt. His sack numbers should revert closer to his mean if he can stay healthy with that group in coverage. And the Ravens got worse. The fact that Pittsburgh didn't make Aaron Rodgers make a decision about if he's going to play or not before free agency shows you what cucks they really are.
I don't watch porn.
My ass.
Losing credibility, Kevin Cole. One of my favorite charts every year is Kevin Cole's improvement index. Right now, Kevin has the Browns and Jets as the 2 teams who are the most improved based on the amount of projected points they added via free agency. Kevin, I respect your work, but you know this is not true. And it's time you reassess the numbers because they're lying to your face. As you can see, he also projects Indy as the least improved team, which I might agree with. Losing contract to Colts and Daniel Jones, after using the transition tag as a delay tactic to keep Jones from hitting the open market, the Colts retained Jones on a 2-year, $88 million deal that could hit $100 million through incentives that I imagine are based on availability. It's officially the largest 2-year contract in NFL history. An interesting note from Jordan Schultz is that Alec Pierce declined to test this market as the top available receiver because he wanted to keep playing with Danny Dimes. Now that's something that would have sounded insane a year ago, and to be honest, it still sounds crazy. I get that Daniel Jones played really well last season. Nobody loved his revival more than me, but holy shit, this is a lot of money for a guy with a small sample size of good quarterback play. Oh, and he's coming off an Achilles tear. That's the problem, in case anyone forgot. People from his camp can push the idea that he'll be ready for training camp, but we know the history of quarterbacks in year 1 of their Achilles recovery, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins, is not great. And it's concerning for Jones, whose mobility is a big part of his game. But
The Colts didn't have a lot of leverage here without a first-round pick after the Sauce trade, and it was either this or go after Kyler Murray and lose Alec Pierce. But they could have kept him. The second biggest spenders were the Raiders had a treasure trove of cap space, and they spent $284 million.
Hey guys, good evening. How you doing? It's Feel Good Thursday, and I am, believe it or not, I'm back at Hotel North tonight. So, being back at Hotel North, I mean, look at this. You get some of the best service. See you later. Some of the best service you'll ever get.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. Receiver Jalen Naylor and kicker Matt Gay. I think Dean is a good signing if he stays healthy, and that is a big gift. Someone will have to explain choosing Matt Gay over Daniel Carlson, though, because Gay has declined in accuracy since making the Pro Bowl with the Rams in 2021. And that's a Daniel Carlson support take, not an anti-Gay take, just so all of you know.
Fit perfectly. I had a talk with him last night at dinner, but I know he's going to use me the right way, lining me up in different positions and just moving me all around.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, of course not. Winners by accident, the Raiders, signing all those players and still being able to afford Max Crosby is impressive. Shortest time on a new team, Max Crosby, who posted on Twitter he's playing for the Raiders. I think this means he's definitely playing for the Raiders. Are we sure, guys? Like, nobody else is going to try and trade for him, right? I would like to tell the kids something in regard to Max Crosby's tweet, though. Everything does not happen for a reason. You make choices, and then you deal with what happens because of those choices. Everything happens for a reason is something people say when shit doesn't go according to plan, and you're coping by telling yourself it will all be okay. But I think it will be okay for Max and the Raiders. Winning age reversal, the Commanders' defense. 7 of their 8 free agents were all defensive players. More shockingly, the oldest player the Commanders signed was 28-year-old Tim Settle. This is a team that last year only signed players born in the 1980s. I think Leo Chanel is a sneaky good signing at linebacker. He could also have an impressive parkour career coming up, although a Commanders victory parade seems unlikely. Sorry, Jeff. Odafe Owe and Caleb Bond should bolster their pass rush, and Amik Robertson did something no other player in the Lions secondary did. Stay alive. With Owe and Chase on, you're banking on last year's production versus their total body of work. Chase on came on strong in the second half of the season with 3 sacks in the playoffs, 7.5 in the regular season, and safety Nick Cross is a nice addition as a run-stopping safety to their secondary. Winning upside, the Eagles, who signed Seahawks corner Reek Woolen. Now, if they get the Woolen, who is a dynamic athlete and a nightmare to throw against, this is an amazing addition to their secondary. He did have 6 picks his rookie season. If they get the guy who checks out, that plays lazy, then putting him on a Vic Fangio defense is a worse pairing than Ramsey Bolton and Theon Greyjoy, who eventually went by Reek as well.
Go on, Reek. Nice.
Losing Deja Vu, also the Eagles. They let injury-prone linebacker Nakobe Dean go amongst a bunch of other defenders, and his replacement, second-year backer Jihad Ward, will now miss most of the season after his shoulder will require its second surgery in about a year's time. Losing social team, the Buccaneers, an account we all believed was Emeka Egbuka's account, tweeted out, "Is CTE even real?" Emeka. Let me answer that question for you real quick with this.
Emeka Egbuka, Emeka Egbuka, Emeka Egbuka.
It's in my ass.
So yes, it's real. That account, though, was followed by the Buccaneers, tagged by the Buccaneers multiple times. It was followed by the NFLPA and has since been suspended. So the Bucs claim that that was not Emeka Egbuka's Twitter account. Whose was it? No wonder Mike Evans left. I bet this is the Mike Evans the Buccaneers have been following for the last 11 years. Losing their identity, the Dallas Cowboys, who kept getting outbid for players. I don't want to live in a world where Jerry Jones keeps getting outspent in free agency.
It's kind of funny that the Cowboys want it out there, that they're trying, we offered this for Max Crosby. We almost got Nakobe Dean. There is no close. You either got the player or you didn't.
They traded away defensive tackle Osa Odighiwusa to the 49ers for a 3rd-round pick, which makes sense given the Quinnen Williams acquisition and Kenny Clark acquisition last year. I'd argue if you look at the last two teams to win the Super Bowl, though, having multiple dominant defensive linemen is actually a key for sustained success on defense. Osa's very good, but Osa's gone. And after trading for Rashawn Gary and missing out on Max Crosby, they signed safeties Jalen Thompson and former Bronco P.J. Locke. Thompson played 7 seasons in Arizona and is really solid, which was an area of need for Dallas as well. Ron Bland's coming off of surgery, Ezraku surgery, Clowney's most likely gone. This team has not made their defense much better based on talent alone. Loser, Adam Schefter, who had to fly all the way out to Indianapolis just to be locked in a corner office of the Pat McAfee show. Now, I think Pat and the crew actually did an amazing job during free agency. I really do. I like their presentation. But I think it's hilarious that they made Schefter go all the way out there and then still communicated with him in a completely different room. Guys, he could have done that from the ESPN studios and not looked like the NFL version of Alex Jones. Winning spenders, the Titans, who outspent the Raiders by day 2. Unless you count Max Crosby coming back. Now, Tennessee had some cash burning a hole in their pocket, and that turned into big deals for Wandale Robinson, John Franklin Myers, Alontae Taylor, and Cordale Flott. Plus some depth moves like Mitch Trubisky, corner Josh Williams, center Austin Schlottman, tight end Daniel Bellinger, punter Tommy Townsend, deep tackle Jordan Elliott, and kicker Joey Sly. That's not even all of their moves, just the notable ones. Titans fans, how we feeling? So Robert Saleh is really changing the makeup of that roster quickly, with a lot of players that have experience with him and new OC Brian Dable, for better or worse. JFM and Jeffrey Simmons immediately become a nasty duo on the inside, and I love giving Cam Ward a security blanket type receiver and Wandale Robinson, Hail Short King, something he seriously lacked as a rookie. Losers, the Dolphins, and they were huge losers by paying guys to not play for them. That is not how sports work, Miami. Half of their salary cap is going towards players who are no longer in Miami, which I'm sure Jeff Hafley is absolutely thrilled to see. I kind of wish NFL teams could spread out deferred contracts past retirement like the MLB, so we could have a 2-a-day for the next 30 years like the Mets with Bobby Bonilla. This is a team with dead cap hits for Tua, Bradley Chubb, Jalen Ramsey, yes, still Mika Fitzpatrick, Terran Armstead, Alec Ingold, John O. Smith, and of course Tyreek Hill. This certainly puts the Finns in quite the bind, and what little money they did have available is now going towards Malik Willis, who got $67.5 million over 3 years. Why'd you do it, Malik? Their only other deals were bringing back Greg Dulcich and Willie Gay on 1-year deals and adding Josh Uche at edge and Zane Gonzalez at kicker. Meanwhile, they lost linebackers KJ Britt, tackle Larry Borom, punter Jake Bailey, and of course Tua. There's a ton of pressure on Malik Willis to outperform his contract and for the Dolphins to nail the 11th overall pick. Really, the whole draft, maybe the next 2 drafts, if they want to compete at any point in the foreseeable future. Woo, look at that professionalism. You leaving? All right, have fun. Love you. I'll see you later, okay? Bring me a duck. Show him that ducky. Thank you. Love ya. The Miami Dolphins, the lame duck of free agency. Improv. And that was improv. Losing their fan base, the Atlanta Falcons. I think all the Broncos fans probably hated free agency as much as Falcons fans. And I think you're being just a bit dramatic, Atlanta. At least you guys did something. I know Tua, Jahan Dotson, Austin Hooper, Nick Folk, Chris Williams, and Azeez Ojulari, I'm sorry, didn't send blood straight down to your loins, but as we continue to learn what a giant piece of shit James Pierce is, allegedly, be grateful for what you have. Winners, the Saints. I love running back Travis Etienne, but taking Falcons linebacker Caden Ellis was a steal. He's 7 years younger than Demario Davis, who departed and played out of his mind last year. The Panthers are taking a big risk on a $120 million contract that they gave in to enter Jalen Phillips, but I do love the Devin Lloyd signing for your defense. If he plays as well as he did last year, I believe that is one of the best signings this entire free agency period. He's that good. The Jags are losers simply for not keeping Devin Lloyd. Bradley Chubb's taking 3 years and $43 million to play in Buffalo. If I had $1 every time the Bills overpaid a former Broncos pass rusher, I'd have $2. If I had $1 every time the Bills overpaid a former AFC West pass rusher, I'd have $3. I love Chubb. I hope he has his best season ever. And he did have 8.5 sacks last year while being healthy. But this does not give me a Chubb. Unless you also sign his cousin, Nick Chubb. Then I'll have a half a Chubb. The Patriots feel like winners. They did pick up a dub by signing receiver Romeo Dobbs. I think he'll make up for Stephon.
Maybe three.
I would say 4x.
That's insane.
Right.
You were showing 5,000 live viewers?
Yeah. So it's
What in the fuck?
so that was a show that was struck half an hour after it started, and people were diverted from YouTube to Rumble.
All I did was tweet it out. No, I couldn't even tell people where it was or if we got back up on live and all. And so yeah, it's ridiculous. We were laughing with it. I was like, there's no way this many people here.
It should have been fewer.
If we can follow.
Yeah,
Right.
it should be fewer.
That's insane. Well, as you guys know, this is a goal-oriented show. Look, man, we've tried to do the show many different ways, but we're a show that needs your contributions to survive. Head over to supertip.gg/NLO today. God, we gotta do a good show. We have a good show planned. I have a lot of stuff to get to, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't wake up this morning a little nervous. My stomach was grumbling. My teeth were hurting. My hip was sore.
Your cheek was indented.
Yes, did you see that? I don't have that pulse, but did you see that, Carl and Zuki? Yeah. Like, it took human skin forever. You know they say you can bounce a quarter off her ass? You can impale a quarter in your cheek.
It looked like one of those drops that's in water at like 240 frames per second.
Yes, like silly buddy.
Yeah.
Thud.
Do you think if he pinches his knuckles, it stays as a cheek?
Yes. I mean, people are saying that's dehydration, but I guess it could be a few things.
It is so beyond though. Like I could see it happening a little bit slow, but this was 2 seconds.
Almost 3. All right, I like to start out with a goal miss, and we didn't have to wait long this week. Monday was our first goal miss, and this is a So Thorough Joe Burrow clip. It's always more fun with the sound effects that So Thorough Joe Burrow brings to the table. Let's watch Aaron suffer.
It's changing when he's bringing out the lights. But the rumor is that I'm going to be taking it easy tonight because the morning show went mental and shot us a whole big bunch of memberships on Rumble. It's the
I like that he thinks that when his show gets support, his audience is mental. Like, they actually gave us money this morning. They're insane.
It's exactly how it feels.
Yeah.
carrying the mornings the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't think it's fair to just throw it all to one place. So you guys are getting a nice little bump today. Throw in some memberships, some Streamlabs, some PayPal, some Venmos. Every show I have a
Mooney, is there a Streamlabs update? Anything this week?
Oh,
Okay.
aneurysm. I thought we've been clear about that over the last 20 years. It's called animation. It's called having the personality. And then eventually, death on the air. Hit like. That's very important. It's free. It's for me. Hit like. It's.
By the way, that phrase right there, it's free, it's for me. Where else did we hear that this week?
Chad Zumach.
Yes.
It's free, I'll take 3.
Is this guy watching the Dabbleverse?
Non-stop. Non-stop.
Streamlabs is still, there's nothing that's coming on there, and the logo on the beanie is still fucked up.
Yeah, of course. Good update.
Michiano said, on my face, you can eat.
And Carl said, on my show, you must agree.
Oh, there you go. I remember when he said that.
And when I buy airplane seats, I'll take 3. Okay.
Noise tonight. 200
22 of you checking out the show right now. All right, guys, let's get after it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I gave you guys a huge break on the evenings. You notice we haven't asked. I know his hands have always been crazy, but are they getting more and more nuts?
He's jazzy.
They never sit still. Like it's constant, like grabbing around in the air and stuff.
It's that the bingo wings, I think, are more popular. Like they are starting to come out. And
We all can't be physical specimens like humans.
If you're looking at me and saying I'm a physical specimen, you're in trouble.
Well, Jim Norton used to talk about, I don't know what you know what to do with his hands when he's acting. He's on Louis' show and stuff. He's like, what do you do with your hands? I don't know. And I think Aaron's always performing. So he's always trying to do a performance. He's trying to make it grandiose. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, I brought that up in relation to Chad's lips this week. I was like, you know how Jim Norton used to always say he didn't know what to do with his hands? Chad doesn't know what to do with his lips while he's watching something. They do the same thing. It's just like he's just trying different poses with his lip.
He does what I call wrestling hands, which is like, you know how Hulk Hogan would do things like this with his hand and talk to the camera, gesticulate and point, and that's what
Yeah, have you ever watched those Apple announcements that they film on the Apple campus when they're announcing new products? All of their employees that they have present that must have gone through the same training course. They all do this. They have to be doing something with their hands, and we put in a new process. It just feels so unnatural.
It's called Steve Hand Job.
Yes, yeah. It is today. It is tough when you're giving a corporate presentation to know what to do with your hands, because they can't be. If you're not asked to speak naturally or conversationally, it is more robotic, and your hands don't know.
And it could be a result of him, getting more religious, because this is something a preacher does or something while they're giving a sermon, right? They're always gesticulating wildly, to make their point.
But we do have a number. We would like to get to it, and embarrassingly, I'm bringing it up now. Rumble is way down, and YouTube's a little bit down today. That's why we are at 235, which is a bit of an anemic number. We got to make them while we're doing them. So gift a membership, throw a couple bucks, and the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rant. All right, guys, throw a couple of memberships our way. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. So we didn't mention any money tonight because we did so well this morning. I gave a huge break, and I'm like, we'll just knock it out naturally.
Is this so thorough Joe Burrow's edit, or is the scroll gone?
Oh, good question.
Oh, didn't he say he was getting rid of it because he didn't like the way it looked on clips? I think he did say
He didn't get rid of the scroll. I thought it was still there this morning. I thought I saw it.
Oh.
You must have got to say it right in zeros. Right out of zeros.
And the numbers aren't terrible. They're not as good as they usually are, but 250, it's not nobody. We've made $5 in an hour and a half. So please rally.
I don't understand that. Oh no.
It sucks that I might have to mention money a lot on tonight's show.
He's doing little Lenny numbers.
So thorough says he did take the scroll out.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It looks better. I was gonna
Yeah, it does.
Seems to have happened. Rally up, throw in a like, throw in a subscribe, and if you have a couple of bucks, throw it our way. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I thought I could maybe talk about what I wanted to talk about tonight because we did so well this morning and I gave such a break. I'll check with you guys in a little
bit. You
bit.
guys are gonna blow it. I wanted to talk about what I wanted to talk about, but you guys aren't giving money, so we're gonna have to talk about something I don't like.
His instincts are always off, aren't they? He's just like,
today's gonna be an easy day. What the fuck? It's so hard today every time.
My chat's will be like, can we move on from this? This is boring. Cover this. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm doing this. I want to do this. You guys are really fucking my day up. I wanted to do this, but you're not being good.
It implies he's not interested in his show. The stuff that he talks about, he doesn't give a shit about. Do a show you're interested in.
He is. He's interested in money. That's why the whole show's about money and viewers and numbers.
I think that makes a greater point. It's like he's constantly this looking at it backward. He's trying to do a show that his audience wants instead of trying to do a show that finds its audience.
Right.
He doesn't know who his audience is, and they're always discussing with him about different things.
World racists.
But like a normal thing just like does the show, and then the people that like the show will watch the show. He's constantly tweaking the show to try to make everyone in the chat happy, which is impossible. It'd be like asking people to enjoy Carl on this program.
Whoa. Think of analogy.
It's not always racist because he went through that whole. If it is racist, then why do you go through that spiel about the justice system and how prison is impacting people of color and stuff that he was doing back in November when he went to jail?
He's a lost boy with no confidence who doesn't know what his show should be, and he's constantly reading the chat, getting this feedback, which causes him to tweak his show, which then upsets more people, and they give him more feedback, and he changes his show again, and it's like it'll never be anything because he doesn't know what it should be.
He's a lazy fuck who reads the day's news, and he's not even interested in it. All he's interested in is how he can make more money. What are you not seeing here?
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's make sure we can finish strong tonight. Like, subscribe, follow. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw a couple of bucks the toes way. 4 more of those memberships in the next 5 minutes.
He thinks like some of the 250 people watching aren't following him. Like, come on, guys, hit follow.
Right. He's trying to capture some of those unique monthly viewers.
Yeah.
We'll go get the jacket that we're going to use for our karmic impression. Oh boy, 3 more. And then we got a golden shower too. I'll bring the karmic jacket down here tomorrow. For sure. But if in the next 4 minutes we do 3 more,
I'll have to ship it overnight.
I don't do shows about other shows. I'm a news show.
He's not into album barbers, and he's not into internet drama, as we see this week.
Imagine having something in your house called the comic jacket.
Rocco?
Oh, no, yeah, no, I do not. I was very curious. Yeah, did he ever show this karmic jacket?
Yes. He put on those green pixel sunglasses, and I didn't bring it today.
Did it look like karmic's jacket?
No.
Rocco, he looked like an idiot.
It literally, guess what color the jacket is, too. You just guess.
White and black?
No, it's Minnesota and it's steel toe. Guess what color the jacket is.
Maroon? Another maroon jacket?
No, it's Minnesota and it's Aaron. What color is everything in this guy's house?
Orange, brown.
Brown. Yeah, it was a tan, light brown jacket. And he calls it the karmic jacket. It looks nothing like. Yeah, it didn't hit.
appreciate it. I'll bring down my karmic jacket and we'll do the whole thing. We're not that far. We're like 10 gifted memberships away from a win tonight. Yeah, so basically, I'm gonna, so.
Look at the Windows restarting sound.
He's sterile and his dick doesn't work anymore. All right, hit like, hit subscribe, gift a few memberships, and put karmic in there. You're smashing your face with a hammer. Oh, hold on, I gotta do it. I'm so bad at it. I should have went and got my jacket. Did you know I have a jacket for my karmic bit? I have a jacket. You know what? 5 memberships come in just a second here. I'll go get the karmic jacket. We'll do the whole thing.
Can you imagine anyone with the radios watching this going like, why haven't we signed this guy yet?
He talks about that jacket like Verge talks about his girlfriend.
Whoa. Verge has a girlfriend?
Aaron has a jacket?
Oh, shit.
You can't be afraid of cheese. You gotta eat cheese for part of a balanced diet in this world, you sick fuck. That's a good expression, bitch.
Yeah. So I was saying, how can you be so bad at a karmic expression? He's from the Midwest.
Right. Clavicular. I'll smash your bones with a hammer, you bitch. From the big state. You gotta stop smashing your face and doing meth in this world. They're next door neighbors. Sick people.
Does karmic have cheese where you live?
I'm sure.
I've never heard karmic go off about cheese.
It's imported from Canada. His mom makes it.
Yeah, it's just cheese technically.
You're saying that you're looks maxing? Well, I'm anger maxing, you piece of shit.
All right, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow.
Are you gonna quit doing your impression now, Rocco? Because this is too good.
Yes. No, I'm done.
Rocco can't do it right now after hearing that. There's no way he'll go
I
forward.
can't. I'm
You
done.
embarrass yourself.
Man, he is always on top of the newest internet slang, huh? Like this
Oh,
whole
yeah.
maxing thing.
Yes.
Like what happened to Crash Out? Crash Out was big for a month, and now it's maxing. This
Yeah.
maxing.
He's just a maxer.
He's so young at maxing.
Is he still winning Kiwi Farms every day? Is that the
I don't know.
issue?
We don't know. We'll never know.
We're almost there. We're almost.
I don't know if he was reading it. If you know what I mean.
We'll knock the rest of it out. Gift a membership, a little Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. This could be a long one. You know what? Gift a membership and always forgive it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Wow, 283 of you checking out the toll right now. They're all here.
Whoa!
The rally segment. Well, guys, I took 70 off because of how well we did this morning, and I gave the rest. And I guess there's still 20 in the bank, and then I gave the rest to the morning show tomorrow.
Are you guys following this?
Isn't he the morning show and the
He
night show?
gave 70 because of how good you guys were, and also there was 20 in the bank. This is like, you know, like when you work hard to save up for something as a kid, like your parents tell you, like, if you want this thing, you have to save up for it. You try to teach you about money and responsibility and earning it, and you almost get enough, and it goes on sale or something, so like, they're like, you know what, since you saved 98%, I'm gonna go ahead and throw in, I'll help you get this to reward you. That's what it's like. He's rewarding us for almost hitting the goal. We got I threw in 70, plus we got 20 in the old piggy bank.
I'm learning the wrong lesson. Unfortunately, it's not good parenting.
This would be an easy win tonight. I'm kind of embarrassed that we're 50 away, but a couple of you drop in at 20. We'll use the 20 in the bank, and we'll call it a win for the toe. What do you say? Let's go to Erica. Let's fire it up, and let's get ourselves.
Hold on, so he gave 70 plus 20, we call it a win, but let's go into the begging segment. Huh? Well, we gotta replenish the bank, I guess.
No, the 70 and 20 went. The 70 went to this show. The 20 went to a different show, and so he only needs 253. That's it.
This is bullshit. This is like those people who play Monopoly and they take all the money from the cards and they put it in the middle of the board, and then if you land on free parking, you get the money. This is not how it goes. You either hit the goal or you don't hit the goal. Stop making up all these rules as we go along.
I thought you were gonna say it was like Monopoly because he went directly to jail.
Oh, yeah. That too.
A win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right, let's go. Let's hit that $50 and call it a win for the toe. All right, let's do it. And honestly, if I was gonna not be greedy, I just would have not done a show tonight. I just said, got the money in my back pocket. Let's call it a win. All right, guys.
So reward me with money. And I'll do, because I'm not greedy.
And I'll do all of this no show. Like, this is not, like, I never understand this. Like, what is, he's just a cheerleader, right? He's a male cheerleader. Like, what is he doing to encourage anyone, really, to
He's
give
on
money?
a treadmill without an off button. Like, he cannot take a break. He cannot stop.
That's what I'm saying. This could be the greatest Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, right. Right. It's Black Mirror, like Tukey. There's no product to be sold. And he's selling it so hard. You're like, what am I buying? I don't understand what I'm buying. Just got it.
Oh, you're buying some. Look, I won't bug you about this again until tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Like, or you can just not watch.
That's the crazy part. Is like him expecting everyone to come back tomorrow and do this again twice
Until he decides to retire. Like, he's going to have to do this for years.
Throw in a couple memberships. $50
You know what?
away.
Honestly, this really is Black Mirror because he used to make fun of DSP. He's literally become DSP. I played a clip, maybe it was last week on this show, where he goes, "Guys, do you want me to go buy a big arch? You give me this much money,
I'll go eat a hamburger.
Yeah, I have an example of a stunt he's willing to do for money later, but he also, I didn't pull this clip, but I saw it, but he wanted $100 to show Gordy on the camera.
It's DSP shit. By the way, Jimmy, how was the big arch?
I wouldn't get it again. It was fine. It's,
Producer Chris told me it was too gooey.
I enjoyed the cheese and the French onions, and the double quarter pounder patties are good, but I'd still rather have a Big Mac.
It would be embarrassing to take an L after how much we crushed this morning.
We crushed it so much, we can't lose tonight, guys.
So let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We literally just need a couple of you. We just need a couple of you. Hobo with $1. He hopes I get diabetes and my feet rot off. I love you too, Hobo. I wish you could just admit your gay feelings.
What did the rest of that say? Because he was very quick to get that off. He did not read that whole thing.
Yeah, you're right. Being a closet.
Thank you to be his eagle-eyed.
Hobo with $1. He hopes I get diabetes.
I hope you have diabetes. I think you have diabetes, and I hope your feet rot off, and you and Johnny can have wheelchair races. Why would he read that part?
Yeah, you should read that one.
It's like karmic. Like, you can tell these chats really bug him. Because Karmic does this thing where he won't read certain words, like he'll mumble through it, and he also like goes into this voice like, Karmic, you acting like a fucking gay guy. It's like, oh boy, this is rough.
He can't stand people making fun of him.
It's crazy. You got into this.
So my feet rot off. I love you too, Hobo. I wish you could just admit your gay feelings you have.
Can you imagine if his feet rot off and he'll have to stop calling Carl Clubfoot Carl because he's No Foot Aaron?
Look, is it gay to tell Aaron he has diabetes and his feet might rot off?
Yes, gay. Remember that one, Carl.
It's gay.
Instead of being a closet case. Get after it. Let's get ourselves a win. 10 memberships. 6 memberships. And we'll call it a win for the toe. Come on, guys. Yeah, honeybees.
Ace 9, we can raise call or open jam. What do you prefer? I don't think that guy would 3-bet enough so I can open jam. So like between those choices we think about what small blind would do. Like if he would not 3-bet enough, like he would not play enough, better to open jam then. Because even your decision, in my opinion, would be similar. But it depends what reaction other players would have. And also, like, play against that guy post swap could be fine, but I think the most argument would be that guy would not do enough if I raise. And here we just call. I mean, check, call. And on the river, we definitely call. So he's gonna check raise with some frequency, and I'm not sure that I can fold against them. We have performed the prayer salat. Salat. Okay. Should bet bigger, man. Right, let's check this one. So this structure definitely we would not range bet, but he snap check, and in this case we're gonna bet for sure. We have very strong hands. So on the flop, we protect our range and like we check it back to call down to have like covering for structures, for other runouts, whatever. And now ace comes. He could have some ace like ace 3 or something, or like ace high flush draws. So we value bet very well, and we extract value, and he hits the river, and he got nothing. So this is the best way how we could play, right? Yeah, I get used to ups and downs when you play into this. But bro, like the problem of this thing that losing, this is part of the process, and you're gonna lose almost every single time when you register into tournament. You don't have to use to it. You have to understand that you're playing to lose. You register to lose. I mean, at the end of the story, because like in general, in 80% of the time, you're gonna bust from tournament. Not because you are bad. Everyone gonna bust. And you just have to understand that you enjoy the process during the game when you're in the game. So you don't have to think about the winning outcomes, because winning outcomes would be very rare. And every single hand which you just played, like you won or lost, you have to just enjoy. And then your life would be much better. You play poker, you enjoy the poker. But like people play poker and some of them hate poker and they still play. Why? I mean, why you hide it? You have to understand that if you're gonna complain every single time when you lose, you're gonna complain every single day when you play, because that's what happens when you play, right? And that's normal. This is limp eyes or lead. Well, I'm leading that because on that structure, my range looks much better than his range. Of course, he has overpowers, but like if we're speaking about like strays and like a weak pairs on that structure, I would have a lot of them. Вітаю, Херсоне. I7 versus that guy? What do we do versus that guy? He's super wide. I didn't jump for value. That's sick, but yeah. So I would not jump that hand like 99% of the time, but versus that guy, see? So play your opponent, not like your hand, and we just like earn bajillion dollars right now. And like the outcome means just nothing. I earn money, or he lost money, so we're happy. And I gonna re-entry, or maybe I gonna win that, and I gonna win like millions of others. All right, can be that. interesting. I mean, why I would call that? I think freeform drama is better, but it doesn't matter. But like, I think anyway, every decision has own eBay, and like I think it doesn't matter. Just like asking myself why I would call that. So yeah, know your customer and generate EV. Like in poker, you just have to enjoy the process, and you have to generate EV. That's all. Result would be anyway, like, but you don't know what kind of result you would have. Maybe you're gonna win, maybe you're gonna lose. Most of the time, you're gonna lose. But you have to enjoy not the exact result, but you have to enjoy every absolutely any hand I would buy. I do not expect like super deep flaws. There is some of them, of course. We're gonna buy turn because I pick up a gut shot, so I would not bet if I would not pick up it. And now I'm gonna surrender. I don't think that this is enough to buy. So I would buy 7-9, for example, here. If I would have, of course. So I would have a lot of shit here. But I would not range bet. I would not range bet all my range, but I would bet all my draws 7 turn. Can beat that.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me tonight.
Flippin in the chat says he's a reverse flipper. He puts clothes on for money.
Yes. The thing that's driving Tukey crazy is Tukey wants to go get his jacket right now and show everyone for free, but I don't want to ruin a surprise.
Boxes.
It's 8:29. I mean, tech.
Oh, he added 2.5 more minutes to the clock. Maybe the problem is clock. You ever think about that?
Yeah.
Maybe time itself is the issue.
We have a minute, but we lost. We fucking like. Okay, let's take away the extra. Hobo says cut your wrist. Like, dude.
So now he's an Indian giver? He's taking back the. Hobo says cut your wrist. Hobo rules.
Carl, can you read out every negative comment that comes along about yourself?
Stop yelling, Carl. You're yelling. Stop yelling. Yeah. I got it.
It's a creative way to tell him to sell blood.
If we hadn't killed it this morning, like 15's not the end of the world. This is like the
He's
worst
breaking out in hives.
night we've ever had. Get in there and fucking finish it off. Go in there and finish it off right now.
Seriously.
Because like, okay, 20.
You go clean your room.
All right.
And 70.
He's so stressed out. You guys, you've seen all the pimples on his face lately, and the big one on his schnoz recently. Like, this is all stress. All of this is stress for him.
It could be a diet of cheesy mashed potatoes, as we'll see later in the show.
Sounds delicious.
That's 90. Oh god, what would that be? We made 85 minus 20. We made 65.
I love math on the show. This is great.
What? The god of thunder.
This is Gene Simmons impression.
Yep.
It's not paused. It's just hanging out.
65. Guy,
This is you know how like snakes do that to like find prey?
Yeah.
Maybe he's
That's how
looking
they
for.
smell.
Yeah.
Boy, this isn't new. He's been missing for weeks. Like, it's crazy how 1 minute he's like, easy come, easy go. We always make it up later. Don't worry about it. Now he's like, maybe I should quit.
Well, that's the thing. Have the Toe Boys been making it up after the shows?
I don't know. Nobody can get in that group, so we'll never know.
Oh, because I really haven't been watching, so I have no idea. I have heard that he has been missing gold the last couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah.
and I know what you're saying. Aaron, the morning was so good. I know
what you're saying. But Aaron, the morning was so good. That's what we're all saying.
You're so talented and handsome.
It's so bad. A show should be canceled. Like this, if this was television or radio, and your show did this badly, they would just cancel the evening. evening show. At this point,
They cancel you right away.
we can't drop 3 more memberships or a 20. You know what, Aaron? It's too late. Just call it a night. Go, just finish up. You had a win today. It was massive. It was huge.
He is. He's just stretching. He's just like maybe. Let me try pity now.
This is
And you
how
won.
opposing.
Yeah.
Us. Leave it. Just walk away. You won this morning huge. You got barely anything for a goal tomorrow morning. Just walk away and leave it.
All around me are familiar faces. Bobo Chili.
Why does he barely have anything for a goal tomorrow? Is that what he just said?
Because the morning show knocked it out. And so he gave the morning show's overage to the following morning show. And he gave a little bit of that to the evening show as well.
He split the bank. He opened a new account.
$500, yeah.
He opened a new account.
All right, I thought he put the extra money from the morning towards the night. I'm not paying attention.
Sometimes.
Some of
But
it.
he likes to keep them
Okay.
separated.
I guess you could say tomorrow's morning show has an appointment with the bank.
Don't we all?
One of you, after I'm gone tonight, should be throwing a 50.
Look, the minute I sign off, I'm not gonna look. I'm not even gonna turn around. Someone should leave a $50 bill on my nightstand. One asshole.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. I don't care who does it. Look, I won't press charges. I just want it returned.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Chats. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go. I am hopefully embarrassed. Take it easy. Have a great night. This is fucking dreadful. I'm gonna go to the morning show tomorrow. Believe me, I've got half a mind to take it from the morning show today, give it to the evening show just so I can call it a win. Joe Burrow.
Fantastic. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he finds a new way every week, every time he misses, to like make it not a big deal and also the biggest deal on the planet.
He's been saying it's embarrassing a while. He's very embarrassed by this.
Yeah. Let's go to the super tip, supertip.gg. It's the only way we know our worth. How well of a show are we doing? Memberships.
We gotta beat Mersh. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Memberships, super chats, super tips. It's the only way we know we're doing anything worthwhile over here.
I am only here for the talent. Thank you, Tookie. Carl, keep on running from Skinny Chad. He will go Buffalo Bill on you. Moody, Nos Blonde, Big Pop, Big Sauce. Thank you for the extra 6 hours. We're on to Hackamania.
Yeah, I did a 6-hour show last night. I was up till the wee hours of the morning. Cranking it again today. Hit the like button.
Hackmania.com. Get your tickets because Skinny Chad will be there. It could be my demise.
And I will be dressed as Blind Mike.
I don't know who Skinny Chad is. I have no clue who that is. What's the drama?
Skinny Chad maybe wear hamburger pants.
Who is that?
I
don't know who's.
Maniac! The maniac! He's gonna kill Carl!
You don't remember the live shows.
You don't remember the burger pants story?
Come on, Patrick. Keep up.
I'm sorry. Josh says thanks for the rewind. Yes, we're keeping rewind on for this little piggy now on my channel. Just to stick it to Carl. I don't know how it does it, but I just assume it does. Annie Orion, thank you for the rewind with big sauce. Oh yeah, everybody thank me for the rewind with money. Or else I'll turn it off. Goes to Mr. P. It's my birthday. Happy Friday the 13th. Happy birthday to Goes to Mr. P. It is Friday the 13th.
Happy birthday.
Josh, a true Christian miracle. Blind Mike can see again. It is a good, like, luckily, like, the faces look the same when you, like, put the glasses and hat on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the beard does a lot of the heavy lifting.
Tim Mullinger, you guys should copy the toe and put Joe Rogan or Epstein in as many show titles as possible.
He does it so wrong. He had a show about Ethan Ralph this week, and he said the Ralpha males are toe boys, or Ralpha male gets arrested. No one's looking up Ralpha male when they're searching for Ethan Ralph. Put his name in there. You might be able to break out of your little bubble of people who follow you.
The computer has spoken.
I have a real sob story I'd love to tell anyone who will listen.
Rip Baumer, the Dune Coons got him while he was guarding the Shuley, or not. Fuck Merce.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Baumer. Is he okay?
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I actually haven't heard from him.
Probably undercover.
This is God. Frey speaking. Stop giving the toll money. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Frey.
Every time you give him money, you're sending him straight to hell. You're condemning this man. Big Papa Perk. Boys love it. Rocco. Jumps the shark says what? Fake B.
Thank you. I don't know either. What's boys love it?
Big Papa Perk. Tukey. Cool. Vince is your bro. Hashtag stand up guy not. Oh yeah, people are really mad about your new show with Vince and Luke.
Yes, tomorrow morning. Vince and Rocco in the morning. I'm giving Vince first billing, and it's a new era of the Diablo Network.
Moodyverse. This Moody guy is pretty funny.
I like that Moodyverse changes their profile picture to what I look like on the most
recent. Yeah.
My slang comes from whatever Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens are talking about on Twitter. Have you heard about these Jews and Afro-Americans?
Yeah, I guess he is really into Nick Fuentes, and even named the title of his show was like leaning into Nick Fuentes or something.
Did a lot of redhead.
Big Papa Perk. I'd rather Tukey have a McBullet. Oh, that's a good name for a sandwich.
Someone doesn't like Tukey.
You're not gonna like the sauce. It comes out of you.
To the haters, I'm sorry that my German rally song causes such a furor. But if you like the song, be sure to hit the Reich button.
This is great. Big Papa Perk. Tukey, big fan, but you're getting gay.
Everything is going as planned.
You're getting gay.
Getting gay.
Corniff, hashtag debt of 7. What is this thing with Corniff and the $7? Remind me, do you remember this?
I think Corniff donated $7 alongside a super chat or a rumble run that wasn't read, and then he was told that he would return it. Either that or a bet, and he just never returned
I
it.
think also, like, there was a point where Aaron was like, you gotta be paying these clippers. I'm gonna give everybody $5 for every clip I play on my show.
That
And he
might
never
be it,
paid
actually.
Corniff. I think for
Something so low stakes that he should have just paid the $7, but he never did.
Captain Cheese, does Steel Toe play the Nazi music because he thinks the audience is too focused on his show to find one of his 7 donation links? It's the same way he like mentions the as Donkey Lips calls them, the donation portals. He, like just constantly saying Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. It's like everyone knows.
I think he just thinks it's edgy too, or something. I don't know. Does Aaron want to be a shock jock, right-wing political commentator, or an evangelical preacher? Like he's got to pick one.
He's all of them.
He's all of them.
Don't try to paint him in the corner.
Do you think he hears that Erica song while he's just walking around the house?
Yeah, he's that's how he times his gait.
Right.
Dun, 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 up the stairs, everywhere. Big Papa Perk, just saying, hashtag Ron Fez. Just saying. PL, Rocco, give literally one interesting thing you'll do since you're closing Hackamania. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely incredible and won't stink.
No pressure. It's gonna stink. No matter what I do, it's gonna stink.
Oh yeah, we should mention. I've been trying to get this word out. Hackamania.com. If you want to play in the poker tournament on Sunday, you do need to go sign up for that. It goes for participants too. Don't assume like Carl, you're going to sneak into the poker tournament just because of Carl. Go sign up. How many dealers and stuff we need. So sign up at hackamania.com for the poker tournament Sunday and the costume contest if you're planning on entering that. And the number of entrants to the costume contest will determine the prize structure. We'll see how many pick. Like we could just give one big first place prize, or maybe we'll break it out.
Probably $20,000.
Yeah, ish.
Yeah. It'll be like the golf tournament for.
Are people allowed sponsors for the poker tournament?
Oh, there you go.
I don't care where you get your money. Mooney, you can probably play poker. I know you don't like to gamble, but won't you join us for the poker tournament? Come on. I mean,
you just see
what if
him
you're
on the
awful?
table. He's
What
like,
if you're great at it?
all in.
Rocco, will you be washing the puppet before Hackamania?
No, don't wash the puppet. I mean, how do you wash a puppet? I'd be afraid it would get destroyed in the washing.
Wash it with jizz. You know.
Is the
Very
new
gently.
Tookie puppet done?
No,
That's been almost done for 2 years.
I know. No, there's no new Tookie puppet in production, as far as I know.
As we all know, Aaron.
He's back.
What? Why did I start playing that? Aaron has been turning on Keanu and Gino slowly since he's basically regretting paying them $3,000.
Yeah, they had me $50 to do that Rodney's gig. That was way better attended than his show. They used to get $50, and he paid $3,000. That's hilarious.
And he has mentioned that for months and months.
I love
and
that.
months, and the resentment is building, and he just keeps dropping subtle things.
And look, despite the fact that he put me in jail 2 or 3 times.
He put me in jail. Wait, hold on. I thought he was in jail once. What's going on?
Well, he went to jail. First morning he got the charges.
Right,
Remember when the warrant was out for
That's
him,
right.
and
He
his
went-
lawyer told him to go hide out at the cabin, but
He had
also
2
he
books.
didn't tell him to go hide out at the cabin?
That was the same thing from this week. I don't know if you've got that clip, but
I think it was last week.
he claims his lawyer told him to go hide out, which is
Flee from the law.
insane.
And by the way, when we all called him on that, like you ran away to the cabin because you knew you had a warrant. He's like, I had no idea. I was already at the cabin and throwing my phone in the lake.
He's a liar.
It's almost like he doesn't tell the truth. Tell him when he's telling lies. Now!
I like Gino. I do. He's a lot of fun to hang out with. But why do you let this go? Someone tricked Gino this week as well. They went in his chat as the Steel Toe Morning Show and asked him if he'd be up for joining Aaron on Rumble Friday. And Gino got excited. And he says, it's about time. I was thinking about this the other day.
As if.
Why do you let this get to you? Why do any of these guys fight like this? Why do any of these guys battle like this?
Why do you blame Gino for what you did?
Sexuals who do a coping show about me once a week.
Listen to this. This is about us, guys.
And you know what? It's funny.
Whoa!
It's desperate and it's funny. I can't imagine. I'd be so embarrassed with myself if I got mad at it.
Guys, it is desperate. Don't forget to send in your super tips. I don't want to have to get to the end and have to play Aaron. I don't want to have to make Moody do the
The only one mad is Peter Scotty Parker in the chat. It's the only person mad at the show. Everyone else is having fun.
Don't let Chad Zumock is shit-faced calling you the N-word, collapsing his entire comedy career right now, and you're upstream.
His entire comedy career? Oh no!
How many inches does that fall?
Yeah, he's turned
Not
one
all of
bucket of
it.
sand over at the beach. That's not a castle yet.
As long as his DoorDash career is okay.
I can smile, enjoy the show. You don't even have to do anything. It's a cell phone.
Oh, by the I'm gonna read this because I'm seeing it. The member chat from Bone CK. Gonna use this to praise Tuki. I don't on EV Mux. I don't know how to read member chats or.
Oh, so you have to star it. Did you see see any member chats or like the gifted membership chats, star them, and then when you go to comments, there's a little filter next to the search area, and you can do it just by star.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Is
so
this
that's we just learned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bone CK. Gonna use this to praise Tukey. The rest are shit. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm sorry I put this up now.
We're all just here for Tukey.
That was brutal. Take it back. By the way, Stevie Lou is losing his mind. I love Stevie.
So, I mean, this is what you did. Edgar, you sucks. She's a fucking little boy. Piece of shit open mic. You fucking loser. Your open mic wife. She sucks. I'm glad she got hit by fucking what's his name? The Trump supporter.
He's giggling at that N-word. He's like, God, I wish I had the balls.
Maybe we should invite Chad on Fridays, Rumble Fridays.
Well, they've been talking about this with Chad. Chad wants to team up with Steel Toe.
I love that Steel Toe refers to Chad as a radio guy. As if the time he was third mic on the talk show in afternoon Cleveland Drive for 2.5 years.
We're on the radio a decade ago. What's to figure out?
A decade ago. That's like 2 decades ago for Chad. That's ridiculous.
Okay, we're glad that it's if you don't know
Yeah, Chad is as much a radio guy as Aaron is a goatee guy.
Right.
That he had a goatee the same
That
way.
happened once.
They found common ground. This is very similar to Karmic and Tukey. Karmic and Tukey are on good terms right now because Karmic tried to zag them, and Tukey loves Zagnuts. So now we both love Zagnuts. So we're in the Zagnut nation.
That worked.
Hey, Peter
with you
Sky
and-
Parker, do you like tacos? Because I like tacos.
That worked with you and Aaron as well when you went to the Quick Trip.
Yes.
And said it was nice.
He's like, he said, see, this guy gets it. If only Melton would have gone to a Quick Trip, there wouldn't be an HRO on him right now. It's true. You guys fucked up.
Sabotaging by apps. That's another thing people do is they bring that. That's why that whole world is just like there's no funny people, there's no comics, there's no talent, there's nothing. It's all just blood sports.
This is the night he was begging, by the way.
It's like, by the way, give me money.
But also, Aaron on his show was talking about killing his ex-wife and celebrating. He did that. And he got an HRO because of it.
We all know Aaron struggles with his merch store and getting merch out to listeners. There seems to be a new membership tier available now. You've heard of the VIP membership. If you give $250 a week, you get merchandise forever and free tickets to every show forever. Which is a great business plan.
That's a great deal.
There seems to be a new VIP Life membership, which is cool.
Hey, you need me more gifting another membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, man. You know how I said that this show is so easy when shit just gets knocked out, but we're still going to give you, I got a fucking incredible show still to go today. Thank you for all the contributions. The stream.
Go upstairs and get it.
How do they always wear very similar colored shirts so that they look like a two-headed monster?
Well, I mean, Aaron's got a rotation of like 6 shirts. So.
And Johnny's got 2.
By the way, I forgot to show this off earlier, but I'm wearing Steel Toe Brewing. So handsome.
Show us the bottom of that, Chad.
That looks familiar. So Steel Toe from the guy that works at Steel Toe Brewing. We definitely are not fans of Aaron, despite what Aaron constantly claims on his profile.
When did he start putting are those, I'm guessing, topics that are coming up? Or topics he's covering today? When did he start doing that?
Oh, a while ago. He said that it was embarrassing clips for, like, to see the people coming up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It used to be like, mint diggity, $25.
He hasn't updated Johnny's logo. It's still the old logo.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Johnny, his legs don't work, dude.
PayPals, the Venmos.
I wonder when this is bothered him. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I didn't know he was about to throw
He doesn't know what his logo is. He has like 17 different versions of this.
Yeah, but wouldn't he at least... do you think Johnny even has the new logo, or do you think he never ended up bothering him?
Aaron doesn't use the same logo. Brand is a suggestion.
I don't think it's a high res enough logo.
It's high res enough for the merch.
And it's not. It looks terrible.
Well, what? It bothers me now. I didn't even notice it, honestly, until you pointed it out.
It's convoluted.
Okay. I hate anyone who sends this to me, but I forgive because they had to see it, so therefore I did too. Do you know Nick Kerr's rigging with $1 says, "Do I get a hoodie now?" I mean, you get what, $200, $50 more, and you are you're VIP, and you get a hoodie, a T-shirt, a beanie, a coffee mug, all sent to you this Friday, and then you get 2 tickets to all of our live events. I'm hoping I might have 2 this year.
2 live events.
And then every year you get a new item, either from the store or that we have to create in the store for you, if it's available.
So now you'll create an item in the store for every VIP member.
So the business model should be recurring though. People sign up for a monthly subscription, they get things. Aaron's the exact opposite. He's so stupid. He's like, give me a bunch of money right now, I'll just give you stuff forever until I lose money on it.
Well, it shows how he lives in the present.
Yes.
And we've said this for a long time about his mindset, and he gaslights everything that happened in the past. It doesn't matter. God, if I could get $250 in my bank account today, yeah, I'll send you shirts forever. Don't worry about it.
Everything is a subscription model right now. Every software that I use, every streaming service, everything's subscription.
Every
That's how
slot on Super.
But you know what I mean? Like he goes, hey, gift memberships, which they never go away immediately. No one renews their memberships. He doesn't think of that at all. He's like, shit's dumb.
Sending out that merch forever that's tomorrow's. This guy's giving
tomorrow, Aaron.
This guy's giving $200, not $250. I wonder if there's anything we can do for him.
Yeah, you're $50 away from that, but if all you want's a hoodie,
You wouldn't
you want
want him to pay
You go
$50.
ahead and talk.
Yeah, sorry. You wouldn't want him to pay the $50. If he pays the $50, Aaron's gonna lose more than $50.
Well, no, there's a math. Right.
I think it gets even stupid.
this way that we have to create in store for you, if it's available. So, yeah, you're $50 away from that, but if all you want's a hoodie, I mean, someone gives us $200. Float him a hoodie if he wants a hoodie.
So here's the problem with doing this kind of stupid shit. And Chad does this all the time with his free show. Chad's like, if you get 50 super chats, I'll give the 50th super chat a free shirt. So then he gets $52 super chats and loses money after YouTube's cut and posted the shirt. Okay, so now you promised this guy a hoodie for $200. You're gonna send him a hoodie. What if he gives another $50? Now did you get all that other stuff too?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes, it's insane. Stupid. Just send me an email. I'm going to put my email address in the chat. Ray Duckling says, speaking of beanies, yeah, I had to order it to myself because I'm not saying you sent me a bad address, but whatever address, there's like 3 people who have sent me addresses, and Streamlabs will not mail me them.
Some sort of like Booneyville area.
They keep
Johnny thinks there's addresses in the United States that can't get mailed. What on the woods? That you get mail? I've been waiting 20 years for my Columbia house. So here we are again, where you have to remind Aaron that you're a VIP, and then he'll get your merch out. He has no list of these VIPs. He doesn't know who's giving him money. There's no record of any of this.
Streamlabs is print on demand. The whole point of that is that you don't need to ship things out yourself. He's put himself in as a middleman, so that he needs to pay shipping twice. That's insane.
I got a bunch of boxes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I keep boxes in the garage.
This also means that he's got the he's seen the beanie in his hands, and he hasn't shown it on the show, and he knows how bad it is, but he's still going to send it out to everyone.
Chips and Dip with $1 says, how much for you to drink apple juice from a bowl every time we get a golden shower?
He's contemplating this. He's like, shit, that's a great idea. How much? $25? I don't know.
You'll get so fat from apple juice.
Never thought of this seriously.
His hands have now got this guy drinking out of a bowl. and how much do you think this is going to cost?
500.
Because I was watching this. I was going to he's going to say 500. He's going to say 1,000. He's going to say, oh fucking wait. Oh wait.
Does it cover the cost of the apple juice? And
Watch this. Math happening.
We get black guys to jerk off into it too, or how does that work?
Well, that I have to come up with.
Oh, hold on. You gotta hear this comment.
Yeah.
Hour. God, I hate this rule that I have to come up with an answer if they ask me.
I hate this rule. What is it? Who made the rule?
Yeah, the answer is no amount of money when I drink applesauce from a bowl. It's that easy. Someone asks me that, I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna happen.
He's like, God damn these corporate rules. I hate it when you throw out something insane. I have to give you a number.
Rumble's fucking us over again, Johnny.
How much?
Because you're really worried he's going to hit it?
I mean, I don't have any apple juice right now, so I have to grocery shop. We have to start it tonight on the evening show.
He's already planning. Here we go.
Let's say.
I love that he's like, I'd have to grocery shop for apple juice. No, that's something you can go to a gas station for and pick up. It's funny that he does his grocery shopping at the gas station, but if he needs juice, he has to go to a grocery store.
A double golden shower. So if we do 10 within 10 gifted memberships,
10 gifted memberships. Holy shit! Tell me you've lost all faith in your program without telling me. 10 gifted memberships and I will drink from a bowl.
Sir, you can't put a price on your dignity, sir. Yeah, here we are.
My audience wants me to pretend like I'm drinking piss out of a bowl?
Yep.
So I'm gonna call it $50.
I was gonna say that's $50, right?
Yeah.
It has to be one at a time, though. They have to show up as gold. See how our chat is right now? You see all these numbers across the top? They'd have to be within that. Yeah, they'd have to be double. Double gold. Nick Cruz Riggins says, I'm already a VIP. I just want a hoodie. Well, shit, you get a free item every year, so just.
By the way, Spectre just gifted 10 memberships, so I think we have to all go get our bowls. What the fuck?
He's expecting let's go grocery shopping.
Well, I guess I have to go drink out of a bowl. Like, what the fuck?
An email, and we'll have it.
Thank you, Spectre.
See you. Mailing day is on Friday. Sound good to you? Sounds good to me. All right, so now Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you. We gotta keep. Now we're 92 away from 600. I did say I wanted to get back to 600. You know what the thing is now?
He's never 3 away. It's always 92 away.
And by the way, I would like to get 92 more memberships. Well, yeah, we know.
Guys, I'm $1 billion away from being a billionaire.
Yeah. I'd love to be a billionaire. Yeah, we know.
We're over by like 8, and so tomorrow when it expires, I might be going till 11 like every day this week.
Oh no!
Because it's gonna cancel to like 4 away from 500, and then just keep doing that.
Be right in the range.
Yeah. There's usually a week like that every month. Mr. Stellar gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you for the support, Mr. stellar. Oh my God, we've got a hell of a bank going tonight. Hell of a bank, or this morning.
Or this morning. Whatever it is, you get it. Bang. It's happening. This one's for Tukey. This is about bubble crabs.
Oh, fantastic.
Which
Reminder,
Tukey is a big fan of.
So good at that.
I suck.
He
Should have
never
listened to Shmuel.
he never watches the show. He doesn't know what we're talking about. He knows nothing.
Right.
Totally fine for you to lose your money on, but not dice. By the way, don't craps have the highest probability of winning against the house than any other game?
Well,
Wrong.
back in
You're pulling that one out of your ass.
It's the pass.
Never played.
Isn't it Baccarat?
Yeah, but I think Baccarat and Blackjack are better.
No, I think the pass line is literally 50-50.
No, Blackjack is 51-49.
No. What I'm saying is the pass line in Blackjack is literally there's no advantage to the house.
Well, there's no pass line in Blackjack.
I'm not Blackjack. I'm talking about craps. Sorry. It's literally 50-50. And the problem is that you get enticed to do all the other bets.
I don't think it is 50-50.
Oh, I want to gamble.
Let's go. Let's go Vegas.
Let's go.
Hackmania.com. Let's go.
I'm pretty sure it's Baccarat.
Oh,
that's the one.
Baccarat and Blackjack are the best. That I thought. But maybe Carl knows something we don't.
I think Carl's right. I mean, maybe as a game, those are the best. But I always thought the best bet in the casino is the pass line.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Specifically behind the pass line once the number's been established.
That's odds. Yeah. Correct. But I don't think. I never heard that.
Jack's number one.
What would you know? Where do you live?
Yeah, that's
You
why
know
me
about
and Carl
casinos.
have
Fair enough.
multiple houses and girlfriends. Nothing.
In points. Blackjack is 49% to 51% with basic strategy.
Yeah.
Craps is 49.29%.
Okay, not quite 50, but
on the pass line. Right?
Do you think Aaron knows what the pass line
I was
is?
gonna say, what is the pass line, Aaron?
Has Aaron ever played craps?
I want to look up one more thing.
Here you go, Tukey. Get ready to get burned.
He's played with craps under the table with his feet.
I famously won't play with craps.
So I hear people talk about bubble games in casinos. They'll be like,
I hear people talk about this. No one talks about this except Tio, Hank, and Tukey.
What is this bubble bobble everyone's talking about?
bubble craps is an electronic version of craps. What an antisocial autistic loser you have to be.
Yes, true.
Great.
Play craps on an electronic machine.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with people. And you can lose.
You play a lot faster, right?
Yes, you lose your money a lot quicker.
Social game.
Yeah, the whole table's like cheering on the shooter because you can make money on like the craps is one of the weird games where, as a quote unquote spectator, you can rake it in.
And we're not playing against each other.
Right? It's everyone for themselves against the house.
Yeah.
Johnny likes it because he can lean on the table. He acts like a normal person. Hey, look at me, guys. I'm just hanging out with everyone else.
Hey, one number came out.
He's like, I want a coffin that looks just like this craps table.
I don't get it. I don't get why you would play that electronically. That takes all the fun out of it.
I don't know why anyone would gamble electronically. I'm sorry, I don't trust electronic gambling sites. Oh yeah. No, the game isn't rigged at all.
It's not electronic. There's literally dice in a bubble. That's why it's bubble craps.
Yeah, there is an analog component.
It's an analog component to it.
I mean, look, there could be magnets. We don't know how it works.
They don't regulate these things.
Yeah.
You fucking know all about this shit.
If I know anything, I know that Caesars and MGM, they love to risk their entire gaming license and reputation to rig a bubble craps game.
Right.
They'll get that Shmuel Buckman next year.
We're also the only state to have 3-2 beers. Minnesota is gay. Yeah, Utah and us were the last two with 3-2 beer, and Utah got rid of it. Utah, they can have regular. So what?
Really?
Yeah, what 3-2 beer means a while ago, like 8-9 years ago. So what 3-2 beer is, for those of you who don't live in Minnesota,
Super light beer, 3.2% beer. Move on.
at our grocery stores and our convenience stores, you can sell sell beer, but it can't be more than 3.2% alcohol by volume.
We don't want to.
Somebody needs to make sure Carl's drinking that at the next Hackamania.
Seriously.
We
Give me
can't,
that
you
3.2.
can't be at Hash House a Go-Go again with him just screaming sexual epithets with children nearby.
I can stay awake this time.
I'm the only person who can get drunk on gas station beer.
So it's great for you.
Great for me. I don't give a shit. I've never bought beer at a gas station, but if I could. So yeah, you go into Wisconsin, they buy it at church, for fuck's sakes. In Minnesota, you can't even get it at the grocery store. And I can't remember.
So there we go. That's your bubble craft report from Aaron Emholt.
Where he's never brought beer to gas station, but he's bought dinner many times. That's
They're
what
doing
you think it is.
They're doing amazing thing with gas station food nowadays, Carl.
What is it? Red Baron frozen pizza. It's amazing out here.
Very competitive industry.
It's Rocco's third place. It's the gas station.
Aaron wants to get.
You drove an hour to go to Cosmo's Pizza?
Yes, an hour there and an hour back.
That's insane.
I was so into that show that night, and I wanted to get food, and I just wanted to sit in my car and eat amazing pizza.
I love that you went to Cardiff and JT. You're just like, this is normal, right? They're both like, no. Should drive an hour to get pizza.
I'm with you, Tookie. They don't know what it's like to have a Tesla. They don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. I like driving, and I was so sucked into that show, and I was like, I need pizza. All these normies hate their cars. They don't get it.
Pizza, where I live, pizza comes to me.
I know.
It's amazing.
This is Aaron early in the week trying to tie himself to the Chad Zumach drama, and it coincides with his newfound religion, which he's been on a serious kick about. You know, my theory is that this always overlaps with some sort of legal trouble. We've seen him do this several times before, get hyper religious. We saw it during the divorce. We saw it during the charges being pressed on him for the revenge porn, the sentencing of the revenge porn when they found the new main god, all that kind of stuff. He gets really religious when he's and there's speculation now that he's clearly under some microscope for probation. That's why he's not drinking. So that could have something to do with his religious stuff. Obviously, probably Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and stuff as well. But I wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
It's really different this time. Because before it used to always be, it was very vague. You could tell he wasn't really religious, but is just saying that to garner sympathy. Now he's shitting on other denominations. He's saying other people are religious in the wrong way, and I'm the only one that does it correctly. It's a very steel-toe approach to religion.
Well, I knew if somebody was going to find the right way to God, it would be Aaron.
Right.
So, makes sense.
So I think you kind of set yourself up for failure when you go, I'm going to quit drinking forever. I did, out of curiosity, though, when I was done today, Chad was on, and I did turn on Chad's stream to see what he thought about the whole, dropping the N-bomb and shit like that. And, man, I was really close to, sending Chad a message.
Tukey almost
when he
came
was
too.
talking about...
Yeah, we heard you. Your new podcast with Chad to keep him from drinking. Hey, his Patreon is gone, so I can't do that anymore. I felt bad. The guy who wants to quit drinking.
Isn't it funny, though? Every time Aaron watches the internet, he has to excuse it, couch it with something. He's like, yeah, so anyway, on a whim, I'm just watching the internet.
Yeah.
We know he lives on the internet. He knows everything about the dabble birds.
And he broadcasts for 8 hours a day on top of that.
Right. It's always on the internet.
He spends more than 50% of his life online.
Moody, there is so much grass that needs to be touching in his yard. He will never go out and just fucking touch it.
Wait, in that 6 minutes of him begging everyone for money and music playing, you don't think he could be scrolling Shmuel Buckman's Twitter and getting updated on what's happening in the Dabbleverse?
That's probably true.
Because part of my, rediscovered faith is proselytizing, sharing it with people.
So he almost messaged Chad. And then I thought to myself, who cares if he goes to hell?
People love it when you tell about Jesus.
I've never heard anybody at church brag about almost saving someone.
I was going to tell my friend about Jesus, and I was like,
what if I don't, though?
Yeah.
And I kind of felt like I was listening to a guy who kind hole.
It's like the Jehovah Witnesses showing up at Tuki's house, just going like, we were gonna ask you if you know if you've heard the good news, but can we use your phone? Little chicken out.
Thank you for that.
Hold on, is he saying that Chad has a god-sized hole in his soul? It's God-shaped. A god-sized hole is bigger than the universe. What are you talking about?
Or whatever. And that could really help him with the drinking thing because it's very fulfilling. I was gonna, DM him and be like, hey, maybe you should, consider going to mass, this, that, your best thinking.
This is my favorite line. Your best thinking got you here.
You to this spot.
Your best thinking got you to this spot. This is a guy who's been out of jail for 5 months. Because of his best thinking.
If I knew on Sunday morning I was going to Catholic Mass, I'd be so hungover for that. What's he talking about?
Maybe let somebody else or something else take the wheel for a while, but just grow up. Chad and I haven't had the nicest, coziest relationship, but it was him. And the other day I did send a DM to Karmic as well. Because I saw a clip where he was having a really tough time.
Could we have just found the savior of the Dabbleverse, guys?
Dude, he's messaging everyone in the Dabbleverse who has nothing to do with it.
All these shows he doesn't watch. He's
DMing everyone.
And by the way, the people he's choosing to message are the most mushy-brained losers in the Dabbleverse. If you think this is anything other than him just trying to get a friend and an ally, like he does from Dark, we saw it with Tuki, we've seen it with Chad before, we've seen it with Karmic before, Gino, Keanu, Kevin Brennan. This guy wants an ally. This guy wants a friend so bad. How come he's not reaching out to me, telling me to find Christ?
Right, I've invited myself on his show. He has my cell number. We text from time to time.
Why won't he help Moody find a Kiwi church home?
Right, that's what's going on.
If you find yourself on this list, you need to reassess your life. He's identified you as a weak, as a weak-willed, stupid person.
Mushy brain.
That's
Mashed potato with cheese brain. This is what bothers me so much about this religion. Like him getting all religion. Like you gotta see him for the fucking bullshit that he's spewing out. Like you can't just turn to religion and say I'm all I'm a better person now. Why? Because you believe in fairy tales.
It's everything in his life is like a checkbox. It's like married, I'm a good husband. Had kids, I'm a good father. Went to church, I'm saved. It's just like it's a to-do list.
I'm telling you, man, he's gonna go full evangelical. Like I think his live streaming is gonna be religion.
He can't go evangelical because he's Catholic.
Well,
he
whatever.
hates the evangelicals.
The Catholic version of it, whatever voodoo doctor is the leader of. Was that the Pope? But no, I'm saying I think he's definitely gonna do a more religious show at some point when the money really dries up. Where are other places there for him to go?
No, if it works for him, he'll do it. Or he'll do White Power Hour. If that works for him. Whatever. Whether they're religious people or.
But he could just say he talked to God, and God told him that the White Power Hour was wrong. And that's why the religion thing is so ridiculous.
It's so convoluted though, because in Catholicism, you need to go to the church and they need to sign off on things for you. So his previous 2 marriages, he needs to go to a deacon and get a certificate of nullification or something for his previous 2 marriages to certify that he's not linked spiritually to those 2 women anymore.
Yeah,
and that he's free to.
I mean, what's the next rung in MLM? And that's why I hang out with my good friends at Amway.
Right.
I just kind of reached out to him and said, hey, this is really good for me, and it seems like you could use a little something. And he never responded. You didn't respond. Aaron, are you friends with Bill W? No, I'm fortunate enough. I haven't needed that particular friendship, but some of the bravest people I've ever met are, as you would say, friends of Bill W. They're some of the smartest, sharpest. And when I say smartest and sharpest, I mean smartest and sharpest in a way that they understand their shortcomings and they admit them. They don't try to power through them or defeat them or anything else. They they understand and they admit and they submit to, what is my weakness? What am I not good at? What else could step in and kind of.
When will he admit he's powerless against the goal? Your guy. So that's fantastic. This is Aaron telling us what kind of a heel he is, and it's rare we get an admission like this out of Aaron.
On Ethan Van Sciver. And if you'll recall, he's always talked about being a top tier heel. Well, that kind of hits me right here. I consider myself a top tier heel.
But here's the deal. Ralph is a top tier heel in like the old 80s style. It's like, and I'm going to get you, and I'm going to sign your autograph, and I'm going to gouge your eyes out. I'm what they call a chicken shit heel.
You guys heard of this term?
Yeah.
Okay.
The $1 Million Man. All right? Like Edge. Eddie Guerrero. Cheat to win kind of a guy.
Cheat to win kind of a guy. This is fascinating.
Wow. My heelness, especially online, comes from the fact that I don't care about anybody online. So I can just say whatever I want, do whatever I want. Like I like to say, set the fire, walk away.
Start some shit, go hide behind a judge and tell. Yep. That's what I like to do. I can't finish anything I start. This is a fascinating admission for me.
Yeah. I do. And if somebody else goes, oh, I'm going to get you on the internet and I'm going to own you on the internet, I'm like, yeah, you probably will. I don't fucking care.
Is that what he does? If somebody says I'm going to own you or beat you on the internet, he goes, yeah, probably, but I don't really care. Or is he constantly saying he won the war?
Oh, this was a hope show that gets 15,000 views. Now we're beating him and he doesn't care? Oh, okay.
I'm confused about it. I'm lost. Wow. What have you done with Aaron?
That reaction you just gave me where you got all worked up and animated and had to come over to me and tell me about it?
Who gets worked up and animated?
Anytime someone goes into his chat and tells him, criticizes him for something, he's like, yeah, but it got that reaction out of you, didn't it? I'm the greatest heel in the biz. That's the thing he falls back to all the time.
We can't get you here more than once every 2 months. That's how uninterested this guy is. He's not winning the war.
Going for it. So when it comes to that, I am the best heel in the business. There's nobody better. All these other guys care about like their images. No offense, that ain't me.
By the way, did I mention how I'm beating them all and get more viewers?
That's insane.
But isn't he willing to settle an HRO if you agree to not talk about him?
Yes.
Make fun of him? Like
this guy is actively behind the scenes trying to get this show stopped legally.
Yep.
Just so you know.
There are different kinds of heels.
Yes.
And, there's the completely despicable villains like me, and then
Well, broadcasting from his air conditioning unit. It's not a great move on his part.
His children need air conditioning, Carl. They're in Mexico.
Are you at the Ritz?
Anyway, I'll let him describe his own.
I just did. I think that's about it. So that was Ethan Ralph endorsing the toe, saying, and I quote, he's funnier than Kevin Brennan. He's better than Kevin Brennan. Now, again, I'm going to leave that up to the rest of them.
Look, who can say? It might be even.
But I'll take the compliment. So there you go. Ethan Ralph, officially a toe boy, and Scarlett coming around, possibly a toe gal, not that we are seeking that endorsement. Congratulations to the Ralph.
Okay, listen to this.
Family. With any luck, Scarlett's already got a lovely Ralpha baby in the oven. Well, not a baby in the oven. It would be a bun in the oven. That's horrific if she's got a baby in the oven. Hopefully there's a Ralpha bun in the Scarlett oven, and those kids are on their way to a beautiful Mexican family, and that baby can be born with a sombrero and a mariachi band.
Okay, so he's wishing Ethan and Scarlett the best.
He's wishing premarital sex on this Catholic guy. is saying these guys should have a child out of this.
Scarlett does have premarital sex, in case you don't know.
Love. Before we do super chats again, Aaron's daily reminder that his show is better than everyone else's show.
Says, not taking sides, Aaron, aren't those shows objectively more successful? No. On YouTube alone this year, I have multiple more views than they do.
Only because of his protest streams, not because of his
Even
program.
with that, that's not true. And I told him I'd show him my numbers. He's
But
wrong.
it's a diversion. The question was about the quality of the show, and he responded with the number of people that have viewed the stream.
Whitney Cummings knocked me out for 7 days. I still have more unique viewers than Aaron does this year, I guarantee it.
Aaron has more views on 2 videos that he isn't doing a show, where he's just out at a protest, than all of his shows combined for the year. On Rumble and YouTube. If you add up all of his views on every other video he's put out, he has more views on the 2 videos where he wasn't talking. So let that sink in, Aaron.
So, I mean, they can't even do, like, I put on a morning show every day. They can't even do it. They don't have the ability. They don't.
I sleep in.
Carl, you don't have the ability to get up.
I don't. That's why I want to sleep in it.
You'd have to buy an alarm clock. Yeah, we know those are millions of dollars. Nobody else can wake up like me.
The only time I get up early is to talk to Dean in Australia about how much I suck.
And the amount of stuff to talk about.
Carl, where would you even find things to talk about if you were to get up and do a show? I know, right? Aaron's got that inside scoop. He's the only guy who knows where to go read Fox News.
Carl's too busy cheating on his wife to prepare a show.
Right. Wow. I can't go to not the beat.
No, Ray, thank you for allowing me to set you straight on that, though. I always appreciate that. But if you go look at view for view, I probably beat them by hundreds of thousands of views. On YouTube alone. On our secondary platform. We don't even need to get into my main platform that does over 250,000 views every month.
He did just do kind of a... Come on, my main platform. Don't even bring up my Rumble platform.
On YouTube alone, year to date, I'm probably hundreds of thousands of views at any show you could mention in that world. So,
has he looked? Is he doing this? Is he making a chart like Moody?
I'm very proud of that, by the way. And it's just for one simple reason.
Again, this is like when Chad compares himself to Ray DeVito. He's on this ever-long quest to convince us that he's funnier than Ray DeVito, and it's like, but you say Ray DeVito's like a nobody-nothing loser. It's like, so what's with this crusade to prove you're better? If we're all nobody-nothing pathetic losers who don't do numbers and can't get anything going, why the constant comparison? Why not compare yourself to somebody better than you so you can, like, have a goal? Pun intended. Carl, do you ever compare yourself to Patrick Michael?
No.
Like, do you ever go like, dude, we have so many more views than Patrick Michael.
No, I know he sucks.
I do.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah, go. No, go ahead.
I've just gone onto Social Blade. You want a graph?
Let me put this up.
So this is a graph of views. Red is the Steel Toe Morning Show, and blue is Nobody Likes Onions. Even with the bump that came in January.
You didn't hit it.
Yeah. Do you want to see something more interesting?
Jesus.
I doubt there's anything more interesting than that.
Of course. Some of these podcasts.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's a flat line compared to one of these podcasts.
Jesus.
Aaron, come on, man. What are you doing? I guarantee you have hundreds of thousands of more views. Like, okay.
Kyle has 26 million views, and Aaron has 5. Less than 6.
That's not great.
Congratulations,
Carl.
I need them all combined.
Yeah, right. It's so stupid. That's why we're like watching this just laughing. Like, what are you talking about? They're close. No one's buying them.
Why are you gonna do this to the damn Blues?
Yeah.
Do you want to give them a win?
Oh no! Oh no!
Man, that Tukey guy. No one watches the Tukey guy.
I watch Tukey. I watch it.
But again, Aaron does 9 shows a week or whatever, and Bedabbler sometimes does 2.
Right.
Yes.
Like, none of us are on 2 times a day. None of us.
That's the other good point is I do 2 to 4 a week. It's like,
Right. Me too. Right. It's insane.
this is magical.
Tukey got real quiet.
He hates when you show stuff.
All right, let's go to the leaderboard on Super Tip.
Never mind. Oh wait, hold on. I'll finish this clip. I forgot what we're talking about.
10 more people want to see. They have the
He has content more people want to see, Carl. Good luck.
Right. Yeah, I know.
1,000 individuals.
What?
Sorry for showing that coke graph.
Yeah. I guess you emailed Social Blade and had him whip that up for you.
Same show, and I got people coming in and out all the time.
He says you guys got 1,000 people, the same 1,000 people watching your show, and I got people coming in and out all the time. It's like, yeah, that's our point. Yeah, no one sticks around.
Tens of thousands of them.
Ask, what store would you rather own? One with 100 loyal customers who come in every day and buy something, or one that gets 1,000 visitors every day, but they just window shop and leave. Dude, I got people coming in and out nonstop. It's like, okay. Oh, it's fantastic. And you're fantastic for supporting the show over at supertip.gg/NLO. It's the only way we survive around here, and it's the only way we know what kind of quality program we're doing.
27 days and counting. Rocco got you an extra large tail. JT, I got a Miss 2X. Melton, I already got you your tart. And the great hamburger, you got your large t-shirts.
Fantastic. Who are you? I think that was Hunter Duke.
What?
What was it?
Carl on the top?
Oh, yeah, Carl.
27 days and counting. Rocco got you an extra large tail. JT, I got a Miss 2X. Melton, I already got you your tart. And the great hamburger, you got your large t-shirts.
Mark Davis, Steel Toe Live now, 7 on YouTube and 11 on Rumble.
That's his weekly
Recap
the
show.
recap show.
Yeah,
which
it's a
is just-
premiere.
It's the omnibus of every show that he did that week.
Still, though, pretty good number. Suffer, Carl.
I can't wait to not watch Vince and Bedabbler Saturday. We lost Balmer when Haley admitted she doesn't wear underwear. It was too much for bro. Hit the like button.
I didn't know that happened. Pizza Mountain, will you at least Febreze the puppet?
No, never. It's authentic.
Maybe get one of those like fumigation fog canisters and like just set Tukey up over top of it overnight just to make sure it's bed bug free before the.
It is. I will tell you, I'm absolutely bed bug free. I might smell. I have no idea. I'm sure I'm used to it.
Pizza Mountain, I mean, your sweaty arm's been up his esophagus for like years now.
It's got a patina.
Well, true. So you know what it's worth. Anonymous, can we get Tukey to do the golden shower dance?
Is it like I know. I've honestly never seen it. If I
What? Make him earn it. He'll golden shower dance if you golden shower us.
I honestly
Make
don't.
him earn it. I'm forgetting everything I've been taught by the toe.
Yeah.
No, 5 yellows.
I need to see it though.
Yeah, we'll run through it once.
Yeah. But I will do
No,
it.
no, 5 yellows. Sometimes I just think about doing things to be funny, and that's not how shows work. You have to give money, or I can't do the things I want to do. That's what Aaron has taught me this week. I really wanted to see Tukey do that golden shower, but you guys aren't doing it. You guys aren't giving me money. Steve C. Anyone else notice Aaron grew a goatee right when Nick was sticking it to April? Was Aaron trying to look like Nick in a subconscious way? Yes, absolutely. And the first time he grew the goatee was when April started talking about how she liked Mike David. Like, this whole thing is like this guy trying to be something his wife likes. Just like this show is trying to be something his audience likes constantly. I'll just keep changing, and maybe somebody I'll stumble upon a configuration that people love me with. But it won't happen.
Thanks for the rewind, Big Sauce. Love you all almost more than my Uber tips.
Can't wait to lay on dirty carpets and shove donuts in my hole with you amazing daddy nerds next month.
Yeah, I saw this Ethan, Ralph, and Scarlett talking about coming to Hackamania.
Nice.
I don't think we can allow that.
Now that's going to be a train I can get behind.
Why won't you allow it?
Oh, this is good. This will be. Someone's gonna die.
If something happens, they'll get kicked out.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a casino.
We welcome you, our new sector overlords.
Yes.
Just don't bring a gun.
Like, hasn't Ethan Ralph been threatening Nick Rekieta?
Oh yeah, they're not friends.
Are they not friends
And
anymore?
But Scarlett likes Nick Rekieta.
I don't know. We might get Merch to come to this thing if all these people come. Noxious John, I haven't kept up with Toe, but as he mentioned Sick Rekieta by name recently, does he bring him up at all? Every once in a while he'll mention him. I don't know if it's by name.
Not usually by name. He'll make some references to a person that he's left behind and he doesn't need to worry about anymore.
We'll call him the warrior.
The other guy, like the other guy's coping. He's doing cope streams. But he's not restricted from saying Nick Rekieta specifically. And he does say my name every once in a while, so I don't know why he's scared to say Nick.
By the way, that's not the real OJ, but I did invite OJ to be on Devil vs. Live this year. I did not hear back from him.
What a
Anybody heard from OJ?
He's
No.
dead.
He
He's
doesn't respond.
dead.
He was the nicest guy. You fuck this dude over.
I even wrote you. I go, fuck Rocco. Rocco's a piece of shit. Carter can suck my dick. Come on my show, and still wasn't enough to get him on.
I have no idea what is going on. Be Smiley, can I get a t-shirt, Patty? Usually we sell t-shirts for $25, but I tell you what, $4? You want me to send you a sleeve? We can do that. Bongo, No Quitter, one of my favorite shows. Thanks for entertaining us weekly. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships, VIPs. Carl Suffag. I got ahead of myself. According to Tuki, Carl Suffag. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
According to Tuki, we're supposed to fuck some hogs and heifers in Vegas. Do we have to? I'd rather fuck Lucy like Carl is.
Hey, keep your damn hands off her.
Ixnay on the Icebox Tay. Chad's a mimic. Rocco, Cripple Creek is like an hour away. Gamble there.
Blackhawk's better. It's 2 hours away.
Ghost Miss P wants you to come to Foxwoods May 15th through 18th.
Wow!
Do I smell a new casino meetup? He'll be kicked out before we get there.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, I'll get there at 9 a.m.
I feel like Atlantic City is probably a little more lax than Foxwoods.
Yeah, probably.
Never, ever bet on an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet. You'll wind up in your bathroom shooting craps all night. Haka, haka! Not exactly, but yeah, 2003 stand-up joke. That's fantastic. That's a deep pull.
Bra, lock, piss drinking on stream for dozens of dollars. This is literally Black Mirror Common People Season 7, Episode 1. Only Aaron doesn't have a wife with a brain condition he's altruistically raising money for by streaming humiliation rituals. It doesn't end well, my dude.
I just love that, like, he thought about, like, what could I charge to drink apple juice out of a bowl? $50, guys. Good luck. T.O. Hank, Blind Mustafa.
I want to defend my god pal Rocco. I drove an hour to meet him, driving an hour to get Cosmos Pizza. It's the best pizza in the state.
Hey, pizza. What kind of pizza is this?
It's just a chain restaurant.
New York.
Is it?
What?
I mean, there's 6 of them in the Denver and Boulder area, but that's it.
Look, Jets Pizza is a chain, and I like Jets.
Yeah, but this isn't a nationwide. Like I'm saying, there's like 6 locations. Is that a chain?
It looks so normal. Like, it looks like a normal.
It's like New York style. Like they're big slices, like boardwalk style.
You got that big Hobart mixer. Why don't you open one in your garage?
I know. Hey, okay.
You are correct, Melton, my son. I am the Jesus of the Dabbleverse. Go forth with 3-2 beers. I'm pivoting into the world of TV Preacher. It should be easy due to my begging skills.
And that's true. That's a job he probably would be good at. With the bullshitting and the waving of the hands and the collecting money. I could see him pivoting into opening his own church. Church of the Toe.
Yeah, no, definitely. He'll just do it online. Why do you even have to open a church?
Yeah, good point. Be like one of these mega churches with the live stream.
I just talked to the Pope. Turns out eating another man's seed off your soon-to-be ex-wife gets you a permanent ban from heaven. Sorry, toe boy.
Yeah, aren't there things in Catholicism that like just like there's no going to heaven?
It's a bummer.
I think suicide might be.
Yeah.
You can generally be forgiven for anything.
Yeah. I think abortion.
You always had your bets at the end.
Wait, what?
What?
Fuck! I'm fucked! Fuck! Jesus, please forgive me.
Don't worry, Carl. I know a guy. Just sneak around back. We'll let you in.
All right, thanks.
A simple Google search of proselytizing and Catholicism would show Toe is being a heretic. Even a retard like me knows that.
MNC, I think the extreme form of Catholic Tukey is looking for. I think the extreme form of Catholic Tukey is looking for is Mel Gibson Catholic. Yeah. Yes. It's secretly being recorded and hating the Jews.
Are there different kinds of Catholic?
Yes.
Sure.
I know nothing.
Flavors, if you will.
It's like knowing all.
The main two branches though, Tukey, are Catholicism and Protestantism, and the reason they separated from each other is because the king wanted to get divorced. Divorce is really the difference between them.
Kevin Cheese, the only time I've ever heard someone mention unique viewers is Towboy and people talking about Towboy. First place in a race no one else is running.
Right, you're right.
Good way to put it. Not cupcakes. Thanks for the rewind this week. I did the last time too. And in Atlantic City, I think. Get off my back, nerd.
My wife, Mom, is letting me out of the house April 9th through April 13th, 27 days and counting for me. I love it. Gonna have some fun. You can keep your bubble craps. I'll be playing blackjack.
Fair enough. PL, Aaron grew the goatee for Nick. Kind of how Michael Scott grew a goatee to be cool like Ryan. That is perfect. Yeah, Ryan moved to New York and became like a cool guy. And Aaron did look up to Nick Rekieta, no matter how you spin it. Nick Rekieta says, "Oh, F me." Hasn't that got you in enough trouble? Spectre, hey Patrick, or anyone on the panel, how many people do you think comprise the Dabbleverse? I think around 10K. More? Less? I guess it's hard to put a number on it because, like, I'm sure there are casual viewers, occasional viewers. I'm sure there's diehard people. There's people who watch live. There's people who watch later.
I haven't thought on this.
Yeah.
Louis J. Gomez is like, there's like 1,000 or 2,000 people paid attention to the Dabbleverse. It's not worth it.
It's definitely more than that.
The Dabblers Anonymous subreddit gets 14,000 viewers a week.
Right.
So that's significant. If you're just thinking about a subreddit, you know, there's people who never go on there who watch the shows, who are watching all this stuff.
Yeah,
so
there's a long tail. I'm sure there's like a long tail of casual.
It's over 20,000
from time to time. And
If Ralph and Scarlett come better, have Narcan ready. I'm gonna have my way with the puppet. Love you more than a friend.
Carl is obsessed with his puppet. Seize the day. Can you say you do 2 for what? Can you say you do 2 to 4 a week again? That was funny. Well, also I do shows. Sometimes I do shows that are 6 or 7 hours. Which can you count that as 2 shows? Like, come on, man. I've done 18 hours this week. Get off my back.
You You say you don't do it now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I can't keep up. I watch you all night long and fall asleep. I wake up, I start watching again. It's too much.
Well, to say I don't do 2 shows a week is insane. Like that's a minimum.
Yeah.
Like, that's not fair.
It also takes a while to get through your show. Like if you've missed the show live,
Yeah.
you need to listen to it over the course of a day or two.
Sure.
It's just so long.
Do you know how many emails and comments
the
we
word
got?
I would use.
You know how many emails and comments I got on last night's show or about last night's show where they're like, I can't keep up. It's like if I do 2 shows, you're all going like, what a lazy piece of shit. Right. Then I do 3 shows, you're all like, whoa, who does this guy think he is?
I mean, you could just do a 2-hour show like a normal.
I can.
I know.
It takes me 6 hours to rest enough to lift my body again.
This is Patrick at Oliver Twist's orphanage. He gets nothing, and then one week he's like more, and he just dumps the whole vat in there. It's like, is that too much? Is that too much gruel for you?
Crispin Wallaby, Dabbler, can you bring FKA Mommy if Vince comes on? Thanks. Whatever Vince wants to do. Vince is in control now. The Ghost Mr. P. I'm a born and raised Catholic effing slayer. Never know what this guy's talking about. Sorcerer, love super tips, great service. As he super chats. So that's good. Seize the day. Toe gets religious when fearing courts. What's up? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's something to do legally. Goatee equals crusty flavor saver. Perhaps. All right, we have 2 yellow tips I'm going to keep in the waiting. We need 3 more for Tukey to do a golden shower. We're going to hold on to those because people want to see Tukey do the golden shower. Yay! Frankly, everyone does. Really. I really have no idea what it is. You'll see. You'll see. Tuesday or Wednesday morning, Aaron received a $500 Venmo in the middle of the night. What? And as Moody can attest, he received it in the middle of the night.
I want to read you a message. So yesterday morning, you guys went insane, and we were going to start at 100.
Isn't it crazy how the audience either goes insane with money giving, or they just fall short? They're really polarized in their giving.
Today, that was going to be the number because you guys went so over yesterday. I gave like $90 to the evening show, and they still missed by 15. Isn't that something? And then I gave 140 to the morning show today, and it was going to be a nice and easy one. And I was like, we're good, we're cool, not a big deal.
This is and then a more convoluted way of passing things forward. It used to be that it just knocked on to the next show, but now he's picking and choosing how much each show gets of pot. It's not even 2 separate accounts.
Well, yeah, because like the evening show and the morning show are different people, so it's not fair if the evening show raises a bunch of money to give it to the morning show. Those are totally different people.
But he still gives a little bit of the money to the morning show from the evening show, and vice versa.
World War III's going on, literally, right now. And this is what you maniacs.
It's so stupid because he does a show that's for him, so he thinks this is important. Like, guys, can you believe it? I took 140 off the goal. Nobody cares.
Like you care about his account.
Nobody cares, right? I can't imagine. Like, I'm a fan of Adidas. I wear a lot of Adidas clothing. I like their whatever.
Nah,
I can't. Right. I can't imagine being like, what do their books look like? I want to dive into that. I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
Guys, we lowered the price on the shell toes because our running division is making it.
Right. He has notes about all this. He's like, I have to talk about this.
So dumb.
Right.
You know, I wake up once or twice during the night.
With cold sweat.
We know.
And I woke up around 3 a.m. to...
How many times do you think April said to him over the course of their marriage, what is it? Like just waking up because he's popping up in his sleep. Remember the sleep jacket?
Sleep jacket.
We forgot about that.
This message from a guy who's been a fan of ours for years. His name's Matt. And Matt sent me a link. Now, I said something like, oh, people are tired of the church stuff or whatever. Some people are getting tired of talking about, like Catholicism and everything else. And then the message,
My Catholicism. Again, it just goes to show you, like, he reads every line of feedback and wants to change the show into what the audience wants. It's like, just do what you want to do. If you want your show to be this religious show, just why would you care? It's like second guessing reaching out to Chad to save him.
It's like it's also when he talks about boxing, he's like this boxer and then he's a basketball player. He's been to mass like 4 times. Yeah.
And it's like, so hold on, this guy's just watching mass on YouTube.
It's not a way to get a girl horny. I'm telling you right now, watch Prince.
he said, no, I love it. It's reinvigorated my own faith. It's nice to see someone who's just a regular person, not being holier than thou, this and that. I'm like, okay, cool. I think sometimes I can come off as holier than thou. I don't mean to, but not holier than thou, but like believing my church is superior. But I love it. I can't help it. Sometimes when you love something,
My church. Do you think anyone knows who Aaron is at this church?
No. I'm off a little smug about it. And then Matt sends me this message in the middle of the night last night. Sent me a link, and he says, I think this church does a Latin Mass. Keep going and keep up spreading the good word. I'm behind in the chat. You are truly spreading the word. That's not me making the sound. That's in the message. You are truly spreading the word that people need to hear. Sending you a little something on Venmo. So I said, oh my God, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And so I checked. And I just want to try and cover the name up.
Now, this is the second time recently we've seen him show a donation to the camera. All the other ones he never shows. Right. 270 the day I was sniping him when that got knocked out, and this one he's going to show.
I checked.
It's a Chad Zumock thing.
Thanks for showing us, Aaron. What a retard this guy is. Why is he bracing his arm? You gotta brace it. You gotta put your hand under your...
A $500 drop from Matt. Now it did say keep hitting the damn Jews. That's a little on the old schnoz. But 500.
I love that he's acting like he's too good to make fun of the Jews all of a sudden. He's like, whoa, we don't do that over here.
Bucks from Matt over on Venmo. Thank you.
Does this make you think that the other donations are fake? Like more? Because he doesn't show those ever.
Yes.
$100 from Steven or Stephanie.
Well, you pointed this out with Chad Zumock. He's so show and tell. And if it doesn't show you, he's lying. Because he wants to show everything.
And one of the things that Chad has want is attention through those through
right.
when they send donations. He doesn't give any of that. They all just want to be known as Stephanie and Matt.
So like I have some of you telling me, oh, the religion, oh, the God stuff, oh, this, that. And I'm like, well, maybe I should tone it down. And then all of a sudden, here comes Matt off the top rope with $500.
Should I listen to my whole chat who's like, enough with the religion? Or should I listen to Matt, who gave me $500? I'm torn. What do I do?
This is how focus groups are run. Like, you go to a focus group for a product, everyone hates it. It's for a shit sandwich. Everyone hates it. They're like, this is shit, I'm not eating it. Then one of the members just puts the $500 across the table and goes, I love it.
Chad and Aaron are constantly trying to figure out what their show should be. And the feedback confuses them. They're constantly asking the chat, what should I do? But when they get answers, it confuses them even more. They don't have some of you want one thing and some of you want another.
And he says, I'm loving it. I see, now this is how...
So you're asking the office, what kind of cake should we get for Becky's birthday?
Right.
I want funfetti. I want chocolate.
That's why at every corporate event, there's always a veggie pizza that no one touches.
Exactly.
But there's onions and tomatoes on it. Yeah, I don't care.
Because if you don't have it, some cunt will complain.
Right.
Gets you. This is Like this is how these pastors go to these non-denominational churches and they become like their own pope. And they start huffing their own farts and everybody else starts huffing their farts. And then all of a sudden these pastors at these non-denominational churches start thinking who the fuck they are.
This describes the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Is they start talking about God, talking about Christianity, and then people start giving them lots of money. You got to fight that. You got to avoid that. That's not what you do it for. You don't do it.
Aaron's like, you don't do it for the money, guys.
It's money. You ever seen the houses?
He just got done saying he's confused because a guy gave him $500 to keep doing something, and he doesn't know whether he should listen to the people who don't give him money, who watch the show every day, or the guy who gave him money once. I love that he's
live in it like
an expert on everything without knowing anything about it.
Essentially know-it-all. It's amazing.
The Pope lives in a castle in a country that's surrounded by a country. Like, what are you talking about? Thinking, I'll do a supply.
This is my favorite. Segment of the week. Aaron has discovered loaded mashed potatoes.
Those are good.
Well, Aaron's never heard of it.
Those are really good, though. He's right about that.
Aaron invented putting cheese on mashed potatoes.
No one, I've never talked about this before. I used to work at Pizzeria Uno.
Yes.
I was a cook over there. Our fucking mashed potatoes had everything on them. They're amazing.
Okay, well, Aaron just put queso that he had in the fridge on his mashed potatoes.
That's not
And he's like, you won't believe this. It was fucking amazing.
Nah, that's not
And he was like, have you ever heard of this? Cheese on mashed potatoes?
Yeah.
He's about to lose his mind.
Pear?
And you know, when Aaron finds something, he's got to share it with us. Like
Because
sticking
none of us have ever experienced this before.
well,
Like,
spicy
what?
chicken dipped in mashed potatoes,
Right.
to cool the spiciness.
Hey, Cal, aren't you from the home of the garbage plate?
I am, yes. I don't endorse that, but yes.
And Kiki's from the home of the garbage floor. I have a confession to make. Look at this stinker. Look at him.
Here it comes.
What are two things that this audience say I love eating?
Cock.
Come.
Hot dog buns?
What do I dip the hot dog buns in?
Hold on, he dips hot dog buns in something. Listen to this.
Queso.
Yeah.
Hold on, are you talking about dipping a hot dog in queso, or he just dips hot dog bun? He just dips bread in queso.
This is what a poor person would do.
Yeah.
Gonna hit fighting weights.
I take a Kraft single and I melt it on a piece of bread in the microwave. Oh!
I made ribeye and pork chops for the kids and myself and SP and everybody. So we had a lot of leftovers, you know. And I made a big batch of mashed potatoes for 8, you know. I wasn't serving 8 people, but I made enough for 8 people. So a lot of mashed potatoes left.
He doesn't know how to tell a story. Like, there's so many details that, like, you don't need.
Yesterday, you know, Mondays, you know, I'm always cooking for the kids on the weekends.
Hold on, how many ribeyes did you make? Slow down.
Leftovers. So Mondays usually are leftovers.
Like clean out the house, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So I decided I was gonna have a bowl of mashed potatoes. I got curious. I didn't stick my dick in the mashed potatoes. I got curious, and you know how sometimes people will put like shredded cheese on a potato,
Yeah.
and they'll melt it on there or whatever.
You know, you ever seen that? You ever seen people put cheese on a potato?
You're going too fast. I can't.
I've done it 3 times today.
Yeah.
Heating up the mashed potatoes in the microwave, I put them in for 30 seconds, and then I was going to do another 30 seconds.
There.
And for the second 30 seconds, I went, what if I take a spoonful of queso? So I had white queso, and I put it in for 40 seconds, and then I whipped it all together. I mixed it all together, the queso and the potatoes. I don't have any tortilla chips, and I didn't want to go shopping. And I don't have that much queso. I still have some queso left. But it's been in there for a week or so. So I took a scoop, and I put the scoop. Someone says 227 pounds. I took the scoop, all right, and I lied. I then took like a half a spoon scoop, a second one, and I put it in another, and I put them in different parts of the bowl.
It's
and then I
boring as shit.
It together, and I'm here to tell you, I ate that whole bowl, and it was delicious.
What are we doing?
Slice of life, Milton. Slice
This
of
is
life.
like, and by the way, this is like a fat girl on her cheat day. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm sorry, I put another little half scoop too. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, the fact that he's just like, I don't know if you know this, but queso makes things more delicious. Like, yeah. We're familiar.
But I just can't imagine him making it to 40 and being like, dude, cheese on mashed potatoes? Have you heard of this? This is crazy.
Dude, wait till he finds out about sriracha, hot honey, gravy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Johnny's gonna be like, have you tried gravy? He's like, what? You put gravy on mashed potatoes? Whoa. What? It's not even Thanksgiving.
He's gonna come up with the name Mix-Ins himself.
Dude, I put gummy bears on my frozen yogurt. Have you heard of this?
M&M's and popcorn, you say? I don't know. All right.
Retarded.
It's like retarded.
It's like what I did. Johnny, remember what I did with the mashed potatoes? Well, I was having ice cream, and I thought, what if the ice cream was the mashed potatoes?
Oh,
really good.
I got a question with your mashed potatoes. Do you do them like chunks in them, or do you whip them to a fine mash? How do you
Here's my thing. So I prefer
Good question,
to boil potatoes, whip them up, do the milk, do all the seasonings, the garlic, everything else. I like to make it. My daughter, my oldest, likes the instant mashed potatoes. So we had a big bag of potatoes, and I was going to make those. She asked for instant mashed potatoes, the flakes.
Yeah.
And so I made a big thing of those. I don't prefer those, but they're not as bad as people say. It's fine.
They
whatever.
are. It's
So
gross.
it was gross.
It's insane.
It's like
I
potato
reheated
dandruff.
and I put queso in it, and I
So
really.
it's very silky. So there's no chunks in there. So I mean,
It's
yeah,
good.
you could do it. I think you should.
It was good. I liked it. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Why is it weird if I put queso in mashed potatoes, but if other people put cheese and sour cream on a baked potato, that's fine?
No one thinks it's weird. No one thinks putting cheese in mashed potatoes is weird.
Then why does Gordy keep ignoring me? He hasn't been the same since I did this.
On a baked potato like they plan to. You put queso and leftover instant mash because you're like, all right, this will totally make me feel better. I'm not a fat piece of shit for this. And I'm sorry to tell you.
Dude, I had some of those crispy onions and some macaroni and cheese, and I'm ashamed to admit this. I put a layer of crispy onions on top of my macaroni and cheese.
Right?
It was good. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it was good.
Do you think he was such a kid who separated all his food and if it touched, like he wouldn't eat it? So he's just like discovering, like mashed potatoes and macaroni. Like, hasn't he ever mixed mashed potatoes with macaroni and cheese? KFC literally sold it as an entree forever. Like the
I made
guys,
baked beans. I had some bacon, and I chopped up the bacon and put it in the bacon.
Oh,
It
no.
was good. It was good. I don't know what to
You
tell
can't
you.
do that, Patrick.
It
No,
was
no,
good.
That's terrible. That's horrible. Eat those things separately.
I did gain a pound.
Yeah.
How many mashed potatoes?
It went right to my hips.
weighs
What a broad.
You drink a glass of water and then weigh yourself, you'll gain a pound. Oh.
I'm going to the gym today.
This guy thinks everything works instantly. Like, if you eat a food, you gain weight now, and then if you go to the gym this afternoon, it takes the weight off.
He's going to go 1 for 12 from the 3-point line. He's actually like, all right, well, I'm good.
It's such a Chad and Stuttery John thing to do too. Let everyone know I'm going to the gym today. Like, no one cares. Go to the gym. It's fantastic.
This is called Aaron doesn't know what to do with his hands, and he banks less than all the other shows.
Oh, I love this.
I have to piss real quick, so you hang in there. Talk about your show. Plug the shit out of your show.
Yeah.
And then we'll say goodbye to you when I come back. And to let people know, I have to go until 11 today because you guys got over 500 memberships again today. Actually, holy shit, you gifted a lot more. Let me check real
Can I
quick.
just point out
You're
real
90
quick?
away.
Sorry to pause it, but he sets up Johnny the worst way possible. All right, I'm going to take a piss. You do nothing but promote your own shit that no one cares about, and then I'll be back to promote other stuff. It's like, why not act like there's some content that's going to happen? Pretend there's content.
Nobody has time.
All right, fair enough.
From 600. So thank you very, very much. And again, all the generosity. Thank you, Matt, for the 500. Thank you, Average Plumber, for the 100. We're good through today. We're good through tonight. We're good through tomorrow. And we're working on tomorrow night. So, unbelievable job, guys.
I
Thank
don't know
you.
if you're good, but you hit the goal.
Money. I'm going to piss like a monkey, and then I'm going to come back.
Is that a saying?
I'm going to piss like a monkey. I think he takes all his clothes off. Oh, yeah.
Jumps up and down on the back of the toilet.
There's piss everywhere.
Like you go. This is like when the servers won't cut the host at the restaurant because they're like, just hold on, I got to do some stuff. Then I'll come back. I'll cut you.
The minute you leave is
Yeah, his hands are insane.
All right. Did you plug all your stuff?
Yes, I did. And
Okay.
I was curious about what I was wondering with your answers. What's the time frame on this? Like, go out to that child learning center? Is there?
Because Aaron said he would go out to the Child Learning Center if he hit a goal. The Leering Center.
Also,
Yeah,
it's very funny that Johnny Crush is going to get tons of views from all these plugs that he did. This is a very important element of the show. Get your plugs in, Johnny, because I know you have 13 or 15 people who watch your live stream. It's great.
I don't know if you know this. It disgusts Aaron to like do a thing for money. That's kind of not what this show's about.
No, the goal.
They're about 60 or $70 away from that.
All right, so it's on the line, but not quite doable. All right.
Yeah. So you notice I'm not really pushing it that hard.
I did. That's why I felt obligated.
There's nothing quite. I mean, it feels crass. You know, we're a show that like we don't encourage contributions after we've hit a certain number. You know, all these other shows, they make fun of Steel Toe for like having a rally or a beg segment. Meanwhile, their whole show is begging. We're like more. I got my QR code. Like it's a constant beg fest.
Why would you play this, Patrick? He's embarrassing us so badly.
I'm not ashamed of it, Carl.
He's got our
I'm not
number,
ashamed of
Patrick.
it.
He's
There's the
embarrassing us.
QR
Why would you
code.
play that?
We need it.
I told you not to play that part. God damn it.
I'm not ashamed of it.
You
You
guys
guys
do
are
it
pathetic.
for money the whole time. He's in more and more and more and
Fuck
more.
money. We need
Patrick.
money.
This
I'm
is-
thinking of projector.
You're embarrassing us.
We're poor. He has 56,000 unique viewers. We don't. Grow up.
What
Look
a
at the reality of the situation. We need money. He doesn't.
This gaslighting is out of control. The other shows
It's
back
a
more than I
lifeline.
did.
Donate to the QR code. The link's in the chat. Come on. Fuck.
What,
And
you
how-
guys are making
We only
money
have
from
12
this?
super tips in the queue. Come
Shut up,
on,
Moody.
motherfucker.
Shut up. There's no money, Moody. There's no money. Shut up.
Is money being made here?
There's
What?
no money, Moody. Shut up.
And how dare you make it convenient instead of just yelling Streamlabs,
Right.
Venmo,
I'm
PayPal.
going to
What
interrupt
does
the
that
show.
mean?
You know what? For the rest of the show, I will interrupt or begging for money. I'm sorry I'm doing it wrong with the QR code and the link in the chat. I should be screaming more. Guys,
That's hysterical.
fuck. I'm starting to itch.
That was my favorite clip of this week. He goes, all the other shows are begging for money way more than I am. He's awesome.
Also,
I love Aaron.
he said that his show only asks for the amount that they need and it doesn't ask for any more. But the more is what he pays Oz out of.
Right.
Oh, wait.
On Thursdays, he
This
needs
week that
more.
was insane. Hold
Yep.
on. We got that coming.
For enough.
Right. Whereas we're like, guys, we're good. Thank you.
We hit the point. It's wonderful.
And I don't want to live stream from out there, but I will. I absolutely will.
Right. I just want to make you do more work.
But it feels weird to say, hey, you know, if you guys give this much, I'll do this. It's like there's been.
It feels weird to say, if you guys give this much, I'll do this. Where are we at with that apple juice?
Right.
A lot of money coming into the old toe this week.
His whole show for years was, if you give me this much money, I will do another half hour.
It still is. Well, not that, but yeah.
No, now
it still is. Like, give me money and I'll do other things.
now it's you haven't given me enough money, so I'm gonna do an extra hour.
It's insane.
Every show has to cover Aaron because Aaron's box office.
We'll nag you about money if we're $100 or so away from the goal. We get excited. We're like, the goal, the goal, the goal. But it's all kind of a fun game within the program, right?
Yeah, it's just a game.
I saw a clip today. It came upon my algorithm, and I had to click on it. Mersh is down bad. And
Again, he just happened to see a clip.
you know, I've said before, I'll say it again.
Carl, you got to be loving this. It's Mersh is
I'm at
attacking
war
you
with
relentlessly.
I just learned about that on Thursday. Well, I'm at war with Mersh. Cool.
Mersh, I like Mersh. I do. Mersh had financial problems a while back. You know, their truck was getting repossessed on the air, the whole deal. And Mersh did something that a lot of people do, that Patrick Melton has done, a lot of people do. Carl, when his Patreon numbers start going down, Mersh did the thing where you go, I'm going to pretend I have a problem with Steel Toe. My audience is stupid. They don't really understand how broadcasting or how shows work. They think
no one has a problem with Aaron. Again, this isn't. I was talking about this last night with that Mersh basically saying it was the best day of his life and pretending like something improved in his station because of Ethan Ralph going to jail. If Aaron keeps stepping on rakes, it's not a win for me. Right. It's just funny. It's just comical. It's just a guy who's tearing his own life apart, and we're watching it for amusement. I'm not better off because of it. I don't get anything because of it. It's not a W for me. I was talking about the HROs. It's like if these HROs get thrown out, it's not a W for me. It's just not a W for Aaron. Right. I didn't do anything, so there's nothing to win.
I have a question for Aaron. I didn't hear him say that specifically. So my Patreon was going down, so I started making fun of Aaron. Is my Patreon up now because of that? Because it's not. He's pointed this out many times. My Patreon is still down, right? People have shifted to YouTube. People subscribe on YouTube to the Patreon, so that's where the memberships are. But Aaron goes, well, Carl's Patreon was down, so he had to start making fun of me. Well, how did that work out?
These guys are so zero sum. It's crazy. Mersh literally said, look how much gray Ethan Ralph has. I think I'm losing grays now.
Is that right?
It's like, that's not how anything works.
He said his cigarette tasted better because Ethan Ralph was in jail.
It does?
What's wrong with you, man? That's not good.
Why don't you just get those cigarettes all the time?
Yeah.
It's all a shoot. So I'm going to pretend I have a real problem with Steel Toe, even though
no one's pretending they have a real problem with Steel Toe. Also, that's a great pose.
That's
a great pose.
Aaron, I will go on your show anytime. You can come on my show anytime. I texted this guy. He doesn't respond. I don't have a problem with him at all. It's fine.
Done anything to me? Not.
Yeah, who's pretending like they have a problem?
None of us.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron's going I got a real. Melton is after me. Ricado's after me. I got a real problem.
You guys want to see a Patreon that's down?
Oh, no. Those graphs, dude, I don't think they're going in the right direction.
He currently has
I thought that was MLC for a minute.
Aaron has 9 paid members. He makes $31 a month from Patreon.
But does he post anything on Patreon?
Yes, he posts the audio versions of his shows on there.
But what's his rank though? It's probably pretty good, right?
98,346.
Oh, well, that's not great. Oh, never mind. That was me. Should have avoided that.
It's not bad.
That's not bad. He's
I
in the
bet
top
9
100,000.
I bet 9 is more than his store orders for merch.
Oh, now it's 8 actually.
He lost. You just reminded somebody to cancel. Somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go."
I mean, just has a good time on his program. So he pretended, he's like, maybe I'll make some money if I tie Aaron's name to something. Aaron's a draw, I'm not. So he did. It didn't work great.
Again, one of these guys that thinks he's the draw. It's like, why can't Stuttering John? It's like, how come you can't do it for yourself?
Yeah, Bob Levy went on John's show this week. It was so funny. He's like,
traitor.
Shuey's making money and Carl's making money. Everyone's making money except for you. It's just like, you didn't know how to respond to that. Everyone's making money off of you, you idiots.
It's like when he yelled at Keanu, like, "Yeah, it was sold out for the wrong reasons." It's like,
Right.
yeah, it's sold out for the right reasons. So just take what you can get.
It worked okay. It didn't save its show like I did for.
There is a world where if you're like this horrible comic, like somebody suggested this to Tom Myers, I forget who it was, but like you should just bill yourself as the worst comedian in the world or whatever. Like if you sell out comedy clubs, it don't matter. You'll get your bag, and you'll make bank. And comedy clubs will book you. They don't care.
Patrick, we talked about this. Tommy Wiseau with the Room.
Tommy Wiseau. Yeah.
Right.
He travels around the United States showing The Room. It's the worst movie that's ever been made. And he's the one who directed it, wrote it, stars in it.
Q&A. Yeah.
Does a Q&A. He takes all the hate. He walks out with all the money.
Yeah.
Great Sistro does that, and he didn't even
Yes.
make the movie.
I'm going to see Greg at the end of this month. He's coming to Rochester. I can't wait. Yeah.
For Melton or any of those guys. But it helped him hobble along, essentially. Well, then I see this clip today where he's got potentially $100,000 IRS problems. His car's falling apart again. He's saying he can't take his girlfriend out and all this other stuff. I mean, really humiliating stuff. I don't think we're going to do it on the show today because, again, I don't really have a problem with Mersh. It's more, and it's not funny, it's sad. But Mersh has been really shitty to Johnny. He's been horrible to Johnny. So if at the end of Johnny's time on the show today, he decides he wants to watch it.
Aaron misremembers that morning with Johnny, by the way. Like, Aaron platformed all those free comments. The same thing he used to do to April. He would, like, call out all these comments who were tearing April apart until April left crying. And then he goes, see what you guys did to April? It's like, you could have ignored all that.
Also, Mersh makes more money than Aaron makes. So, yeah, I don't know what Aaron's on about. Mersh is richer than Aaron.
And he has a girlfriend.
I'm going to speed this up. This is the morning of the Ethan Ralph arrest when Aaron wakes up and sees that Ethan Ralph was arrested. And this gets religious.
It's not good. Ethan Ralph, who, to kind of catch you up on the story here, Ethan Ralph went to Chicago, and then he went to Milwaukee. And he was doing that to hang out with his new girlfriend, Scarlett Hampton.
Now, we heard earlier that he was happy for this couple, these kids. He hopes it's a bun in the oven. They moved to Mexico, lived happily ever after. He was encouraging it.
And,
Yes.
Look, I thought it was a mistake, but I try not to get involved in people's lives.
He was like,
holy shit. This guy, he forgets yesterday and he ain't worried about tomorrow. It's what's right now. And hopefully you're dumb like that too, and you don't remember anything.
I try not to have these parasocial internet relationships. Ethan had DM'd me, asked me if I ever been to Chicago, and Ethan and I are on, cordial terms. So I told him about my 2 trips I've taken to Chicago, and it's not my favorite city. I went there for a Twins game and a drink with my friends once. And it's, I don't think
you went to Chicago for a drink? This is dumber than Tukey driving an hour for a pizza.
Way dumber. He's trying to say Chicago's not an interesting city because he's been there twice and it wasn't that great. Like, it's a whole fucking. It's like the 3rd biggest city in America. There's a lot going on there, idiot.
Ralph, you're gonna think they're crazy. They put cold ingredients on their hot dogs and make pizza in a cheesecake pan. It's ridiculous.
Also, Carl, I think it's the 4th now. I think Houston's beating them.
Possibly.
You can just get Milwaukee delivered to you. You don't need to go to Chicago for a drink.
People absolutely love Chicago. Some people say it's a den of vipers and a communist utopia. But
some people say it's a den of vipers and a communist utopia. I've never heard that about Chicago.
Never heard of communist. I've heard Windy City. I've never heard communist utopia.
I really take it or leave it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. And when I saw the 6-minute video. I think when it was the 6-minute video that Scarlett had put up, he went there to see his new girlfriend, Scarlett Hampton, the porn actress. Serious drug problem. I mean, everybody in this. I know this.
The thing here as well that you've got to remember is that when Aaron's talking about Ethan and Scarlett, He sees himself in Ethan, and he sees April and Scarlett. So you need to replace those words around. When it's
Yes.
Ethan, it's Aaron. When
And
it's
it
Scarlett,
gets way more apparent as this goes on.
Kind of what makes me want radio really bad, because the internet is just full of people. I mean, there's a soul lacking. There's a heart there that doesn't exist, because these are people. And as a father, somebody is Scarlett's dad, and the thoughts he must have about how she's living her life and what's going on. Ethan Ralph is a father, and I just feel so bad on that failure. Once you have kids, and I understand that I'm not one.
Describing Ethan Ralph as a father is insane. Ethan lives in Mexico, a different country to where his kids are.
He sees his kids less than Aaron.
Right.
And Aaron never sees his kids. So
lecture people. I've made my mistakes, and maybe that means I am allowed to lecture people, because I have made my mistakes and repented for them. But when you have children, you can't go chasing drug addicts. You can't go chasing cocaine and all that shit. You got to leave that. You have a choice to make. You can go get mugshots all the time and do drugs and hang out with porn stars, or you can have children. You can't do both.
Now, Aaron didn't go chasing cocaine and polycules until he had children for a decade.
Yeah.
So
he knows it all. Meanwhile, I have no.
And by the way, he was willing to throw the children away to keep it going.
Right.
We saw the text.
He had been a father for a decade when he wrote, "I could live without my children."
Yes. He put them in the other room while he was in another room
He's
doing
worse
drugs.
than Ethan Ralph. The criticism from Aaron here boils down to he's like, you could have gone and seen your kids, but instead you're up in Chicago fucking this porn star. Aaron brought his kids to the drug den repeatedly. He didn't want to be alone with his kids and would text Nick.
They didn't want to go.
Come over.
Do you remember? They're like, we don't like going to the Mercedes. I was like, all right, well, whatever. We're going.
We're going.
Plenty of time.
Get in the car, you little bastards.
I'll share some Molly with you if you'll shut your mouth.
Balance that with a nasty cocaine habit, and their life falls apart in front of them. It's not an example of one person. It's not an example of two people. It's not an example of 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It is a universal fact that you cannot balance being a good parent and chasing these midlife crises all over the place. I mean, we've seen it with too many people. It does not work.
Like Aaron Emholt.
He also doesn't know any drugs apart from cocaine.
Yes. Drugs are cocaine.
Drugs are cocaine.
But you're done. You got to live for them now. They're your main focus. Whatever you were going to do and accomplish, it's not about that anymore. It's about what you can do for them. And going to Chicago to meet up with a cohort. Let's be frank. I mean, you're walking.
So again, Scarlett is April.
Into a bear trap. And there is no doubt in my mind. I don't know what happened. I don't have any specifics on what happened. But I have no doubt in my mind that he did some dumb shit and she pulled some dirty shit. I mean, just based on what we've seen with that Matt Mead fella. Look, she may have a drug problem. She may seem scatterbrained and out of it. But one thing's for sure, she can calculate a little. She can play on the run. She can play on the fly. She can improvise. So I told Ralph after that 6-minute video came out, I said, buddy, this is too toxic for you. And I didn't want to get involved. But I also believe that if you see someone trying, you should throw. Yeah.
Could you imagine Ralph getting a notice from Aaron going, by the way, this is a little too toxic for you? He's like, you're right, buddy. I should calm it down. My bad.
See who Ralph is. You should try to help them. If you call it my new nature, call it me trying to be a better person, whatever. I don't believe in telling people what to do. I don't believe in going, you have to do this, you're getting angry with them. But I do believe that if you communicated with someone,
that's the court's job.
You feel they're going down a bad path. There's a respectful way to bring it up. And I did tell Ralph. I didn't go too far. The lines of communication were open because he asked me about Chicago. So I saw the video and I just wrote to him. I said, "Are you okay? Seems like things are going a little rough. I hope you're heading back to Mexico. This seems like a toxic situation. This is something you should get away from." And then he wrote me back something, and I don't think I ever responded after that because I just said, "Okay." He said, "No, we're back together. It's okay. It's cool." And then they made that video where they were alluding to shooting a movie, and they signed release forms to shoot a movie, and they both looked worse for wear. And I'm like, you know what? You said, you can't say you didn't do anything. You said your piece. Now observe this like the rest of the world. And it looks like
that was what Merce specifically said. Aaron's watching.
Yeah.
We're not
trying to get him self-involved.
Yeah.
Like texting
Yes.
messaging them,
Chad, Karmic, all of it.
And they're all rejecting him.
It's hilarious.
No one wants you on their team.
There we go. These are my news tips coming in hot and heavy. There's the mugshot, and I know people on the internet are like, "Oh, we got a show we can do up with it." Once I gets here, we're done with this. But I look at this mugshot, and I think all I can think of is that he's got kids, and nobody,
Shut up. That's all. Shut the fuck
damn it. This guy's not a father. He doesn't parent either of his fucking kids.
Or
Shut the
Daddy.
fuck up.
It's so easy for part-time
Aaron,
daddy.
Aaron hates you if you don't have kids, and he hates you if you do have kids. You're not doing it right.
Right.
And I don't really, Aaron. That's the only thing you can think about is this guy's kids when you look at the picture.
Yeah. These kids want nothing to do with them, and thank God he has nothing to do with them.
He doesn't have kids. His kids have a liability.
When people told me Ethan Ralph was 40,
I know.
recently, like
insane.
he turned 40 a couple months ago. I was like,
What? It's rough.
He's the ghost of Christmas past.
I mean, he's handsome. He's great.
Have you seen his gunt?
What? Shut up, Moody.
It's.
Dare you?
I know why anyone would want to watch that porn. It is.
Dude, when I heard it was in decent exposure, I was thinking of not Brian Griffin. Who's the dad and Family Guy?
Peter.
Peter Griffin. Like, you can't see his dick because his gut's hanging over, so
Right.
he can be naked. I was thinking about that. Like, how the fuck does he get in decent exposure? You can't see his dick. There's no way.
It does hang low, and it is loose. It's not.
What? What are you talking about?
What do you think his hair looks like,
You
Moody?
haven't seen. All right, I'm gonna pull it up.
No! What? No! Shut the show down!
It's on my channel. Put it up. Go ahead.
These are things, and like a lot of people's dads have mugshots. It's not an uncommon thing. But you feel like you failed your children, or at least you hope someone feels like they failed their children. That's what you should be thinking about in times like this. You should be thinking about your children when you're thinking about going to Chicago to meet a drug-addled porn star. Like, if you want to have sex with porn stars, man, go ahead.
That's to get your dick hard. Think about your children. You're trying to fucking a chick in Chicago.
This is so unfair to Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph, for all intents and purposes, is a single dude. If he wants to fly to Chicago and fuck a porn star, more power to him. Like,
of course.
The thing is, like, it's Scarlett Hampton. She's gonna share all your shit, secretly record you. You gotta know that.
But it's just so dumb. It's just so dumb that Aaron's like, if you're gonna fly to Chicago to fuck a porn star, you gotta think about your children. Like, no, that's a boner killer. You should not be thinking about your children at that point.
Did he really say a dad having a mug shot isn't an unnormal thing?
Yeah.
Something like that?
A lot of dads have mugshots.
That's fucking insane, dude.
That's funny.
I know a lot of dads that don't have I don't
That
know
sounds-
that many.
My dad doesn't have one.
Yeah.
That sounds like a new Ashley LaRue book. Some dads have mugshots.
Once you have kids and you have a family, you gotta stop that. You know, if you want to have sex with porn stars, you should.
Again, Aaron didn't start it until he had kids and a family. Like,
And
so.
he didn't stop until they threw him out.
And he did it with his kid. It wasn't like he was doing it while his kids were at Ashley's. He brought his kids to it. This is so insane of Aaron.
That if you're single and have no children, the only people you can disappoint are your parents. But once you have kids, man, you gotta be off that shit. You gotta be done fucking around. So there, and hopefully in that mugshot, that's what we're seeing in Ethan's eyes. Is that he's like, God, I gotta be done with this shit.
No, we're seeing pinpoint pupils. Is what we're seeing in his eye.
Drugs.
What
He got out of there and got drunk at the airport immediately.
Yeah. And then didn't get on a plane and went back to a hotel and did MLC yesterday afternoon. I don't know if he's gone yet.
He might never go back to that.
I don't understand because wasn't he saying there was no decent exposure, but now there was? They're saying
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Oh yeah, hold on. Wait, he wants to show us a gun. You better not get my channel stuck.
It's nothing pornographic.
Holy shit! Right. It looks like balls.
Right. It looks like a butt in the front.
It looks like Nat Geo when they had like those women from Africa whose titties just went all the way down past their waist.
It's like when somebody loses weight and they have all the loose skin.
That's exactly what it is.
Ah, okay.
But if you've ever wondered what Scarlett Hampton would look like underneath this, that's what that video is going to be.
Yeah, we were all wondering.
See, haters. I
What was
believe
the
the charges were. Let me take this off the screen. I do have people sending me stuff. He got arrested for disorderly conduct and indecent exposure, I think. Threats via text online in Wisconsin. Yeah, so somebody told me in Wisconsin, threats via text or online are disorderly conduct. So disorderly conduct and indecent exposure. Isn't indecent exposure like you got your cock and balls or your asshole out in public? Yeah. What would indecent exposure? He had a chance too. Like he was gonna leave.
It's this show every day.
He was gonna go from Chicago to Mexico. He was gonna go home.
And he was even tweeting that, like, I can't wait to get home. I want to go back to Mexico. And it's like, those are those instincts. That's your body. Those are your parental instincts telling you I'm in the wrong place. I got to get out of here. I've been there too.
It's not a parental instinct. His kids don't live in Mexico. So he's not going home to his kids. Aaron's retarded.
Right. I've been there too. And I did. I listened to those instincts and I went, you're fucking up.
Your kids were in the other room.
Go. And so he had the right idea. And she pulled him back in.
Now, that's not what... the voicemail that leaked yesterday that Merce played on his show to Ice Dancer was that he kept refusing to leave and extending his trip. But Aaron, of course, again, because Ethan is Aaron and Scarlett is April, Ethan was trying to get out of there. And she just kept wooing him back in with that pussy.
Yeah. And, you know, a guy, what we've seen of him online, a guy like Ralph, is that he's emotional. He's prone to, fly off the handle. And that is a bad combination when there's someone like Scarlett Hampton involved, because she's someone who was designed in a lab to make you fly off the handle.
Yeah.
If you do anything with a story like this, what you do with a story like this is you learn from it. You learn from the people involved. Just don't, guys, just promise me this.
April was designed in a lab to be choked.
From this kind of stuff. I know when you're on the internet, you don't understand how the real world works. You know, everything's cool. Sex, drugs. It's like, what are you, fucking 12? This shit has real world consequences. So.
This guy knows.
How many times do you think his parents said to him she was designed in a lab? And that's where he picked that up.
I'm not going to share him with you guys, but if he does reach out, the thing I'm going to tell him is, you have children. I'm going to encourage him to go to mass. I'm going to encourage him to go to church, find God, the whole deal. It really does do wonders. It fills an emptiness inside you, and you don't go
The worst thing you could do to Ethan Ralph is remind him he has children. The best thing he could do is if he could get the Men in Black neuralizer and forget that those kids exist. Then he wouldn't be posting them on social media and all the other stuff that is making their life terrible.
For things. If not for him, then for his children and for his kids, because it's heartbreaking to think that everybody needs their dad, and nobody's a perfect father.
Aaron's kids don't need their dad. Aaron's kids are with a stable man.
Well, why is he making this about Ethan Ralph's kids? Ethan Ralph never mentioned his kids once. He mentioned his
Aaron.
cat.
It's about Aaron.
Yeah. And Aaron. He's talking about himself.
But it's not about it. It's
needs their dad. That is a universal truth that screams out through the ages. Everybody needs their dad. And, you know, the amazing things about your children is they don't care what you did. They care about what you're doing.
Right, Ethan? Yeah. Right? Say that's true, Ethan. Say it.
I mean, they need their dad. It's never too late.
They don't care, right? Right, Ethan? Sure.
It's never too late. You can change tomorrow, right? Please.
Right? Right?
Unreal. Ethan sees this eventually. Scarlett, I don't care. Scarlett, I don't care. People want to say, oh, victim. They've been calling Scarlett. Wow. Came up on the scene. Scarlett is not a victim.
That's such an insane take to me.
April is not a victim.
Yep.
Scarlett is, she made shit up about Matt Mead. I don't think Matt Mead's the smartest. Really, she preys on dumb guys. She preys on really dumb guys who are swayed by the porn thing. And she can outrage this. She can twist you and turn you and burn you before you even know what hit you.
Aaron was a dumb guy. Aaron was a giant simp for April. We remember that.
Yep.
Talking about Matt Mead.
Not
him.
The thing that people like Scarlett can thrive on the most is being underestimated. Can't do it. He's got to stay away from 4 lines. So once this is behind him, and these don't look like super serious charges, he might be able to head back to Mexico. Once this is behind him, rededicate yourself to being a father. Because people like this happens to him, and it keeps compounding, they think, oh my God, it's too late. Oh my God, this shit just keeps happening to me. But the great thing is, if you just make a change in your own life, this shit will stop happening to you. If you can make, you are in charge more than you think, and you can go to
this show for?
Aaron.
His female probation officer. It's who it's for. Like, Ethan Ralph doesn't give a fuck about his kids. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this. Those niños need the padre, Carl. What they need right now.
He's repeating his classes right now. That's
right.
What he's doing.
No one watching the show cares about this. They don't care who Ralph is.
You need to start thinking for a change, Ethan.
That is so tough. He mentioned his cats a million times. We never even once heard about kids.
You do the right things, and this stuff will not happen to you anymore. Because I guarantee someone like Ralph's going to be like, well, I'm just snake bit. But you're snake bit because you went to Chicago to meet the Cohort. You're snake bit because you let her talk you into going to Milwaukee when your brain told you go home. I can confirm that. His brain
told him, go
Can I
back
just
to
say
Mexico.
real quick, Coco's a butt, right? We all agree. Enough about you and Lucy. Fair enough.
And 2 days prior to this, he was encouraging Ethan into the relationship.
Right. He knows.
No, he knew it was a mistake. He told her it was a bad idea.
And he said, she talked me into staying another day and going to Milwaukee. Don't. So after this is over, hopefully her family drags her ass off the internet. It's just, this shit stops.
On MLC yesterday, she was talking about going to Mexico with him. You'll never see her again. She's done.
Because enough. And then with Ethan Ralph, I hope that he learns it's never too late. Your children always need their dad, and there are no amount of mistakes you can make in this world that you cannot redeem yourself for, and your kids won't forgive you for. As long as you stop and you get on a different path, and hopefully he does. Because again, I know that this is the internet. We're supposed to just laugh at people. There is a real guy who's got real kids, and I don't want to see people. I don't want to see her die either. I mean, I don't, whatever. But I don't want to see watching bad shit happen to people is bad.
Look, things happen. I don't want to see April die either. I mean, whatever. If she's dead, so be it. Like no big loss. But either way,
so it's bad for your heart. It's bad for your life. That's why people on the internet turn into antisocial weirdos. All right, because they don't realize that they're poisoning themselves. So I hope everybody involved in this just starts making different choices, because it really is an overnight thing. You can snap your fingers and say, I can't change what happened in the past, but today I can do different things. And then
right? I mean, overnight it plus 2 years probation, but eventually you're a changed man.
Dumb question. Is anyone else watching Ethan Ralph with Scarlett and going, I need to teach these people a life lesson?
Is anyone else thinking they can fix this situation? Like, we're all watching it going, this is hilarious. People are fucking out of control. People are going to be arrested. People are fighting. It's wild. And, they're filming some sex scene that I'm sure I'll see someday. And only Aaron's just like, guys, here's what you got to do to fix this whole thing. I got it all figured out. Fuck you.
Yeah, Thelma and Louise have already driven off the cliff.
Right.
We're just watching the car
Yeah.
go down.
Guys, Aaron's just like, here's how gravity works. They're like, yeah, we know. We got it.
Guys, you gotta hit the brakes.
This is our Oz bonus segment of the week. Aaron loves giving Oz a bonus. Aaron promises anything over the goal to Oz, and as soon as he hits the goal, he quits the rally segment.
Amazing.
He can't stop fucking Oz over. Not only does this guy want money, he hates it when other people get money.
We're good.
He doesn't want to give Oz any bonus he can't pull out of his pocket right now. I think I got $250 on me, Oz.
All right, guys, we officially made it to $65 away from today. Let's fire up the 2 rally songs, and we'll see if we can knock this one out. Let's make some money for Oz.
Okay, this is great.
Let's do it. $65 away.
Fucking Oz, look at him.
Contribute to the program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We had massive donations on Monday. Let's not let that go to waste. Let's finish
He's
it up.
still talking about Monday. This is Thursday. He's still talking about Monday.
Monday night was a goal miss. That was the first time we lost.
He's still talking about Monday.
They went insane, Carl.
Oh, wow. Week 4 to go. Big drops. We got Chris Reese with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. We've got Wally World with 5 gifted memberships. All right, now we're at $20 all of a sudden. We're going to read those dad jokes as soon as this is done. Thank you to both of you. $20 away from today. Let's get her finished up. I almost said get her done. Oh, my God. All right, 4 gifted memberships, $20 away. And then after that, whatever we get, 50% of it goes to Oz.
Oh, 50%. Sorry.
Callis, my golfing.
After YouTube's 50%, after Rumble's 20%, whatever it is, then Oz gets half of that.
With $10. Thank you very much. We're $10 away.
Consider it a bank fee.
From another win for the toe. Boy, this rally segment isn't going to last very long.
Where's Oz? Where's Oz looking? Like, what is he? so he's giving the thumbs up to the monitor instead of the camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's retarded.
I was gonna say Oz and Johnny are not far apart, except that
No, the only people Aaron can convince to do this show are idiots, and that's what he wants. Like, he doesn't want anybody to outshine him. It'd be like if Opie and Anthony turned Jim Norton away. Like, you're a little too funny. We're the funny guys on this show.
We'll get Vic Henley instead.
Right.
Joey Caravello's mommy says Oz gets a whopping 50%. You know what? Fuck you. Just because you wrote that, Oz is getting 70% of the over.
It's a lot of math.
Oh, that's right. 70% of the over for Oz. Now we're $10 away.
Oh yeah, you say I don't give Oz enough? You're right. I'll give him more.
Let me stay there. No, I'm just kidding. 70% of the over for Oz. Toad climbs mountains with a gifted membership. $5 away from another win for the Toe. The next membership gives us a perfect week this week. Can we get this thing done before the first song is even over? Bane Bane with $20 says, great shows this week.
Nice.
Cut the music. That's it. Nice. Oz for the win. That also puts us $10 ahead. So where'd my pen go?
It's $7 for Oz.
Wow.
Well,
you guys
$7
broke
for Oz.
Yeah,
Sorry.
then that is 320.
3 something.
Yeah.
Next 3 minutes while we're getting these done. Oz gets 70% of the over. Thank you very much, Main Vein. All right, Oz, we need 3 dad jokes. All right, thank you, Main Vein. So 1 for Chris Reese, if you could.
What did the elephant say to the naked man?
What?
How do you breathe through that thing?
All right, that's actually, I like that one.
Yeah.
Wally World with $5.
You know what? I just have one. You know what?
Okay.
Go ahead. This is one of mine.
No.
Why are fire trucks red?
Because they're rapists.
Doesn't even make sense.
Be more funny.
Yeah, I knew that one. That's a good dad joke. I tell my kids that joke all the time.
Because if somebody pulled on your hose, you'd be red too.
Oh, that actually is perverted still. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same.
Aaron thinks he's the quickest guy around, man.
In the same way.
Joey Caravello's mommy says, there goes the rest of Main Vein's tax return. Oh, I'm sure he's got plenty more. Main Vein, let us know when your shit gets to you. It's supposed
Somebody's made a good point that, like, it's tax return season, and that's why Aaron's getting these $500, $270, because he never gets red boys. You know what I mean?
be there this week. All right, go ahead. Last one. This one's for Main Vein.
Son to his dad. Son, for $20, I'll be good. Son, the dad says, oh yeah? When I was your age, I was good for nothing.
It's a sad. That's not even a joke. That's just a dad hating who he is now.
Home run. Call me a home run.
A dad hating who he is now is great.
Hating who he is now. A dad hating who he is now. All right, Red Fox Lad with $1.99 says Oz, stay for the members only show. I don't even know what we're doing for the members only show yet today, so if you guys have some good ideas, please let us know.
60 cents for Oz from that one.
What should this show be?
So I promote, like, we do, like, members only shows twice a month. And I'm like, hey, this week we're going to do Living in the Past, Southern John, or, you know, whatever we're doing. I can't imagine being like, so we're doing a members only show. Tell me what I should do.
By the way, I'm doing a members only show tonight. If anybody has any ideas,
Yeah, like, what's the Patrick talking about? We
reach
don't know.
out. You remember earlier in the week he thought about reaching out to Chad and saving him.
Yep.
Hold on, Moody. What do you got?
Woke Dad David Koresh on Twitter just made this mock up. But actually not really work. Some dads have.
And shout out to our boys Bubble Popper and Roy Sombrero, as usual, for these fantastic clips. We could not do this coverage without them.
By the way, I do want to confirm I did send Chad Zumach a super chat yesterday, and the reason is very simple. After my spiritual awakening, one thing about Catholicism is you're supposed to share your faith and encourage others to join it. And I think Chad Zumach, who said that he's going to stay sober now, he said he fell off the wagon. He went on a rant where he used the N word on stream a lot, yelled it and screamed it at Gino Bisconti.
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to yell the N word at Gino, just but
both. And Chad did a show because somebody suggested getting going on Aaron's show or getting Aaron on his show, and Chad is like went on this rant about how he can tell Steel Toe is trying to change and be better. They're both believing each other's bullshit. Aaron's talking about his newfound, religion and everything. Does that mean the letter you read in court was bullshit? You didn't find God back then? How many times you gotta find God?
Catholics told not to evangelize. They're told not to proselytize. These things about evangelists. The Catholics need to sort of lead by example.
Well, Aaron has a show. It'd be irresponsible to not use that as a tool for Christ.
It doesn't work for Catholics because they're like, hey, come to Mass. People show up, they're like, this sucks. Like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought you here.
Catholics are called to evangelize, but are instructed not to proselytize.
Yeah.
Pope Francis emphasizes growing by attraction rather than forced conversion. So
Semantics, Moody. Semantics.
What's more boring, Catholic Mass or the Steel Toe Morning Show?
I mean, it's a coin toss.
He's now said that he's back on the wagon and he wants to stop drinking. And some dickhead got his Patreon.
This is like Chad has said that a million times, just like you've said you found God a million times. Right. Like they're both believing each other's horse shit.
Also, yes, take him to a place which makes you drink wine every week.
Whoever fucking did that, whoever went to Patreon and tattled like a bitch and said, oh, Chad used naughty words on his stream, you should stop letting him out.
That's not why Chad got banned. That was on MLC. It had nothing to do with Chad's Patreon. Chad got booted off Patreon probably for threatening to dox KB. For making threats. Lady KB.
You're a fucking piece of shit because the guy pays his rent. The guy pays his grocery bills. The guy pays for his...
Your Honor, my client is a homeowner.
Yeah, lowest common denominator. He's a homeowner. He has a business. Who cares?
Aaron doesn't pay his bills. He steals.
I was going to say, Aaron's obviously never heard of Sound Exchange, which Chad brags about so much.
Or other people's credit cards.
Right.
Well, that's retarded. On some of that money. And all you did was take it away so that you could feel superior somehow. You deserve to rot in hell for doing miserable cunt shit like that. So whoever did it, a pox on your house. But I sent Chad $10.
This guy told people to strike my channel 2 weeks ago.
Again, he's willing to settle an HRO if you stop talking about him. Like, it's insane.
Be canceled like that. Stay clean, stay sober, and I would also encourage Chad Zumach, find a local diocese, go to church a little bit. I do think it's going to help you stay clean. I really do believe, just because of how it's worked for me, I think it fills a space in you spiritually that kind of pushes out the bad things. There's no room for the bad things when you get those good things in there. So, Chad, if you consider it, if you want to talk about it, I'd love to talk to you about it. It's my job as a reaffirmed Catholic now to talk to people about that kind of shit if they want.
Aaron having a job is funny. No, that's funny. That's comedy. All right. Finally, the numbers cope.
I watched this one. This is great.
Of the week.
Royce and Burrow put this together. This is fantastic.
Here we go.
All right, hey, 777 checking out the show right now. That's wonderful. Guys, Rumble, you guys are behind by about 75, 80 people right now. We can cruise past 800 today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. YouTube, you guys are even short by like 40 or 50. So keep it.
Hold on, that's amazing right there. He starts off by saying, like, wow, our numbers are way up. By the way, Rumble's down, and so is YouTube. Right! Those are the next few things he says. Is like,
So what are we talking about?
The title of this clip is like, YouTube's down, Rumble's down, but the numbers are up.
It's like, what are you talking about?
He's talking about Twitter. That's
No, I know.
He had a good day on Twitter, so
So stupid.
240 people scrolled past our show today.
It's impressive. That's not my bitch.
We've got this. We got 800 or 900 in us today, I think.
Hilarious.
God, life is so much easier in movie mode. He turns on movie mode, he has 3 kids and a wife. It's great.
I love the affirmations in the back. That was his "you're winning."
Oh, it's so fucking good.
Steeltoe.lol if you want to experience that while Aaron is live.
All right, this is Moody's favorite clip of the week. I have not seen this. This is today. This is this morning.
It's spectacular. Yes, it's this morning.
All right, here we go.
Yesterday I had to take a break from the internet, man. I had to take.
Hold on. You don't live on the internet. The minute your show's gone, you're done. Chad has a real life too, but he's always taking a break from the internet.
This is interesting.
Guys.
This is interesting because I saw a clip where someone was making fun of him wearing collared shirts all the time. And like, when's the last time you've seen him wear something like this?
Okay.
It was depressing, like really depressing. The Ethan Ralph Scarlet stuff is just a giant bummer. And I want to make one thing very clear. Stevie Lou would.
Ethan Ralph got arrested, so Aaron had to take a break from the internet. Again, like I don't know why anyone's feeling this anyway. Like it's just a thing that happened that's kind of funny.
It's affecting a lot of people. This Ralph thing.
He doesn't take the internet seriously, but he needs to change something about his day when he learns about Ethan Ralph.
Ethan Ralph went to Portugal and got his ass kicked by like 5 guys, pummeled him. He was hospitalized by it. I don't remember Aaron being like, "Oh man, that's too much." All of a sudden, he cares about what Ethan Ralph is doing. Who cares?
Well, Ethan Ralph is beefing with Ricada. So
the Niñas, Carl. The Niñas.
Mersh got access to the Ethan Ralph body cam and he's showing it tonight. That's not changing my day. It's not gonna change my mood.
Oh, that might change my day. I gotta watch that.
All right.
Again, like I'm not faulting Merch for like watching it and like enjoying it. Like it's funny content. This doesn't make the best day of your life. If the answer to what was the best day of your life is when something bad happened to someone else, you don't have anything.
Emotionally, it's not a blip. It's equivalent to a TV show and watching a good or a bad episode.
Kind enough to send me the link to MLC yesterday. He wanted me on. I don't say no to these things because I love Kevin Brennan. I respect the hell out of Kevin Brennan. I watch MLC. I think he does a really good show. This is just a personal opinion. I'd rather see Kevin just go off about people. Like I don't need to see Kevin play clips. I really don't. I love just listening to Kevin just be not pissed off, but just go off on these Irish rants against anybody. I think Kevin should.
Why are the rants Irish?
Sit in his house all day and just write down names. I think Kevin should write down names and why he thinks they suck, and then just hit that legal pad during the show all day. So anyway,
Kevin Brennan doesn't do that anymore, Aaron. Kevin Brennan turns on his stream while his mouth is full of food, and then he sends the link out to a bunch of clowns that he has on, and then they fight in front of him. And occasionally, he snaps out of his fugue state and says something funny. But otherwise,
he's literally cockfighting.
It's a music show. He's still a music.
But Husey puts more work into his show than Kevin Brennan does.
So they sent me a link to Kevin's show.
I just want to see Husey go on an Irish rant.
He's from
Ethan
Belfast.
Ralph Scarlet on. would have gone on. There's one very simple reason I don't go on, and it's a personal reason, and I don't expect anyone to understand it, to get it. And I told Stevie Lou this: make sure Kevin knows I respect him. I love his show. I'd love to go on. I'm on probation. There's a chunk of people out there who would love to try to gut my probation. Now, can they? Probably not. But I'm not going to give them a reason to. I'm a little bit smarter animal than that, than what they're used to dealing with. And
He just said, I have no reason, and it's a very hard one to understand. It's court-mandated probation and restrictions around what shows I could be on. What's difficult about that?
Now, can I? Yes, but I won't because I shouldn't. And that's my reason.
Fans of. So with that, it's just like, look, would I have fun on Kevin's show? Absolutely. Would I have a great time hanging out with Kevin? I always do. I'm on probation. My show's doing fine. I don't need to get up.
It's the same thing we see with all these guys. They think they're different. They think Kevin respects them.
Right.
They're a tier above. This is, we see with Chad, Stevie Lou, Dave Sarah, Liam, Felicia, Carmen. They all think they're the different one. Like it's me and Kevin pissing on all these other little idiots. It's like, no, you're one of the little idiots. He's retarded.
Kevin sent Tukey the link yesterday too. Tukey wasn't even watching. I didn't even know Kevin was on. I forgot that he was suspended or whatever.
It would have been great to see you yelling at.
I was so mad. I know. I didn't even know he was on. My mom told me he was on. Then I looked
straight up. Girl, we're doing great. No
Hold on.
reason.
Your mom is following Kevin over to Rumble. Yes. Oh no. I had to talk to her at Hackmania. That's not good. She loves that. That's not good.
So I appreciate it, and one day I hope I can join Kevin, not like in heaven or anything, on MLC again.
It's a rhyme.
But Aaron's going to heaven. Is he saying Kevin's not? Like Aaron's saved.
Right.
That's a weird statement.
I would appreciate it.
He's backer. When we get to heaven, pretend like you don't even know me. Don't try to sit at my table for lunch. We don't know each other in heaven.
When does that end? Sometime this year that ends. I can't remember if it's the next check-in or the one after that.
I don't think they've decided. There's a chance it could end early. I think it was 2 years. And there's a chance it could end early. Sure. But he doesn't know when it ends. They'll tell you when it's over.
I check in like every 3 months. It's a phone call. You call them. They say, do you still live here? Do you still work here? Yep, sure do.
So we are coming up on 6 months. So that, again, I think this makes a lot of sense for its check-in. I've been going to Mass. I've been reaching out to people and helping them get off drugs and alcohol. Yep. It lines up.
Yep. See you later. And I have 1 or 2 more of those.
Like, we'll know for sure if, like, in a month, all this religious shit goes away.
Well, last month he was officially cleared from his previous probation. The court signed off on it's all done. So he's no longer under the Ashley LaRue one, but this one.
Finally. I've only got 1 probation. 1 down, 1 to go.
I think if all my conditions are fulfilled, the next check-in will be the first one where they're like, you're good, you're done. And it'll either be I'll be done checking in or I'll be done with the program altogether. I don't know. Matt Barrick with a very good question. He says, after probation, will you talk about everything? No, probably not. Probably.
If I know Aaron, he'll talk a lot of shit.
Livid memberships.
About the judge, about the probation officer, about Nick, about the court.
Kayla. He'll be able to talk about Kayla then.
He said multiple times he can't wait till the kids are 18 so he could shit talk Ashley. And
so he can burn it down. Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. It's, as my attorney said, the best revenge is living good. Or living well. What a mongrel I am. Living good. Good. And I couldn't be happier. My life is in an incredible place. Really cool things are happening.
Imagine,
very excited about all of them personally.
Imagine this is your life and you couldn't be happier. Like you're incapable of being happier than this life. What is left? What am I going? This is miserable.
Professionally, everything's going in the right direction. So why change it? You know, I I am enjoying every goddamn day. Stop saying goddamn, you piece of shit. God. I said somebody. Jesus. God. Why do it? Burn in hell yesterday, too. And I'm like, God, would you. You know, you can't beat yourself up about it too much. You know? You can't beat yourself up about it too much, but you should be cognizant of it. And I'm doing a terrible job at it. But no, I probably won't. There's no reason to. It's so far in the past. It's like 2 years ago now. And, you know, honestly, I got my invective out when everything first happened. Too much. I got too much invective out. I vented.
That's the whole point. Is like Aaron got to vent for a year, and now that he's learned to shut up, everyone else needs to shut up too.
Right.
It's crazy.
I got my pound of flesh from the world, you know, and let me tell you something. That constant yearning for vengeance or whatever to make sure that people get theirs or whatever, it doesn't make you happier. It's kind of like we talked about yesterday. Like Mersh hating Ethan Ralph or enjoying him going to jail won't pay off Mersh's IRS debt. It won't get his girlfriend or Nintendo Switch. It does. It's so.
This guy was taunting Nick Ricada and I 2 weeks ago about the HRO.
Well, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't bring you happiness. And so, no, to answer your question, I probably won't talk about anything. It's over. It's done with. I learned so much from it, and I'm glad it's all done. So, no, I probably won't talk about anything after everything's done. So, I would say that for those of you who like that sort of thing, there's a million other people talking about God knows what, drama and all that. And for me, I love what we're doing now. And
what you're doing now is covering Ethan, Ralph, and Carmen.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're doing now. You're doing drama.
We should
Ralph and Mel's a toe boys.
No, I didn't go on Kevin Brennan's show yesterday simply because it's not worth the trouble. Love Kevin. Tarnished Maiden says I would like to see you and Chad on a show again. We saw how well that went on MLC. We did great together on MLC. That was an amazing episode. If somebody could get arrested every time we're on, we'd kill it. Miss J says
he was just telling Mersh it doesn't improve your life. You shouldn't.
Right. Does not like you. That's not true. Chad loves me. Chad and I are friends, actually. We hang out socially. This is all, I keep telling you guys, this is all an act. This is all a work. Chad and I go to Costco together. We eat hot dogs the long way. In 2 bites, we share.
Steve, something an alien would say. I'm enjoying my hot dog the long way. It's like, that's how you eat a hot dog.
Bubba says, I think Aaron could teach him how to do a real show. It would be a great show. I think Chad and I together, 2 old radio hands getting together, doing an evening show. I think it would be a blast. I saw people in
the only 2 guys with talent in the Dabbleverse.
At the other day when I sent him
radio skills. Right, Chad's insane. It's insane.
A super chat.
And then you saw Aaron's chops a minute ago. Why are fire trucks red? Rape. You're right. He did nothing.
And they were talking about you should have him on, blah blah blah. I saw some people in Chad's chat saying you're not quick enough to keep up with Steel Toe, and these were people who Chad's people do not like me. So see, like I saw 4 or 5 chats where people were like, "Aaron's too quick for you," blah blah. I was like,
he does have a rapier wit.
Begrudgingly getting respect in a chat, Zumon chat, that's uncomfortable. In fairness, like every single one of those Dabbleverse retards, I could run rings around all of them. There's a reason why everybody has been given the link to shows I've been on, and they've turned it down.
What?
Famously,
I'm asking for the link, Aaron. I want the link. Send me the link. Come on my show. I'll go on your show. Please.
What if I could?
Or Pod Awful sent it to Patrick, and Patrick's like, "Oh, I can't. I'm on a show with a potato right now."
Okay, this is the first time he's changed this story.
Yeah.
I didn't see that message from Pod Awful until days later.
Right.
And when he sent it, I was at the dog park. Like, this is insane. I was on with the potato. I don't think I've ever gone on Cardiff's show.
Later in the day, you went on with Cardiff.
He's just making shit up.
I went on Cardiff's show?
I think, not Cardiff's show, but it was like Cardiff and Tukey, I think. Or the Dabble or someone later on in the day.
Either way, like, nobody got a link to join Aaron and said I'm busy or I can't. That didn't happen.
Just making this shit up.
It didn't get to you.
We all want to go on Aaron's show. That's what's so crazy. He says this is gaslighting. It's like, Aaron, send me the link. I'll come on.
Hot off fucking show the message. It went
He
to
eats
like
it the long way, the lone way, as in cock.
It went into like my message request or whatever. I didn't get it for like till days later. I saw it.
And it was through a back door that he wanted to get you on there anyway. Aaron didn't know about it. He wanted to spring it on him.
Right.
So it's not like an invite that's gone out from Aaron that's being rejected. It's
Okay. Maybe he's talking about Tukey, and yes, Tukey does not want to do your show because I have to get up early. So
we've already done it. So hasn't the Dabbler been on?
Oh, I
the
called
Steel Toe
in.
Morning Show?
I called in once because a bunch of people were asked. I did it for money. I'm a prostitute.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, even Kevin has repeatedly admitted that Chad can't riff. Now, wait a minute. We also have to consider that Kevin Brennan thinks everybody is dog shit, in fairness. All right, what did Merce say about me?
Shut up. I hate when Aaron does this, like, enlightened man shit.
Uh-oh, I triggered Mersh. Oh, no. Oopsie daisy. I didn't mean to.
He just went from saying reveling in other people's misery is not going to bring you happiness. And as soon as he sees that he did something that annoyed Mersh, he gets a smile on his face, and he's very happy about it.
Reveling, is it?
Yeah.
Thinking about Mersh when I talk about my life, I know he thinks about me a lot, but I'm just doing my
Aaron, you still have an active HRO out against an internet comedian and a twink lawyer.
I mean, I wouldn't have if they hadn't broken the law.
What? Wouldn't there be criminal charges if you guys broke the law?
Right. You wouldn't use an HRO.
Yeah.
You'd use a criminal investigation.
We know how the law works.
I wish I had the blanket collection this guy has. This is insane.
Idiot.
In both releasing and acquiring my private Google data.
Oh, boy.
Oh! Is that what the HRO is about? Because I read the document. He was concerned about you being within 500 feet of him and his kid. Now
Just one of them.
Now it's about the Google account?
Yeah.
They just change everything?
He mentioned it in the original application.
Yeah, but that's not what the judge. That's not why the judge ordered an HRO.
Right.
Don't worry.
The judge ordered it because of the proximity.
Once they wrap these Epstein files up, they're coming for Milton.
What an idiot! Why would he say that?
They would have just talked shit about my show on their show. Would have been fine.
If they would have just talked shit on my show against their show, would have been fine. Meanwhile, behind the scenes right now, he is trying to get us to stop talking about him, and then he's willing to let everything go. That's a fact. That's a fact.
What a pussy.
But once they start breaking the law and stalking you, Mersh, that kind of becomes a bit of a
Stalking him.
I've
been in the same location as Aaron one time at a courthouse for a public court hearing. That is it. No one's stalking Aaron.
Cloud, Minnesota. By the way, Tukey went there. I was impressed.
Shut up, Carl! Shut up!
Dad went there.
Remind him.
Schizo Sean there. I was like, I can't imagine myself going to that place. It seems like such a horrible place to go to. It's so hard to
Metal Matt's mom went. Is she a stalker?
I went to Rodney's to see Southern John, and I stalker of Southern John.
Yeah.
We'll always have Quick Trip.
He's the biggest feeling bitch.
I know.
went to the ops to try and get Jesse PS and Porcelain to stop talking shit about you on the
He's making fun of Mersh for going to the cops to try to get Jesse to stop talking about him.
Oof. Who's gone to the police to get people to not say mean things about you on the internet.
I mean, this is rich.
Trying to feed you cold.
Mersh's one is different. Didn't they like ship bags of concrete on his driveway and like actually shit showing up at his house, right?
I guess. I don't know.
Oh, dude. I ate my coleslaw. It was delicious. You should have had it. Should have eaten it. Focus on, keep your eye on your own bobber, pay that IRS bill, come back stronger than ever. You've got this, buddy. Historically White says, Mersh does something similar. Yeah, between the two of us, Mersh is the only one who has gone to the police to get people to stop talking about him and his show.
Oh no. Oh no, don't say that.
It's
Aaron. I think he's saying this because this is a taunt.
Aaron, you went to the police.
It's technically the sentence he said is Mersh is the one that's gone to the police to get someone to not talk about him, which I don't think is the case. But he's saying that he hasn't gone to the police to get people to stop talking about him.
He
Which
went to the court.
He went to the
courts. Right, yeah. It's interesting, though, that he doesn't bring up that other reason he always brought up. Did someone tell him to stop saying that reason, maybe?
The pedophile stuff?
Yeah.
If he's smart, he would.
Facts. Let's continue on. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. He's just doing it for money.
Doing the old karmic thing, like, oh, did I go too hard? Was that too mean? I didn't mean to be too mean. They probably can't take it like that.
That's crazy. Crazy thing to say.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's blow through these. Jesus Christ. How do I get to the starred stuff?
What?
How do I bring up the starred comments?
You see comments?
I got it.
Okay, I gotta go.
I gotta go too.
My brain is melted. This is not helping. Stop this show. End this show.
Tuki, thanks for coming back, buddy. Good to see you.
Go. Just go.
You'll never see me again. I love you all more than a friend. Bye.
We'll see you at Hackermania. Hackermania.com. We're doing this little piggy on Sunday.
We're gonna have Haley there. We're gonna have Kumia there. Nick Recada's gonna be there.
I'm just really looking forward to how Tuki's gonna close out Hackermania. I'm setting my hopes up real high for that.
Shut up. It's gonna be the reason we put it last is because nobody wanted to follow it.
No, that's not true.
So it's gonna be the best
Following
show.
Tuki show sucks.
We're watching clips.
He actually said that now that Cardiff's not coming, they can actually branch out and do what he's always wanted to do. So I'm looking forward to it.
He said 2026 is going to be the year of my redemption. It's going to be the best show I've done in my life.
He's got a new game to play for poker chips.
Melvin said I have a 3-hour minimum, so it should be fantastic.
And he promised no less than 4 contestants to come up for 45-minute games.
Shut up. Goodbye. I hate you all more than my family.
Bye, Tuki.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Real quick, tomorrow on WATP, 3 Friends, 1 Booth. Joe Matarese has a brand new podcast. I'm very excited about that. Alex Jones was on Tim Pool's show and got wasted. Corey Feldman went on Stephen Baldwin's show. All that's coming up tomorrow on WATP. If you go to patreon.com/whoarethespodcasts, you can watch that live.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you gonna go? Just go if you're gonna go.
You want me to go?
I don't want you to, but I know you.
Well, if you don't want, I'll go for the meme, but I'll stick around.
Darth Nugs celebrating 30 months membership. I too am only here for Tuki. Get out of here, you nerd. Chaos Queen. 13 months of membership. Oh my God, bless Rewind. Bless it. Principal Uncertainty for 34 months membership. I'm here for PSP. PSP's here for Carl. Pencil Neck. Televangelist Toe is the arc we need. Tax exempt 2. Oh yeah, because it's a religion. June Cleaver's Beaver. 27 months of membership. An annulment would make his kids bastards.
Well, they're already bastards in the sense that they're not born to a Catholic marriage, or he's saying that his
Tuki
marriage.
got away without doing the golden shower. Now you got to do it.
I'm leaving if you make me do the golden shower.
Hold on, fuck Tuki. Come back. Tuki, you have to if you're listening to this, you got to come back and do the golden shower. These people are going to eat me alive. My griff. Diablo sandwich, Book of Toe 11:16. And the disciples said, "Our Savior, we are low on loaves and fishes." The Lord said, "I can maketh more, but I need some yellow boys."
The Lord turned some blue boys into yellow boys.
Tuki 2 days with Mr. P. It's internet gold. Yeah, you gotta go. He wants him to go to Foxwoods, I think. Tio Hank. Moody, are you Chaldean?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
As someone who grew up Catholic, people who use the Lord's name like Aaron does would be shunned. GD and HS makes me flinch even now.
Tuki, you gotta come back and do the golden shower. People are gonna revolt.
Arto, who art on live stream, hallowed be thy goal. Thy Venmos come, thy goals be done on YouTube as it is on Rumble. Give us this day our daily goal, and forgive us our lies and cope, as we forgive those who clip our streams against us. Lead us not into demonetization, but deliver us from missed goals. Amen. Also, please stop the sexy cum dreams.
That's fantastic, Josh.
So good.
What the fuck am I listening to? Who gives a shit about Towboy's dinner? Why does he think that's interesting?
Hold on, I have to text Tuki. He's gotta come back. Like, he's got to. This is unnegotiable. He's gonna, like, come back and do golden shower. They paid. He's got to do it. I'm saving all the yellow boys. Laverne Mystic, how many gold for Moody to golden shower days? Golden shower.
Actual gold.
Actual gold?
With $5.
Tim Bollinger, Aaron is laundering money through the Oz bonus. Is he rolling over the half he gets into next week? No, he's not. He's just keeping that $375.
It's such a small amount of money to be arguing over on stream.
Yeah, you know what? He's not getting $320. He's getting $416. Yeah, take that, Chad. 96.
Listen, everyone, after Catholic calisthenics on Sunday, I took Slam Pig to brunch at Golden Corral. Has anyone ever had a dish called shepherd's pie? They put corn and meat in potatoes. God is good.
You guys had this shepherd's pie everyone's talking about? Gentlemen, didn't realize I live in a communist utopia. Is this Chicago? This is great. This looks great. He said it was
a communist utopia.
Den of iniquity, or what? There was some other phrase too they used for it. I drove there to have a drink with my friends once. Which is insane.
Also, what's that? What's Gentleman's avatar?
I don't know. I missed it. Tug said Aaron's kids asked to go to Nick's house. Knobhead.
Afterwards, Aaron said.
I heard there were mixed stories. There were mixed stories. Yeah.
At the beginning, it was always my kids love going there. Nick's always said that his kids and Aaron's kids loved hanging out. But afterwards, Aaron said he wished he'd listened to his kids because his kids were saying that
we don't like it, Daddy. And the truth is, we'll never know because he's told both versions.
Kyle is a better father to his kid than Ethan, Ralph, and Aaron are to their kids.
Yeah. Good point. Cyber Organic, imagine driving 6 hours for a Twins game. I made the drive from the Twin Cities to Chicago for WATP Live and still wish I flew instead. Yeah, who has time for Carl after driving 6 hours? Karmic X is in the valley and Aaron is on top of the Judgment Mountain. That's why he's trying to save Karmic and pull him up. Pufferfish, I'm a little piggy, oink, oink, oink. I'm the best piggy in the chat, oink, oink, oink. I fell asleep to NLL last night and this is stuck in my head, stupid Murph.
I want to thank Gray Duckling and all of his alts for donating his tax returns to further the goal of Steel Toe Ministries. Blessed be the duck, may his toe be blessed.
Blessed be the duck. PL Rocco, you haven't said anything in 24 minutes. How bored are you on a scale of 1 to 10? I don't think that's true. He did not go 24 minutes without speaking.
Ralph, make flaked mashed potatoes for your kids like I do. Add queso for a special treat. And if those tortas are too spicy, they may teach you to dip them in them to put out the fire. Blessings. Keeds. Jesus. That's all you need, Ethan.
Keys.
Knock, knock.
Rape.
It's like Steve Carell in the improv class. He just keeps taking out a gun and killing everyone. Sorry, Michael Scott, I bet. Oh, fuck. Knock. Rape. And then he's like, later on, he's bragging about his wit. He's like, yeah, they probably aren't quick enough to go toe-to-toe with me.
He sticks on all his jokes. Doesn't let him say it. Because he wanted to say rape. Oh.
It's like of all the stupid, like AIDS, like of all the dumb things, it's rape. Knock, knock, rape.
I just even wait for who's there.
Right, he ruins the structure and the humor.
Yes.
Uh-oh. That's the chat of the day. Steve C, can we find a way to make Aaron grow a goatee again? Please read as Chip Chipperson. Rocco, go top 10 ways to grow. I can't do it. Rocco, go top 10 ways to goatee grow for the 10. Oh, hold on. I have to put it up again. Oh, it's lost down the list. I can't fucking just search for rape. No! Not again. Colin Madden. Historically, Catholics have shared their faith via torture and beheading. Oh no, what did I just do? Somehow I turned on the studio. I didn't mean to do that.
Do I see a couple's massage in Chad and Aaron's future?
You guys see it? People are gonna lose their minds if you didn't come back for the golden shower.
Hurry up! I'm about to drive 3 hours for a taco.
Fucking idiot. You probably are.
Shut up! Shut up!
Tim Bollinger, you dirty fucking grifter. Yeah. We got an image tip of a toilet mug. Someone sent this mug to Aaron. He doesn't like coffee. I don't know if that would work. Sword and scale. Stay. Golden. Pony boy. That brings us to 5. All right. This is how you do the golden shower. Watch Aaron closely. Do I need hands? Yeah. Okay. I mean, whatever you can do. I mean, I only have one.
Golden shower. Golden shower. Drink from the golden. Drink from the golden shower.
That's like dance moves.
Shark. Drink from the golden. Drink from the golden.
I think that's like I did.
Amar is not very shy about.
That's fantastic. Oh shit. That's probably meant to be. What's happening?
Are we on?
Yeah. That was fantastic. All right. So just do it one time for the people to make them happy.
Oh, I thought I was doing it.
Golden shower. Golden shower. Drink from the golden. Drink from the golden shower.
That's like dance moves.
Shark. Drink from the golden. Drink from the golden.
I think that's like I did.
Amar is not very shy about.
Okay, you can go.
That was fantastic. Goodbye. Love you,
Bye.
little friend. Academia.
Aaron is a liar. There's no way he's a Catholic yet. He would have night classes to attend, tests to take, and a slew of other requirements that takes months to actually become a true Catholic.
Yeah. Aaron's not a real radio man. Aaron's not a real father. Aaron's not a real reformed anything.
When I have to go like a monkey, I take off my clothes, get into the shower, and just fling that piss and shit all over the shower walls. It's very freeing. It helps deal with the anxiety of the goal.
Ooh, Papa Patty, that sounds like fun.
Absolutely. Fucking not. Knock, knock. Rape. Oh, that still got me. Pony Power 2. He did the same counseling thing when he went through Al-Anon. Do a show in Chicago again, Carl. See you all in Vegas. Minimal participation. If I created a situation where I had to be on camera to earn money, okay. But if everyone made fun of my weird face, I would pull the camera back and dim the lights at least. To post that basketball video shows the level of delusion.
I disagree. You can just own it. You don't need to.
Yeah,
like could have just present
littered with lesions, apparently. Seize the day. Nick, please drop civil charges on Toe. He's nervous.
I wonder if Haley will have to check in all her feelings. I mean, baggage at the airport.
Have you and Haley worked it out?
I don't know. We never talk.
Wow. Just like her and Jackie. It's over.
No, she's fine.
Anonymous. Hey, Melton, weren't you and Cardiff supposed to start a karmic roundtable show? And what happened to the Seinfeld quiz show you guys were talking about? Yeah, we got a lot of new shows. Carl's the only one who can follow through with starting new shows that are the same. Point Dabble Point is the exact same as Dabbleverse Live. Point Dabble Point covers Chad and Karmic
and Stuttering John and OP. They're all the same show over and over again.
We're just hoping you guys don't ever fucking find out. Anything you want to say, Moody? Any plugs? I'm not cutting. This is not. My hands are out. I'm not. This isn't a bit. Is there anything we're forgetting?
I've put a foot pedal.
I don't. I don't.
All right. Well, there's actually nothing really going on. I don't have anything.
I'm not forgetting anything.
Hackamania, sign up for the poker tournament as well as the costume contest. I guess I'll be in both. I'll dress up, but I don't want to be in the contest. Is that okay?
I mean, nobody's asking you to dress up. Putting on a hat and sunglasses isn't dressing up.
It is. It is to me.
It's lazy.
I'm gonna be Blind Mike. Oh.
Nobody wants you to be Blind Mike. This is just a thing you're doing to satiate some.
Everyone wants it. They've been
calling one person who wants it.
They've been calling me Blind Mike.
There's a show in town. It's going down every week. We're back on solid ground. Steel toe slipping, but we're gripping. Got the tea to spill. It's always flipping. From April script to Eric's glee. Oh, this drama's just a spree. Polydrama, legal trauma, another win. Oh, that's the karma. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on her own now. This little piggy's begging for dollars, and this little piggy's breaking down wow. Every week more comics flow. Tune in for this little piggy show. From revenge porn to felony, it's circus, can't you see? The toe is bent, the goal is spent. His empire crumbles all around set. April's playlist on repeat. Aaron's lies we can't defeat. The countdown's on, it won't take long to see this piggy squeal his song. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on her own now. This little piggy's begging for dollars, and this little piggy's breaking down wow. Every week movie comics flow. Tune in for this little piggy show. This little piggy isn't a thing. Just sit back, laugh, and watch the king.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. They say AI is going to take white-collar jobs in 18 months? I'm going to have to get attacked in the street by white-collar people? Where are you going to be safe when all this happens? Where are you going to be? You know how demoralizing it's going to be to get attacked in the street by consultants and secretaries and accountants and lawyers. I'm prepared to get attacked, by the meth zombie, contingent, people foaming at the mouth, people addicted to new designer drugs. But, white collar work, look that up. Bring some of that up, because I was reading this and I was kind of disturbed by it. Now, I don't know if it's true. I tend to think this
AI stuff is a little overblown. I think it's overblown. I think Sam Altman's a criminal. I think a lot of the OpenAI is fake. I think a lot of it is just overblown, and a lot of people are basically freaking out prematurely. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be freaking out. You should freak out. You should freak out a little bit. But I don't think any of that's happening tomorrow. But where am I going to do the show from to be safe from like hordes of middle management, white collar, Panera eating zombies? Because that's what's coming. You're going to watch like dental hygienists, like I guess, like the people at the dentist office, that woman that schedules you. She's going to be on the street now with her kids and her husband. And then the guy who works as an accountant, he's on the street. And then the consultants are on the street. The 12-month deadline is AI about to wipe out white-collar jobs. And this is, I believe this is India, but this is the same, where all of these articles are kind of the same. And they're all like, they're giving these crazy timelines. Microsoft AI chief gives it 18 months for all white-collar work to be automated by AI. So white-collar people in the street trying to kill you, addicted to drugs, losing their home, living in shanty towns, starting fires for warmth, skin diseases, scabs, picking at scabs, flesh rotting. You know what I mean? That's what's coming. White-collar workers are getting nervous with good reason. Sure, 98% of college graduates who want a job still have one, and wages are ticking up. Sure, some companies that cite the labor-saving efficiency promoting effects of ChatGPT and Claude as they let employees go are just AI washing, talking about algorithms to distract from poor managerial decisions. But the labor market for office workers is beginning to shift. Americans with a bachelor's degree account for a quarter of the unemployed, a record. Here's what this is going to be, folks. This is the revenge of the blue-collar trade workers. This is a reversal of the class system in America. Plumbers, electricians, union people, people that work with their hands, people that build things, they're going to fare better in this market than a lot of the white-collar people, and we should fear the white-collar people. We should fear them. I'm telling you that. If the white-collar workers get displaced, things are going to go nuts. Things are going to go fucking nuts. It's true. These people are going to, God only knows what they do if they cannot live that life. That white-collar life where they have, a salad with goat cheese and a glass of white wine. If you take that away from them, we're going to have a real revolution and a real problem. So I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully this isn't happening in 12 months. Occupations susceptible to AI automation have seen sharp spikes in joblessness. Businesses really are shrinking payroll and cutting costs as they deploy. In recent weeks, Baker McKenzie, a white law firm, axed 700 employees. Salesforce sacked hundreds of workers, and the auditing firm KPMG negotiated lower fees with its own auditor. 2 CNBC reporters with no engineering experience vibe-coded a clone of Monday.com's workflow management platform in less than an hour. You know what's also going out of business? All the headhunters. Remember that? All the headhunters go on themonster.com or whatever and get a job. We're going to help you find a job. I'll tell you right now, you got to find something for these people to do. There's some of the most annoying people in our society. There are some of the most entitled and annoying people in our society. They are, I mean, they're not even going to make good homeless people. You know, and I know that's controversial, but some people are good. They make good homeless people. They know how to do it. They adapt to it quickly. They have the kind of physicality for it. They have the mental, the stamina for it. I don't like it, but every now and then you'll see a homeless person and go, you don't have a shot. You're fucked. But then certain homeless people, they're hardened. They're in it. And it's who they are. And these white-collar fucks are not going to be able to handle it. These are petty, annoying, and yes, many of them are useless. Much of, and I'm not defending AI here because I think it's a big problem, but most of these people don't do anything for a living and are useless. A lot of jobs are fake, but people still have to do them. They still have to pull their car into an office in Phoenix, Arizona, get out in the blistering heat, walk inside, and do something with their meaningless life. If you don't give people something to do, which is why I'm a huge fan of office work, I'm a big fan of menial tasks, I'm a big fan of pretend work, and that's what all these people are doing. I did an episode a while ago where I defended the office life, the life that millennials bemoan because it's not exciting enough and it doesn't inspire them. That pointless life of shuffling around an office, reading reports, making recommendations, that completely useless life is under threat in a way like it's never been before. It's under attack. It's under attack, and if you don't find something for these people to do, we're going to have a major problem. People need to think they're doing. No one's really doing anything for the most part. A lot of people aren't, but they need to think they're doing something. Because if they don't have some kind of purpose, and again, we're not talking about the Fellowship of the Ring here in terms of purpose. They don't need to go to Mordor to throw the thing in a volcano or to Mount Doom. But we're just talking about going to a strip mall in Minneapolis and sitting in a debt collection office and threatening poor people. Someone needs to go to a debt collection office in Minneapolis and threaten poor people and call them and tell them that they have to make a minimum payment. They have to. Do it on the phone right now. Do it on the phone right now. That has to still be a job. That has to still be a job. Telemarketing, call centers have to still be a job. People have to be able to walk into buildings, pick up a phone, call other people in this country, elderly people, drunk people, confused people, and swindle them out of retirement. It's literally our entire economy. I don't know what you think's going to happen when you get rid of that. Somebody's got to be able to sit there with a fucking 5-hour energy and a lead sheet that looks like this of names, and they got to call all of those people, and they got to try to get them to take a reverse mortgage out on their house. If you destroy white-collar work, you're going to have all of these people in the street. Maybe algorithm-driven changes will happen slowly, giving workers plenty of time to adjust. Maybe white-collar types have 12 to 18 months left. Maybe the AI-related job carnage will be contained to a sliver of the economy. Maybe we should be more worried about a stock market bubble than an AI-driven labor revolution. I don't think anyone knows what will happen or even what is happening now. AI technology is changing at an exponential pace and changing the workforce in 1,000 hard-to-parse ways. And the people that are making the AI, the people that are really enthused about this stuff, are very happy to see the entire world destroyed. I mean, it's true. It's one of the only products that I've ever seen a mass marketing campaign for that they will tell you, the people that are making the product will tell you they're going to destroy the world. And they say it very calmly, and they're like, Sam Altman's like, well, I think that you should all keep in mind that before the complete and total destruction of the world, we're going to have a real increase in productivity. I've never seen a product like this. This would have been like if McDonald's in the 90s was like, we're giving you cancer. You're all getting cancer. No one, you got to bury the lead a little bit here. Get up Sam Altman talking about AI and the complete destruction of the labor force. They will straight up tell you, and props to them. They're not hiding it. They're going, yeah. I mean, there's no way around it. There's no way around it. Everyone that has a job and a purpose right now and money has to figure out some other way to live. We got to figure out another way for them to live. It's just whatever your life is where you have a job and you have money from that job, that's not going to work anymore. That's not going to work anymore. So, if you need stuff like that to fit, and they'll even say stuff like this. They'll be like, if you need a job and money to feel good about yourself, we got a real problem. We got a real problem coming if you need a job and money to feel good about yourself, because that's not part of the future. We're all gonna be, so here's Sam Altman, who's defending AI's energy toll, because all these AI data centers use tons of energy, and because replacing humanity actually is, you need a lot of energy to replace the population. But Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, downplayed concerns about how much water data centers require at an AI summit in India. See if you can get this video up, where Sam basically goes, it takes a lot to train a human being. It's a lot of energy. You got to raise them and send them to school, and you got to buy them stupid birthday cakes and put birthday candles on the cake. You got to teach them how to ride a bike, and then they're going to want to go to prom. Then you're going to have to talk to them about how to be a good person. They maybe have to go to college. You visit them at college. You drop them off at college. Your wife cries. It's a whole thing. The kid calls you from college and tells you about a girl that he wants to bring home over the holidays. Why do we need to do all that whole process called life? Let's eliminate it. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it. Why would we need it? Here it is. Sam Altman, a friend of the show, creepy Sith Lord Sam Altman. I hate that a lot of these people are gay, by the way. It bothers me, because as a gay person, I go, well, this doesn't make me look great, although me and Sam Altman don't really have tons in common. Here is Sam Altman talking about training a human being, which is called life, by the way. We can kind of start to think about eliminating. If we start to think about how to eliminate the process by which we instill character and skills and help people realize their talent, if we get rid of that process and we just put a bunch of AI data centers in the middle of the desert and soak up the world's energy, we can end life on Earth very quickly. Sam Altman.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you. And then you took whatever you.
So here's what's going on. I don't want to scare anyone. These people all believe that they're communicating with some ancient Sumerian deity. I know this I have kind of sources on it. They believe they really do. They believe they are communicating with super intelligence, and they do believe, and he just said it out loud, by the way. He literally just said, he was like, the 100 million years of evolution, all of the 20 years of life, they have all led to this point. And this point is when we are going to give birth, as I've said on the show before, because this is their main goal, to the AI demon. They want to give birth to the AI demon, the super intelligent AI, who is then going to run the planet and decide who stays, who goes, who's necessary, who's not. They're pretty open about this. This is the thing about all of the AI people, all of the tech people. They really are, they really are pretty transparent when it comes to what they want to do and what they need to do in their minds, because they go, if China gets to it first, if China unleashes the AI demon before we unleash our AI demon, our American AI demon, Western values, America, rah-rah AI demon, and China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the political, geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all the military advantages. So in this, quote, AI arms race, we are both racing, the U.S. and China, to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon. And your Aunt Connie in Phoenix, who's a receptionist, is fucked. Because that's what's going on, and you got to tell her that. You go, Connie, I hope you save money, because there are men in Silicon Valley who are communicating with an ancient Sumerian god. What? Connie, will you sit down and listen to me? Connie, have you saved your money? I've saved a little bit of it, but, the prices at the grocery store are so high. Connie, you have 18 months before your ass is out of that office. There's an ancient Sumerian god that Sam Altman and Peter Thiel are communicating with, and they're going to give birth to an AI demon. What? It's a demonic force that's going to take form through artificial intelligence. And we have to do it before China does. Well, that sounds scary. You have no idea how scary it is, Connie, and you better save your money. You've got 18 months. 18 months left before this AI demon is going to do your job. An ancient Sumerian god is going to do my job? Yes! Yes! How many times do I have to explain this to you, Connie? An ancient god before Jesus, before Yahweh, before Muhammad, before any of it. I mean, an ancient Connie. I don't even know where to start with you sometimes. We have finally invented a way to summon this demon and bring it back to Earth to increase efficiency. Because think about it. What would, when you talk about AI, and I mean, let's just have fun here for a minute, because by the way, I hope no matter what happens, and I want to tell you people this, I want to ask you this really, no matter what happens, no matter how bad it gets for you, no matter if you're in the streets with your families, I hope you still listen to this show. I really do. I really hope you still listen to podcasts, even if it gets terrible for you. And I hope it doesn't. But even if it's bad, we're like, you're living in a town of, it's this kind of post-apocalyptic, and it's just large, mountains of trash. And again, people are burning fires to keep warm, and there's wars over water and food. And I hope none of that happens. But if it does, man, I hope you still listen to podcasts. I hope that you still are entertained and informed by podcasts. That's all. But Sam Altman basically has come out and said it. They've said it. They go, why do we need, we have 20 years and also an entire human race. An entire human race needed years and years of evolution to produce the conditions so that we can train people and so that people can have lives. And we don't need it anymore. It has all brought us to this point. They believe they are This is not a conspiracy. It's not a joke. It's funny. It's funny. But they really do believe they're giving birth to God. And then that's what it is. Then it'll sort itself out. But they believe they are there to give birth to AI superintelligence plus quantum computing, whatever. And that godlike, omniscient entity is going to run the entire planet. All the governments, it's going to run everything, and it's going to make decisions, and human beings either have to merge with this or take its edicts and accept their fate. But that's what these guys are doing. That's the product. So it starts with like, hey, let's automate your Aunt Connie's job in Phoenix. And you might go, fuck Connie. She's a cunt. I don't like her Facebook post. I'm glad to see Connie on the street. Sure. But there's a lot of Connies out there, and you might be one of them. Because apparently this thing's going to take everybody out. I'm telling you right now, folks, you have to check out Quince. A well-built wardrobe is about pieces that work together and hold up over time. That's what Quince does best. Premium materials, thoughtful design, and everyday staples that feel easy to wear and easy to rely on, even as the weather shifts. Quince has the everyday essentials I love with the quality that lasts. Organic cotton sweaters, polos for every occasion, lighter jackets to keep you warm in the changing season. The list goes on. Quince works directly with top factories and cuts out the middlemen so you're not paying for brand marketing, just quality clothing. Everything's built to hold up to daily wear and still look good season after season. Plus, they only partner with factories that meet rigorous standards for craftsmanship and ethical production. The wool coat I picked up is holding up way better than other coats I've bought that cost way more. It looks good, keeps me warm, and doesn't break the bank. Refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/TIM for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/TIM. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/TIM. This is what the world will look like soon. This is not going to be a rare story. Man accused of stealing leg from crime scene and eating it. This is what happens after white-collar jobs are completely wiped out. When nobody has anything to do, no one has a purpose, no one has any money, this is the reality. We have a guy in California, there was a train crash, and this man took a leg. Let's take a look at this.
A terrifying video circulating on social media appears to show a man carrying a severed body part of someone killed by a train in Wasco. Sheriff's officials say this happened today near the Wasco Amtrak station on G Street. Eyewitness News reporter Lena Folk has that story, but first, we do want to warn you that some of the footage is disturbing.
I'm not sure from where, but he came this way, and he walked all through here, and he was waving a person's leg, and he started chewing on it over there, he was biting it, and he was hitting it against the wall and everything.
It was a typical Friday for the construction workers laying down concrete outside the Amtrak station in Wasco until they saw a horrifying sight. You are looking at what a witness says is a man eating a detached leg. The detached leg came from a person hit by a train near the Wasco Amtrak station earlier that morning.
On the leg, the skin was hanging. You can see the bone.
Pause this for a minute. You better get used to this. You better get used to this. I'm telling you. I don't love it. I don't love it. Personally, I don't love it. But if you think this is going to be a rare event, I don't know. This is a man who found a leg from a person who was no longer living, and this was a man who needed sustenance. He was hungry, he might have been on a drug or 2 or 3, I don't know. But, you know, this is not going to be super rare, and I think that you have to start acclimating yourself to the reality where you're not shocked by it. You can't be shocked every time you see someone eating a severed leg. It's not going to work. It's just society's not going to work for the next 5 to 10 years if things like this are going to shock you every time. If every time you see someone walking down the street eating a severed leg that they stole from a crime scene, if every time that happens, it's going to take you out of whatever you're doing, it's going to ruin your day, you're not built for what's coming. You are not built for what's coming. You're certainly not built for the birth of the Sumerian AI demon. So I think that people, we all remember the early aughts, the 2000s. Everything seemed kind of cool. Minus a couple of Middle Eastern wars, and Obama came in. He was cool. He was hip. People were feeling good. They were watching The Office. Fast casual food started going. You're like, wow, it's fast, but it's also not total shit. Chipotle, things like that. We remember those days. We remember that world. People felt centered. Technology was cool. It wasn't scary yet. It wasn't scary. Every now and then, someone on bath salts would eat a face in Miami, or whatever. It was a rarity. I'm telling you right now, this is not going to be a rarity. And by the way, why am I supposed to be more disturbed by this guy who ate a leg of a person who's already dead? In the Epstein files, there are tons of mentions of coded food words that people think are cannibalism, and yet I'm supposed to forget about that and be mad at this guy because, for whatever reason, he's just walking down the street. He doesn't have, I'm sorry, he doesn't have an island. I'm sorry he's not friends with every president. I'm sorry a working class person ate a leg. I'm sorry that offends you. I'm sorry he doesn't fly his friends to a private island so they can eat people privately. I'm sorry a working class man ate a leg in public. You better get used to cannibalism, and you better get used to it happening in front of you. I'm telling you right now, I'm not trying to alarm you, but there's no way that this type of thing isn't going to happen more and more and more. Let's watch a little bit of the rest of this. I'm not disturbed by this at all. Didn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you that. Before we start again, I watched this video several times. I watched a man eat the leg. I had no problem. I was eating sushi while it was happening. And I was not disturbed by this. And if you are disturbed by this, it is your problem. Continue.
Witness news that when the man walked past him with the leg, he believed him to be homeless. Ibarra is unsure where the man came from. He says Kern County Sheriff's deputies stopped the man after people from the Amtrak station called the police.
Everyone's a fucking
More
rat.
video sent into Eyewitness News shows the man waving the leg around.
Right.
KCSO says the man is 27-year-old Rosendo Tellez. Tellez was arrested for taking evidence from the scene and had multiple outstanding warrants. At this moment, investigators haven't said who the leg belongs to or who was hurt in the train crash, but we do know that one person died. Tellez was arrested, and Kern County Sheriff's Office say it is an active investigation. Reporting in Wasco, Lena Folk, Eyewitness News.
Well, listen, here's what we learned from that. We live in a society of feds and rats, and at the first chance, they call the cops, and this guy who's just eating a leg that he found at a crime scene. Well, no, of course, this, as I obviously am being facetious, but this is something that I do believe you will see more of. I do believe you will see more people stealing body parts from crime scenes, and not only eating them, but playing with them and making YouTube videos with them and just having fun with them. That's what I think is going to happen. I do think you're going to see more people stealing body parts from crime scenes. This is a prediction I have. I don't know if it's going to be borne out by the facts. There's new details on this. Please, new details on suspect who took severed leg from the Wasco train tracks. Interesting. First of all, I didn't like that. Hold on. Stop it. I didn't like that they said he was homeless because it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. This is not good. He's an unhoused insulted, and I don't want him, in the parlance of the internet, dragged. I don't want this man dragged simply because someone found him with a leg. Let's see some new details.
With the latest on a bizarre story that broke last Friday, a Wasco man arrested after reports he was carrying around and allegedly biting into what witnesses say was a severed leg.
So what?
That body part belonging to the victim hit and killed by a train at the Wasco Amtrak station.
Get off the
17's
tracks,
Jenny
you
House
fucking
spoke with
idiot.
Wasco witnesses today and joins us now with more. Jenny?
Jim, it's a peculiar case involving a Wasco man some residents describe as ordinary and polite.
Yes.
27-year-old Rosendo Tellez.
Stop it for a minute. Finally, let's start talking. He's an ordinary, polite man. First of all, I blame the person who got hit by the train. It is always your fault when you get hit by a train. It is 1,000% your fault when you get hit by a train, and you should be eaten. Your leg should be eaten. You're an idiot. You got hit by a train. Everyone knows where trains are. Everyone knows where train tracks are. You are a fucking idiot if you get hit by a train. It is a stupid way to die, and it is your fault. And someone should eat your fucking leg if you do it. And let's hear more about this, because I don't want this man, I'm going to come out and say it, I don't want him put in jail because he's eating a leg. I don't want to live in a world like that. And I know many people in California don't either, including my governor. We don't want that. We don't want to live in a world where someone gets put in jail because they've decided to eat someone's leg on the street. Keep going.
Who says Wasco is Tellez's town and people know him. Those I spoke to say Tellez was homeless. This Wasco resident on your screens showed me where Tellez often slept. He says those blankets are Tellez's. And a local liquor store employee tells me Tellez was a regular customer who came in a few times a day, every day. She says he never caused trouble, and he normally buy a mix of food, beer, whatever he can afford with what folks gave him. As you can see in the security footage shared with 17 News, Tellez visited the store just hours before his Friday arrest. That's him in orange on your screens. The employee says when she first heard the news, she thought, no, it can't be him. Jose Ibarra, a construction worker, was working in the area when he saw Tellez carrying around the body part.
And then whatever he had on his hand, he started biting it and everything, and it turned out to be a person's leg. On the video that we have, it shows clearly that he started chewing on the leg and everything, and yeah.
His blankets, he owns to the guy, the blanket right there. He was sleeping in there. Yeah. When I heard the police and I heard the helicopter in the air, I said, something happened. Right. Oh my God, something happened.
There he goes. Look at him getting into it, tearing it out leg.
Half a dozen prior misdemeanor convictions, mostly for drug or alcohol-related offenses. Tellez is scheduled for a court appearance Tuesday in Shafter.
Here's the deal. Let me be very clear. Stop it. Wait, what? Hold on. What is the sheriff's office saying? Go on. Let's hear the rest of this.
Provide additional details on the case at this time.
All right, here's, folks, let's just be clear here. Just because this guy, he's a homeless guy, he's in and out of the liquor store, and he has multiple warrants out for many things, and he's living on the street, and he went to a crime scene, and he stole a leg, and he began to eat it. I just don't think we should crucify this man. I don't think it says anything about our society that a guy who is homeless and addicted to drugs and alcohol and who's been in and out of jail and you know, just goes to a crime scene and grabs a leg and begins to eat it in front of people. This is the culmination of many years of good ideas that have worked well for the state of California. This is many years of good ideas about letting people kind of live on the street and self-medicate and chart their own course and, you know, march to the beat of their own drum and do what they want to do and ingratiate themselves. People in the community like him. He's really a friendly guy. He comes in, he gets some beer, he hangs. It's not a problem. When I heard he was eating a leg, I was like, there's no way it can be him. No way it could be the homeless drug addict with several warrants. There's zero way it's the homeless drug addict who lives on the street. There's absolutely no way. that. So this is just one of the features that you're going to just have to deal with. But the avocados are good, the climate's good, fresh seafood. Every group has someone who insists on doing things the hard way. That friend paying for a subscription they forgot they had, the one refusing to update their phone because it still works, and now the one who's somehow still overpaying for wireless in 2026. Mint Mobile is here to help with the last one. Stop paying way too much for wireless just because that's how it's always been. Mint exists purely to fix that. Same coverage, same speed, just without the inflated price tag. Premium wireless you expect, unlimited talk, text, and data, but at a fraction of what others charge. And for limited time, get 50% off 3, 6, or 12-month plans of unlimited premium wireless. I'm telling you, everyone I know who switched to Mint Mobile is saving a lot of money. I use this, and you should too. If I had needed this product, it's what I'd use. But I do need it, and I use it. Mint Mobile, with a 7-day money-back guarantee and customer satisfaction ratings in the mid-90s, Mint makes it easy to try and see why people don't go back. Ready to stop paying more than you have to? New customers can make the switch today, and for a limited time, get unlimited premium wireless for just $15 per month. Switch now at mintmobile.com/Tim. That's mintmobile.com/Tim. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 a month equivalent, taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Over 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. Capable devices required. Availability, speed, and coverage vary. Additional terms apply. See mintmobile.com. Every so often, I get the urge to level up, not just personally, but for my business too. And upgrading to Gusto is one of the easiest ways to instantly give your business that now we're doing things right glow up. As the year gets busier and busier, a lot of us are trying to keep a handle on our business operations. And honestly, having payroll, benefits, and HR handled by Gusto feels like having a clean desk and an organized inbox, so I can focus on actually growing my business. Small business like me is hustling to figure it all out, a lot of times on your own. You don't have to. Spend your evenings guessing at tax forms or tracking down onboarding docs. Gusto handles all of that, so you can just spend your time on the parts of your business you actually love. Gusto is online payroll and benefit software built for small businesses. It's all-in-one, remote-friendly, and incredibly easy to use, so you can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere. Automatic payroll, tax filing, unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price, no hidden fees, no surprises. It's a quick and simple way to switch to Gusto. Just transfer your existing data to get up and running fast. Plus, don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. Number one payroll software according to G2 for fall 2025, and trusted by over 400,000 small businesses. Try Gusto today at gusto.com/Dylan to get 3 months free. That's gusto.com/DILLON to get 3 months free. Gusto.com/DILLON. Katie Porter, who's again an elected official here in California. Let's see now. If you remember the last time we checked in on Katie Porter, Friday the show, Katie Porter was berating her fat assistant, Katie Porter's fatty batty assistant. Katie Porter was doing fat on fat crime and yelling at her because for whatever reason, both of their blood sugars had dropped dangerously low. So Katie Porter had begun to lash out at her and about the placement of the camera and get out of the frame. You remember that. And Katie then did an interview with a woman, a skinny woman with blonde hair. And Katie was enraged by this woman immediately as soon as she sat down. And this woman asked her a very innocuous question. She's like, "How are you going to win over Trump voters?" And then Katie just went to tear the flesh off her body. Katie, some would say, ate her leg. Now, here is Katie Porter. So now she's reemerged politically. She's back. She's reemerged, and she has a gas mask on, and she's in the middle of a river. Take it away, Katie Porter. Here's her comeback.
The volume of disgusting water that is flowing through here, this pipe is not big enough. It's not adequate to sustain the level of river flow and the sewage that we're seeing, the chemicals and toxins that are coming out of it.
I can choose to not go in the water. I can choose not to walk my dog on the beach because vets have been saying not to. But I can't choose not to breathe the air. The environmental injustice. I just interviewed this woman and she just said, You know, I can't leave here. I can't live here. I can't afford to leave here. And when we have the kind of neurotoxins in the air that were first used as chemical warfare, that's very real.
Its mechanism of toxicity is a lot like cyanide. So it interrupts cellular respiration. And the one organ in a person's life that has the highest oxygen demand is a developing gland.
This is very elementary. A thousand preschool daycares are breathing the indicator mild weakness of the hot spot.
We hear from some people, but the cost of doing so.
By the way, Katie, pause this here. Katie Porter in the gas mask is the best she's ever done. She should never not have on a gas mask. Go to the beginning and just get the picture, get a nice close up of Katie Porter in a gas mask. If Katie wants to win this race, make it big. Make it big. If Katie wants to win this race, because she looks like Bane, and I like it because she looks like a villain. If Katie wants to win this race, she has to terrify people. This is what Katie Porter does. She terrifies people. She terrifies her staff. She threw like a casserole at her husband's head. She's a terrifying mom. She's a minivan mom who beats her kids with her hand while she's got one hand on the wheel, beating her kids. She's a nasty, vicious minivan mom who lusts for power, which is fine and good. But Katie Porter needs to never take this gas mask off. If she wants to win this race, she has to keep this gas mask on. And because Katie Porter's now reemerged and said, listen, I know I beat my staff, but the rivers are all poison. We're all fucked here. The rivers have cancer in them. They've got chemicals. They got plastics. They got fucking Agent Orange. She's got a bunch of old hippies in the ad going, this is what they used on us in Nam. This is the gas they used on us when we tried to protest Nam. And Katie Porter's out there with a gas mask, standing in the middle of a river, looking like Bane. And this is a good look for her. And I think this could be her ticket back. Because she's focusing on... What's good about this is she's not doing the environment. Because people in her campaign said, you can't go near people. You need to start talking about trees and lakes. When you go near people, they run away from you like you're a bear that's stuck into a campsite. You disturb people, they're unnerved by you, they find your presence deeply unsettling, and they hate you. But trees don't seem to mind you. So you need to stand in the middle of a river with a gas mask on like Bane and talk about the cancer in the water. It'll give people the idea that you care about them without actually having to be near you. Most people cannot stand you. Let's watch the rest of this. And we like Katie Porter, by the way. I do like her.
And the one organ in a person's life that has the highest oxygen demand is a developing gland.
This is very elementary. A thousand preschool daycares are breathing the indicator mild weakness of the hot spot.
We hear from some people, but the cost of doing something. What they've never add up.
Is the cost of doing nothing?
Talk about is the cost of the steps.
Oh, whoa.
Yes, it would cost X, but what does it cost to have this community economically decline, to have healthcare problems? There's a lot of cost to not have to, and sometimes I think we're very slow to really make the right comparison.
This is not an issue that anyone really cares about. Now they should, but this is just not an issue. I know she's trying to do something here, but it's just that you never, I've lived on this earth 41 years. You never can get people to care about the environment, really. It's just not, it doesn't motivate anybody. Maybe it should. It just doesn't work. You can stand there in a Bane mask in the middle of the forest and scream and yell. But really, people just don't care. They don't really care that the river has cancer. They don't care that the town... That's our country. Our country, if the town next to you all died of cancer, you wouldn't care. There are cancer clusters all over the country. And then a zip code over, no one cares that everyone in that other town is dying of cancer. That's just the kind of country we have. It's just the kind of country we have. There are people that live in areas that are toxic dumps. And no, unless you're directly affected by this, like the sewage water is going through your yard, literally. If it's not going through your yard, you don't give a shit. When I drive to Vegas to either perform or see friends, I have some people that live out there. Sometimes we use that studio in the wind. I like Vegas. About a 4-hour drive. I drive through desert communities where people live in toxic environments like you've never even considered. Horrible industrial waste all over the place. I don't think about it at all. At all. The first time I made that drive, I thought about it a little. I went, God, I bet there's people that are getting born with 2 heads. And now I ignore it completely. I don't even turn my head to look at it. That's just the kind of country we have. Don't get mad at me. Don't hate the player, hate the game. If you live in a toxic waste sludge dump, no one. So this is such a losing issue for Katie Porter. I know why she's trying to bring it up. She's trying to say we're all being poisoned and elect me, I look like Bane. But really, no one cares. Only the people in that town care. Even as she was talking about the preschools where she's like, they're breathing in this air. You know what I thought? Boring. 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 Talk about the leg. Talk about the guy eating the leg. If I was Katie Porter, I'd have the Bane mask on and I'd do the voice. But if I had the Bane mask as Katie Porter, I would go, people in this country are eating legs they find at crime scenes. Do you want it to be your leg? I'm Katie Porter, and I used to give a shit about dumb shit like cancer in the river or whatever. I used to try to chase down companies who are polluting our rivers. But here's the reality. Who's even swimming anymore? What are we even doing? Don't swim. I realized that the more pressing issue was the drug addicts living on our street, literal zombies who are eating people's legs. Boy, did I stop caring about rivers after I realized how many people were starting to pick up legs and eat them. I didn't care about rivers anymore. I used to care about the air the kids were breathing at the preschool. It would be nice if people cared about the environment. I'm not telling you it's a good thing that they don't. This is not a moral judgment. I'm telling you that I grew up on Long Island my whole life, and people wanted me to care about beach erosion. The only thing we ever cared about was that Gilgo Beach killer who's killing hookers and depositing their bodies at the beach. No one cares about beach erosion. No one cares about the poison water. No one cares about forest fires. No one cares about any of that. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I'm a reasonably moral person, certainly not the best, but do you know, I mean, the people that live in the Bakersfields and the places like that, in the food deserts and the opportunity deserts, and are living every day in a Stephen King novel where there's some weird factory that's polluting everything and they have the horrible birth defects. I feel bad for them, but I'm telling you right now, it's not something that I think about. No one thinks about it. No one thinks about it. Every now and then they'll try to do like a thing where they're on the news. They'll go, everyone in this one town has cancer. And then you go, I don't live there. I don't live in that town. Everyone in this one town has cancer. Everyone has cancer. Oh, I don't live there. So Katie Porter can get in the middle of the river with the Bane mask and scream and yell about carcinogens, but it just doesn't motivate people. It doesn't motivate people at all to go to the polls. Let's talk about Iran, because I think we may, and by the way, we probably will invade tonight after I record this. From what I am hearing, these talks in Geneva are productive to a degree. Also, here's the deal. We've built a tremendous military buildup. This is bigger than anything we've ever done, but I think, and this has been reported, I'm not breaking any news, but like The military is telling Trump this is not an easy war, and we don't know if we get bogged down in this war with Iran if we're going to be able to fight other people, if that's going to leave us vulnerable and exposed. You know, they've got a significant number of jet fighters and support aircraft to the Middle East, assembling the greatest amount of air power in the region since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. But I just don't know. We're not living in a world where we can just knock the shit out of people anymore. We're not living in that world. You don't realize how good it was in 2003. You could just go knock the shit out of these countries. You could knock the shit out of these countries without any type of, and listen, would people die? Would it be an issue? Would it be a problem? Would you spend a lot of money? Would you overextend yourself? Yes. But I'll tell you this, the power that we had back then to act unopposed, unilaterally unopposed, to just go and knock the shit out of these guys. You can't do that with Iran. It's not going to work. The military options are not great. They're going into Trump. They're going, listen, we can hit him here, we can hit him there. We don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The Ayatollah is living in an underground bunker, Ayatollah Khamenei. I believe I pronounced that correct. And he's living in an underground bunker, but there's no good, the Iran war people, and I'm around, I kind of live in Beverly Hills half the time, so I understand the Iranian regime sucks. They're killing protesters. They're killing their own people. And I understand the excitement. And sometimes I even get into it. Because I'm surrounded by Persians and I like their food. I like hummus and that whatever salad, that with the chopped, whatever. But the point is, I get it. I get into it. And they're like, free Iran. And I'm with it. And I can get swept up into that free Iran fever. Because sometimes it does feel good to just drive in your car. And think about, a bunch of people that are being, oppressed and they, whatever, by a government that I certainly wouldn't want to live under. And if that government were to be able to magically go away and get replaced by a better government, everybody's happy. I'm happy. I have nothing to say positive about Iran or the mullahs. But I don't know how the fuck we do this. And I think the military is going to Trump and going, we don't really know how the fuck we do this. Like, yes, the American military is the greatest in the world. They can do whatever. But I think they're going to him and they're going, listen, man, the options are not great here. They're not like amazing options. If we go in and we decapitate the leadership, we don't really, number one, they're going to fight. They're going to fight back. They've got a real military. They've got an arsenal of weapons. They get weapons from Russia. They get weapons from China. They're not a completely isolated country. They have, allies. Now, are Russia and China going to jump into the fight? No. The China will happily watch us bankrupt ourselves and completely politically, our system completely disintegrate. And China will just, the chaos that this will sow, not only in the region, but here at home, China will just gleefully watch. And Russia's busy in the Ukraine. So I don't think it spills into like a World War III thing. But the economy, the global economy, oil exports, these things, Iran could start hitting U.S. bases in the Gulf. They could start destroying facilities. The global economy could suffer greatly. It's a real war. It's not bullshit. You can see a spike in oil prices. They could close the Straits of Hormuz. There's all kinds of things. And everyone has said this, by the way. This is, but we have a lot of artillery there. We have a lot of weaponry there. And it does feel like it's something might happen, even though everything I've just said are good reasons to try to obviously take the temperature and turn the temperature down here. I do think that we have so much there. We have such a buildup there. We have F-35, F-22 fighter jets, 2 aircraft carriers, And I'm wondering if, now bear with me, is there a way to do a wag the dog fake war? Listen to me. Because we want to save face. We have a lot of stuff there. Is there a way to have a fake war that doesn't exist? There was a movie called Wag the Dog about this, where we blow some stuff up, we have a press conference, the Iranians have a press conference, and we end this thing. Because we have too much, we've spent a lot of money to move these boats over there, and, you know, we got to do something, but is there a way to just do a kind of pretend fake strike on Iran? No one will really know, and we save face, and we say, listen, we did it, and everything's fine now. Everything's fine. They're not making nukes anymore. They learned their lesson. Because what scares me is that we're just too in deep now in that. But get up these talks in Geneva. These Geneva talks with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they are making progress. I believe they're making progress because I think Iran is showing flexibility because they know they're not going to win this war. They know it'll be it's going to be a prolonged conflict in America's. It's hard to imagine America getting anything out of this, but Iran knows that they're not going to be able to go up against the United States of America and win. The government is going to fall. U.S.-Iran nuclear talks wrap up with no announcement of a deal as risk of war looms. However, this is in Geneva. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations Thursday over Tehran's nuclear program, but walked away without a deal, leaving the danger of another Midwest war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft and warships in the region. Oman's foreign minister, Badr al-Buzaidi, who mediated the talks in Geneva, said there has been significant progress in the negotiation without elaborating. This could be solved diplomatically. But by the way, Israel will not be happy. They will not be happy. They will push for war. They want the regime to be toppled. The neoconservatives in America will probably push for war, the Ted Cruz types, whatever. They want this whole thing's about remaking the Middle East. And if you take Iran out as a regional player, it's easier to remake the Middle East. Israel's probably not going to be happy, but diplomacy is the only way here that America doesn't want this war. America does not want this war. I mean, we've got white-collar people. They got about 8 months left of their jobs before they're on the street eating people's legs. We don't need a war. Unless all those white-collar consultants join the military and go fight and die in Iran, we don't need a fucking war in the Middle East. So we can either do something fake, which I'm for, a pretend show of force, but I did talk to somebody who said it feels like we're too far down the line. There's a little bit of war fever in Washington, and that it's gripped people, and that there's an inertia that's moving us forward towards this conflict no matter what we do. And that once we're on a path like this, it's very hard to completely reverse course. That's what somebody told me. Now, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But they did say it does feel like we're on a collision course for Iran. We have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the talks are Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and then Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is over there negotiating with the Iranians right now. And I'm hopeful that she can pull this off. Erica Kirk, of course, wife of Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. But Erica Kirk right now over in Iran negotiating on behalf of the United States government. And we hope that it is, we hope it's positive. We don't know. U.S.-Iran negotiations wrap for the day. I don't know. I can just tell you. You know what it is? A war, you need to have the right vibes for a war. This is something that many people don't understand. You need to just feel a certain way before you go to war. You need to have a certain... There's got to be kind of a like war vibe. We just haven't achieved it yet. We haven't achieved it yet. We're not there as a country yet. You know what I mean? People are too busy in this country gesture maxing. No one's ready for this war. We just don't. Nobody's into it, and it's being put. You can feel when something's being pushed, and no one wants it. You can feel it, and that's what you feel about the Iran war. Nobody's really into it. And the people that are into it have to accuse the people that aren't into it of being anti-Semitic, or they have a lack of imagination. Well, don't you see? Well, Persia will be, Iran will be free, and you go, yeah. Do we trust Pete Hegseth to handle this? Do we trust Kash Patel to handle the maybe domestic retaliation attacks that might come if Iran has sleeper cells here, which some people say they have? Do we trust Kash Patel to be on top of it? Can you believe that people get in accidents and don't call an attorney? What's wrong with these people? Why would they just live in pain and agony? They get to do something. Don't be like Switzerland or Canada sitting on the sideline. And I get emotional sometimes thinking about how these people are just settling. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. With over $30 billion recovered from over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you were injured by the negligence of another, you deserve to be paid. If you were ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's right. Their fee is free unless they win. To learn more, go to forthepeople.com/TIM or click the link in the description below. To learn more, go to forthepeople.com/TIM or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. By the way, let's also comment. Let's look at Kash Patel in the U.S. Olympic team. Kash Patel, it needs to be said, is not running the FBI. Kash Patel was installed to not run the FBI. This is a very obvious conclusion that you come to. This guy is... What did Kash Patel's girlfriend say, by the way? Go back for a second. Kash Patel's girlfriend said he was at the Olympics providing security. This is the biggest fuck you to the American taxpayer. This guy's flying to the Olympics to go hang out in Italy and party and go hang out with the hockey team. They don't know who the fuck he is. They don't know who Kash Patel is. He's gallivanting all over the globe on taxpayer money. Where's Savannah Guthrie's fucking mother? Savannah Guthrie's mother is somewhere in a shed, and Kash Patel is in Italy. The guy... Let's watch a little bit of Dick Durbin here, but Kash Patel's not running the FBI. It's obvious. I don't know who's running the FBI, neither do you, but Kash Patel's not it. He's a figurehead. This is a fucking op, and he's gallivanting, and they told him he could do this, by the way. They said, you just jet set around the globe and act like an idiot because you're not allowed to run the FBI. You're not handling the Epstein files. You're not handling any of this shit. So let's watch Dick. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is... Make this bigger. Savannah Guthrie's mother is in a shed. Do you think he thought Savannah Guthrie's mother was in the locker room? Are they chanting, Savannah, bring her home, bring her home? Did he think she was in Italy? Did Kash Patel believe Savannah Guthrie's mother was in Italy? Is that why he's there? All right, get him out of there. Kash Patel, let's watch a little bit of this. This is Dick Durbin here talking about Kash Patel is a complete fraud. He's not running the FBI at all. Literally, He's doing absolutely nothing except not releasing Epstein files and not looking further into things like the Kirk shooting, whatever. He's there because he's incompetent. That's why they pushed him. And this is evidence. He's a complete buffoon, and that's why he is in the job. He's not doing the thing he was appointed to do, but he was never supposed to. So that's obvious to anyone that he was never really supposed to do this job. He was supposed to run around with his girlfriend, who's got a security detail, by the way, and then he complains that she should be on tour singing and not handling negative complaints on the internet. Dick Durbin.
FBI Director Kash Patel has shamelessly exploited the FBI's private government jet to support his jet-setting lifestyle.
That's right.
Including a golf getaway in Scotland and a trip to watch his girlfriend perform a wrestling match. Most recently, he flew to Italy to chug beers with the U.S. Olympic hockey team. As a whistleblower told the committee, the tone was set early in Director Patel's tenure when he told FBI agents, quote, "If you have golf, hockey, fishing, or hunting and beautiful sights, you're going to see an awful lot of me."
Savannah Guthrie better hope her mother is being held at a golf course. Savannah Guthrie better hope her mother is being held at Pebble Beach. This poor bitch, they kidnapped her mother. And this guy is dancing and jumping around with the hockey team in Italy. She better hope and pray that her mother is being held at a 5-star resort. Or she better hope her mother is being held at where Kash Patel is going to see his girlfriend do backyard wrestling on government money. Where's Doge? Where's all these people that are obsessed with fraud? By the way, Hillary Clinton testifying about Epstein today on Thursday. Let's see if we can get some of this up. Hillary wants Trump to be put under oath about Jeffrey Epstein. She said it's time to put Donald Trump under oath about Jeffrey Epstein. So, I mean, shots fired. So, live updates. Hillary Clinton testifies she has no information on Epstein's crime. So, what I thought Hillary would do, the Head in the Fryer episode, which Joe Rogan liked, I thought Hillary and Bill would come in and light themselves on fire in order to get rid of Trump. Now, of course, these people, somebody said this to me, and I thought it was very interesting. I go, they have nothing left or at the end of their life. And somebody said this to me, they said, these people never think they're out of the game. So no matter how old they are or how down they are, they never believe they're out of the game. They always believe there's some way for them to crawl back into relevance. So Hillary comes in and then chooses not to stick her head in the deep fryer, light herself on fire. So apparently the Clintons agreed to testify after their offers of sworn statements were rebuffed by the oversight panel, and its chairman, Rep. James Comer, Republican Kentucky, threatened a criminal contempt of Congress charges against them. I had no idea about their criminal activities. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein, Hillary Clinton said in an opening statement shared on social media. Can we watch the statement? Let's see if we can find Hillary Clinton's statement on Jeffrey Epstein, who she's never met. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. We know that. But who knows? You know, Hillary has no new information. So it's a big nothing burger, and it's real boring. Here we are. Hillary Clinton. It's a big, boring nothing burger. This is why Hillary fucking sucks. This is why Hillary has always sucked. It's always procedural, boring shit. It's why she lost the election. It's why people just fall asleep when she talks. She never, when the cameras are on, Hillary never delivers. What, are you going to her Instagram? I don't think she put it on her Instagram. And that's so funny that you're checking her Instagram. But before we watch this, we'll watch NBC's coverage of it. Hillary never fucking delivers, man. Weak sauce. She could have came in there and said, we're pedophiles and we're pedivores, meaning we eat the kids. We're vampires. We work for an Illuminati bloodline. Me and Bill were inducted into it through occult, sex magic, and cannibalistic rituals. And Trump was involved as well. But instead, she does this boring horseshit. Take it away.
Of the House Oversight Committee investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Now, that closed-door deposition is currently underway in Chappaqua, New York, where the Clintons do have a home. During her opening statement, Clinton denied ever encountering Epstein and said she, quote, never flew on his plane or visited his island. Tomorrow, the Republican-led committee will hear from former President Bill Clinton, whose name and pictures appear hundreds of times in the Epstein files, though he has not been accused of any wrongdoing. This all comes after the committee threatened to hold both Clintons in contempt of Congress.
Boring. All right, get it out of here. I'm so disappointed in these two cannibals. I am so disappointed in these two cannibals. They had a real fucking shot at the end of their life to do fucking something exciting. Something exciting. Change the narrative. Change the fucking narrative. Flip the script. And he's going to go in and do the same bullshit, most likely. Man, she never delivers. That's the thing about Hillary Clinton. Like her, love her, hate her, she never delivers. It is boring. It is all dotting I's and crossing T's. She had the chance here to make some fucking news. And what did she do? She does what she always does. She bores everyone to death. Boring, boring, boring. That's the only real crime, is boring. You bore me, you waste my time. This is the real crime. Going in there and wasting everyone's time. Yeah. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. She should have started her statement and said, what I'm about to say here will shake the foundations of human life. What if she did this? What if they said, I don't know how they even addressed her anymore. Secretary Clinton, because she was Secretary of State, but she's not anymore. Senator Clinton, she's not a senator. I don't know how they address her. She's not the first lady. Maybe they say Mrs. Clinton. I guess maybe they say, I don't know what they say. Maybe they say Secretary Clinton. I don't know. I think they say Mrs. Clinton. If she were to read her opening statement, Hillary Clinton's opening statement, she goes, thank you, distinguished members of the committee, for having me here. As you know, my husband, Bill, the former president, was the governor of Arkansas. At that point, we were approached by a group of men who wanted to take Bill to the Bohemian Grove to get to know him and see about his future political aspirations. I, being a woman, wasn't asked to attend. However, when Bill returned, he spoke to me and told me that the men at the Bohemian Grove told him, as a reward for turning his back while they flew dumps of cocaine into Mena, Arkansas during the Iran-Contra days, and turning his back to several politically motivated murders in the state, which he chose not to look into or prosecute, they thought he had a great political future, including becoming the president of the United States. And Bill told me this, and I was excited because finally we were on our way to where we were going. We started meeting these men in different places all over the world. They have safe houses. Some of them are castles. Some of them are islands. During these times, we would perform sex magic and ritualistic cannibalism. It was then when I met Jeffrey Epstein for the first time. I personally don't like eating children, but it is the price of admission into certain elite circles. Bill and I frequented the island for ritualistic sex abuse and cannibalism multiple times in the presence of Donald Trump, Bill Gates, and several other luminaries. It was explained to us, while not being bloodline members of the Illuminati lizard cult, we could gain entry by performing certain rituals. This would insulate us from any accountability and allow us to run the United States of America for the cult of demonic aliens who wear skin suits and occupy the upper echelons of the power structure. Mrs. Clinton, would you like some water? Yes, please. I would like some water. It was made clear to us that participation in these rituals guaranteed us acceptance to a very elite club. As you know, the universe is colonized by several different groups of higher intelligence. We have chosen to work for the demonic reptilians, but they are not the only group of higher intelligent aliens that have spent a lot of time colonizing our planet and earning the loyalty of the people who have lived here. As you know, they feed off our pain, our energy, our sex, our lust, violence, and they feed off all of our energy, and they use us as an energy source so that they can live forever. So before I finish my closing statement and open this up to questions, yes, myself, my husband, the President of the United States, and several others are implicated in ritualistic sex abuse and cannibalism, but not because we enjoyed it. Some of it was fun, but because we needed to do it to show our reptilian overlords that we were there to play ball. And then they would say, I recognize the chairperson. And the chairperson would, Mrs. Clinton, thank you so much for coming in. Appreciate this. Have you ever met Ghislaine Maxwell?
Hey, free agency is finally winding down, Tom?
I think so. I think it's done now.
I think all the big moves are done. I think they're done.
I think.
I guarantee nothing will happen in the next hour during this show.
It'll happen 61 minutes later.
Yes. Yes. Should we even do a show today?
Eh.
You want to talk about those Vikings?
Let's talk about the Vikings. Oh, baby! Damn it, we here.
What? Stare.
You in the right direction. Welcome to another edition of the Grassi Perna Show. I'm Tom Grassi, that's Brandon Perna, and this is G-Up-P.
Yes. And the S stands for signed by the Vikings is Kyler Murray.
That's right, Kyler Murray signing. I feel like at this point it wasn't that big of a surprise, right? I feel like this was kind of anticipated during free agency.
Yes.
Murray signs a one-year deal with the Vikings, which kind of makes a lot of sense, just like the Tua to the Falcons signing, right? You're not going to have to pay him a ton of money. It's a one-year deal. The Cardinals are going to be paying the majority of the salary. Similar to how, like, the Raiders, they're going to be paying a good chunk of Geno Smith's salary if they just trade him to the Jets. And I feel like this is just another student in the Kevin O'Connell school for QBs who can't throw good.
Nice Zoolander reference.
Thank you.
Nice Zoolander reference.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of love it for the Vikings. I love the upside of it. There's literally no risk for this team. If like Kyler is, and Kyler's he's never a terrible quarterback. So like even your floor is just like, Kyler can do some nice things. He's like the way the Vikings are gonna look at Kyler Murray is completely different than the Cardinals. If Kyler's just playing like average quarterback play, that's an upgrade from what the Vikings got through the course of last season.
That's correct.
And I think there's potential for Kevin O'Connell with that schooling you just mentioned to unlock Kyler's full potential. So I think it's about I think it's just about watching Kyler in I think an offense that's going to be designed for his strengths. I think we'll see his athleticism utilized in the best way possible. And the question mark I think everybody's going to have is just about Kyler's consistency through the course of the season with the Vikings. So it's going to be fun. It makes the NFC North's free agency round. It makes it a lot more fun. And yes, it looked like this was going to happen the whole time. Now it's official, so now Vikings fans can, enjoy it. And I think when we saw that Kyler Murray was at the Vikings facility, and that he had scheduled some Zoom meetings with other teams to talk to them, I was like, those fucking teams don't have a chance.
No, they don't have a shot. Yeah.
I'll talk to you from the Vikings facility.
Yeah. You're behind a locker that says Murray on top of me. You're like, don't worry about it. No, it's totally fine.
Not happening.
My birthday. Hope you have a fantastic birthday and birthday weekend. Let's go. Yeah, I feel like this is you put it I think correctly in that it makes a whole lot of sense because at the very worst case scenario, okay, it doesn't work out. You sign him to a 1-year deal, which you're not paying him the majority of the money, right? Cool, that works out.
Yeah.
2, at bare minimum, it's competition for JJ McCarthy, who this is the evaluation year, right? Like I would say that this is probably the last full season that we're gonna get of the JJ McCarthy experience if he does not step up and show that he can be the starter there. So I think you're going to be bringing in competition for him, and it's going to be all right. Whoever wins out at camp. And at the bare minimum, if JJ McCarthy steps up, then you have a veteran, backup who can win you some football games if you need. Right?
Yeah,
so it kind of works out.
I don't even think it's going to be much of a competition. I think this is Kyler's job, and they're going to continue to work with JJ, obviously, but I think the Vikings have more to gain by they're going to start Kyler week 1. I'll be shocked if they don't. Like, Kyler's got to come in and he's got to be worse than JJ McCarthy in Kevin O'Connell's eyes. And I don't think that's going to happen. So I think he'll be the week 1 starter. And I think the Vikings will just be in the process of seeing, like, who is Kyler Murray in our system with our weapons? And should we be considering signing this guy for a long-term deal? And we'll figure out JJ later. And what I did not know is that Kyler Murray is a Vikings fan. He was a Vikings fan as a kid.
Yes.
And I think there's a quote out there saying because he's from Texas, he didn't root for the Cowboys because they were ass for all of his childhood.
Which valid.
So it is funny. But we had Mike McCarthy returning to Pittsburgh, where he's really wanted to be. It seems like Kyler's very excited to be a Viking because he grew up a Vikings fan. He said he fucking cried when Brett Favre threw that interception as a Viking. So
good.
I like it.
Good. With the trend of past 2 years, like QBs like Geno, Baker, Darnold, Jones reviving their careers, I have any bold predictions for a QB to do something similar in 2026. I feel like it might be Kyler. I say Kyler Murray, and not even in jest because the support around him is pretty damn good. Like, he has great receivers to throw to, right? Including one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. On top of that, they bring back Aaron Jones, who, yes, was beat up last year, but they should have at least a solid run game. So I feel like Kyler is going to be in the best case scenario because, as Perna's talking about, if JJ doesn't win out this job, which I think it might be a challenge for him to do so, Kyler's going to get all the opportunities. And who knows? Like, if Kyler wants to try and get another big-time contract, this is the year to do it. So I'm very, very curious to see how he is going to play and what the plan is. Because at some point, yes, you do have to make a decision about J.J. McCarthy, and I'm sure he's going to have every opportunity to win that starting job. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Like, if you're a Vikings fan and beats out Kyler Murray, you're even happier, right? Because you're like, oh man, damn, now he's able to take that next step.
That's a good hot take. The best thing that could happen for Vikings fans is JJ McCarthy beats out Kyler Murray in training camp.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna happen though. I think
it's gonna be tough.
Like the Vikings don't pursue this if they're confident in JJ. They bring in a veteran, right? Like you bring back Carson Wentz, or you find somebody to be a reliable backup if you really believe in JJ McCarthy, and they don't at this point. There was not enough consistency, and if their team was in a different state, if they were where the Dolphins are right now, you know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the Bears with Gary, Indiana. Like, got it. Understood. Your mental state, physical state. Got it.
No, they have got enough pieces on that roster to be competing, right? Like they do not want to squander their current talent. Is what I was getting to.
Sure.
And the more I think about like Malik Willis joining the Dolphins, the more I hate it for that man. Like seeing all the money like the Dolphins are paying their players to not be on their team, like that roster is terrible right now. And this roster is the complete opposite for Kyler.
Well, I mean,
I was just saying, I think like Arizona's roster is quite a bit better than the Dolphins at this point.
I don't know about that one. That one I might push against because I feel like even just having Achane in the backfield,
you got
like
Achane and Waddle and
Waddle.
who else? Can you name anybody else besides Malik Willis at that point?
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. I feel like just having that, the Cardinals, all their running backs got injured last year, right?
Yeah, they got Tyler Algier coming in. James Conner's going to be back. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. You got Michael Wilson. You got Jacoby. You got Trey McBride.
I like Trey McBride a lot.
Everybody likes Trey.
Trey McBride's great. I think because you look at what the Vikings were able to do, they won 14 games with Sam Darnold, right? And Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. But with that roster, which was relatively the same besides the free agents that they swung and miss on, last offseason, like they still were able to win, 9 games this past year, and they did not have steady, consistent QB play. And now if Kyler is able to just bring consistency, like I feel like you're not even asking for a lot, right? It's like you said, like just being above average. I think you're going to see the Vikings win a few football games because Brian Flores is back. The defense should still be pretty damn good. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because this is also like just a weird transitional period for the Vikings because they have a roster that can compete. They just need a quarterback. And if you want to go back to Kyler Murray crying about Brett Favre, that's where they were all those years ago. They had Adrian Peterson, like they had the offense, they had the and they're like, we just need a quarterback, and here comes Brett Favre. I don't know if Murray is going to be a Brett Favre-esque kind of quarterback there, but man, whoever wins that starting job, yeah, they inherit a pretty good roster.
Yeah, I think it's, without like trying to get into the X's and O's of it, because God knows I'm too dumb to really break that down. I think it's about seeing if Kevin O'Connell can make Kyler Murray a more complete quarterback consistently, right? We know like off-script plays, he's incredible. We know he's mobile. He can make plays with his legs, and we've seen him dial in lock in as a passer. I think it's about how do you maximize the entire field with Kyler Murray as your quarterback, and that's just one of those things you have issues with when you're dealing with a shorter quarterback.
Sure.
It is harder for those guys to complete passes, say, in the middle part of that field without shifting the pocket or moving a little bit. So I'll be curious to just see how Kevin O'Connell gets the most complete game out of Kyler as a passer. So that's what's going to be fun to watch. Like if you're really trying to get into the nerd shit of the football part of it.
And it just seems like there's no downside here.
No, there's none.
It doesn't. It's super duper cheap. The contract is a joke, and bare minimum, you have a good backup.
There will have to be another player that the Vikings could have had for $1.3 million. That is the best player in the league in 2026. For people to go, dang, we could have had that guy instead of Kyler, and that would have made all the difference in the world.
Sure.
and that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like Kyler like doesn't move the needle for me a ton of like I think he's gonna come out and like light up the league, but I think he's being put in the best situation possible for him to go and succeed.
Yeah, I feel like he can be like the 12th best quarterback next year, and it's gonna be working out very nicely for the Vikings.
I agree. Ashley? Hey, Lois Grosson, what do you think of the Saints' moves during free agency? I think they're sneaky good. I like what the Saints are doing. Going and getting ETN like right off the bat and their run game, and now folks are wondering what's going to go on with Alvin Kamara. But I like that. Well, I am sad that Trevor Lawrence and Jen are no longer together. That makes me very sad.
I like the Saints bringing in Ellis, Caden Ellis.
Ellis is good. Like I like what they're doing on defense. They brought in another guard. On top of that, they brought in Noah Fant, who I know Perna knows very well. But just to have, I think the way that they're setting themselves up is you are forming a team around a very young quarterback, and you're making the offensive line better. You're giving him a consistent run game, and you're also giving him a big body tight end to throw to, right? Like those are the things that, all right, if you want to check off the list of things that are going to make a young quarterback's life a little bit easier, those are really high up on that list. So I feel for Shuck, who I want to see more of, but he got a lot of people talking last season. These are some damn good moves for the Saints in a division that I feel at the bare minimum is winnable. We'll see what the Buccaneers do, the Panthers, the Falcons. Like it's all these teams are like, yeah, they could do this, they could. But if Shuck comes out and he's looking real damn good next season, why not the Saints? I mean, I think they got work to do, but I like what they've done for agency.
It's a winnable division, like you're saying. So
yeah, I like it. Oh, no, I don't know what I don't think
Saints need a good draft. You need a good draft, Nolan.
There you go, Saints. That's the closest I think I have to a Saints clip. So
the Broncos are the only team who has not signed an external free agent at this point.
Yep.
And they're making some cap space. So hopefully that means they're trying to trade for somebody that they're gonna have to pay a lot of money for.
Man, you sound like Packers fans years ago. I'm just like, maybe this means they'll do something in free agency. I mean, where are you at? Because I feel for Broncos fans,
We want nobody, Tom.
I know. Trust me, I know. I feel like it's okay. You're just gonna run it back and hope for the best. But you lost some pieces, right? Like JFM being gone. Like you lost some pieces. Did you want to go and get a tight end / running back and free it? Because you brought back J.K. Dobbins. That is something. Re-signing your own guys. That is something. Like, are you looking more on the offensive side of the ball, or you're like, man, I really would have liked them to bring in some free agents here?
At this point, I'm looking for any fucking one, Tom. Anybody. I don't care if it's a second fullback at this point. As a fan, I just want something new and shiny, and we just got all the same stuff. It was like our parents just wrapped our current presents and gave them to us for Christmas. Oh, cool. We got all the guys that we already know and like back. Thank you. Thank you. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad they're bringing back a bunch of these dudes, but when you don't get a single new piece, not a single new piece, that's just annoying. Even if it was just a symbolic gesture at this point. Somebody, I don't care who it is, a long snapper, be like, well, we improved in one area and won. J.K. Dobbins, if he plays 17 games, I'll be thrilled that they brought that man back. You know I love J.K., and when he's healthy and on the field, he's a very good running back. Evan Ingram's coming back. Hopefully they figure out how to use him more in the offense. But they re-signed Alex Singleton, fine. Justin Strnad, I like that signing because I think when he was on the field, he was pretty good. They released Dre Greenlaw, who was immediately signed by the 49ers. Like, I don't even think the ink was done on his sign-off out out of Denver before he was already in San Francisco. They extended Adam Troutman, Lucas Kroll. We brought back our lunch pail tight ends and fullbacks. Great. The Broncos. I think why Broncos fans are upset is because they were very close to getting to the Super Bowl. Big break on Bo's ankle. That effed it all up. But even outside of that, this is a team that was very close in a lot of games. A lot of games that could have went the other way. And we just watched the Kansas City Chiefs go from a team that won an insane amount of one-score games to the next year losing a bunch of one-score games. And my fear is without making one or two impactful moves, that's what you're risking. Now, of course, a great draft can mitigate some of that. And there's this whole narrative out there too right now. Like a lot of these teams are just eyeing the 2027 draft, so they're waiting for some of their free agent losses to count as comp picks for 2027 before they do anything else. Who cares? The Broncos are in this little window right now. They were that close last year. I don't care about 2027 at this point. I want them to make a move for this upcoming season. So
yeah. Because also Bo, I mean, years of CF left, right? On his rookie deal, it's two.
I mean, and then you can 5th year option him, and whatever that counts. But yeah,
sorry,
what you 2 years left with that.
What you were talking about reminded me of this clip from years ago when Mike McCarthy was on the Packers.
What's the trade deadline around the best trade? So what's the trade deadline like around there? What a conversation or just standard?
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
That's what it's like. Because like Packers fans, man, like the free agency, the trade deadline, it's just like, oh yeah, no, nothing ever happens. That's how things used to be. Yeah, so I hear you. I mean, again, I think you hit the nail on the head about the draft, right? If you're able to go and get some, like, you need another wide receiver, right? Like, go and get a big time weapon. That would be kind of nice.
I mean, that's like the rumor is that they've been thinking about AJ Brown. They've been like that's actually a possibility, and that was according to Ryan Ballbinger on the DNVR podcast. And I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't know if I would want to give up draft capital right now for AJ Brown. Somebody said like Jawan Jennings is available. Like, I would rather just sign him.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. Dude.
Did you say TJ Hushmanzada talking about him? Yeah. By the way, I don't think that there's a realistic spot for Derek Carr to be a starter right now.
Because you would have to give up something to get him.
Yeah.
And he would have cost a lot more than 1.3 mil.
Yeah, I don't think so. As a starter, I don't think so.
These were the Vikings options were Carr, Cousins, Kyler, and then maybe Anthony Richardson. Carr and Richardson, you got to give up some sort of draft capital for. You know, Kirk Cousins wasn't going to come in and play on a friendly deal. I'm sure they were like, hey, Kurt, you got released. Would you want to play for the vet minimum? And Cousins was like, I will start for nothing less than $75 million guaranteed per season.
Yeah, per game.
Per game, I want $75 million.
Yeah. The AJ Brown debut. Yeah, but Brandon Ayuk, man, that'd be because TJ. In case you didn't see it, so TJ Hushmanzada, who's wide receivers coach, right?
Like, yeah, he's like a coach to him.
Coach, like, he came out in an interview and was just like, man, like, it's a big risk because what you did last year was kind of crazy. Like, you turned down like $30 million guaranteed, and so now like teams are gonna have to take a big swing on you, and it's a huge risk because what's gonna stop you from not showing up again? Like, you're gonna have to regain a bunch of trust.
And the Niners are not gonna release him yet. The report from Schefter was like, they're in no rush to release him. They are going to wait because they don't have to release him until like June. And then maybe I forget, maybe they can even hold on to him a little longer than that. They're going to try and possibly trade him. They're going to just wait and see. So, like, we thought he would have been released on Wednesday. Niners like, well, the way the contract is, we actually don't have to. And since you fucked us, you're gonna have to just kind of wait for a while.
They're not gonna do him any favors whatsoever.
We gave you so much money, and we were reluctant to give it to you for this very reason.
I agree with this. What the Commanders doing? Yeah, I feel like for Denver, they'll see what their options are in the draft. If they do wind up making a trade for AJ Brown, that'd be fun to watch, and I think it just gives you a big-bodied receiver that you. It would be nice for Bo to throw to, but also
That's Cortland Sutton kind of already.
I know, but like at least you have two now.
Yeah,
it's something. Do you feel this? What's the timeline on Bo Nix's injury? Like, should be ready to go? I'll be ready to go.
I mean, I have concerns just about Bo's health moving forward.
Sure.
He broke his ankle this year. He had fractures in his back rookie year. He needs to prove he can, stay healthy. But like, yeah, if two things happen for the Broncos receiving room, and it's big ifs. If Troy Franklin continues to progress, and he got better last year, then you feel a little excited about that. And if Pat Bryant can stay on the field and stay healthy, I really like Pat Bryant. He just had injury issues late in the season when we were really starting to feel like we could rely on him. It was like a hamstring and then something else. So you feel good about those guys, but yeah, they don't have. At this point, they don't have a guy who commands extra attention as a ball catcher, and that's really what they lack. And even as good as Cortland Sutton is, like, that's just not the type of receiver he is. And then Sutton had some bad drops last year too, so that's one part of it. I don't know why they're freeing up this cap space, and if it's just to free it up so they have more cap space in 2027, God help me, because that's what we forget about. When you finish this, when you have the cap space, it rolls over into the next season. So right, you're like you have an advantage there, and that's why some teams will keep it. I don't know, man. It's infuriating to not do anything.
Well, it's also like the free agency is a wonderful time of year because every move that teams make is usually assumed to be a positive one, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, my team's out there making all of these signings, and I don't even mean to throw the Vikings under the bus, but like the Vikings made a bunch of signings during free agency last year, and so did the Bears, right? For the Bears, it worked out on their offensive line very, very well. D-line, okay. And for the Vikings, it didn't work. Hargrave, who's now with the Packers, his son is very happy, by the way. Hargrave, they signed him to a massive deal. He did not play well last year for the Vikings, and like they released Allen too, right? And he just got picked up. So it's not necessarily a great thing when your team signs a whole bunch, but I understand, and especially your perspective of, hey, we got away with a lot of wins last year, and there was folks who were saying all outside like, oh, are this team for real? Even the AFC Championship game, right? They're still saying it. But it's just like, okay, well, now we want to get some pieces that are going to put us over the top. And it feels like for the issues that the Broncos have, or the holes, I should say, that they have, those are wide receiver. You probably need to get another tight end. The run game, you would like it to be a bit more explosive, but you drafted Harvey. We'll kind of see what he does.
If they draft another running back, I'll be cool with it.
Sure. So it just seems like the offense is what could progress and put this team over the top, considering how good the defense was.
Yeah.
Also, Kaylee, happy birthday. Boom. And I'm 40. Oh, I got you. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
What a rigged system we got here, too, Tom.
Okay.
It's Kaylee's birthday, and for her birthday, she has given you $50.
Yeah, I don't know how that one works out. I don't know how that works
out. We figured out how to game the entire system. You guys are too kind. It is very cool.
Yeah, I hope you have a great birthday weekend. Hope you have a great birthday. And screaming I'm 40 at everybody who will listen.
Buy yourself a vegan cake with that $50, Tom, and eat it. Eat it on your Friday night Q&A.
And listen, Q&A is going to be long tonight. We're going to replicate the week stream. Yeah, it's gonna be going for a while.
I've seen a few people say, would Stephon Diggs be good for the Broncos? And my answer to that question is yes, if
we weren't waiting to see how this legal issue with his allegations of strangling his chef play out. If that wasn't looming in the background, I'd be like, yes, let's go get Stephon Diggs. But there's a giant question mark that could lead to games missed because of the suspension, depending on how this plays out. Again, alleged charges.
Did you put out a whole video about him?
No.
No, that one didn't do a video.
No. Luckily, this season had so much, like,
off-field, like...
Off-field. There's too much. But there's a handful of stories I want to talk about. And then the more you learn about him, like James Pierce, it's like really fucked up. You're like, man, this is a newsworthy thing, but it, like, I want to be able to have like humor in it, and then that one's just like one that it gets really hard to do that. You're just making a depressing episode at that point. I like my crimes to be funny, Tom, and those ones aren't. I like white collar crimes.
Or you have, like, Chiefs fans robbing a bank or something.
There's never going to be anything better than Chiefs of Holland robbing banks.
No. How do you want the Broncos to spend their draft picks? Wide receiver, tight end, running back?
Linebacker. And, yeah. Give me a linebacker in the first round. We need somebody who's, like... Here's the thing about Alex Singleton coming back.
Yeah, I'm curious.
We love Alex Singleton. He is the epitome of everything you want in a football player on your team. A couple years ago, what did he do? He played an entire game with his torn ACL. This year, testicular cancer. Finds out he has it. Plays, has surgery, comes back 2 weeks later. And I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does on defense. In that Bills game, who caused the fumble on James Cook?
The Broncos have to go clean puke. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is Maya okay? Singleton caused that fumble against James Cook. So I like Alex Singleton. I'm happy he's back. But I think if you're looking towards the future, he's getting older. You want to have a young, dominant linebacker that you can have on your defense. So, I think that's when you're looking at Alex Singleton, you're asking, were there upgrades? Could the Broncos have gotten better at the position? Yeah, if they would have went after somebody like Devin Lloyd as well. There were ways the Broncos could have made that better. So that's, and you could argue maybe tight end. They're going to talk to David Njoku, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh.
I'll be right there.
I wonder what kind of puke he's cleaning up. Is it dog puke? Is there going to be a lot of water? If it's a hairball cat puke, that can be easier to clean up. We clean up our cat pukes like every fucking day. It's disgusting. Should we start taking bets on whether he stepped in it? Did somebody step in it? Consistency? Did he step in it? Which animal puked? I will be taking your answers in the comments right now. Oh my god.
Hold on. Cleaning up dog puke.
We're just gonna listen to Tom clean it up.
Read your super chats.
Let's see this. Yeah, let's listen to Travis Etienne. This might be interesting.
So it'd be like ACHA. So it growing up it's Travis Etienne. So it'd be like ACHANE. And that's how you always say Travis Etienne. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like, is it how you say it? It's how you say it. So that's how that became. And it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name. And just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that,
He's just kind of stuck. It made sense, but I'm very much open to being Travis A-Chain again.
There's so much.
We have Devin A-Chan and now Travis Etienne is Travis A-Chan? Both NFL running backs? And we were saying A-Chan's name incorrectly. Remember we called him, we were calling him Davon A-Chain. He's like, it's Devin A-Chan. Holy shit. What?
Robert Tunyon?
Oh, yeah, Robert Tunyon.
Yeah, we thought it was Tunyon. He's like, that's not my name. Sorry, I'm still wiping up you.
Yeah, remember when Bijan tried to say it was, what did he say? What was Bijan saying how you pronounced it?
He said it wasn't Bijan.
Yeah. What did Bijan say? And this was after he had done the mustard thing. Bijan's Dijon. He's like, he can't go back. Nobody's gonna remember to call Travis Etienne Travis A-Chan.
Well,
Like if I start calling Travis Etienne Travis A-Chan now, you guys are gonna call me a fucking idiot. Bajan. Was Bajan Robinson? Is that what he was saying it was? Oh my god. I think what we need to do is day one, when a player joins a team, their first press conference, before they talk about anything, we just need them to clarify how they want their name pronounced. Day one. Because if you get to day two and we've already started to say it a different way, it's never going to change. It's never going to change. This is shocking news. I find this shocking, guys. I find this shocking. Oh, yeah. We probably aren't going to talk about this. NFL wanting to add a Thanksgiving Eve game? What kind of bullshit is that?
Screw that crap.
Yeah.
I'll be there in 90 seconds.
Okay, I got it. Shut up. Oh, yeah, dude, these Titans. I kind of like new Titan uniforms. I know the logo's kind of basic.
When Dash throws up, he throws up a lot.
Oh.
It's his whole breakfast.
Oh.
Great.
That's disgusting.
It's cute. Yeah.
That is rancid. Now, I can get through these super chats. What's your way too early prediction for the NFC North next year? Vikings, Bears, Lions, Packers. Dead last Packers. I'm happy with the Commanders' free agency so far. Odafe always the big signing, but Leo Chanel, I like Leo. And the Commanders got younger on defense. Smart. I don't care if the Ravens get hate. I like our signings. I think it's more about all the guys you lost. And if Trey Hendrickson gets you 14, 15 sacks, you'll feel pretty good about it.
Okay. We have our turn. We're good.
Yes, we are completely free from Russell Wilson.
You're free. Oh,
there we go. Nice. Look
there
at
you go.
A-Chan. That is wild to me.
I did not think it was that. I thought it was like ETN.
Yeah.
Yep, nope. We're all idiots. That's all. Is the Bengals defense going to be okay?
No, fuck no.
We'll see what, that's the thing too, right? If Shamar could actually contribute something, contribute would be nice. That first round pick that you got as a pass rusher. I mean, but here's the thing too, Lucas Van Ness, when the Packers drafted him, we're just starting to see the returns on him. He actually was having a good season last year before he got injured, but that took multiple years because there's some guys who come out of college that are insanely raw. And I know with Shamar Stewart, the idea was, all right, he has that athleticism, right? He has that build where he could develop into a really, really good pass rusher. That's why he's going in the first round. But man, he's got to develop.
Yeah, I do like Boye Mafe landing on the Bengals defensive line. He's not going to replace Trey Hendrickson's sack production, but I think he does a lot of things very well on the D-line, on the edge. I think
think you'll get a little bit of an upgrade as a run defender from that spot. So, but it's the Bengals, man. Like, I have no faith in their defense at all.
We'll see. I mean, they went from being like the worst to not entirely the worst by the end of last year. So that was
They scapegoated their defensive coordinator. They brought in a new guy, and it did not get any better. I want him to be good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it yet.
Oh, what about two favorite foods? Whoa. Who are the two favorite foods?
Fucking tacos and burritos, baby.
Really?
Dude, I could just eat Mexican food.
Mexican
every
food
day of my life.
would be great. Yeah, no, Mexican food's
Green
fantastic.
chili. Tacos, burritos, green chili.
Yeah, I rock with that. I can do that every day. Just the rice and beans alone. It's just super easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it.
Rice and beans, good combo.
Rice and beans is a great combo.
Protein, carb.
Where's pasta right for you?
I mean, my mom's is the best.
Your mom's pasta.
My mom's spaghetti, homemade. I love it, but I can't eat Italian food every day. Jess could. Jess makes it
heavier.
at least once a week.
Yeah.
And probably orders herself pizza once a week. But
we actually just had pizza the other night for the first time in a long time. We had a pizza slot. We're how far the Packers make it this year. Let's go perfect scenario. If everybody's healthy, I think they're contenders for to win a Super Bowl. But we just gotta see if everybody's healthy. I mean, that's where they were feeling going into the Broncos game. Not everyone was healthy, but then the Broncos game happened and everyone and their mother got injured. So yeah. I think right this second, like they're in a good spot. I think that offense will still be clicking. Yeah, it's just gonna be about what that defense looks like. I gotta see what they look like after the draft too. And they got some corner depth, they got some defensive line depth. And I'm doing a whole episode about the Packers post free agency. But Hargrave, he had his best years with Jonathan Gannon when he was on the Eagles, and then he went to Minnesota last year and didn't do very well at all. And they gave him a good sized contract, and he just did not live up to that, so they cut him after 1 year. So the Packers needed defensive line depth, and I think at the bare minimum, you're getting a veteran who can do that, but you're hoping pairing him with Gannon again is going to bring out his best. That's what you're hoping, but he's a bit older. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh. Hey, Perna, you should go do that.
That sounds like the worst way to spend an afternoon.
That sounds fun.
Pokemon fossil exhibit? What does that even mean?
Hell yeah. You could find out if you go.
These are the bones of Pikachu. So not real? Are they saying that? Are they doing real bones but comping them to Pokemon characters? What the fuck does that mean, Dan?
Dan, Pearl wants to know more. Send him the invite, and that's we bet on puke on Prize Picks. Yeah, that's good. Every now and then, Dash is just like, my stomach's not feeling it today. And he hasn't done it in a while, but he did it today, and that was his whole breakfast.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Oh.
Food heist. 100 pounds of butter. Good segue here. 100 pounds of butter on Thanksgiving Eve for those
So we're looking now to have a game the day before Thanksgiving, 3 on Thanksgiving, and the day after Thanksgiving.
Dude.
But remember, player safety is the most important thing. I just want you to make sure that that's at the front of your mind, player safety. But man, like, come on.
Just stop it.
Just stop. Just no more. Like, I was going to
You maxed it. You've maxed it.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Like, the TV ratings continue to be up, right? They're going to continue to make a whole lot of money. But yeah, it just... So you're going to have a quick turnaround from Sunday to Wednesday now? Like...
Yeah, who's playing that? Like, those have to be teams coming off a bye. You cannot have teams play a Wednesday game and a Sunday game. Or maybe there are teams that played the Thursday game the week before. That's probably what they would do. The Thursday game week before, then they get the Wednesday game. It's just getting stupid. Nobody's asking for this.
No.
The problem is they just make too much money with the soloed out NFL game.
Correct. Not ideal. I want to
start broadcasting NFL games during everyone's church services on Sunday morning.
Well, depending on what time zone you're in, that already could be happening, you know?
No, well, I want it in the church playing. You know what I mean?
Like TVs in the back of the pews.
Everybody in the audience gets a little clicker, and they can mute the preacher, the priest, whoever, and they can watch the game behind him. Goes to commercial, they click.
How can you mute the priest when you're there live?
That's the technology, AI.
Are you wearing headphones?
Sure. Why the fuck not?
Okay.
Sorry, God. The Bears are in third down territory.
So why wouldn't you just stay at home then in that case?
Now, the NFL's going to be everywhere, is the
With
point.
Saturday Mass, 5:15, something like that.
At 5:15 a.m., they've got a game for it.
It's PM on Saturday.
Whatever. I don't know how church works.
So they couldn't help it, Chiefs for K9. Kenneth Walker to the Broncos would have been nice behind that offensive line, but nay. That's a great signing for the Chiefs. It's a good one. I think that this would be the perfect game that Colonel would hate. But I could see, because Carmi and Jess, they play that Disney game, right? Is that on the Switch? What's that Disney game where they go around and they do... Every time I've gone over your house, they're playing it.
Something Valley Kingdom.
Sure.
Something. They haven't played it for a while, but
It's like Animal Crossing Minecraft with Pokemon. Oh man, that would be a hit in the house. 100%. 100%. Oh, Perna should know about Danhausen. Should know about Danhausen.
You are cursed.
It honestly, that could fit really well in for your curse wheel videos or power rankings. There's an indie wrestler who was on the indies for a while, then he went to AEW. Of course, it's wrestling. And now he's in WWE, and he just goes around and curses people.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, it works.
Okay, I like that.
It's pretty great.
That could get me in.
So the Field Museum has real dino bones, and the Pokemon exhibit shows fossils from the Pokemon. Oh, that's cool. So it's like a little section within the.
That is not cool at all.
That's cool. Sure, what? It brings people into the
That's the
museum.
cool I've ever heard in my life.
It brings people into the museum. You get to go see real dinosaurs, and then Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, they're trick you to come look at the real museum.
Hey, listen, we got to support our public works, baby. Any way we can do it. That's fine.
No disrespect.
Very nice.
That's the least cool shit I've ever heard in my life.
Very nice. Very evil. That's very evil. Alright, you got a pick.
Oh. I understand why people say Anaruma was a scapegoat, but it's not that accurate. Both sides needed to move on. Did they? The relationship had run its course. Anaruma had struggled to develop young players, which when you pay the offense like Cincy is needed. I respectfully disagree. I would say your new coach did not develop your youngest, most important player in your edge rusher, Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, I
think the Colts defense, before they got injury riddled, was playing pretty good last year. Now, you can always say, like, hey, I would say it was better for Lou to move on. I 100% agree with that part of it. That part of it was better, for sure. But I think maybe overall you need just to revamp the entire coaching experience, Bengals fans. But at this point,
well, that's the thing too. I mean, dude, they've been trying to rebuild that defense ever since like Jesse Bates left.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just, and now like they're this past off season, like they're going in and getting some pieces in that secondary. I like that. They have to get better. They just have to be decent on that side of the ball, and I feel like you're just gonna have a more balanced team.
It's probably more of a roster issue, you know.
What clip you want?
I'll tell you what I want.
Rub our noses in the pile of piss that he left behind in Dallas. He just pissed on us right and left. There's pee everywhere. Just stinks in Dallas. He left a trail of pee right out of town.
We're using that for the winners and losers of free agency episode. I'm like, God.
Also, I don't think I've ever heard the phrase pile of piss. Wouldn't it be a puddle? Like there was a
think it's Skip Bayless
That's a dot. Like I just cleaned up a pile of throw up, right? Like there was a lot.
You need to go to the doctor, my friend.
It's
A kidney doctor specifically.
Oh, compares Pokemon to actual fossils. Hey, you also bring young kids in and then they learn about. Come on now, education.
Not buying it, guys.
Education.
Not buying it.
Think about Daniel Jones getting paid. We talked about this when that news broke on Wednesday. Yeah, 2 years, $88 million up to $100 million. That's pretty rich. That's a pretty rich contract. But I think the Colts are in a very precarious situation that they had to pay him that kind of money because Daniel Jones held all the cards. And I didn't even talk about this on Wednesday. Am I being too harsh by saying this also reflects how the organization feels about Anthony Richardson? Right? Like that they will go and pay a guy who we'll see if he's going to be ready by the time the season even starts. We're going to go and pay him a crap ton of money. And, the guy that we drafted a few years back.
Yeah. It's crazy because, like, if Daniel Jones finishes the season for Indy and if they get into the playoffs, then we're looking at this contract and we're saying that's kind of a lot, but I respect it. Coming off that injury, I think it's stupid.
It's a very risky.
Though he can be healthy, which he has not shown at any point in his entire career. That's what I don't like about it. It's not like when you look at what Daniel Jones was doing for the Colts last year, he was playing some very good football.
Sure.
Also, those last 4 or 5 games he had, interceptions, sacks, and his fumbles all went up. The majority of all of his turnovers came in those last handful of games, and a big chunk of them came before he actually got hurt. So you're wondering, can he come back from injury, and was he starting to already regress as defenses figured him out, which I think we talked about a little bit in the last episode. The good news is it's only counting as like 14 mil, I think, projected this year. The cap hit this year is small. Then you got a bigger cap hit, and then you've got a void year. So if he does not come back after 2 years, the Colts are stuck with, I think, like a $25 to $28 million cap hit to not even have Daniel Jones on your team at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have a better option. And I don't know if I respect that Daniel Jones and his agent stuck it to him or not.
Again, it's just they backed themselves into a corner, man. They don't have a first-round pick this year. Like they made a big-time trade for Sauce Gardner because the Colts heading into last season, I was wrong, right? Like I thought that they were going to be real bad. Now they did fall off a cliff eventually, and then Daniel Jones getting injured definitely didn't help, and like that whole thing, and they just lost a ton of games. But they did not seem like a team that was ready to make a big time move that they'd be competing immediately to go win a Super Bowl. And when you make a move like that for Sauce Gardner and give up those 2 first-round picks, it feels like that you're saying this is our window, and you don't even know like if your quarterback is your long-term guy there. Like it's weird decisions. Like the Titans did. I always call back to the Titans. You want to know their unis too. With the Titans, like when they signed DeAndre Hopkins a few years ago, and it's like, well, what is this going to do? Right? You gave them a bunch of money. Like you don't know what you're doing at quarterback. I don't think you have the roster to compete right now, and then you give up 2 first-round picks. So yeah, the Colts are they have put themselves in a position that they have to go out and try and win now, and I don't know if they have the roster to do that. There's the pieces on the Colts that I really like, but there is uncertainty with Daniel Jones. That's a lot of money to give up for him.
Yeah, I don't care that Daniel Jones and his agent stuck it to the Colts. We know organizations will take advantage of players and their contracts any chance they get. So I'm fine with that part of it. The part of it that like makes my brain want to just explode is that Daniel Jones is going to make more money over the next 2 seasons than Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Well, credit the Seahawks front office, man.
Yeah, and that's not to say Darnold won't get an extension at some point. I don't think it's going to be happening this year. I think Darnold's happy to be making $33 million, whatever it is. But the fact that Daniel Jones could be making more than him, and even Baker Mayfield too, it's just like, why?
Chiefs, I feel like the Chiefs just continue building in the trenches, man. I feel like that's get some O line depth. That'll be helpful.
Chiefs are gonna suck.
Build up on the D line. I feel like that's. I know they lost some secondary pieces, but yeah. That's
Yeah,
all right.
I did the Dolphins corner. Oh man, I can see his name.
What grade would I give the Buffalo signing? I don't know about a grade, but I really like the Bradley Chubb signing. He stays healthy. I like the Bradley Chubb signing, especially with Bosa walking. Yeah.
Cater Kohu. That's who the Chiefs signed coming at corner for Miami.
And I said I like the DJ Moore to Buffalo. I just don't like the second round pick of giving it up for him. But I think he's going to do well there.
I hope Bradley Chubb stays healthy, but forgive me if I'm not sold on the Bills paying a lot of money for another former Broncos pass rusher.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Chubb was pretty good last year, and he played the full season. So I hope it works out for him and Buffalo. That'd make me very happy.
It's like there's nuance in there.
Yeah.
Panthers, listen, I like what the Panthers have spent a lot of money, but if Phillips can be that guy, the sample size of what he did with Philly was really good. It's a lot of money to give to him, but go out and get Lloyd. Not about it. And the Panthers are in a position too, man, where it's let's rock out in that division where it is wide open. Let's see.
Rock out with our socks out.
Run with Riley Leonard. Again, like that would make sense, but
yeah, I honestly would have approached this season with Riley over having to pay Daniel Jones coming off an injury.
You can't do it, Brandon. You can't, because you just traded for Sauce Gardner.
I don't care.
Yeah. Can't do it. You gotta go and try to win a Super Bowl now.
You're not winning a Super Bowl with Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles tear. I would have called Phillip Rivers again, Tom.
Oh, most people say T-Rex skeleton? Huh. Look, do you see how much we're learning about dinosaurs right now, Perna?
I'll go see the T-Rex skeleton.
And
you
while you're there,
Pokemon out of that museum. You get it out of that museum, I'll come look at the T-Rex.
So,
all of you with your Pokemon propaganda, you've been brainwashed. And I don't want to hear it.
Too bad Justin Fields didn't work out for Chicago, because they could have done so many things with the museum. It may work.
Now, I hope Daniel Jones proves me wrong. I hope I sound like an idiot by December.
Sure.
I really, really do.
Yeah, CJ Gardner-Johnson went. Yeah, that doesn't move the needle for me a whole lot. It doesn't. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, they need their secondary to be better. We'll see how he does that.
I'll give you this. Daniel Jones has a better chance of getting the Colts into the playoffs this season than me ever going to a Pokemon museum.
So, if the Colts win the Super Bowl, then you'll go to the Pokemon museum.
That's not what I said at all.
But you're saying that there's right that the Colts.
Yeah, if the Colts win the Super Bowl this year with Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones,
yep,
sure, I'll go to the dumb Pokemon.
Well, it's probably gonna be over, so then you're just gonna do something worse. But thankfully, you always fulfill your bets. It's more perfect. I'm now. Did you look at while I was cleaning up Dog Puke? Did you look at the Titans' new stuff?
Yeah, we looked at it for a sec.
What do you think about it? I like the jersey. The logo, I'm kind of about.
The logo's kind of plain, but yeah, the rest of it looks nice.
I like the baby blue looking like jersey color, but I don't like that for the logo.
Here's what I'll say: the logo's plain, and I still like this logo. I hated their other logo. I thought that Titans logo was ugly as hell. I thought it was one of the worst logos in the league. It's always looks cheesy to me. The Titans logo.
I thought it was fine. This one is just like it looks.
This one's very forgettable.
Yeah.
Somehow to me that's an upgrade.
Yeah. Again, jerseys, the unis, I think they look pretty good. That logo, it's not doing it for me. That's not. This is true. Pokemon card, isn't it? That's it.
That's why that's a great sign how screwed we are.
Yeah.
I know. You shouldn't be touching Pokemon. Isn't Logan Paul into those cards, making a ton of money
Oh,
off
yeah, now
that
he's
shit?
trying to go into the Yu-Gi-Oh game. You stay away from Dark Magician.
Yeah.
Don't move that product, buddy.
I ain't getting on that train.
Good luck moving that. Mark, what do you got coming out today, my friend?
We will finally have our real winners and losers of NFL free agency.
Nice.
Should be up hopefully by noon my time.
There you go. Friday night Q&A tonight. It'll be a long one. I'm going to make it to the post office today and tomorrow to send out the drawings from the Millie stream, so I appreciate your patience on that. And I need to do another Max Crosby skit, but I'm trying to also get things prepped for next week.
Old man yells at cloud. The funny part is Pokemon's old. So even you guys who like Pokemon, they've been around long enough where you're the old people who still like Pokemon.
You're older than Pokemon.
Barely.
But you are.
Yeah, but
it's not barely.
Yeah, everybody else is old with Pokemon. Come talk to me about Bluey. Come talk to me about Bluey, motherfuckers.
I know nothing about Bluey, just like about Bluey.
Yeah.
I know of.
Suck it. Pokemon, that is 20 years old. Bluey, that's what the hip kids are talking about. That's what the 5-year-olds are into now. All Connie does is watch Bluey.
Well, folks, thank you so. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Tom Grassi. That's Brandon Brennan. This is GPS. And you.
And you've reached your destination.
Got it.
Bandits in Chile.
Israeli official says Iran war is inevitable and U.S. should attack now. That's what I love about Israel. I like it as a friend. They're always getting us into something. I like it. The summer got a little boring since, they almost shot the president in broad daylight. Who knows who they is. I'm just saying it was, we're kind of in the doldrums, the dog days of summer, as they say. And of course, our good friend Israel says, listen, this war with Iran, which no one knew anything about a few months ago, is an inevitability. It's just going to happen. And the U.S. should attack now. Just get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. Go in there and do what you need to do. Let's not get nuts with the diplomacy. Let's not waste anybody's time. Israel's like, people's patience has been really strained by this Gaza war, which has gone on now for almost a year, right? And they go, people are really getting sick of this. Nobody knows what the objective anymore is in Gaza. I don't think anyone knows. I don't think anyone knows what the objective is anymore. I don't think the objective is clear now. I don't know if it, one time it was to defend yourself, to root out Hamas, and people understood that. But now, I don't know that anyone knows that, there's a clear objective or a clear plan for what's going on. So I think Benjamin Netanyahu, to his credit, has figured out the only way to really keep people's eyes on the ball is to keep the party going. I mean, we got to keep the party going. And the way to keep the party going is to just get the United States to just start launching cruise missiles into Iran, apparently. It is inevitable. Along with a surge of combat aircraft and warships, President Biden dispatched 3 of his top Mideast advisors, CIA Director Bill Burns, to the region this week to try to delay Iranian and Hezbollah military reaction against Israel. Because remember, Israel went in and they killed Ismail Haniyeh, who is the Hamas political bureau chief, who was in Iran, I believe, to attend the new swearing-in of the president of Iran. Remember, the old president in Iran died in the helicopter crash that perhaps, Israel's good at this, perhaps the Mossad had something to do with, perhaps it was just weather, I don't know. Helicopters are all held together by that God nut. It's that one bolt. And if it goes, it's over. So these things do happen. I am terrified when I get in a helicopter, and I've only done on the West Side Highway, and you go out to Meadow Lane in Southampton, it is a very scary thing. So I'm not saying that someone in the Mossad right now is just noting that. They're writing that down, by the way. They go West Side Highway, Hudson Yards to Southampton. But all I'm saying is this, Iran, Israel's kind of provoking Iran, right? They're doing things. If you remember that fake attack where Iran launched a bunch of missiles, it wasn't a fake attack, but it was thwarted by U.S. and U.S. allies, including Middle East allies like Jordan. They helped shoot down these missiles. They didn't affect Israel, but Israel's now like, we got to go, and we got to, get the U.S. Everybody's got to get wild. And I think the Trump administration would do a good job. I mean, the campaign, not the administration, the campaign. They do a good job to differentiate themselves from a Democrat war all the time policy, which seems to be the policy of the Democratic Party right now, where it's just like, just find a reason for the war, whether it is true or not, whether it's about Brittany Griner or the treatment of gay people in Russia or whatever they're hatching, trans athletes being able to compete in the Olympic, whatever domestic narrative they're kind of shoehorn a foreign conflict into. I mean, that seems to be the policy. But Trump's also out there going like, we're going to bomb Iran, we're going to straighten it out. And I think there's not enough space between those two policies for most people, because the mainstream Republicans just want to go to war, and the Democrats just want to go to war. There doesn't seem to be a huge difference. There's not a lot of daylight between those two policies of war in the Ukraine, war in the Middle East, because that's what the Democrats are offering. They're offering war in the Ukraine, and now Miley Cyrus party in Iran, party in the USA, party in the Middle East, get into it with Iran, larger regional conflict. And then the Republican Party's kind of offering that too, but with more values, I guess? With like better Christian values or something? I don't know. We should delineate and go, no. Donald Trump should go, I'm going to de-escalate. I'm not going to bomb anyone. I'm going to scale down. We're not going to have troops all over the place waiting to get into wars. I hope that's the case. I mean, Israel is the friend sometimes on the block you go out with, and they're like, let's just throw some M80s. Let's have a little fun. Because they kind of have a bad home life. That's what Israel, it's the friend with like a bad home life. And they're just like, my mom and dad fight. Shit sucks. Let's go smoke a cigarette behind your shed. And America's the rich kid. And America's like, yeah, why not? I like Israel. Israel has my values, And I was like, yeah, but Israel's it's like sometimes you need a girlfriend to explain it to you, which would be, I don't know, France maybe. They go, I get it. You like Israel, but Israel's living situation is like really fucked up. Like his mom and dad don't even speak. Like there's literally cops at the house 3 times a week. Yeah, but I like Israel. We go out, we get into bar fights, we throw M80s in the lake, we watch it blow up. Shit's fun, And then one day Israel comes to you and is like, we just got to go fight these kids from this other high school. And you go, I don't even know why we're doing this. And you go, listen, man, here's reality. Me and you are bros. And you go, yeah, dude, I totally get it. But my girlfriend has made a good point. Like, you are in a fucked up situation. By the way, there are friends in your life. And a lot of times it is hilarious that it does happen in the summer. Because the summer, there's no structure. There's no school. There's nothing. Everybody's just floating around. People's lives unravel a lot of times in these 2 months that we're in. And you do notice with some friends, and you will as you grow up, younger people listen to this show, maybe not a lot of them. We have a fair amount of people in their 20s. Maybe we don't have a ton of people in their late teens, but we probably have some. You will notice some of your friends are out of control and seem to always attract problems. And there's nothing you can really do about it, even if they share your values. I'm not saying Israel is completely at fault for are a lot of people that have gone into that. A lot of people have made that sausage over there in the Middle East, and it hasn't turned out great. But what you have to do at a certain point is go, hey, man, I'm not going to go fight those kids from that high school with you. It seems crazy. I don't even really like. Well, those kids are going to build a nuke. Yeah, sure. But can't we just kill a few scientists like you guys have been doing forever? Like, why do we have to have a hot war in the middle of fucking August with Iran? But this is what's going on. And the United States, there needs to be daylight between the two policies of the two main candidates on this shit, and there isn't. Because the Republicans so badly want to be the rah-rah tough guy party that it's very hard for them instinctively to go, no. We actually are going to be the pussies. We're going to be the pussies here. And I don't mean in actuality, but in the way that they talk. Because the Democrats are presenting as like the jock, fuck you, fuck Putin. Ukraine made it 6 miles into Russia. You know what that means? Russia's falling. Ukraine captured a town, and I'm not saying it's not impressive or didn't shock Russia. I was on the phone with a lot of Kremlin officials this morning who paid for my Rolls Royce and bought my houses, and they were saying it was shocking. Many of them were kind of surprised, to be honest, on our Telegram chat. We have a very funny Telegram chat with Lukashenko, who's the minister, and me. And Putin doesn't come in all the time, but when he comes in, he genuinely is hilarious. But the Ukraine has captured the Russian town. The fall of Sudsa, about 6 miles from the border, will be Ukraine's first capture of a Russian town since its troop crossed into Russian territory 10 days ago. Now listen, this is impressive. The Ukraine has taken the war into Russia. They've crossed the border. They've captured some Russian POWs. Of course, the Western press is gleeful. And this means that Biden is now considering sending long-range weapons again, which he was against. Now he's thinking about it again. So here's what I want everyone to think about. If Ukraine is losing, they need more weapons and more money. If Ukraine seems to be breaking even, they need more weapons and they need more money. If Ukraine is winning, well, then they'll really need more weapons and need more money. There is no thing, there is no outcome where Ukraine does not need more weapons and more money. So it's just there's a permanent column in the Defense Department's budget that is allocated towards the Ukraine no matter what until there's a regime change in Russia, which is the whole goal of the entire thing. Now, I don't know what Russia's going to do to defend itself or escalate the war. I hope it doesn't involve killing of more people. I think it's horrible that anyone gets killed anywhere. That's the way I feel, and Boeing and Raytheon and General Dynamics. We all hate killing. But I'm just saying the Republican Party needs to go, no. We're actually going to scale it back. And you can't hang out with Israel this weekend because we're going to the lake. We're going to the lake with my parents. And no, we're not inviting Israel. Because the last time we invited Israel to the lake, Israel did all kinds of crazy shit. Remember that? They were smoking on the raft, and then the raft fucking burned, and then we all fucking thought we were going to fucking drown in the middle of the lake because Israel got drunk. Okay? And I'm not saying Israel doesn't deserve, I'm not saying that Israel doesn't deserve, like, it should be able to go and protect itself and its borders, and it should be able to enact a price from Hamas for what they did. 1,000%. That's the way the world works. Hamas perpetrated an attack. Israel absolutely has the right to defend itself. Well, where are we now? What are we at? 10 months, 11 months? Or where is this? 8 months, 9 months? October? 10 months. 45,000+ people killed, a massive humanitarian crisis, a famine, all kinds of, and it just, there's nothing going on, and then everybody goes, well, how about we get into it with Iran? And what? We don't need to be involved right now in, like, all of the wars. So we've got 40,000 killed in Gaza, 6 to 20,000 missing. I wonder where they are. Where are the missing? Where are the 6,000 to 20,000 missing? Maybe they fled, some of them. How many of them are thriving? About 93,000 wounded, about 10,000 detained, and about 2 million displaced. So this is a humanitarian crisis. And make no mistake, the United States is going to probably have to participate in the rebuilding, reconstruction, security. And again, Trump wins tomorrow, in my estimation, if he comes out and goes, we are not going to participate in security in post-war Gaza. We're not going to have United States troops stationed in the Middle East as cannon fodder. It's not going to happen. We'll provide money. We'll provide strategic assistance. We will not be on the ground there for what's to come. That will be an Arab countries will do it. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan will help organize it. We may even help fund it. But what we're not going to be doing is have U.S. troops there. We're not bombing Iran. We're not going into Iran. We're not having a war with Iran. It's not going to happen unless they threaten vital United States interest. If they don't do that, we're not. We want to prevent them from developing a nuke. There's other ways to do that besides a war. Okay? I don't think Iran wants a war with Israel, and I don't know that we need to be in a war with anybody over there. It doesn't make any sense. But again, there's just no daylight. There's two people going, we're going to war with Iran. And one of them goes, and the food's going to be cheaper. And Kamala goes, we put price controls on the food. So you go, okay, so we're all going to war with Iran, but let me just, she's now promising to, which she doesn't know how to do it because she doesn't know what price controls are, but someone told her that it was a good idea to put price controls on food, and it's going to help control costs. This is Kamala Harris's first policy proposal. She hasn't really come out and... So now she's going to take on price gouging from these major food companies. The food will still be poison, but it will be more accessible and cheaper. Now, usually price controls historically haven't worked. You can look at Venezuela and places like that. There's a lot of rationing that happens. Companies go out of business. Products become harder to get. They become less available. That doesn't mean, though, that there can't be more regulation of the food industry that would help bring prices down. And that doesn't mean that there aren't other ways to fight inflation. Can we get up Kamala Harris talking about this?
Yeah.
She's finally getting specific about certain things she wants to do. And then we're going to talk about Subway, by the way, because Subway, the most popular restaurant in America, if you look at real estate holdings, meaning they have more. I mean, is Subway bigger than McDonald's?
Yes.
Yes. Subway has more restaurants than McDonald's, and Subway now is in crisis. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means people are doing less human trafficking, because Subway is largely for human traffickers, because it's all the rest stops have Subway. So if you're carrying a bunch of people you're trafficking down the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you got to pull in and get everybody sandwiches at Subway and then hand them out to all the human trafficking victims. You do. That's what happens, by the way. It's not even a joke. There's literally like 7 emaciated women in the back of a van, and they're all shaking and freezing, and they just got out of some crate in Baltimore, like The Wire, and now they're in the back of a van, and you're driving them to D.C., someone with a gun is watching them, and then you have to go, who got the Italian BMT? Who has turkey, who has the chicken bacon ranch? Who has the tuna? And then one of the shaking human trafficking victims goes, I hear the tuna is not even really tuna. And you go, you shut up. Here's Kamala Harris on food prices.
Because we here all know when our middle class is strong, America is strong. Yes, it is true that by many indicators, our economy is the strongest in the world. But while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. On day one, I will take on price gouging and bring down costs. We will ban
Look at the guy behind her with the sunglasses. How great is that?
surprise late charges that banks and other companies use to pad their pockets. We will take on corporate landlords and cap unfair rent increases. And we will take on Big Pharma to cap prescription drug costs.
By the way, so this is a live edition of Democrats Always Here. When she goes, we're going to take on corporate landlords, what she means is we're going to take corporate landlords to lunch, and we're going to ask them what's wrong and how we can get the evicted people quicker. No one's taking on corporate landlords, by the way. That's the most hilarious. We're going to take on corporate landlord. It's like you're going to take corporate landlords on a trip. You're going to take them to a conference. Yeah. Well, Kamala Harris finally started to unveil some proposals to keep the cost of food low. But more importantly to me and more importantly to you, here's the thing about Subway. Let's talk briefly about Subway. Subway is not anyone's favorite fast food. There's not one person you've asked and you go, when you get a little naughty and you're driving home late at night and you're feeling frisky and you're drunk or what is your guilty pleasure? What's the food you can't say no? Is it Chick-fil-A? Is it McDonald's? Is it Taco Bell? Not one motherfucker ever says Subway. Subway is not a food that people enjoy. It is a food that must be endured. It must be suffered through. It must be endured. Get that up. That's what it looks like when you get it. It is a rest stop food that you must endure. Moving day. Subway is moving day food. You have an 8-hour day. Your apartment's on the other side of town. Your friend is there with a van. You're going to Subway to just get a fucking turkey sandwich to fuel yourself up for 8 hours of hell. Moving out of one apartment. That's what it looks like. It is a utilitarian food that must be endured and suffered through. It is primarily eaten by government employees, people that are moving, and human traffickers. It is not for people with choices or people that have minutes to think. If you have minutes to think, you don't really eat at Subway. Subway's just in and out. However, because America has become a gig economy, it has become a hellscape of people who are stressed out, who are, it's just a country that's littered with broken homes, divorced dads traversing through the night, people that are single, people that are lonely, people that have shit jobs, people that work late, people that are Ubering and Lyfting and doing all these things, people that are Postmating and door dashing. They are the people who are grabbing these economic, heinous sandwiches on their way from point A to point B. But finally, people are smartening up and they're turning their back on Subway. Sorry, Patrick Mahomes. I know they dumped you a lot of money to get people to eat Subway, and shame on you. Shame on you for doing it. How much more money do these people need, by the way? Is Patrick Mahomes broke? I mean, this idea, by the way, there is a special place in hell for elite athletes who promote the most disgusting food on earth and pretend that they eat it so that fat, obese children can go, well, Patrick Mahomes eats a 12-inch meatball sub. I should too. Yeah, Fox, why do all the best athletes do Subway commercials? Because they get paid. Subway is smart. They get athletes who are elite athletes who are at the top of their game, and they say, do a commercial for us so that people think that you eat this yoga mat bread, plastic bread that Subway churns out. Subway holds emergency meeting with franchisees as sales plummet. Subway denied that it was an emergency, but we know it is. Conference will be heavy on promotional offers and coupon ideas. Store owners say they're barely breaking even with an $11 sandwich. Subway is no longer profitable. The costs of poison have risen. They've gone up. And people are now going, you know what? I can't do it. Now they're trying different coupons, but they go, our gross sales 12 levels. Well, remember when Subway launched, it was launched as like a healthy alternative, and people thought it was healthy because it was fresh, and it was Subway Eat Fresh. That's the logo of Subway. But, and their spokesman ended up being a pedophile. Subway's lasted a lot longer than anyone thought it would. The idea that Americans have believed for 15 years, if we're talking about 2012 levels, but really even longer than that, but let's say 2012 was Subway's heyday. And I don't know that it was, but let's just use that as a marker. The fact that Americans have believed for roughly 15 years that a roadside sandwich shop was healthy it's an amazing marketing. Subway did amazing marketing. But eventually every scam is uncovered. People start going, well, I don't know, maybe let's not eat that sandwich in that strip mall. We could do something else. And by the way, as Americans get smarter, if that's possible, to the extent that it is, we hope that it is, a lot of these things are going to go out of business. Subway's not the only one. By the way, and as drugs like Ozempic and other things like that flood the market and people lose weight and people make better choices and, not even necessarily those drugs, but as people become more aware of what's... If you want to have a sandwich, you can make yourself a sandwich. This lie that no one has time, and this is the lie that I grew up with fast food, by the way, is that no one had time to cook. No one had time to cook in my house. People had time to lay on a couch for 4 hours and watch television, but no one had time to cook. My mother had time to drive around the neighborhood taking antiques people had thrown out, putting them in a van, and driving them back to the house. My father had time to practice with his band, God help us, in the studio he created that should have been a playroom, okay? So he had a bunch of junkies come over and they used to jam out, jam sesh. They had time for that. Nobody had time to cook actual food. And that was how it was, fast food was marketed to boomers. It played on their ego. It's why it worked so well. They were like, you don't have time to cook a meal for your family? You're busy being the hardest working, most honest person on earth. You don't have any time. You dropped your kid off at karate, and now you have to go home and drink a bottle of wine by yourself. How do you have time to make any food? So the reason that fast food exploded in the 90s is because the sales pitch was that you couldn't possibly have any time to cook food for your family. There's just too much going on. That's really what it was. And that's why it became one of the big boomer legacies is not only the adoption of fast food, but the adoption of the fast casual concept that grew out of fast food. These meals that you would buy and then heat up, microwavable food. My grandparents, who all lived to their late 80s, early 90s, ate none of this. Wouldn't allow it near their homes. Thought it was disgusting. Me and all of my friends grew up in houses where our parents constantly fed us fast food and then constantly bought processed food. And it was marketed, who has time? Who has time to make... every commercial I grew up with was literally somebody being like, who has time to make a whole Thanksgiving dinner for your family? Just buy this powder that you add water to that becomes a turkey or whatever it was. So Subway was basically marketed as like, this is the healthy alternative to McDonald's and Burger King. It's 12 inches of bread with plastic in it, the same plastic they use to make yoga mats, okay? We bake it all day. Subway restaurants smell disgusting. It's disgusting, by the way. They smell like a landfill while that bread is baking. It does not smell like a bakery. You ever walk into a bakery, you smell sourdough bread or rye bread? That is not what you smell at Subway, okay? It's the smell of hell while bread is baking in a Subway. Can we play an old Subway commercial? R.I.P. to Subway, by the way, because I do believe, much like Airbnb, which I called, that Subway will be ending in our lifetime.
Don't you love the heat lamps? Keep food hot for hours and hours. Who's in the mood for something made fresh? Subway makes every sandwich right before your eyes.
That's right.
Now for just Fresh made regular footlong Subway sandwiches. That's 2 for $7.99. Delicious meats and toppings on fresh baked gourmet bread.
It was also, let me say something else about Subway. It was also a place where you could torture the employees. You got to watch them make your food. You go, pickles. You got to feel like you had power for 5 minutes because your boss was shitting on you at the medical billing facility. But for 5 minutes, you could say, onions, more onion. And you could like yell at the person, and the person was all flustered, and they put the, it's a horrible experience. Standing in a subway line and watching somebody with bags on their hands put and again, this will all age so poorly. It'll age just like lean cuisine's age. Remember lean cuisine where you would pull off the top of something and then put it in the microwave, and then it would come out and it would look like a scab, like the cheese would be. And speaking of this, by the way, I had some of that David Dobrik pizza. You should be in jail. That Dobrik's pizza on Sunset, no offense to him, but it is the most grotesque thing I've ever had. The Dobrik pizza is sitting there, and you walk in, and my friend and his wife like it, and they go, it's 90% done, and then they send it through this little, these ovens where Subway has them, Quiznos had them, where they toast something on like a conveyor belt, and then it falls down. Dobrik pizza goes, yes, 90% done, and then the pizza goes through this conveyor belt oven, and then it comes out, and the cheese is like a scab sitting on top of the pizza, and it's absolutely heinous. Yeah, there it is. There it is. And it's all these middle Americans they line up for it. They're like, I know him from the YouTubes. People are wondering right now how to save money. This is a big thing, right? And everybody's coming to me and they go, how do I save money? And I go, well, do you use Ibotta? And they go, what are you talking about? And I go, anything you want. Sandals, sunscreen, snacks for the kids. What do they have in common? You're probably buying a ton this summer, okay? You're using Ibotta, if you're smart, to get cash back on all of your purchases when you stock up on all your summer essentials. Ibotta is a free app that lets you earn cash back every time you shop. Earn on hundreds of items from groceries to beauty supplies, even toys. You can make sure you're beating inflation no matter what you're purchasing. The average Ibotta user earns $256 a year. That could cover the entire cost of a shopping trip, essentials for the kids, for new school stuff. Oh, they need folders, trapper keepers, notebooks, pens, pencils. Right there, you've bought it with your Ibotta savings. Other apps give you points that don't amount to much. This one, you're earning real cash. You can save on over 2,400 brands and shop at over 1,000 retailers, including your favorite grocery stores, Lowe's, Macy's, Sephora, Best Buy, and more. You know what we did with the Ibotta savings? Because I use Ibotta and I saved around that. My friend had a dog who had to be, they had to take it to the doctor for health issues. And I took that money I gave to my friend. Right now, Ibotta is offering our listeners $5 for trying Ibotta by using code TIM when you register. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app to start earning cash back and use the code TIM. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code TIM. The fall is coming. The summer is winding down, and it's time. Now we're going to get really into the season of the Game Time app. Everybody's going to be going out to sports, to concerts, to comedy shows, and you want to have one centralized place where you can make tickets easy. Getting tickets for concerts and events can be fast. It can be easy. Go and download the Game Time app right now, okay? I used it to buy tickets to the Eras Tour for Taylor Swift, who is my favorite musician. And I went there and I really enjoyed it. I love the one where she, that to me is the song of my youth. And what was great is like when I was buying tickets for the Eras Tour, I was like, oh wait a minute, I'm seeing the view of the stage from the sea. There's no guessing. There's no guesswork. That's huge. Lowest price guaranteed, event cancellation, job loss protection, in case I fire myself. Easy to find and buy Major League Baseball tickets for every kind of event in your area. Last minute tickets, flash deals, zone deals. It makes it easy. It really is a great app because you want to see anything. Tickets to anything you can get. priority last minute deals, all in pricing. Okay, no surprise fees at checkout, seat views, lowest prices. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. They understand things happen. Things happen. You can get sick. Stuff happens. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code TIM for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code TIM, $20 off. Download Game Time today, last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. 11-year-old migrant boy arrested in a different kind of subway, the one in New York City. Get the photo up of them cuffing the child. I find it hilarious, and I like it. We want the kids in jail. Do a close-up on this. We want the kids in jail. I'm going to say it again. That's right. I want you to take a good look at this and leave that on screen. This is the future I want. I want children going to jail when they do bad things. I am sick of hearing about that they need more programs or whatever. This is a little Venezuelan migrant, 11-year-old, who's on the subway. I mean, what's wrong? Why isn't he writing a Hamilton-type musical? That's what I'm told all these people do when they get here. They write musicals, and they're nice. That's what I'm told. They come in and they write musicals. So apparently, this young migrant criminal child took a break from writing his version of Rent, and he's now on the subway, and they were going around punching people in the head and stealing phones. Well, is that nice? So this 11-year-old, I don't know who he's punching. I mean, the kid's, he looks like a baby. He was essentially provoking it. We're called a Manhattan-based IT professional who requested anonymity. Now, you know why no one can be honest about this. By the way, my car stalled out in Harlem once. And this black tow truck driver came up to me. He's an awesome guy. He goes, hey, man. He goes, watch out for the Venezuelan gangs. They're stealing everyone's phones. And then he drove away. And then he's like, Trump 2024. It's literally what he said. And I'm just saying, we have a young 11. What is going on here? Do you know what happened in the subway? Because I'm telling you right now, if you think you will not be attacked by an 11-year-old Venezuelan, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Tell us what happened, please.
Yeah, so basically, him and the 17-year-old boy were going around attacking strap bangers, right? People just taking the subway, and so he would hit them, and then I think the 17-year-old would grab the phone, and they were kind of oscillating.
This 11-year-old is hitting them.
He's
punching them.
It said he was the primary aggressor.
This 11-year-old is the primary aggressor. Make this bigger again. This is the primary aggressor.
So he's got 3 guys on him. He's big enough.
He's got 3 cops on him. I don't understand why this is happening. I was told and promised that everyone who came to America was here to write a Broadway musical. That's what I was told. I was told that people that come to the country are here to write musicals because they can't be gay in their country. That's why everyone's coming here, to be a trans composer. And yet, there's violence? Why is there violence on the subway? Trump should say, that kid will be executed day 1. Day 1. Trump goes, we will execute the 11-year-old in New York who's punching people. Now, obviously, we're being facetious here. We're kidding. We feel bad for this kid. Many of you aren't smart enough that we are also thinking we're getting a little nuts with the Venezuelans. I think we're getting a little wild. There's too many. I'm telling you right now, I'm hearing from people that live in the hood, there's too many Venezuelans. Now, when someone in the hood goes, we're going a little crazy with the Venezuelans, perhaps, this isn't someone in Greenwich, Connecticut saying it. These are people in the hood going, the Venezuelans are getting a little nuts with the phones. I don't know why the Venezuelans love the phones so much, but they're taking the phones. That's what's going on. So, this little guy, who I don't believe should be executed, but I do think a short jail sentence is not the worst. This little guy, But you can't beat up a Venezuelan 11-year-old. God forbid any of the press sees you kicking a Venezuelan 11-year-old in his head. But that's exactly what he needs. That's exactly what he needs. But you know, police have linked roughly 10 robberies that have taken place inside or along the southern end of the green space, which I don't know what that is. The green space.
59th Street.
Oh, 59th Street, okay. Oh, yeah, it's Central Park. So there's 12 migrant boys or young men, and they're robbing. Now, you can't. This is the problem. This is the problem. You can't speak about this, and you can't. If you're a person if you're a strap hanger, and you're taking the subway, and this 11-year-old migrant does anything to you, you can't really do anything back because he's an 11-year-old. You should be able to attack him. You have to teach him a lesson if his parents will. I'm just saying. This is the funniest photo I've seen in a very long time. It is. But where is that kid when he's like 17 or 18? Is he better? Has he learned the error of his ways? Are some of the people coming to this country going to be mean? Boy, I hope not. Again, all we're told is that everyone who's coming here loves America and loves everything. And I don't know, maybe that's true. Maybe it's true. Is everyone who came to Sweden love Sweden? Is that why Sweden's now the most dangerous country in Europe? Because everyone who came there loves it so much? Is that what happened? Everyone loves Sweden so much. All these Turkish gangsters that came there, they love it. All the North African people, they love Sweden. They love it, love it, love it. God, to be a Swede, they said. They grew up, they go, God, I just want to wear wooden shoes and do whatever the fuck they do. I go, that's what I want to do. I'm just saying, none of this is about anything other than I'm just curious. I wonder why. I don't know. Now, maybe if we have 11-year-olds going around the subway going nuts, maybe Maduro knows better what to do with these people. I don't know. Does Maduro know better? Police officials go up. Police officials also said the 11-year-old was caught on surveillance camera using credit cards that were stolen during a series of robberies in Central Park. At this point in time, we're ready to call it. This is a migrant robbery pattern, NYPD Chief of Patrol John Chell told reporters. A senior law enforcement official said police believe the violent Venezuelan gang, I don't even know how to say it, I'm not going to try, is behind the migrant robbery crew and investigate. Well, I don't know. I don't think that's true. What if Kamala comes out and goes, we're getting the Venezuelans out? What if she steals Trump's whole thing? She's on the verge of stealing his whole thing, by the way. We're going to have border security. We're going to have this. We're going to have that. If Kamala goes, and I want to send a message to the 11-year-old who was caught robbing people on the United States subway. If you think we don't execute children in this country, you got another thing coming. Because on day one, I will kill you personally. You got to remember, Kamala's a Fed. She has Fed energy. Big Mama Fed. Now, if Big Mama Fed, well, she's never going to do this, of course. But if Big Mama Fed executes the 11-year-old criminal, if she says, I know it's hard to watch. I know it's hard to watch. I know many of you will be disturbed by this. But I've chosen to execute this 11-year-old publicly. If she does that, I'm telling you right now, and I know people are going to disagree with me, and that's fine. If she executes this 11-year-old publicly, she will win the respect. The Republican Party will cease to exist. If she says, that's it, I'm going to execute this child on live television, and Jimmy Fallon's there, and everyone's there. Everyone's got to be there. Every person, all of Hollywood has to get behind her. Everybody. And then she's got to... I don't know. Matthew Perry, everyone... Why are they bothering the doctors who tried to help Matthew Perry feel good? Can anyone tell me that?
They made too much money off it.
So Matthew Perry, by the way, overdosed on ketamine and died in his hot tub, which, by the way, is a fine way to die in the Pacific Palisades. What else is going on? That's a fine way to die. That's how you're supposed to die when the show you were on ends 20. How long did he live after Friends? 20 years?
Yeah, about.
Yeah, that's all you live. When the fame when fame depletes, you've got about 20 years left before you end up inevitably in a hot tub dying. But they have, there's a lot of ketamine dealers and doctors. You know, doctors are now drug dealers. Over a 2-month period in the fall of 2023, they distributed approximately 20 vials of ketamine to Perry in exchange for $55,000 in cash. Placencia mocked Perry in a text message in 2023, writing, "I wonder how much this moron will pay." On one occasion, Placencia injected Perry with illegal ketamine and watched the actor freeze up and his blood pressure spike. Despite that, he left additional vials of ketamine for defendant Iwamasa to administer to Mr. Perry. Iwamasa has no medical training. Now, who got arrested? Let's get them up. One of them's named the Ketamine Queen.
Yeah. So Iwamasa is the live-in assistant, and the Placentia is the doctor.
I just want to do well enough in this business where I have people that live in my house and inject me with ketamine.
Here's the Ketamine Queen. Jasmine Sangha.
Jasmine Sangha, the Ketamine Queen. Well, I like her outfit. What's her deal? She just likes the K? Jasmine Sangha, 41, earned herself the notorious nickname, Ketamine Queen, for allegedly selling ketamine and meth out of her North Hollywood stash house going back to as early as June 14, 2019. Sangha continued to peddle the dangerous drugs until she was busted on March 19th for selling meth in a prior unrelated case. She's been out on a $100,000 bond since March. The drug queen used her North Hollywood home to store, package, and distribute narcotics, including providing ketamine to co-conspirator Eric Fleming so that conspirator Fleming could sell it to victim MP, referring to Matthew Perry. Interesting. So now look at all that. Big time. Big time. The Fed seized a slew of ketamine and meth during Sangha's arrest. She's going to go down. So Fleming, 54, Iwamasa, 59, Chavez, 54 have all taken plea deals. Sangha is also charging a new indictment for her role in August. You'd think if someone was doing that much volume business, they wouldn't live in North Hollywood. August 19th, ketamine. Wait, hold on. Go up. Sangha is also charged in the new indictment for her role in the August 2019 ketamine overdose death of Cody McLowry, an Alaska native living in California who was a member of the LGBTQ community, according to his obituary. Again, okay. All right, good. Good. In Perry's death, I mean, I'm not good that he was I'm just saying good, like, thank God we know that, because I wouldn't have been mad otherwise about that, to be honest. I wouldn't have cared that she had given drugs to someone who died. In Perry's death, Sangha allegedly provided Fleming with 50 vials of the drug in two. So Matthew Perry, now remember, and I know people that go get this ketamine therapy, and we've talked about it on the show. All of these doctors and people, they just prescribe these drugs so that aging celebrities can deal, because you got to remember, fame is a drug. Fame is a drug. Some people never have to detox from fame. Fame tends to eat you alive from the inside out. It's a very unnatural state of being. You're kind of suspended in midair. You don't really feel gravity. The people around you are weird. A lot of them are fake. A lot of them are using you, and those are the funnest people, by the way. You will never have more fun than with fake friends that are using you, because they are always on, they're always on the clock. They're always working to make you feel happy and good. Laugh at all your jokes, tell you what a genius you are, whatever. These fake friends are the staple of many famous people's existence. They have a lot of hangers-on and people they paid for and whatever. And those people actually are a lot of friends, a lot of fun. Your real friends aren't always that fun because they're real friends. They don't want anything from you. Now, many of the circle of friends you have also might be providing you drugs or alcohol or whatever it is, making your life not only more fun, but more unstable, more chaotic, and eventually it will bring it to an end. If you're around the wrong people, that will spell the end of your life. And which is unfortunate. I'm sure Matthew Perry, I don't know much about him. I know that it's like they tried to cancel him after he died. They were like, I don't know, he was not a nice guy or something. I remember it was one of the post-mortem cancellations. I know they were trying to go at him for that. But this is the thing you got to watch out for. So when you're detoxing from fame, what happens is a lot of times you need another drug. You need some other drug to take the place of fame because you've not existed in reality for a long time. For a long time, Matthew Perry probably didn't exist in reality. So once the fame started to, then he goes, well, wait a minute. I don't want to go. I don't want to live on Earth. I've never lived on Earth. I have no plans to live on Earth. Sunrise, sunset, not for me. I need to still be on drugs. And if it's not going to be fame, it's got to be something else. It was ketamine. Placentia and Chavez allegedly charged Perry $2,000 for a vial of ketamine. That would have cost Chavez about $12. Why doesn't Kamala cap that? Why doesn't Kamala come out and go, I'm going to stop the price gouging with ketamine? Because that's the real problem we have in this country is people that cannot afford ketamine, which people say is, by the way, they lie about all this stuff. They go, it's for the troops. That's how it all starts. They go, it's for the troops. It's for people with PTSD from war. And no, it's not. No, it's not. That might be one small sliver of the people it is for people that want to be on drugs. You can't win if you ain't in it. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. Get in on the daily action with your friends and become part of the Prize Picks community. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. You can literally turn $10 into $1,000. If you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has got you covered every week. From lowering select player stats projection on Tuesdays to helping your lineup hit, or gaining your entry fees back if you have a losing lineup on Fridays. With the finals over, the hoops action doesn't stop on Prize Picks. Women's basketball is still heating up with stars like Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese looking to make a name for themselves. Alongside greats like Brianna Stewart and Aja Wilson, you could win up to 100 times your cash watching them ball out. I never miss a game. Prize Picks is available in more than 30 states across the country, including California, Texas, and Georgia. I love it. I do it. I play it. I win. I see my money grow. I have fun. What else do you want? I made my first $10 deposit, received an instant $10 bonus. If you have the skills, you can play for a shot at turning your $10 into $1,000. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's code TIM on Prize Picks for a deposit match of up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Perfect life on Instagram ends in tragedy in the Hamptons. Father took his own life in Southampton while family was on the Amalfi Coast. Family was very ostentatious on Instagram, and his death is starting conversation about stunting online and the Hamptons' pressure to show off. Candace and Brandon Miller showed the public a world of glittering parties and vacations. The money to sustain it did not exist. I'm going to say it again. This is a good way to live. This is a great way to live. Of the ways you can spend your time on this earth, conning to get somewhere, enjoying the hell out of it, and then when it ends, killing yourself is not that bad. It's not that bad. I mean, there's a lot of kids in Ukraine being thrown into a meat grinder right now who would have loved just 1 week of this guy's life. And he did the right thing at the end. And the right thing, and I got to say on a live, because, it's the kids. This is a show watched by children. And we know YouTube's protecting the children, right? Every YouTuber, by the way, it's coming out that they're all messaging children inappropriately. However, me saying a word is the problem. Here's the point. This man who by the way, stunning. Look at that fucking event. Look at the colors. When you live like this and you can't do it anymore, you unalive yourself. It is the normal course of events. Stop shaming people. Stop shaming people people who choose to unalive themselves. Stop shaming them. Normalize it. Bed Bath & Beyond CEO jumps out of his building because he's under indictment. Normalize it. Normalize the rich checking out when it's time to not be rich. You have no, look at that event. You have no idea what it's like to go from that back to the Friendlies or something. Normalize people checking out. Oh, but he had a family. He doesn't listen. You think he wants to be broke with them? He checked out at the right time. Now, this gentleman named Brandon Miller, and people in the Hamptons listen to this show. They're going to find this very callous, and I'm saying this. I don't care. I don't care that he's dead. The game is to keep the scam going. The Hamptons is about keeping the scam going. If you are unable to keep the scam going, then unalive yourself. There are people in the Hamptons who are in Epstein's black book who've been prosecuted multiple times for stock fraud. And you know where they are? They're on their porch because they don't give up. They don't give up. There are people at Kamala fundraisers right now talking about the importance of climate change who literally were throwing 14-year-old girls into a volcano with Jeffrey Epstein 8 years ago. And you know why they're still around? Because they don't give up. If you don't have it for the life, don't be in the life. What happened to this guy again, please?
He took himself off the board.
That Mr. Miller's death occurred in the Hamptons during the height of the social season, which almost certainly has added to the intrigue, says Neil J. Young, a historian who is writing a book about the Hamptons. Here, the only thing as fascinating as opulent as wealth is its sudden disintegration. This place is predicated for a certain set on showing off. It's the homes one has, the things one does out here, from the restaurants to the workouts to the parties. It's a place where one can get overextended really quickly, where a house of cards can suddenly collapse. Yeah, but here's the thing. The American economy is a house of cards. Most of our companies are house of cards. The stock market's a house of cards. The game is to keep the house of cards going. That's the whole game. What Mr. Miller is not some type of anomaly in the Hamptons. A guy who's overextended and he's not an anomaly. The vast majority of people there, are living beyond their means. Not all of them, but many of them, their companies are not worth as much as they say. Their ideas are not as valuable as they say. Their value as people is not nearly as great as what they say. They're all replaceable. The game is to pretend like you're not. Brandon Miller developed the commercial and real estate projects in Tribeca, Harlem, and the meatpacking district. He appeared to be a successful businessman in a city filled with them. Yet by last fall, he was under so much pressure that when he attended a business meeting in a midtown high-rise, according to 3 people familiar with what happened, Mr. Miller sat at a conference table and began to weep. Cock. He was in a financial freefall that confidants are now struggling to piece together. You have to keep the scam going, for Christ. You cannot give up. And if you are to give up, you just have to unalive yourself. No one wants to see any of these fucks weep. Weeping in the Hamptons? No, thank you. No, thank you. There is not to be any weeping in the Hamptons or Greenwich, Connecticut or Newport Beach. There's no weeping. Shut the fuck up. Keep the scam going, or do what the CEO of Bed Bath & Beyond did. I have a condo a few blocks away. One day he decided to chuck himself out of the window and end up on the street. And you know what everyone did? No one cared. They stepped over his body and they went to Bubby's for their shit pancakes. But the point is, everyone's in a scam over there. Brandon Miller was unique in the Hamptons. He was in a scam. Can you believe it? Someone in the Hamptons was in a scam and it went bust. He's weak. He was weak. He was weak. He didn't make the right alliances. He didn't make the right friends. He didn't blackmail the right people. He didn't get involved with the right intelligence agencies. He didn't shake the right hands. He didn't swing with the right couples. He didn't go and grovel. He didn't do the right things. He didn't fucking go and become an asset of China for goose defect to China. But instead, he did what the only other option is, to take yourself out. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, he doesn't want to be broke, and he didn't have the wherewithal. He didn't have the tenacity. He didn't have the raw native intelligence to keep it going. Good book, by the way, called The Privileges by Jonathan D. He's probably one of these writers that, if you knew what it was, would hate me. I don't know. Who cares? But the point is, probably there's a lot of people I say there's a good thing. I go, who's saying that? But maybe not. I don't know what this person does, and I don't care. I just know that this is a good book called The Privileges about this young couple from outside of Philly that becomes New York City finance people. It's pretty accurate, too, and it's about a guy who's kind of running a scam, but just has to, you got to keep doing it until it's real, you know? And it's a really, really good book. Jonathan Franzen said it was a seductive novel. It's good. You should read it. But I get it. I mean, it's just funny the way that the press writes about all this stuff. Again, like all of the, like, you know what I mean? Like Mr. Like, can you believe there was a dishonest person in the Hamptons living beyond their means? He expressed his love for his wife and his children. Boring. He wrote that he believed he was doing what was best for them. The suicide note. The note mentioned 2 life insurance policies totaling about $15 million. Now, by the way, I don't know if they'll get that, all of that, because of suicide, a lot of times, unaliving. Because of the unaliving, I don't know if they'll get it. In a graveside ceremony attended by family and a small circle of friends, he was laid to rest next to his father. It's a good life. It's a fine life. It's a fine life. It's a fine life. You know, what's that song? It's a fine, fine life. Can you play that?
Small World?
No, it's a fine life. It's from Oliver Twist. Get it up, and we dedicate it to the Miller, who unalived himself in the Hamptons. Get up, it's a fine life. It's a great thing, and I hope we can play it. Maybe we can. It's a fine life. Why can't we play anything?
They'll take the.
Well, then I'll unalive myself. Can you get up the lyrics and I'll sing it and dedicate it to this man who unalived himself in the Hamptons with his family? Fuck, I don't even know the thing. Small pleasures, who would deny us those? Gin toddies, large measures, no skimping if you please. I rough it, I love it. Life is a game of chance, I never tire of it, leading this merry dance. If you don't mind having to go without things, it's a fine life. Though ain't no jolly old pressure at it's a fine life. See, that's what they should have played at his funeral. Just celebrate the man, celebrate the attempt. I'm sick of, like, trying to teach people lessons with this crap. Every time this happens, the press comes in to teach the wrong lesson. This man forgot what really mattered in life. Look at them. They don't want to be broke, these two. They were halfway there. They just didn't figure it out. You know? It's the wrong let the press comes in and they're like, this guy, Mr. Miller, he was such an anomaly in New York. He was a guy whose business was built on bullshit. And he was living beyond his means. What a new... I am shocked. And this is supposed to teach people to what? Not care about money or something? Do you think the people in the Hamptons reading this go, you know what? Honey, this affects me. I'm reading this about this guy that we met at that party. How did he do it, by the way? How did he get out? Garage in the car. Oh, yeah, this guy who asphyxiated himself in his garage. Remember we met him at that art party? Well, anyway, I read his story. It's so tragic. I don't want this house anymore. I don't want this big house anymore because that guy we met 3 times killed himself. Who gives a fuck? No one cares. Play the game of golf, pussy. I'm sick of this shit. This is not the attitude that built America. Con artists giving up. Con artists giving up is not the attitude that built America. Liars who keep lying is. You keep lying. You don't get honest at the end. How weak is that? Go to South America. Get in a drug den. Call the ketamine queen and go, let's fucking... Perry's not the only one that needs some juice. He should be trying to hook Jennifer Aniston on ketamine. You don't want to go back to living in fucking Seaford or some hellhole? I don't like That's right, David Dobrik. They tried to cancel David Dobrik. What'd he do? He was, I'm going to sell shit pizza to fat middle Americans next to the Saddle Ranch. Because he didn't give up. They tried to cancel him because he threw his friend off a crane or something. But he didn't die. He didn't die. He said, I'm going to sell shit pizza. Now he sells shit pizza. That's disgusting and it kills people. He's doing more damage with that pizza than he ever did with the crane. My point is this. You don't give up. Look at this little guy. That's the spirit of America. You know what? I've gone the other way on this. Let all the Venezuelans in. Let them all in and steal the phones. If an 11-year-old steals your phone on the fucking subway, you deserve to have your phone taken. That little guy can be trained to be either an assassin for this country or some type of a corporate criminal. I'm sick of con artists giving up and trying to get weeping in a fucking boardroom. You fucking faggot weeping in a boardroom. And I don't mean that in a gay way. I mean it in a I have a wife and I'm crying in a boardroom way. My point is this. The country is built on the look at Kamala. It's why she's cruising kind of towards a victory. Because she understands that the lie must be verbose. The lie must be enduring. The lie must be forever. The lie you cannot dip your toe into the pool of dishonesty. You must commit. This woman's a prosecutor who's threw people in jail her entire life, and she's out there talking about how democratic she's going to make everything. Because the lie cannot end. It does not end weeping in a boardroom. Mr. Miller, his wife's moving to Miami. That's what everybody does when their husband kills himself. She'll be on the beach. By the way, if she hears this, she'll agree with me. She'll go, yeah, I thought my husband was a man. I thought he'd figure it out. But instead, he starts crying in a fucking boardroom. She knew what was going on. She's a criminal, too. We're all criminals. Guy's a criminal. You go, oh, I can't make money anymore. Yeah, we know. It's all fake. It's all fake. The house in the end is fake. And my wife, oh God, I don't have any money anymore. Call the ketamine queen and kill someone else. Here's a bad financial choice. I'll be at the Omaha Funny Bone. They don't have really theaters. I'm not on a theater tour. I've done 2 theater tours all around the world. So now I get to play shit rooms for animals. Omaha, Side Splitters. Buy tickets in West Hampton Beach, please. Don't embarrass me. It's my home fucking town. Don't get mad at me just because I did that whole third thing for 30 minutes. West Hampton Beach, Omaha, Side Splitters, Ontario Improv. I said it was Orange County. I know it's not Orange County. I'm lying to you. It's called lying. Dummy. It's actually not Orange County. I know what Orange County is. What do you think? Comedy on State in Madison. That's great. It's a bunch of serial killers and libs. There's Plains, Illinois. We've added a second show. The only place I'd ever perform would be Chicago. The people of Illinois have never abandoned me. And then the Miami Improv, where my opening act will be Candace Miller, who will go out and talk about her husband. I don't have any money. It's so sad. Get the 11-year-old Venezuelan gang member to come on the program, please, if you can. If he speaks English, I'm fine with it. If you can rob me in English, just rob me in English. It's America. Speak English. Rob me in English. And don't give up. This kid's tougher than that Hamptons guy because it makes you soft. The Hamptons makes you soft. All that guy was doing is stealing phones, really. That's all anyone's ever really doing is stealing phones. You just have to figure out a way to do it. You know? You just got to do it on a higher level or something. Well, I hope this has been clarifying for people. We appreciate you being with us. And it's, we'll bring it back down. at the end. You know, R.I.P. Subway. And listen, I was just kidding. If Israel wants us to attack Iran, you only get so many friends. You only get so many friends in life. So if Israel's like, hey man, this war with Iran's inevitable, just do it. They're that friend. They go, just do it. And sometimes you just got to do it. And I respect it. I respect it. I'm totally with it. I'm totally with the Iranian war. If they say so. That's your buddy. It's your buddy Israel. I don't think they're a good influence on you. No, like we have the same values. Listen to me. Israel lives, they have like a crazy home life. And just everything they say, like just remember that. Yeah, but like we like the same things. I understand that, but like there's no peace in their house. So like, you know, whatever. Listen, America's just that rich kid up the block. It's just a dumb rich kid. It's a dumb rich kid up the block who wants friends. You know? You know? I don't know. And R.I.P. Mr. Miller. What's his name?
Yeah, Brandon Miller.
R.I.P. Brandon Miller. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I never speak ill of the dead. I never speak ill of the dead. And if there's reincarnation, I hope you go to another planet and you scam again, and then this time you don't cuck out at the end. No one wants weeping in the Hamptons, pussy. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. How are we doing out there? Summer is in full swing. Summer, this is it. It's going to be quick and then it's over. So enjoy it. Take some time. Take some time. Bring the family to the lake. Bring them to the beach. You know, no one goes anywhere anymore. It's a country of very creepy weirdos. Have you noticed that? That the country is just filled with antisocial freaks who just aren't anywhere anymore? Like, you go to these places where, like, it's supposed to be like you're supposed to be overwhelmed with crowds, and it's like it's not whatever everyone says it is. Everyone's like it's gonna be wall to wall people, and you won't be. And then I went down to this place on Long Island, Long Beach, a few days before the 4th of July. Me and my buddies, we grew up in that area, and it wasn't packed. The bars had like 20 people in them. Young people aren't out there at bars like that anymore. It used to be like lifeguard night, ladies' night. People are having fun and partying, but like, no one's. Where are they? Like, what? These people aren't there anymore, and I don't know where they are. So if you get a chance to try to foster some type of positive social environment for yourself and your family, I guess do it. I mean, I don't. People don't do anything anymore. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what people are doing, but they're not. You know, there was a time when people would be out and social, and these people would be sitting outside of their house, 8 or 10 of them, in folding chairs, drinking and talking and joking around and smoking cigs. None of that happens anymore. It's an abandoned country. It's like a country that's been closed. People say, oh, you're exaggerating. Like, there's a few areas that are packed with people. The Jersey Shore, out east on Long Island, whatever. But then you go to these places they're supposed to have like a summer culture. These little fishing villages and towns and, you know, and it's just nothing. There's nobody out boozing it, smacking someone in the ass, smoking a butt. What happened to people? They're all creepy weirdos. Everyone's like a weirdo now, like a person that doesn't know. Have you ever tried to invite people to your home? They don't even know how to act or what to do if they even come. For example, I have a house out east, and I'm fortunate, and I invite people to it, and they don't understand everything. Like, they're asking questions about everything. It's like, you're here to have fun. You're here to have fun. You're not here to, like, investigate, like, I have a house slave, a white woman who's my slave, a house slave. And they talk to her like she's a person. And they ask her about, like, her hopes and dreams. If you're invited to someone's house, don't speak to the help. Don't start cleaning. The maid wants to clean. She's getting paid either way. She has a system and she does it. And the job of the house slave, white woman, don't come at me. The job of the house slave is to deal with the maid. And if the maid says she's cleaned something, the house slave makes the maid photo it and send it to the slave. The slave, but it's true. Today, the slave was not there, and the maid comes, and my godson had him and his horrible family came and brought slime to my house, which is like this crap, and there's like sprinkles that go on it. And I don't know what it is. Why are kids playing with this? We had GAC, Nickelodeon's GAC. Remember that? The network that raped everyone. Well, the slave called me and said that there's sprinkles all over the yard. She thought I had like a fat off with people, and we just started throwing sprinkles at each other. And I said, that's my god. It sounded like I was lying. I go, that's my godson. He had slime, and it has this crap, these sprinkles you squish into it or whatever. And he got it all over the table. So the house slave said, I'm going to have the maid clean the table. But the house slave knows you can't trust the maids because some are great and some aren't. This is the whole thing. Some are here for a better life, and some are selling fentanyl and not doing well. So the slave, the maid runs out and takes a photo of the table that she just scrubbed and sends it to the slave. The slave will tell me I have a photo of the clean table. That's the system. Do you understand? That's the summer system. When you're a guest in a house, you do not engage the maid or the slave. And you don't talk to me about anything going on. I don't know when the garbage person comes. That's the slave. I don't know. The maid is handling the dryer. The maid reports to the slave, who reports to me. I pay all of the bills. Now, in the Hamptons, where people have much more money than I do, they have multiple slaves and maids and hierarchies and different constellations of power. But you don't ask dumb questions. You don't go, where are you spending most of your time? Poor question. No one knows. No one knows where anyone is. And then, shut up. Shut up. Do you think I would ever say that to anyone? You don't ask that of someone. Where do you spend most of your time? I just always say something ridiculous. I go, Rome, the Vatican, mostly. That's where I'm mostly. But I'm here. Also, you got to understand, this is for the summer. These homes are for the summer. They're not used any other time in the year. So this is, people go, I bet it's beautiful out here, once it gets a little colder. I go, yeah, but I don't really come back. Really? What do you do? I work. We're working. We're working, you slob. We're working. Don't engage. And yes, of course it's beautiful in the fall. And I'll go there when I can, but I'm working. Don't ask the house slave her dreams and what she wants to do with her life. The last thing you want is a house slave with a postmodern self-awareness who's depressed in the kitchen. This is what you say. You go, is there water? That's all I've ever said when I'm at someone's home. Hi, is there water? Thank you. Now, who are you? How are you? How did you meet it? Stop it. Stop it. People don't know how anymore to just be. People don't get it. Somebody I was with was like, all these people in the Hamptons, they don't even use their houses. They're burning money. They're fine. You're not burning money. It's like everyone tries to create this world in which they've won. When I was a tour guide, people used to get on the tour buses and go, they spend all this money, live in New York City, but they don't even have central air conditioning. They have wall unit air conditioners. I go, yeah, but again, this is a historic building. They can't alter it. So they have wall unit air conditioners. But they have a 30,000 square foot home in Palm Beach that's air conditioned. They have a chalet in Aspen. They have a home in Greenwich, Connecticut. And it's like, you didn't figure it out. It's you gotta understand the way it is. It doesn't mean the way it is right, but the way it is the way it is. You didn't figure something out. Like you walk into the Royal Palace and you're like, these cards, you know, in privacy. What? So I'm just saying, like, it's strange. People have forgotten how to be social. And the way to be social is to kind of be reserved and keep some of your thoughts in and just not try to like always push and try to like make it so like the person who has I wouldn't even want a house that big. There's so many rooms. What would you even do with it? We'll pass these homes, and they are gargantuan and ridiculous. But shut up. That's like, what is that? What is that? I wouldn't even want that. So big. So stupid. They're so stupid. I'm so smart. I'm so smart in my little house. I'm so smart. They're so stupid in their house. They're stupid. I'm smart. No, you're not. No, you're not. And by the way, these aren't people that I'm with that are saying, I bet those people are spiritually broken and empty, and yet I'm fulfilled. They're not saying that. Because that's not what they're not. There's a ton of critiques you can make towards the excesses of capitalism or abundance. Tons of them that come from a spiritual place. The people I'm talking about are amoral, okay? So they're not looking at it from that perspective. They're trying to figure out some way that they've actually made the right. They would do all the things. It is not for lack of morals that they don't have that house. There is not anyone that I grew up with that didn't succeed because they're too good of a person. That's not the case. There's not one friend I have that would have been knee deep in money, but was just a moral man. That's not one person I know. Everyone I know is scum, and they couldn't figure more things out because they kept putting powder in their nose instead of figuring out anything else except how to take a key and shove it up their nose. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. What's going on with the Epstein and these Jews? What is happening here? I mean, what's going on? Everyone keeps saying this is Mossad op, and we're covering it up to protect Israel. This is what everyone keeps saying. Not in the Hamptons. No one's saying that in the Hamptons. Here's what they're saying in the Hamptons about this whole thing. And it's actually very interesting. And I want you to listen closely. This is exactly what they're saying in the Hamptons about this entire thing. So that's the opinion in the Hamptons. That's the prevailing opinion in Hampton. People are saying it's Mossad and CIA and that they're shutting it down or the people in the White House are implicated. I'm taking another path. I'm going, whatever. It's time to live in it's just like what I just gave the people advice to. The people, it's late at night, but the people that I just gave advice to about the house slave and everything in the way that you, the composure that you should have in someone's home. I'm giving advice to people now that live in this country. Choose the pedophile you agree with. Choose the pedophile whose values are yours. Who is the pedophile who has a pro-business attitude Is there a pedophile who cares about the climate? Is the who wants better schools? Probably all of them. What pedophile has the viewpoint that you align with? What pedophile believes in infrastructure? Who is the pedophile that's going to keep us out of costly foreign wars? Who is the pedophile who's going to make sure your children have a shot at the American dream? You cannot ask that they don't fuck kids. You cannot ask that. It's a bridge too far. Stop being greedy. Who is the pedophile that when they speak, you go, man, I relate to that guy. Not on everything. Not on everything. Not on everything. Not on the having sex with kids, which I'm sure he does because all of them do. But God, do I relate to the point he made about tech or whatever? I don't know, but that's the thing now. You just have to go with the pedophile who makes the most sense to you personally. And you're going to argue with your wife about it. It's not going to be easy. John, he's a pedophile. Honey, listen. Our taxes have been going up year after year. It's hard to pay the rent. Don't you want to own a fucking house? Johnny has sex with children. Honey, listen to me. I don't agree with everything this man does. John, this isn't about policy. He's a pedophile. Honey, I understand your concerns, but I work all goddamn week and I can't get ahead. And they're all pedophiles. I want this pedophile. He's going to be good for us, honey. He understands that a man like me needs to get his beak wet with money. Not with children, with money. I want the beak wet with money. You'll have to clarify that. Me and this guy, we get it. Not everything. We don't get it all. Some of it I don't understand what he's doing. But I know honey has sex with children on an island or, I don't know, is somewhere and he throws them into a furnace afterwards. And I don't agree with any of that. But that tax cut could be the down payment on our first home. Don't you want a home so that our kids can play in the yard? That pedophile's going to do that for us. We need a pedophile who's on our side. When do we get a pedophile who's on our side in this country, honey? A pedophile who's not going to get us into wars. What about a pedophile for peace? A pedophile for peace. When the Mossad emails him those tapes, he goes, so what, boys? So what? You got me fucking a bunch of kids on an island. But guess what? This war's not in our interests. Honey, it took a lot for that man. And then the women will start to get it too. They'll be like, I got to be honest with you. I really didn't like, and they'll say this at town halls. They'll be like, I just want to say that I really judged you just because you are a pedophile. But when those videos came out of you having sex with those children and then murdering them, and then you still didn't send us, my son, into war, you kept your pledge and promise for peace. I said, you know what? You might be a pedophile, but you saved a lot of lives, and everybody's going to clap. And they're going to go, that's a pedophile for peace. Finally. This is going to be the new campaign ads. You can't blackmail me. I'm a pedophile for peace. Sure, a couple of videos came out of me having sex with a mask on in a barn with a couple of younger women of questionable age. But I didn't shrink when I was blackmailed by the Mossad. I didn't shrink. I didn't send our brave men and women in a war. I sat there and let them release video after video of me violently assaulting children. While I said to myself, I'm not going to put my country in harm's way. I won't do it. I'm making investments in the future of this country. Sure, I'm a pedophile, but I'm a pedophile for peace. These war-torn pedophiles want to sacrifice your children. I just want to have sex with them. I'm a pedophile for peace. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Are my predictions ever wrong? Lizzo's kind of thinner now. But seriously, it does seem like a cover-up. It does seem a little bit like a cover-up from the outside. I love to be one of those guys who's like, I'm really well sourced. I get a lot of information from the inside. Nobody's got more sources than me. All right. Are you ready? It's a cover-up. Morgan & Morgan, folks, is the greatest law firm in the world. It's the largest personal injury law firm in America. If you have any type of injury, you got to get them. A client in Morgan & Morgan has recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread. Because that was the company's fault. You got to clean the ice. I'm going to walk out with a suit and fall. Their client was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside of the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware being inserted into her arm. The original settlement was $125,000, but Morgan & Morgan fought to get her what she deserved, $1 million. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm for a reason. They've been fighting for the people for over 35 years. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. With Morgan & Morgan, it's easy to get started, and their fee is free unless they win. Visit forthepeople.com/Tim or dial pound 529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/Tim. Or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. There are no secrets anymore. Here's the thing in America. There are no more secrets. We all know everything. There's nothing to know. That's what's really disturbing. You know who's on the list. You could write the list. Go to the Forbes list. Go to that list. It's a lot of that list. Go to, like, the list of all the big donors of the two political parties. Go to a list of everyone who's been in a position of, like, power that's ran a country. Like, we all know what it is. There's no inside story here. There's no palace intrigue. There's no, like, this isn't JFK where you're like, how exactly did it happen? Who pulled that? Why did? We know exactly what this is. The most obvious. It's obvious to everyone. There's no one who doesn't know what this is. Not one person who doesn't know what it is. It's a what is it, honey trap or a honey pot? What do they call this? Honey pot. Honey trap. It's a honey pot. The children are the honey. The pot is the island or the mansion in New York City. They got the cameras. They got the recording devices. They get a control file on you. What have you been up to? And that's it. Well, why can't it come out? Well, what? What? What do you mean, why? What are you talking about, why? Should it come out? Yes. Should there be justice for the victim? Yes. Of course. Should you be mad it's not coming out? Yes. But why isn't it coming out? Don't ask that. It's a complete wrong question to ask. The only question is, what would it take for it to come out? Or those are questions that are worth asking. How is there a legal way to force it out? Spoiler alert, does not. But the why isn't it out is like, that's the craziest thing ever. That's like someone in a McDonald's drive-thru be like, well, why am I so fat? Why am I gaining weight? Wait, why are the most powerful people in the world not putting out that they fuck kids? People that like are kind of smart will like call me and they're like, why do you think that? And I go, what? That's not even a question. It's not a question. That's not the question. Obviously, why isn't it out? It's obvious to everyone why it's not out, because the most powerful people I think we say that, but we forget that that's like true, because social media makes you think that we're all like we're talking to presidents and vice presidents, and we're like, we go viral talking shit, and we're in the media, like I get Tucker and whoever, and I get to talk to people, and like, I think people are like, whoa, like, wow, you're really like fucking serving fucking takes. Yeah, who cares? No one cares. This is the whole narrative of like these podcasts are swaying the elect. No. I don't think so. So a lot of Joe Rogan listeners were really enthused about Kamala Harris before Trump came on. Tons of them. No, here's what it was. The idea that social media is this revolutionary thing is true to a degree, to an extent. There is truth to that. Even my little friend, on CNN, that girl who was a sweet woman who looked like she lived under a bridge. That woman had some points. She didn't articulate any of them well. But the point was like, whoa, her whole point boiled down to like, things are a little different around these parts. That is true. But when we say the most powerful people in the world, we're not talking about like The Rock. Do you know what I mean? Like, and maybe The Rock's a lot. I'm not saying he is. I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm not. When I say the most powerful people in the world, I'm talking about genuinely the most powerful people. Rulers of countries, heads of state, billionaire industrialists, kings, princes, prime ministers, presidents, not podcasters, not comedians, not influencers, not fucking Tucker, genuinely the most powerful people that run companies that suck oil out of the ground, that put minerals, that take rare earth minerals and put them in your phone, people that order troops into battle, people that start wars, people that assassinate political leaders, people that foment coups, the most powerful people in the world. And I know we're all yelling at them this week. We're all giving it to them. Hey, maybe Dan Bongino will resign. What do you think about that? They don't care. They don't know who it is. They don't know who he is. That's the most powerful people in the world. Now, I think a lot of people get it twisted because they're on their phone all day and they're like, and they get the idea that like the most powerful person in the world is like Theo Von or Andrew Schultz or me. And I obviously don't think we're the most powerful people in the world, but people think we have a lot more influence than we do. We do not. We don't. The media, whatever you want to call this sphere, this space, whether you work at the Times or whether you're on a podcast, it doesn't matter. You can yell as loudly as you want. And then you go, well, what about the politicians? Well, they're all fucking compromised. And let's pretend there's a handful of them that aren't, and there probably are. They have no power. They're not the most powerful people in the world. And the President of the United States, he's the most powerful man in the world. No, he's not. No, he is not. No, he ain't. And if the last 6 months haven't showed you that, I don't know what will. He's not. It feels nice to say our president is the most powerful person in the world. It feels good. He's the most powerful person in the world. But really, the reality of the situation is he's not. He's not. And he can't wave a wand. And I'm not exempting Trump from blame. I don't think he's on I don't think young chicks are his thing. And even his enemies tell you that. They're just not his thing. You know? I don't know what else he's fucked around with, but it's not young chicks. I don't think it's sex. I think whatever it is, he's getting pressure from a lot of people and he's succumbing to it. You know? He's not a revolutionary. What? He owns casinos. Guys. The most powerful people in the world are still at this point the most powerful people in the world. You can yell and scream and screech and tweet. You can stop and kick your feet. You can't. I wish I could just go on a woolly walk. It's just too late. I don't have it. But you can scream and yell. But what the reality is the most powerful people in the world, they killed all these people. Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein's best friend, modeling guy, hung himself. Epstein hung himself. Or what? Virginia Giuffre, she's killed. Get up Tina Brown. Go to Drudge. Tina Brown also wrote this. I think it's on the Free Press. Tina Brown, yeah, she wrote a thing. Now go down here. Tina Brown actually talks about this weird encounter she had with Epstein. Make this bigger. So she ran this thing. She was the editor of Vanity Fair. She ran this thing. And I'm going to read this because I'm going to read this in full because it's actually worth reading. It's actually good. Dimly remembering an item about the arrest of a New York high roller named Epstein, who was once asked for a date, Sarnoff, and this is someone she's talking about, who's, I think, another writer, dug through the Palm Beach police files and was stunned to learn that the department had identified as many as 36 underage girls who had been trafficked for sex by Jeffrey Epstein, the youngest imported from the Balkans at age 14. By the way, let's just stop there for a minute. These people are evil. It's not, oh, I thought she was 18. These people are evil. They're human traffickers. They're not like, he's not a gadfly. The people that are implicated in this are implicated in evil. It's not a party that got out of hand. It's someone didn't grab a tit. It's not fucking even Andrew Cuomo, that fucking retard lasagna brain who grabbed some tits at the Christmas party. These people are... He was in the Hamptons. He was at 75 Main, that restaurant I left, run by those gypsies. And that gypsy. But anyway, who cares? Fuck him. But that pie is good, that mini pie. Cuomo was eating there, like, sadly, like, depressed, just eating in the Hamptons. And then Eric Adams is out there, too. They're trying to suck up that money to run against Bin Laden. But, so these people are, like, the more you read about the Epstein stuff or learn about the Epstein stuff, it isn't, like, there's this weird idea, and it's just the power of narrative. And the power of narrative is like, she was a stripper. Some girls that are 17 look like they're 30. That's not what this was. They're importing women from other countries and our country. They're as young as 14, and they're probably younger. They're raping them, they're destroying their lives, and they're killing some of them. Some of these women are disappearing, and we're going to read about that in a minute. But just understand what this is. This isn't like a whoopsie. This isn't like, I can't believe you look so much older, you were so mature. And not that that wouldn't be scummy, but that's not even this. So understand what this is. This is full evil. I'm an evil person. I'm going to defile youth and ruin lives. And in the process of doing that, I'm going to manipulate an entire political system based on people's appetites for this type of, incredibly evil behavior. And I'm going to provide young women to these serial abusers who have a lot of power, and those women are going to be beaten, raped, assaulted, abused, and yes, some of them killed. And they're going to disappear, and we're going to cover all of this up. And we're going to keep files on everybody, and we're going to launder money for them and run drugs and run arms, illegal arms. And we're going to do all of this, and there's going to be we're going to work within the underground economy, the parallel financial system that exists, and we're going to launder large sums of money, which is another Epstein skill that people like Whitney Webb talk about. We had her on the show many years ago. Writes very detailed about this, whole books about it. And that's what he's doing. But I just wanted to stop on this. We're going to keep going because this is interesting. But just stop and know what this is. And that's why people should be angry. I'm not saying diminish your anger. You shouldn't. But know what it really is. It's not like, oh, she's how old? Whoa. She looked... That's not this. Dozen underage girls who have been trafficked by Epstein, the youngest imported from the Balkans at age 14. Do you know how young a 14-year-old is? That's insane. That's just, again, evil noted. So how did this serial serial predator, the DOJ reports says Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Get off with a slap on the wrist. Only 2 counts of solicitation of a minor for prostitution. Spurred by the suspicions of a Palm Beach society lady who lived close to Epstein, Sarnoff brought the story to me. This is Tina Brown talking. She's the editor of Vanity Fair. At that point, that time maybe it was the Daily Beast. And we launched a 6-part Daily Beast investigation. Yeah, she's not the editor of Vanity Fair. She was, maybe, it doesn't matter, but this is Daily Beast. We launched a 6-part Daily Beast investigation about the rank perversion of justice enabled by Epstein's money, connections, political donation. She revealed how Epstein's crack team of all-star lawyers discredited the young victims, many of whom had been abused previously or came from rough backgrounds. The younger, the better. Epstein instructed a local teenager who was paid to bring girls to his home. The younger, the better. Again, this is what they were doing. The B stories landed with less impact than they would have 7 years later. In the Me Too reckoning, Epstein was not a big name at the time. He was a Manhattan finance and cafe society figure who I'd met several times at the opening receptions of the Clinton Global Initiative. Aren't they always helping people, the Clintons? We never thanked them enough. To which he shoveled funding to burnish his philanthropic bona fides. He struck me as a cold-eyed operator busy working the room. After we ran Sarnoff's piece in July 2010, Epstein called me personally to tell me that, quote, she was a well-known nutcase and to cease and desist. When I barreled ahead anyway, I had a creepy encounter with Epstein a few weeks later. I returned from lunch, and I was startled to find him sitting in a chair in my glass-walled office in Manhattan's IAC building. It seems he had managed to blow through the front desk security and arrive unannounced. He was morose and menacing, his snake eyes narrowed. Just stop, he said heavily as I stared at him from the doorway. There will be consequences if you don't. I asked him to leave and suggested he talk to our lawyer. You heard me, he said in a deadly tone. Stop. We did not stop, but there were no more legal flurries from Epstein. It seems he had rightly computed that the story would fade if he didn't fan it. Now keep going down, because we're going to read a few people here who have been killed. You can keep going. That are related to this case, because it's not only Jeffrey Epstein. There are other people who have. So here, Conchita Sarnoff, who's a writer, reminded me, Tina Brown, that there have been 5 fatalities, counting Epstein's death, all associated with the case and the sad, sordid world that's swirled around him. Now, by the way, these are 5 that we know about. Some of them were higher profile people. May 30th, 2017, Lee Sky Patrick, who was 16 when she was sexually abused by Epstein, was one of his first victims to file charges against him in 2008, was found dead at the age of 29 of an accidental drug overdose in a West Palm Beach motel. August 10th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was discovered hanged in his cell. February 19th, 2022, John Luke Brunel, a close Epstein partner in Sleaze, whose modeling agency MC2 is a major funnel of trafficked underage girls to Epstein and his circle, apparently hanged himself with knotted bedsheets in his cell while awaiting trial at Lausanne prison in Paris for alleged rape of a minor and sexual assault. May 23rd, 2023, Carolyn Andriano, a 36-year-old mother of 5, was found unresponsive on the floor of a West Palm Beach hotel room. Andriano was abused by Epstein starting at the age of 14, servicing him at his Palm Beach mansion more than 100 times. Her testimony was key to the conviction of Epstein. Procuress Ghislaine Maxwell, who is now serving a 20-year sentence in a federal prison in Tallahassee, Florida. April 25th, 2025, Virginia Giuffre, a 41-year-old mother of 3, committed suicide in Australia. Those are people that were provably connected to Epstein publicly and through court filings and everything else. Their deaths are suspicious. You kill one journalist, you silence 1,000. That's kind of you kill one person, you silence 1,000. That's kind of the way people look at it when an authoritarian dictator, whatever, kills one journalist. 1,000 of them go, you know what, maybe we won't pursue that story. And the same could be said if you get rid of one victim with information, the rest of the victims go, hey, you heard what happened to her, right? I would, take your foot off the gas. Let's live and let live, and let's move on. Between processed foods, environmental toxins, and the stress of just existing in today's world, feeling run down has become the norm. But your body wasn't meant to feel this way. Armor colostrum is nature's original superfood, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut health, supercharge immunity, fuel stamina, revitalize hair growth, and help you function at your best once again. Because keeping up with the chaos of modern life is a lot more fun when you have the energy to do it. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armor.com/Tim or enter TIN to get 30% off your first subscription. Everyone I know uses Armor. We all use it. And it's just such a great way to naturally boost all of your levels. That's armra.com/Tim. That's armor.com/Tim. Again, I had a friend who was feeling like sluggish and started taking this. And now they're literally the leader of the world. Like, it's a secret group, so you don't really know who he is. I won't tell you, but he's like the leader of this secret group of the world. Because he started taking this and he started focusing on his gut health. And it was weird because he literally was delivering pizzas and living with his brother. 6 months later, he's literally running a secret world group that controls all the resources. That's armor.com/Tim. ARMRA.com/Tim. You don't even have to do that if you want to. If you wanted to just feel better and go on longer walks, that's fine. But he's literally leading the world. They're building underground bunkers and they're preparing for massive disaster, and he's going to live forever. Armor.com/Tim. That's ARMRA.com/Tim. Deeply evil, deeply troubling. I think Trump knows they'll kill him. I think Trump knows that they'll kill him. I think he does. Truly. I believe he knows that. I believe he knows that the people that killed all of those people would find a way to kill him if this came out. I believe that he knows that. I believe he believes that some faction of those people tried to kill him already. Don't quite know who. But I believe that is what he believes. I don't know that. I don't have any information on that. You know, like I can't tell you, like it's not like a like I call like someone told me that. I don't know what else evidence-wise you would need. I think Trump likes living. I think he's got a lot of good things about him and some bad things, but I don't know that he's a selfless hero. I don't know if you look at his life. I mean, yes, he's done a lot. You know, Bannon talks about, you know, the hero's journey or whatever, pumping the fist. All that's incredibly impressive. I don't know if he's dying for this. I don't know if he's dying to drop a dime on everybody. I can't. Now, there's financial reasons. He probably doesn't want it out, and there's business deals, and there's the future. But you got to remember, let's go back to the very real reality of the people that fuck with this die. They're gone. And I don't think that's lost on Trump. Again, this is my theory. My show is my theories. You don't think they're interesting, you don't have to listen. And maybe you think they're entertaining and I'm wrong. But do you think it doesn't cross his mind that all these people have died? Do you think that doesn't enter into his mind? Someone's killing someone. Someone's killing. I mean, all these people are dying. It seems weird. Somebody's getting killed somehow with this case. And that's not lost on him. I don't think he doubts that if he were to do something here that would implicate the level of people we're talking about, his life might prematurely end. Might not. But it's certainly a possibility. It's on the table. The other thing that's on the table that the media is now running with, bless their heart, is that nothing happened. That's actually a theory. That Epstein was like a creep. And Trump even said, this creep. A creep is a guy that goes up to a woman at a bar and goes, how's your husband? I'm a big fan of that guy. That's a creep. A creep is not a guy that imports a 14-year-old from the Balkans to be raped in America by a billionaire. That's not a creep. That's an evil monster. That's a big difference in definition. So when people are writing articles like, there is no cabal, okay, blackmail operation, it was not that. It was not, it had nothing to do with the intelligence agencies. Now, by the way, isn't it funny everything in Russia is a thing? Everything Putin does is an Orwellian conspiracy to take over the world. He's going to invade every country tomorrow. Poland, he's marching into Poland. He's going to invade every country. He's killed everyone, every journalist. I'm sure he's killed a few people. I don't doubt it. But every shooting, death, every oligarch, it's all directly attributable to him. Every oligarch who dies, and by the way, a lot of oligarchs are getting whacked, and some of them are probably on his orders, and some of them are on other people's orders, because some people are in this for the love of the game. Now, but everything's Putin, and every China, and I don't doubt that China's doing nefarious shit, but it's always a good, vast conspiracy with China's behind it. Dubai is funding everything, and during the colleges, Dubai brought all the trainees to do the Gaza protest. What? Doesn't even make sense. They didn't even have trainees over there, really. I have a ton of trainees in Dubai. Well, no, but they came and they brought all their Dubai trainees for the Gaza protest. What? Who? But we're all supposed to believe that everything's manipulated by somebody. Russia installed Trump. He's the Russian president. So everything, and then they all come on my show, Chris Cuomo, all of them, they go, what are you guys so excited these conspiracies are obsessed about? What? You just told me Dubai runs the colleges. Russia installed the president. And you told me that Emmanuel Macron's wife is a woman. These are all lies. Kidding, that's fine. You can't this whole thing. It's called cross-marketing, actually. But this isn't. Hold on a minute. Russia installed the president. Dubai shipped the trainees to Columbia University to beat the drums for Gaza. But the guy with the island and the mansion without any money, whose friends were billionaires and was at the highest levels of society, who got off on it like technicality, essentially, got a sweetheart slap on the wrist deal, who Alexander Acosta said, I was told to back off the case because he, quote, belonged to intelligence, who had cameras in his bathroom, in his mansion in New York, the largest private residence in Manhattan he could not afford. He had a private island, a ranch in New Mexico. Many, many, many women testified that they were ordered to perform sex acts on VIP clients while cameras were rolling. The Attorney General of America, Pam Bondi, told us there were 10,000 hours of child pornography. Think about that. And the guy, when he's going to stand trial, when he's on suicide watch, in the most heavily surveilled prison block in America, hangs himself because the guards fell asleep and the cameras didn't work. That's not a conspiracy. That's the only one that's not. Dubai shipped the trannies to Colombia. Russia installed the president. But there's no fuckery with this. This was just a rich guy with a couple of wacky friends in an island. And it was a comedy of errors. They all just kept falling in 12-year-old pussy, and then they hung themselves by accident. But everything else is a conspiracy in our society. Everything else. It seems odd. It seems like the one that implicates our people is just a bunch of a series of unfortunate events. Isn't it odd to anyone that there's people writing op-eds, and these are like smart people, and they go, well, there's conspiracy, that's the whole thing. Everyone loves conspiracies because they're actually this guy. Yes, there's bad people out there. Bad people do bad things. That's the intellectual response to it. Some people are rich and they're bad. Yeah, prosecute them. You work hard to take care of yourself. You hair should be no different. Whether you're noticing early signs of thinning or just want to keep the hair, you've got Nutrafol Men as a physician formulated for men and clinically tested to improve hair growth and hair quality. Invest in your hair now so it sticks around for the long run. To be honest, going to the barber can be a hassle. I love talking to the guy, but it's another errand to run after a long week. The upside, I still have enough hair if I need a cut. If you want to keep the hair you have and see thicker, fuller hair, Nutrafol Men has you covered. Clinically tested and science-backed, Nutrafol Men targets root causes of hair thinning from within so you can keep and maintain the hair you've got. Investment in your hair is an investment in yourself. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. In just 3 to 6 months, go from a hat guy to a hair guy with visibly thicker, fuller hair and improved scalp coverage. Nutrafol Men is clinically tested to improve the growth and quality, plus men also reported no impact to their sexual performance. Start your hair growth journey with Nutrafol. For limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com/men and enter the promo code Tim Dillon. That's Nutrafol.com/men and enter the promo code Tim Dillon. Find out why Nutrafol is the leading hair growth supplement brand on the market at Nutrafol.com/men, spelled Nutrafol, Nutrafol.com/men. Promo code Tim Dillon. That's Nutrafol.com/men. Promo code Tim Dillon. Get your hair on your head. Get up this free press article by this guy. I didn't want to do this, but I have to do it. I try to like Barry Weiss. She told us recently the Soviet Union was responsible for anti-Semitism. Barry! I mean, really? Where's all this? Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer, is interviewing Barry Weiss. Barry will not come on the show. She goes, why is everyone so mad at Israel? She goes, well, it's the Soviet Union actually doing all the Soviet Union doing it. Well, glad we cleared that up. She's like, it's actually it's the Magna Carta. Actually, it's very anti-Semitic. The free press. So this guy, Sadonovic, he wrote this article, the free press. So the free press ran these 2 articles. One of them, to their credit, by Tina Brown. The article we just read, where she goes, yeah, there is something going on. And Tina Brown was like, these MAGA loonies do have something going on. But then this other dude, the Epstein conspiracy theorists will never be satisfied. By the way, you haven't even tried to satisfy us. You haven't even tried. There's been no attempt. There's not even a half-hearted attempt to satisfy us. Make it bigger. I'm going to have to read this, folks. You're going to have to bear with me because it's completely insane. The MAGA revolution, haunted by the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, is eating its own. No one should be surprised. It started in the summer of 2020. That was when Donald Trump did something American presidents usually don't do. Public question his attorney general, and in particular, his finding that the sex trafficker had committed suicide at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Lower Manhattan. The president suggested, without offering evidence, that the truth was murkier and more sinister. Was it suicide? Trump, then facing a tough re-election battle, mused in an interview. Was he killed? Trump's remarks were couched in an off-the-cuff comment about Epstein's partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, who had been charged with helping Epstein procure underage girls, and he was convicted in 2021 and is now serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison in Tallahassee, Florida. Quote, her boyfriend died in jail. People are still trying to figure out how it happened, the president said of Maxwell. Since then, an entire cottage industry, mostly on the MAGA right, untrue, by the way, that's not true, has emerged from the confusion, and it has been obsessed over the truth. What really happened to Epstein? Did he really kill himself? Or was his suicide staged by powerful people afraid he might steal their secrets? The conventional wisdom so long as Joe Biden was president that we'd never know, but then Trump was elected a second time, and the conspiracy theorists were elated. Finally, he would find out who was on Epstein's client list. All the puppets and puppet masters would be revealed. The great interconnected webs of deceit would be cracked wide open. When, in February, the Justice Department declassified its first trove of Epstein files, it seemed like we were finally getting somewhere, although right-wing influencers were disappointed by the lack of new information. Fast forward to this week. On Tuesday, the president sounded like the deep state he had run against in 2016 and 2020. That is true. He had come to the official ruling, which found that Epstein was not murdered, that the public had not been lied to about his death, that there was no global conspiracy connecting Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and the Mossad, Israel's spy agency. Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the president said after he was asked by a reporter at a recent Justice Department announcement that FBI agents I concluded there was no top secret Epstein client list, no list of ultra powerful people who had been blackmailed by Epstein, who was assumed in woke right circles to be working for naturally Israel. Now, by the way, let's clear this up right now. This idea that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow connected to Israel is not because his last name is Epstein, or it's not because like rabid anti-Semitism, or it's not because like I think the Jews control the weather, or they're responsible for all the things that go on in the world that are not good. Okay, I've simply requested that Israel stop the burning of the gas. Now, the reason that we think he worked for Israel, perhaps potentially, is because his best friend, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, provably was an Israeli intelligence asset. Provably. So Epstein's best friend, like if I was doing a lot of mafia shit, and my best friend's dad was a big mafia guy, like if I was doing mafia shit, like extorting people and whacking people or whatever, pasta, I do that. But like all the other stuff, I was behaving in a mafia-like way. And people go, well, you know, his best friend's dad's like huge in the mafia. That would just make you think, well, maybe he's like somehow in the mafia. It's not like a rabid anti-Semitic crazy conspiracy theory to suggest that like maybe that's Trump is fond of promulgating conspiracy theories when he's running for office and looking to stoke his base, whether it be questions about whether Obama was born or whether Biden won the 2020 election. Suffice to say, he was not sitting well with his base, or at least the most radical and vociferous, arguably influential voices inside of him. So then he quotes a bunch of people, Loomer and Kernich and whoever, people, Tucker, and all these people. So go down and let's go to his surmise, okay? He talks about how Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK alone. He just wants to throw that in this writer. Here we go. Today's conspiracy theorists, by contrast, are not simply reacting to the appearance of official dishonesty, but the reality of it. It's not that hard to understand why so many Americans, following the innumerable lies they've been told about Russiagate and police brutality and the COVID lab leak and on, might conclude that Jeffrey Epstein was the linchpin at the center of a sprawling blackmail scheme. That he didn't just kill himself, even though he had good reasons to do so. That he was actually being silenced by the powers that be to ensure that the powers that be would never be unearthed. And yet, two things can be true at once. We can be lied to about some things, but not all of them. Okay. I mean, alas, it's very difficult to make people believe that the Epstein plot is not a plot, because the whole story saga does reveal that some of the most powerful people on earth are depraved and spineless, and they do sick things like sleep with 14-year-old girls. Okay, how about arresting them? Like, his point is like this crazy point. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of terrible people committing crimes. What's more, it appears to confirm the original pedophile Fosman of Pizzagate, or at least it appears to confirm that the nutbags who insisted Democrats were trafficking young women were not all wrong. And yet we should avoid conflating one immorality with others. A lack of character with a much more ambitious plot to control the money supply or wage war or whatever else it is that some of the more outlandish Epstein conspiracy theories allege. And we should steer clear of the fallacy of composition, the mistaken belief that because one party is corrupt, the whole is corrupt. Meaning the whole of our institutions, government, universities, major corporations is not owned by some invisible demonic Zionist entity. But, by the way, no one's saying that. People are saying Jeffrey Epstein ran a blackmail operation. This is like crazy. No one's saying that everything in the world is controlled by this demonic entity. Some people are, but most serious people are just going, no, he clearly ran a blackmail operation for someone. Maybe he was selling this to the highest bidder. Maybe it wasn't that it was one intelligence agency. Maybe some intelligence agencies wanted info on other people. I don't know how it was structured, but like this idea that it's like an insane... I mean, listen to this. Go to the last thing, right? But, yes, there are terrible people across the globe who have ascended to the highest echelons of institutional power, and they are disgraced, and they should be rooted out. And until they are, the distrust in those institutions will not abate. But no, as the President of the United States has discovered, there is no surreptitious choreography taking place behind the veneer of the everyday. We are not being manipulated. The manipulation, if that's the right word, is of our own design. is a reflection of our atomization and our vacuousness and cannot be so easily extinguished. I don't think it can be easily extinguished. And anyone who attempts to extinguish it, including the president, the author of our many delusions, will be disavowed, discredited, assumed to be part of the greater command. So this guy wrote this paragraph. Yes, there are terrible people across the globe who have ascended to the highest echelons of institutional power. And the next paragraph goes, but they're not manipulating you, and they wouldn't try. I mean, this is an article. It was written, edited. It's out there. People are sharing it, I'm sure. People think it's like a smart. This is like stuff that the so-called smart set chattering class reads, and they pat themselves on the back. Good work. So there are terrible people at the top, but they're not working together. They're just bad, and they do horrible things, and they sleep with 14-year-olds, and they're depraved and spineless. But they would never think to blackmail each other. They'd never think to cover for each other, and they wouldn't think to lie about it. They're not doing that just because they're sick pedophiles who have risen to the top of our society and have gobs of money and the means to use violence. Don't think they would. Who believes it? Whose head works like this? Whose head does that? Where they go, well, just because. It's like the craziest. It's like your mother going, now the drugs are in your room smells like pot, your eyes are red, you've missed school, someone saw you smoking outside of the school, your friends are all drug addicts, many of them are going to jail. Tommy's mother just kicked him out of the house. The piss test came back for weed, and you said it's because you were at Tommy's house and you inhaled smoke in his room by mistake. You're telling me, after all of this, you're looking at me and telling me you're not high. No. And then I write an article where I go, yes, everyone's high. Yes, they all went to jail. Yes, your son hangs out with them. Yes, a drug test came back positive. Yes, Tommy's mother saw him smoking a joint outside of school. But let's not get confused. Let's not muddy the waters here. Yes, there are a lot of stoners in your son's grade. Many of them are his best friends. And they've all ascended to positions of power. And that's sad that these stoners are just running the show. But they're not manipulating you. And to think they are is crazy. You're a paranoid anti-Semite. And then you're like, wait a minute, you're all Italian. Shut up. You're a paranoid anti-Semite to think that all of your son's stoner friends might be trying to conceal their weed smoking. That's really all this is. This is just a bunch of drug addicts. And then someone's going like, don't you think it's possible that any of them are lying about their drug use? And then there's all these articles written by people going, oh, I actually think that's happening. Yes, they're on drugs. But that's not the way the world works. You can't just get a bunch of rich people together to cover shit up. It's like, no, you can. You absolutely can. It's all the time. And this is not a conspiracy theory about Jewish people, by the way. It has nothing to do with Jewish people. I guarantee you, the people on that island were every race, creed, culture, whatever, rich, powerful people that are partaking in acts of things that we don't even know. I think that's the other thing. I think we're thinking it's other things. It's not. This is like other stuff. This is like the Marquis de Sade, like times 10, violence, murder, killing. This is real bad, my guess, again. Only because every other scandal in history that involved children being abused also involved them being killed. If you're going to abuse a child and ruin his life, you'll also kill them. This guy write that article. No, they just raped them. They were actually not killing them. They just raped them repeatedly, causing them to disassociate. To think that they would kill them is crazy. It's just... It looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck. But to suggest it's a duck makes you an anti-Semite and a nut. What? Because it could be a goose. Yeah, but that's still a bird, and it kind of moves like a duck. And isn't that also a problem if it's a goose? Shut up. You're anti-Semitic and insane. How do you live? You're such a paranoid monster. I'm just saying they're both birds, but I actually think it's a duck. It's a human bird. What? It's making duck noises to make you think it's a bird. Why would it do that? Why would a human? Well, there's still duck calls. Yeah, but I think that's for duck hunters. Not only, it's also for people that are fucking foolish. Why would someone just blow a duck call? So I would think it's a duck. Have you seen the show Duck Dynasty? What? Yes, I guess I have. Well, a lot of those guys are racist. But what are we doing here? I just said I saw this thing that quacked like a duck and it looked like a duck. I said it's probably a duck. Well, maybe you should go hang out with your Nazi friends at the Duck Dynasty fucking lake, you anti-Semite piece of shit. What? And then that guy like finishes that article, he rolls over, there's a 14-year-old in his bed, he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Good to be with you, as always, and I'm happy that you are here with me. I hope I have your trust, because I see trust being removed from lots of people, and for good reason. Because we are going to now, I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know, and I'm going to say the things that I do not know. And I am also not going to attest to the veracity, Google it, of the information. How true or false the information is. I'm going to tell you what I was told. Okay? It's not a defense of Trump. It's not a defense of the administration. In fact, I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. I believe that. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have. Pam Bondi needs to be fired. I told them that. They know that. The people I spoke to. People. They know that. I went to Washington. We had a dinner. It was a small dinner. When did I go?
Wednesday.
I went Wednesday. Here's the rub. Jeffrey Epstein is an innocent man. I'm kidding. That's not the rub. Yes, it's a blackmail operation. Yes, it was. Yes, this guy's got connections to intelligence. Everybody knows that. Yes, the intelligence is Mossad and CIA. Most likely. We all know that. Yes, he was running some type of a blackmail operation, procuring young girls for powerful people. A lot of this was on tape somewhere. When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of evidence, what has been told to me is that that is porn Epstein downloaded from the internet. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions. And the person who told me that said, listen, I'm not saying those tapes don't exist. I'm saying that the person who has those tapes is either a foreign intelligence service, Ireland, is a guess, or a billionaire or billionaires, or they have been destroyed. You know, there isn't a tape of Bill Clinton fucking a 12-year-old that Pam Bondi has on her desk. She has commercial pornography downloaded from the internet. The tapes that show incriminating things are with who's ever blackmailing these people. Again, this is what was told to me. And that, which, again, from the outside, I can see whoever is running this operation not being dumb enough to let tapes get to the desk of Pam Bondi, who's the Attorney General. Do I know what is on those tapes? Absolutely not. I really don't want to know. I don't want a trove of pornography delivered so I can analyze it. What was told to me was that those tapes are pornography, some legal, some probably not, that he had downloaded. There are tapes of Epstein walking around his house, and there are photos of underage girls. But there is no tape of Bill Gates or Donald Trump or Bill Clinton engaging in activity with a minor. Okay. However, again, this is told to me at a private dinner that we're having. I'm not going to tell you who it's with. I won't. If you're smart, maybe you know by the end of the episode, but I don't know if you're smart. I don't know if you're smart. I'll drop clues. I'll drop little clues. I'll drop tiny clues. I'll drop tiny clues. But I'm not going to tell you. People speak, I think, under the condition of some type of anonymity here. Truly. No offense. So I'm not going to go out and say who it was. I'm not going to say who it was. Tiny clues. Tiny little clues. And it wasn't RFK. I couldn't do that for an hour or 2 hour dinner. Can you imagine that? I met Ghislaine. I couldn't. I couldn't do it. That's not who it was. They know they have a problem. They got a big problem. I don't think the grand jury docs, which I also said you got to unseal all of that. You got to get Bondi to go to a judge and unseal it. That will not satiate people. You need to release all of the documents. Unless you're going to have a big problem. Trump and Epstein were friends for a very long time. The nature of their relationship is kind of a mystery to a lot of people. Donald Trump has said, hey, I knew the guy. He traveled in society circles, New York, Palm Beach. Epstein said this guy was my best friend, I think, at one point. I think Trump and Epstein fell out over a house they both wanted to buy. I know that Epstein hit on a young girl at Mar-a-Lago and Trump kicked him out. I don't know where they hung out, what trips they took. I'm unaware of that. People got mad at me on the last episode. They're like, you're covering for Trump. And I'm like, I'm not covering for Trump. Trump has never been accused of anything with an underage person. You know, he's clearly a guy that's driven, like a lot of people, by sex, and he's clearly somebody that has probably acted inappropriately. But he was never accused of being with somebody who's underage. And I think a lot of people that don't like Trump would tell you that wasn't his thing. A lot of these women he was with, Ivana, Marla Maples, are kind of like Vegas showgirls. They look like 35, even when they're 25, a lot of them. They're just caked in makeup, huge hair, tits out. They're in like a gold, you know. I mean, now is it impossible that Epstein or whoever has some compromising material on Trump? Absolutely not. I don't know. But I only suggested that thus far, that is not something he's been accused of doing. Okay, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. It's obviously not impossible. And in order to get this type of speculation to quiet down, they have to release everything that they have. And I told this person. And this person knows that. And we also discussed Ghislaine. I think it's Ghislaine. No one offered Ghislaine a plea deal. Nobody went to Ghislaine Maxwell and said, give up somebody and we will reduce your sentence. And that could be for a couple of reasons. They didn't want to give a plea deal to a pedophile. That's certainly not a popular thing to do. But it could also be because people didn't want Ghislaine Thibodeau, actually, I'll have a funny story. People didn't want that. They weren't looking forward to that. They said, keep your trap shut. Now, I said at this dinner, I said, Ghislaine must speak. She should testify before Congress. A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people. 4 people, 3, 4, then 3. They knew, they said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it. Like, it's been suggested. Like, I thought I had the idea first. I didn't. Other people had suggested it. Why don't we get this bitch? We know where this bitch is. We know where she is. Let's get her. Let's put her under oath. Let's have her raise the right hand. And let's have her talk about what this operation was. That has not been warmly received by anybody over there. Right, left, center. A lot of people in Washington were not excited, and probably New York, Palm Beach, London, any city you can't afford, people weren't jazzed about that. They weren't pumped up about her testifying. You know how you meet your friend and they're pumped up, they're running a 5K, and they're pumped up, and they're excited about it, and they're telling everyone they know about, I'm doing a 5K. Yeah, it's good to see you. I got to keep running. I'm training for a 5K. And they're pumped up, and they're excited, and they keep talking about this thing they're doing to keep pumping. This is the opposite of that. Ghislaine Maxwell testifying in front of Congress, kind of the opposite of that. No one's running through the streets going, let's get her to testify. Won't it be fun? That's not happening. It's not exciting to a lot of people. They have not embraced it. I think it's a good idea. I told the people at the dinner that. They kind of agreed. They get it. Put her under oath. Put her in the chair. The problem is, she's going to want something to testify. And now you're cutting the sentence of a pedophile. Now, what if she, because Ghislaine's an asset. She's an intelligence asset. She's probably not going to hang people with the testimony. She knows how to do that. She knows how to say things without saying things. I'm guessing. I would imagine. Unless she just decides to just fucking burn it all down. But she probably won't. Her dad, I think a team of people stormed his yacht, threw him off. 4 Israeli prime ministers were at his funeral. Hopefully they'll be at mine as well, for different reasons. But the heads of the Mossad, he got a great, great burial plot in Israel. Like, it's his whole thing. They literally said he's done more for Israel, things we can't even say right now. He was a big asset. And I think Ghislaine values that. That's dad. That's her daddy. That's dad. You gotta love your dad. Me and my father don't have the greatest relationship. I still love my dad. I like things about my father. I like that he does things like that I do. He looks down on people that are not that lower than him, almost not lower than him. But I like that about him. He looks way down on people that are not that much lower than him, and I do as well. I judge severely the people who are not that much lower than me. And in fact, I judge severely people that have things I don't have and that are good. But I love that about my father. I like that my father, like I do, appropriates the accomplishments of other people. Like, he will take pride in a beautiful, wealthy area or a skyscraper or something that he had nothing to do with. And I do the same thing. I like it, and talk about it like I had something to do with it, but I didn't. You know, and that's something I learned from my father. You take pride in being near success. My whole life I've done. I got successful when I was like 40. You know, 37, whatever. But like before that, I took a lot of pride that I was near success. I learned that from my father. Be near success. Live near success. And then show people, look at these fucks and how well they've done. Show them that. Your bum friends are going to come visit you. Show them the people that have done it. And you take a little bit from that. And you make it your own. You internalize it. You got to love your dad and her dad. Say what you want about him, but he was a super spy. The guy did it. He was a media mogul. He was an access agent. He was working. The guy was working. That's her father. I don't think she's going to light it all on fire. I think she values that. I think she goes down with the ship. But then, you know, so the problem is if she gets up there and she doesn't really give people what they want, she's not giving people up, then you got to pardon her. You got to pardon a pedophile. That's a tough call. Everyone who visits me on the private island I call home tells me that the beds are the things they remember, and the beds are all from Helix. Helix is the greatest way to buy a mattress. It is the best bed on the market and the easiest to obtain, okay? You sleep better, you lose weight, you gain weight, whatever you want. It helps with everything, the apneas, the problems. You sleep to the left or to the right or in the center. I love Helix. You fill out a short quiz. They tell you what kind of sleeper you are and what kind of mattress they think would work for you. I'm telling you, everybody loves it. I like the Midnight Deluxe, but other people like other things. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD, okay? They're still doing the 4th of July sale. How cool is that? 27% off site-wide. 27% off site-wide. helixsleep.com/TimD. helixsleep.com/TimD. And 27% off site-wide. The best beds on the market. They are amazing. helixsleep.com. Traffic yourself to your bed. But supposedly they do not have tapes that have incriminating stuff. They have incriminating for the man who's dead or who's living in Les Wexner's house. Get up Les Wexner's house. Get up how big it is, New Albany, Ohio. Is this man living? Was Jeffrey Epstein switched out in the middle of the night? And is he living in Les Wexner's house? Is he living there? Couldn't he live there? Wouldn't he be able to live there? We don't know. I have info, folks. I want to say things here. The guy who had Epstein's job after Wexner, and I want you to go find this. I don't know if you can find it. But the guy who had Epstein's job after Wexner was also popped for child porn. And then they ran some article in a paper in the Columbus Dispatch. Then I think Wexner bought the paper, and the article doesn't exist anymore. But there is something to suggest that happened. That the second guy who had Epstein's job also got popped for that. It almost makes it seem like that's part of it. My guess. I don't know. These people are very litigious. So I got to be careful about saying things that are not substantiated, as my producer furiously tries to search for this, because we're literally about to be sued and killed. We're literally about to be sued and we're both about to be sued and killed. And I didn't even learn this at the dinner. I learned this somewhere else. I was at Cold Stone Creamery and someone said that. Someone said that. They said, "Did you know this?" And I said, "Interesting." So what do you want me to say? This Les Wexner fellow, I feel like is shady. My guess. Don't know, but my guess would be that he's a shady individual. Can we do a little image? Let's do a Google image. Just a Google image. Just an image. Get up that one in the suit. That one's the one I like with the bow tie. Second row to the right. All the way to the right. Make that big. That's the essence of the man. You gotta find a photo that's the essence of the man. He knows things. He's got a face of a guy that knows a few things. But I told people, I said, you have to fire Pam Bondi. You have to have Ghislaine Maxwell testify. If there's nothing there, you got to release all the documents that you have. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Now, listen, a lot of people that were on that island are dead. A lot of them are 80. A lot of them are probably living in other countries. It's not, the perp walk that you want to see happen is probably not going to happen. Sorry. That doesn't mean that there aren't some people that are very guilty that could face justice and should. It means that you're not going to get everybody who's ever done anything on that island because a lot of them are probably dead. They're dying by the minute. So, in conclusion to that, we have more to say about it. Certainly, they're now coming to Hill. Dick Durbin, who's a Democrat. The Democrats are running with this, as you would. Bondi pressured 1,000 FBI personnel to comb through tens of thousands of documents related to Epstein and flag any mention of Trump. This is from The Hill. Durbin made the explosive allegations in letters he sent Friday to Bondi, Cash Patel, and Dan Bongino, seeking more information about the administration handling of files related to Epstein and asking why senior officials were allegedly focused on looking for documents connecting Trump to Epstein. Citing information my office received, Durbin said Bondi pressured the FBI to put approximately 1,000 people in its information management division on 24-hour shifts to review about 100,000 Epstein-related records as part of a broader effort to release documents publicly by what Durbin called an arbitrarily short deadline. They were instructed to flag any records in which Trump was mentioned, said Durbin. Now the Wall Street Journal released this article where Trump wrote a letter to Epstein for his birthday. And it's some type of letter that, Epstein's friend sent him bawdy letters for his 50th birthday. Bawdy meaning like salacious and inappropriate. And Donald Trump wrote one. Get up the Trump letter and let's read that. But again, Trump's saying it didn't happen and it's fake and it's not real. The only way you get ahead of this is if you fire Bondi. Number one, I'd like to see Bondi and Cash. I don't know anything about Bongino, but again, if all three of them, this is the biggest bungling of anything ever. Remember when they had these morons go out with these binders, Epstein Files Phase 1? What the fuck were they thinking? So it looks really bad, and if they want it to look less bad, and I don't know how bad it is, and I don't think the top people know how bad it is. To be honest, I don't think people know. I don't know, and a lot of people that I talk to don't know. There's a belief that it's not as bad as certain people think, and it might be worse than what other people think. It's somewhere there. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note, styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third-person voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Well, if that's Trump, not ideal, certainly in hindsight, you gotta release everything you've got. He's supposedly suing Murdoch. He's suing the Wall Street Journal. You have to release everything you got. You're in a scandal that's about to engulf your presidency, that may already be engulfing the presidency. And if you do not release everything you have right now and get rid of the Attorney General, because she is either A, not communicating, or B, lying. She's either incompetent or she's untruthful. She's not truthful. Is untruthful one of the things you can say? I'm asking. You don't know. You don't know if untruthful is something you can say. I don't know that. Do you know that?
Yes.
Can you say untruthful?
Yeah.
Or not truthful?
You can say untruthful.
I was right. But she's got to go. Pam Bondi's got to go. She's got to go back to Florida and prosecute people that, are misbehaving on jet skis. She's got to get out. And you got to bring in Megyn Kelly. Truly, you have to bring in Megyn Kelly to be the Attorney General of America. That's it. That's it. No more nonsense. You can't bring in just TV people. You got to bring in good TV people. Kish Patel, these people are like people who failed at having podcasts. They would have been me if they had talent. They're running the FBI because they're shot. These are people that were like hyping up Q drops on 4chan and leading retards in every fucking direction, thinking that Hillary was going to Gitmo, and now they're running the FBI. And whether they're in on it or the deep state is clotheslining them, they got to get the fuck out of there and start a podcast. Half of that administration needs to start a podcast. Pam Bondi, I will email you the mics to buy. You're out. It's time to go. It's time to go. They took people who had podcasts and put them in control of the government. So either they're compromised or the fucking factions of the deep state are fucking shoveling shit on these people at an amazing pace because they're incapable of delivering anything. They appear to be fools when they go on a show. They appear to be a fool. No one likes a fool unless the fool is aiming to be a fool. Someone with wacky glasses, something like that. But if you are somebody who is running the FBI and you can't articulate a clear sentence, you have to go. I don't care if you're loyal. You've lost the trust of the voters. You must go. They got a clean house over there. Fire a lot of people. You have to fire a lot of people. I know you don't like that. Now, here's the good news. The guy in charge likes firing. Some would say he owns that term. You're fired. He probably tried to copyright it. You got to release everything you've got and fire these people, unless it's just not going to go well. It's not going to go well. It's a blackmail operation. We know it. He was laundering money. We know that. He made money disappear. That was probably his main thing. Sex was a part of it. He had lots of powerful people. He had information on a lot of powerful people. And he allowed intelligence agencies to access that information. CIA, MI6, Mossad, all these different intelligence agencies are largely crime syndicates who have existing relationships with each other. They work with each other. And then one will recruit somebody, and then someone's a double agent and a triple agent. You got to release everything you have. That world is shadowy and murky, and I don't know if the information I got was true. What the fuck do I know? I'm sitting there at a dinner. I'm telling you, that is what is believed by people in the administration. administration who they themselves may be getting lied to. I don't know. They don't know. Everyone makes fun of me for going, oh, you said that they would be killed. Genuinely, at the dinner it came up. No one believes the crooks thing. No one believes that. No one believes that. That this is just a random kid that had no prior relationship to anybody and he was just able to fly a drone over a rally and climb on a thing. No one believes that. No one believes Epstein killed himself. People believe he was murdered or he was switched out, and he is now a server at Mitchell's Ocean Club in Ohio, in Columbus, which is the original restaurant that started Ocean Prime. It's a great restaurant. And Cameron Mitchell, the owner of that, wrote a book called It Doesn't... The answer is yes. Doesn't matter what the question is. And that was about restaurants, hopefully. But the point is, we don't know what's going on, so you have to release everything. A little bit of grand jury testimony is not going to do it. I told everyone at the dinner, I said, it looks very bad. And they all knew that. They all knew that. This is Trump's tweet. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to the Jeffrey Epstein, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. Trump believes that connecting him to Epstein is a Democrat scam, hoax, whatever. Prove it. You got to release everything. I know it'll be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable to release all the things. It's just an uncomfortable reality. Sometimes you are friends with someone and they're a human trafficker. That's what it is to be rich. Explain that to people. Tell them that. What it is to be rich is to be best friends sometimes with a human trafficker, satanic pedophile. You don't even know it. You just know that you both like boats. To be rich is to be friends with people who are implicated in the murders of their wives, the trafficking of children, coups, drug running, narco trafficking, arms dealing, false flag operations. This is what it is to be rich. It's not for everyone. I've always said that. I've always said it's not for everyone. To be rich is not to be around school teachers, good people who teach the kids all day. Here's your, pass out these folders, your homework. That's not what it is. I have a little bit of money now, not even a lot. I haven't spoken to a firefighter in 6 years. I don't even know where they are. Cops, firefighters, teachers. Who are these people? I go to dinner with people I'm pretty sure want to kill me. They always choose a nice restaurant. That's why I go, and it's near my home. But I'm friends with people now I'm pretty sure are on an assignment to kill me. Truly, it's what happens when you have a little bit of money. I don't even have a lot of money. But a little bit of money, unfortunately, you get a set of friends, and they're all predominantly morally questionable, and you don't know them. Rich people are private. The middle class isn't. The middle class is always telling you about the fights they've had with their husband or wife. They're fat kids that won't get it together. Their daughter who's pissed them off because she hasn't filled out her college application. Well, we're not going to tour the schools with her if she doesn't get on it. They're always vomiting their lives to you, but the rich are quiet. They are quietly drowning the chef in the Martha's Vineyard pot. Get in the fucking water! Quietly, they don't bring it up. Explain that to people, Donald. Go out and say to them, sometimes you just end up best friends with someone who's trafficking children. And it's because you both, they're fun. Here's the thing with human traffickers, they're fun. Are you telling me you don't think Ghislaine Maxwell was fun? There's not one photo of Ghislaine Maxwell where she doesn't look like the funnest person that fucking ever lived. And that doesn't make me happy. I don't like that. Yeah, she's a satanic pedophile. I get it. She's evil. They're both evil. Sometimes rich people are evil. Duh. She's massaging his feet on a plane. The bitch played her position. She was fun. The woman was fun. Look at how relaxed he looks. The point is, people that this is unfortunately the people at the top of society they're into shit and they're involved in shit. But you gotta show everyone that you're not involved in it, so you gotta release it. You can be at a party with someone, you can shake a hand, you can hang out with someone even, but you need to prove that you are not in any way associated with this part of this man. Get that pick away of the foot, please, on her. You have to show the world that. You can say I made an oopsie. I made an oopsie. You can say that. I took a ride on a plane that I shouldn't have been. I thought he was just a whack. That he was a wacko. He was a silly Billy. Maybe that's what you say. Go, he was a silly Billy. He was a Daffy Duck. But you got to show people you weren't raping children. That's what you have to show people. I don't even care if he laundered a little bit of the money. No one does. No one does. Donald, if that's what you're worried about, no one cares. It's okay. If he laundered some of your money, even a lot of your money, if he laundered a lot of your money, because that's not what people are thinking. God, it would be fun if you just laundered some of your goddamn money. Just say that. Say that. Say I got a casino, it's a cash business. He laundered some money. Say it. Say it now. That's not impeachable. Who cares? He laundered some money. God damn it. Say that. Please, we want it to be that. That's what people want it to be. I mean, of course, a lot of people don't want it to be that, but I don't want Clinton fucking the kids either, even though that's not, there's a fucking breadcrumb trail that isn't ideal. But I don't want any of our presidents to be having sex with children. This is not my idea of a good time. Now, that unfortunately seems to be more than likely something that has happened. So you need to prove that you did not do that. Please, God, just say he laundered the money. He became my friend because he knew how to make large sums of money disappear. I didn't want to pay taxes. I didn't want to pay these taxes. People are okay with that. People will be okay with that. Just say you stole money. Jesus, please, just come out and say I stole money. He stole the money with me. He was laundering my money. I wasn't fucking the kids. He was laundering my money. Scream it. Have a press conference and go, Jeffrey Epstein laundered my money. And that was wrong. And that was wrong. It was wrong what he did with the laundering of my money. But here's all the files. I didn't do anything else. It was just about money. That would be nice. That would be ideal. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. Something's happening. The intelligence community isn't a monolith. They're not any one thing. So there's people in the CIA that do not like Israel, and there are people that love it. There are opposing factions in all of these places. People go, well, why was that Epstein even arrested if it's a whole thing? People in those agencies, some of them want justice, truly. And when they're presented with a case and there are witnesses, they do what you should do as a cop. You arrest the bad guy. But then, when it gets to the legal level, and Alexander Acosta is told, I was told to not take it any further with Epstein because he, quote, belonged to intelligence. That's an anonymous quote that someone else said Alexander Acosta said. It was given to Vicky Ward at Vanity Fair. Why, is a credible reporter. I don't think she's making stuff up. You got an anonymous quote. Get Alexander Acosta. Get him on the stand. Get him on the stand. Because we know that something is rotten here. We know that. And please, God, let it be that he laundered a little bit of your money. Oh, he laundered my money. I don't fuck the kids. Come on. I was the casino guy. We had a lot of cash. And he laundered the money. Maybe that's it. Huh? We don't know. Lesser of two evils, or nothing illegal happened. Even better. He did nothing illegal. I was friends with him, and he did illegal things. Because Jeffrey Epstein's like, they're doing all these things. He's a Wall Street guy, and but here's the other thing: no one knew how he made any of his money. He had like one client. It was Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the guy who the Saudis killed in that embassy. Was I think Adnan Khashoggi's brother or son, but I don't know. It was related to him in some way. Adnan Khashoggi was Epstein's client. Like, Epstein was supposedly this guy who had all of this money, the largest residence in Manhattan, and nobody knew how he got any of that money, and nobody had ever worked for him. He didn't have, like, he wasn't like Stephen Cohen, who owns the Mets, who the show Billions is based on, who has a hedge fund in Connecticut, Point 72, and there's a bunch of people that work there, and there's people that have worked with Stephen Cohen and can talk about Stephen Cohen. He's a legendary stock trader, and there's articles written about Stephen Cohen. Every article about Epstein's like, who is he? What's he doing? But go to the VH1, see if you can. Oh, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. And maybe that was true. So this whole thing here, this was an article from what year? 2002. They're writing about Jeffrey Epstein. Listen to this, right? He's pals with, and this is New York Magazine. This is the magazine of the, chattering class, the smart set, the bold-faced names, the glitterati. He's pals with a passel of Nobel Prize-winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner of the limited socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery. And this is an article, and you can all read it. And it's funny. It's in hindsight. It's one of the funniest articles that you'll ever read. He comes with cash to burn, a fleet of airplanes, and a keen eye for the ladies. That's the first line. It's a life full of question marks. Epstein is said to run $15 billion for wealthy clients. Yet aside from limited founder Leslie Wexner, his client list is closely held secret. A former Dalton math teacher, he maintains peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists, yet possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan London Society figure Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of the mysteriously deceased media titan Robert Maxwell, yet he lives a life of a bachelor, logging 6 hours a year in his various planes as he scours the world. Like, it's the lifestyles of the rich and famous thing. See if you can get on Instagram. VH1 did like the fabulous life of billionaires. There used to be these shows on TV, by the way, before people were like, in the financial position where they were considering eating their cat. They used to watch shows like The Fabulous Life of, and it would just be, it's a rage bait. But people would like it back then. And you would just watch really rich people do rich shit. Let's watch a little bit of this. And VH1 has pulled this, obviously for obvious reasons, but this was go to the one that's 3 minutes. And this is something that VH1 had aired about Jeffrey Epstein. And again, it's unintentionally hilarious now in hindsight. Let's watch.
In the next hour, we'll tour the hedgerow mega homes they're buying with all that hedge fund
cash, but not quite as much as financier Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000
By the way, pause this for a second. There had to be people who knew he was a pedophile who saw this and were like, "This is amazing." You know what I mean? Like, there were people that obviously for this guy's entire life knew he was a pedophile, and victims of his who were watching VH1 saw this. Like, literally, people that he had victimized turned on VH1, to watch, I don't know, a Tony Braxton music video, and they're watching Jeffrey Epstein where they're like, he couldn't stay out of the classroom. He bought himself a whole school. And there's people who are like, yeah, I know, he raped me in it. Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
1,000 square feet.
Oh, yeah.
The school cost about $20 million, and he's dropped $10 million just renovating it. It has incredible bells and whistles, closed-circuit televisions, a heated sidewalk out front, so the snow melts.
But only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Because for former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do. He's got a small fleet. A Gulfstream 4, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727.
Stop for a minute. Do you realize how important Hollywood is? Like, in just narratives? Yeah, how important it is, like, that they no longer have the ability to do this. Like, you can't just do this without any pushback or without anybody on the internet challenging what conclusions you come to. This is a puff piece going, he's a Wall Street legend. And by the way, no company, no employees, nobody that has ever said they worked for the guy. A couple of journalists are like, this isn't adding up. And VH1 just runs this whole thing where they're like, he's a genius. This guy, he was a math teacher, and it's like Goodwill Hunting. He was a math teacher. Now he's a Wall Street legend. He's a math teacher. So it's Goodwill Hunting. They didn't realize it was Goodwill Hunting for children. But that's what it was. You had the ability to just project this image of a mysterious guy who had all these connections. And by the way, that would never work anymore because we know what mysterious means. Mysterious means you're having sex with children on an island. I mean, there's no. By the way, you used to be able to say somebody was mysterious, and it was like some kind of compliment. You'd be like, "Wow, he's mysterious." You don't know what he's doing. Now use that word. You go, "Yeah, keep him away from my house." Mystery now is bad. It is bad. Like people are like celebrity's over because there's no more mystique. There's no more mystery. It's like, yeah, because mystery now means people think, oh, I guess you're having sex with children. That's mystery. Oh, I guess you're laundering money for a human trafficking operation. Like, so it's amazing to me that they're running this puff piece, this positive, piece talking about the glamorous life of this human and you would never know. You'd be sitting on your couch going, because that's what Wall Street is, by the way, to most people. Like, a lot of finance is fake, truly. And most people just believe that. They're like, I didn't have the right connections, I didn't go to the right schools. They don't even try to understand this crap. I remember that during the mortgage crisis when they were trying to explain credit default swaps on Fox. And they're like, well, the credit defaults, and people are like, fuck this, you're all crooks. Because it's structured finance, lots of it, is fake. It is largely a science of what most people would call outright criminality. And so when they used to run pieces like this, nobody would think anything of it. They'd go, yeah, he's just, it's a guy on Wall Street, and he's making cruel, sadistic monster, and you're talking about the renovation he's doing to his house, his schoolhouse that he's living in Manhattan. Keep going.
With, of course, an in-flight trading room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm just wondering now, what do you need a commercial size airliner for?
Believe us, it comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, Jeff gave him a ride in his personal 727. He took actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker along for the trip.
Now, for former President Clinton, it was a chance to investigate the problems of AIDS in Africa, and for Epstein, it was a chance to hang out with some of his big shot friends.
Jet setting with Bill.
I love, by the way, I love the idea of that. I love the idea of Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein gassing up the jet and going to investigate AIDS in Africa. And it's just like an amazing, like he's like, let me call Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go find out what this AIDS is about. And then Spacey's there with, but Spacey, by the way, was like, put it all out.